Chen Fan, afflicted by terminal illness, is reborn in the year 2000, once again encountering his ethereal first love, Su Ruochu, his classmate. In his previous life, their love was characterized by mutual respect and admiration, yet tragedy struck when his beloved perished in a car accident, leaving him with a lifelong regret. In this new life, Chen Fan vows never to let go and aspires to create a magnificent business empire, offering her the most perfect love and future. Su Ruochu, in this lifetime, I shall hold your hand and behold the splendor of the stars and the bustling world. Chapter 1. Rebirth in the year 2000. Mr. Chen, are you certain you wish to proceed with the injection? In the VIP ward of the 3rd hospital of the capital, several experts clad in white coats gather around the bed. The middle-aged man lying there appears pallid, his breaths faint. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Chen Fan struggles to open his eyes. The voice, filtered through the oxygen mask, sounds ethereal. How long will it take? After a moment of hesitation, the expert explains, generally speaking, if euthanasia is administered, the process is swift, taking only a few minutes. Grant me just 10 more minutes. Chen Fan turns to his assistant beside him. Xiao Kai, how is the task I assigned you progressing? The assistant, with reddened eyes, steps forward and respectfully replies, Mr. Chen, everything has been arranged as per your instructions. We have established a children's charity fund using your shares in the company, as per your last wishes. Additionally, all your private assets have been donated to charitable organizations. Moreover, your ex-wife has been quite agitated lately, persistently shouting about filing a lawsuit to reclaim her share of the assets. Chen Fan's expression remains unchanged. How much does she desire? 800 billion, along with 10 properties in the capital. How audacious indeed. A faint smirk of derision crosses Chen Fan's face. Back when he was merely a fledgling businessman, during a critical crisis, this wife, who professed unwavering loyalty, was the first to betray him. Not only did she conspire with outsiders to stab him in the back, but she also divorced him, claiming half of his assets, nearly leading to his ruin. Such a venomous woman. Mr. Chen, rest assured, the legal team will handle this matter. The middle-aged man nods slowly, closing his eyes. I am weary. He then laboriously retrieves a rusty tin box from beneath his pillow, cradling it solemnly against his heart. Observing this scene, the assistant's gaze subtly shifts. As Chen Fan's aide, he is aware of the significance of this box. With Chen's wealth, one might assume he could procure any treasure, yet he holds this particular item in the highest regard. Whenever the company faced significant challenges, Chen Fan would gently wipe this box, as if it contained some unparalleled treasure. Upon finishing, he would emerge from his office, restored to his confident and commanding self, leading the company onward through trials and tribulations. Now, witnessing that Chen Fan is nearing his end, having willingly donated assets worth trillions, he clings tightly to this iron box. The assistant cannot help but wonder what it truly contains. Doctor, I am ready. We may commence. With his eyes closed, Chen Fan speaks calmly. As the transparent liquid slowly enters his body, he momentarily feels as though his soul has departed. He becomes exceedingly light. He gazes at the iron box in his hands, a nostalgic smile gracing his face. In truth, it does not contain any rare treasure, but rather a simple red string bracelet, a token of affection from a girl who once cherished him dearly. Su Ruochu, his high school classmate, and later his girlfriend. That gentle, graceful girl who stood by him through adversity, unwavering in her devotion. Chen Fan had once promised to give Su Ruochu a grand wedding after achieving success in his ventures. However, fate played a cruel joke on him. One day, while Su Ruochu was on her way to buy breakfast for Chen Fan, a tragic accident claimed her young life. In the years that followed, Chen Fan's business flourished, yet he grew increasingly solitary amidst a myriad of women. Perhaps, a part of his very soul had departed alongside Ruochu. As his consciousness began to fade, he pondered whether he was truly at the brink of death. In his mind, he fervently recalled Su Ruochu's visage. In that moment of complete oblivion, he seemed to glimpse a ray of light. Ruochu, if there's a next life, I long to traverse the magnificent cosmos and the wonders of the world with you. Classmates, please note question 6 on the 3rd page of the exam paper. A guaranteed question. It wasn't on last year's exam, but it will definitely appear this year. Should we not seize this free 5 points? The sound of rustling papers fills the air. Chen Fan, quickly wake up. A melodious and gentle voice resonates in his ears. Such a familiar sound. Chen Fan abruptly opens his eyes, only to be met with a pair of captivating eyes and a delicate, oval face. Su Ruochu, Chen Fan gasps, sitting upright with surprise. Am I not dreaming? Chen Fan, exhilarated, reaches out to gently pinch her delicate, jade-like cheek. What are you doing? Su Ruochu's face flushes instantly as she hurriedly pushes Chen Fan away, nervously glancing at the teacher at the podium. It's real. It's truly real. Chen Fan is overwhelmed with emotion, scanning the surroundings. He finds himself surrounded by youthful yet familiar faces, rows of desks, thick books, and exam papers. The ceiling fan whirls, the air is stifling, and the sunlight outside is blinding, accompanied by the sound of cicadas. On the right edge of the blackboard, a small note reads, 36 days remaining until the 2000 college entrance examination. Chen Fan's mouth hangs agape, his expression one of astonishment. The 2000 college entrance examination? So, I have been reborn to my senior year? Heaven has truly heard my prayers. Chen Fan, filled with excitement, grasps Su Ruochu's hand tightly, pulling her into an embrace. Wonderful. I have finally seen you again. Ruochu, this time I will never let you go. With that, Chen Fan eagerly presses his lips against her smiling face. Ah, Su Ruochu shrieks in shock. The entire class erupts in an uproar. Oh my, oh my. Chen Fan has gone mad. He actually kissed the class monitor. Is this guy still half asleep? Chen Fan. Bang. The class teacher, Wang Qiming, who had been passionately lecturing, cannot contain his anger. What do you think you're doing? Under the gaze of the entire class, Su Ruochu's face turns crimson. Embarrassed and flustered, she pushes Chen Fan away, burying her face in her desk. Chen Fan, filled with excitement, gazes at the class teacher across from him. Mr. Wang, you are still alive. Mr. Wang, huh? The class bursts into laughter. You get out of here. Wang Qiming bellows furiously. Chen Fan scratches his head, sheepishly standing up. As he exits, he whispers to Su Ruochu, wife, don't leave after school. I will walk you home. Amidst the laughter of his classmates, Chen Fan strides out of the classroom into the corridor. However, having been reborn, he is not foolish enough to stand there in punishment. Instead, he quickly makes his way downstairs to the school's convenience store. Boss, I like a pack of sanitary napkins with wings. Hey, which classes student is causing trouble here? The store manager waves her hand dismissively. Chen Fan quickly responds, I'm from class 7 of senior year. Our teacher sent me to buy these. Hearing this, the manager retrieves a pack of sanitary napkins and tosses it onto the counter. $3.50. Chen Fan pulls out his change, pays, and grabs the napkins before dashing out. Thank you, boss. The store manager watches Chen Fan's retreating figure and murmurs to herself. Class 7 of senior year. I remember the teacher is not Wang Qiming, right? What would a grown man need this for? Chapter 2. This lifetime, I shall never let go. Chen Fan strolled through the campus, his face alight with excitement, gazing about with wonder. He took in the familiar buildings, the well-known flora, and the symphony of cicadas and spirited voices reading aloud. At that moment, he could no longer contain himself and let out a hearty laugh. This is wonderful. I, who Hansen, have returned. From a distance, a teacher's voice rang out. Hey, which class are you in? Chen Fan instinctively recoiled, quickly scurrying back to the classroom. By the time he returned, the bell had already rung. Noticing that his homeroom teacher, Wang Qiming, had departed, Chen Fan strode confidently into the classroom. As soon as he entered, the students erupted into a chorus of laughter. Unfazed, Chen Fan returned to his seat with a broad smile. Fanga, you're incredible. How dare you get cozy with our class monitor during class? As soon as he sat down, the exuberant Gua Shui leaned in eagerly. Come on, spill the beans. What is going on? Did you read too many comic books last night? Get lost. I never read that kind of stuff. Chen Fan's eyes glimmered with nostalgia as he looked at Gua Shui. In his previous life, Gua Shui had been his best friend in this class. This lad came from a decent family but had a wonderful disposition, and the two were perfectly matched in temperament. Unfortunately, during the college entrance examination, Gua Shui didn't make it to university and, as rumor had it, ended up in a vocational school. Later, during winter break in college, Chen Fan heard from his mother that Gua Shui had gotten into a brawl at school and severely injured someone, which led to his imprisonment. After that, the two lost contact. Feeling a bit uneasy under Chen Fan's piercing gaze, Gua Shui instinctively crossed his arms over his chest. Fan Yi, can you please stop looking at me like that? I'm a pure man. If you really can't hold back, I could tear out a couple of pages from the remaining half of that comic for you. Chen Fan was nearly moved to tears. The fact that he was willing to rip pages from the last remaining half for his brother was the mark of a true friend. You keep it for yourself to study, Chen Fan said, giving Gua Shui a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Don't worry, my brother. I will ensure you never make the same mistake again. Gua Shui looked bewildered. What do you mean? But soon, excitement flickered in his eyes as he asked. By the way, have you really fallen for our class beauty, the monitor? I remember you liked Lin Yue from the adjacent class before. Gua Shui scratched his head in confusion. What is so great about Su Ruochu? She is skinny and flat-chested. Lin Yue is far better. She has a curvy figure, a pretty face, and knows how to dress up. When did your eyesight fail you? With the air of a seasoned veteran, Chen Fan replied, Youngster, you're still naive and know nothing. I don't blame you. Guo looked exasperated. Didn't you say a few days ago that you preferred girls with a fuller figure? Just then, Su Ruochu walked into the classroom. Get lost. Don't sit in my Ruochu-esque seat. Chen Fan bluntly kicked Guo aside. Upon seeing Chen Fan, Su Ruochu's beautiful face flushed crimson. She lowered her head and hurried to her seat, avoiding direct eye contact with him. Chen Fan, however, unabashedly gazed at Su Ruochu, a faint smile lingering on his lips, as if he could never gaze enough. At that moment, Su Ruochu appeared somewhat slender, emanating a delicate and fragile aura, clearly still in the process of blossoming into womanhood, bearing the innocence and naivete of a student. Yet, in Chen Fan's eyes, she was breathtakingly beautiful. How had he overlooked such a lure in his past life? He recalled that although they had been desk mates, he had never paid attention to the diligent and meticulous class monitor. Later, they both ended up in the same city for university. Su Ruochu attended a prestigious institution while he settled for a second-tier one. During their sophomore year, they unexpectedly crossed paths at a hometown gathering, and after a year of maturation, Su Ruochu had transformed completely. Her demeanor markedly changed. Chen Fan had been left speechless and had swiftly pursued her. They eventually became a couple, and their relationship lasted 4.5 years until tragedy struck and Su Ruochu passed away, leaving an indelible mark on Chen Fan's life. Watching the blushing, anxious Su Ruochu before him, Chen Fan couldn't help but berate himself. How could he have been so blind in his previous life and missed the chance to pursue her? He had squandered such a precious opportunity. But now, things were different. He had been reborn, and they were desk mates once again. I'm here, my dear. All future suitors of Ruochu, kindly step aside. Chen Fan mused as a silly grin spread across his face. Noticing Chen Fan's lecherous grin directed at her, Su Ruochu subtly shifted to the side. The class bell rang, and the mathematics teacher entered, instantly silencing the once rowdy classroom. Students, please take out the test papers from yesterday. We will discuss them today. Chen Fan, disinterested in the lesson, stealthily scribbled a note and discreetly passed it to Su Ruochu. After a moment's hesitation, she opened it. Are you angry? Su Ruochu picked up a pen and wrote a response, then passed it back to Chen Fan. He eagerly opened it. Please don't make such silly jokes again. Otherwise, I will ignore you forever. Chen Fan quickly wrote back, I'm sorry. In the future, I will never dare to do so without your permission again. If you're still mad, why not give me a kiss to make it even? Upon reading it, Su Ruochu expressionlessly crumpled the note and stuffed it into her pocket. Oh no, my wife is genuinely upset. Chen Fan hastily scribbled another note. I was just joking. You can't be truly angry, right? I'll never dare again. Su Ruochu glanced at it, still crumpling it into a ball without replying. Unwilling to give up, Chen Fan continued. I had a dream where I missed out on a wonderful girl and regretted it for life. In this lifetime, I shall never let go. This time, Su Ruochu stared at the note for several moments. Ultimately, she didn't crumple it, but chose instead to tuck it beneath her book. She is still ignoring me. Could it be that she is genuinely upset? Just as Chen Fan felt a surge of anxiety, Su Ruochu suddenly spoke in a soft tone. Focus on a lesson. Instantly, Chen Fan's heart soared with joy, and he sat up straight, adopting a serious demeanor. Yes, ma'am. As the afternoon dismissal bell rang, students began to pack their bags and chatter excitedly as they left. Su Ruochu remained seated, seemingly nervous and unsure of herself. Yet Chen Fan appeared ready, discreetly retrieving a package of sanitary napkins hidden in his desk and subtly handing it to Su Ruochu. What is this? Su Ruochu looked utterly perplexed as she casually opened the plastic bag. Upon seeing its contents, her face instantly flushed crimson. Shoo! Chen Fan gestured for silence, swiftly removing his school uniform and tying it around her slender waist. Hurry, no one will notice. With her cheeks still flushed, Su Ruochu glanced at Chen Fan, hesitated for a brief moment, and then, in a flurry, grabbed the sanitary napkin and dashed out of the classroom. Watching her delicate figure and the swaying ponytail, Chen Fan couldn't help but stretch lazily. My wife is growing more enchanting by the day. If only she were a bit plumper. Look at her. She's almost starving. Once I start earning, I shall indulge her with an abundance of delicious food. Chen Fan, an authoritative voice, interrupted his musings. At the classroom door stood a tall boy, staring intently at him. It was the class monitor, Huang Hu. Ah, class monitor, did you call for me? Step outside for a moment. Chen Fan slung his backpack over his shoulder and exited the classroom. Is there something you need, class monitor? Huang Hu frowned at Chen Fan's nonchalant demeanor, clearly disapproving. Did you kiss Su Ruochu during class today? Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback. And if I did, what of it? Seems rather irrelevant to you, doesn't it? Huang Hu snorted dismissively. I'll warn you. Keep your distance from Su Ruochu in the future. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Chapter 3. aiming to attend the same university as Su Ruochu. Chen Fan regarded Huang, who would surprise. How had he overlooked the fact that this boy harbored a crush on Su Ruochu in his past life? Chen Fan had never held a favorable impression of Huang, who was self-absorbed and ostentatious, often using his position as class monitor to report on others. At a class gathering after graduation, what stood out most to Chen Fan was Huang, who arriving in a BMW, the center of attention as he boasted about his girlfriend whose family held a government position. He subtly flaunted his recent achievement of becoming a civil servant, albeit a minor one. Yet he spoke of it as if he were a high-ranking official. However, Huang, whose fortune did not last long, he eventually fell from grace due to corruption, publicly exposed by a mistress. Returning to the present, Chen Fan looked at the boy who habitually tilted his head and cast sidelong glances. This hardly concerns you, does it? I am a class monitor. I have the right to inquire about matters affecting the class, Huang, who retorted. Your actions have severely impacted Su Ruochu's studies. Chen Fan chuckled. Class monitor. Are you perhaps infatuated with Su Ruochu as well? Caught off guard, Huang, whose face momentarily showed embarrassment, but he quickly regained his composure. What of it? You'd best stay away from her. Someone like you is unworthy of her. Chen Fan shrugged nonchalantly. Whether I am worthy is not for you to decide. Perhaps Ruochu prefers boys like me. With that, he patted Huang, who on the shoulder. Additionally, I advise you to focus on your studies and keep your distance from my wife. Otherwise, don't blame me for getting physical. You, Huang, whose face darkened as he seized Chen Fan by the collar. What you two up to? Su Ruochu's voice rang out from the hallway. Huang, who quickly released Chen Fan and stepped back, glancing at Su Ruochu before pointing an accusing finger at Chen Fan. Just wait and see. With that, he hastily descended the stairs and left. I'll be waiting. Chen Fan waved cheerfully, not taking it to heart. Su Ruochu approached quickly, still somewhat shy. Were you two fighting? Huh? No. Chen Fan hastily waved his hands. What did Huang want with you? Oh, he asked if I had any little yellow discs, claiming he wanted to relax after studying too hard. Chen Fan replied with a serious demeanor. Ridiculous. How could someone as pure as I be interested in such things? Naturally, I firmly declined. He unhesitatingly splashed Huang, whose face with a figurative bucket of excrement, vowing to eliminate all potential suitors at every turn. Su Ruochu glanced at Chen Fan, but chose not to expose him, turning to enter the classroom. Moments later, she emerged with her backpack. Noticing Chen Fan still lingering at the door, she felt a bit awkward. Why haven't you left yet? I'll walk you home, Chen Fan offered. Su Ruochu holdeth. No need. Chen Fan quickly clarified. I mean no harm. I just want to... Not happening. Su Ruochu's refusal was resolute. Reluctantly, Chen Fan conceded. Then shall we at least walk together to the school gate? Su Ruochu remained silent, turning to descend the stairs. Chen Fan smiled and hurried to catch up. Once outside the teaching building, with no classmates around, Su Ruochu finally spoke softly. Thank you for your shirt. Chen Fan chuckled. It's nothing. You can return it to me next time. With her head bowed and cheeks flushed, Su Ruochu appeared quite embarrassed. However, she seemed to have summoned considerable courage. Raising her gaze to Chen Fan. How did you know? Know what? Chen Fan replied, quickly realizing. Oh, you mean about your period? At the mention of those words, Su Ruochu shot him an indignant glare, her face ablaze, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Chen Fan, however, continued to tease. As your desk mate, I have a knack for deduction. Everything about you is transparent to me. In truth, he wanted to say, what is the big deal? I not only know about your period, but I also know your future height, weight, measurements, and cup size. In his past life, it was around this time, just 1 month before the college entrance exams. Perhaps due to overwhelming pressure and intense study, Su Ruochu's period had arrived early. Unprepared, she had stained her school uniform pants, creating quite the scene in class. Chen Fan recalled he had been one of the loudest laughers that day. Chuckling at the memory, Chen Fan was startled when Su Ruochu suddenly asked, What are you laughing at? He quickly waved his hands. Nothing. I wasn't laughing at you. Su Ruochu halted her steps. We're out of the school now. Seeing Chen Fan attempt to follow her, she frowned. No more following me. Chen Fan scratched his head and remarked, actually, my home is over there too. What a lie. Su Ruochu bluntly exposed Chen Fan's deception. As for what transpired in today's class, I shall pretend it never happened. Let us hope there will not be a next time. Otherwise, I shall request the teacher to change my seat. Oh, please don't. Chen Fan, frightened, hastily raised his hand in assurance. I promise there will be no next time. Su Ruochu cast a lingering glance at Chen Fan before turning to depart. Watching her retreating figure, Chen Fan let out a wistful sigh. It appeared that during his high school years, he had left a rather unfavorable impression on her. She offered him not even the slightest chance of approaching her. At that moment, Guo suddenly sprang out from behind. Still watching? She is long gone. Chen Fan shot a glance at him, irritated. Why are you still here? He If I left, how could I witness this drama? Guo Shui looked at Chen Fan with wide eyes. Are you serious? You can't possibly have developed feelings for Su Ruochu, can you? What do you mean serious? Let me tell you, in this lifetime, Su Ruochu is undoubtedly destined to be my wife. Damn, you're even more shameless than I am. Guo Shui cursed, then continued. But pursuing her won't be as easy as you think. Who doesn't know that the class representative is renowned for her icy demeanor? She always wears a serious face, completely focused on her studies, indifferent to everything else. Trying to chase her is akin to scaling the heavens. Chen Fan glared and warned, watch your words about my wife. She is a diligent student, unlike you, a slacker. Cut it out, as if you're not a slacker yourself. Guo Shui chuckled. I dare say you won't be able to win her over. If you do, Guo Shui, will eat SHT while standing on my hands. Chen Fan mounted his bicycle. I'm leaving. Guo Shui trailed behind, continuing to tease. Even if you do manage to win her over, it won't matter. There's only 1 month left of high school. What happens when she gets into a prestigious university? There will be plenty of outstanding boys vying for her attention. And where will that leave you, Chen Fan? Suddenly, those words struck a chord with Chen Fan. Indeed, in his previous life, he barely managed to enter a second-tier university, while Su Ruochu was set to attend a prestigious 985 institution. Had it not been for his luck, he might have had no chance at all. Chen Fan felt a sudden surge of determination, shouting aloud, I've made up my mind. I will strive to get into a 985 university. I will attend the same university as Su Ruochu. Guo Shui, as if hearing the grandest of jokes, nearly lost balance on his bicycle, wobbling down the street. Brother Fan, if you manage to get into a 985, not only will I eat SHT while standing on my hands, but I'll also gain an additional 3 pounds. Chen Fan, weary of Guo Shui's antics, fixed his gaze resolutely ahead. In his heart, he silently vowed that this time he must attend the same university as Ruochu. Chapter 4. The advantage of time, traveler parting ways with Guo Shui at the intersection. Chen Fan rode home alone. His home was in a nearby town, quite distant from the school, a modest house built by his family in the village. Pushing open the weathered black gate, he was greeted by the familiar sight of the small courtyard. Although not large, it was well maintained. Chen Fan's parents were diligent individuals. They had cultivated a small vegetable garden filled with eggplants, tomatoes, and green beans. After securing his bicycle, Chen Fan stepped inside. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Xiao Fan is home. Hurry and wash your hands. Dinner is ready. Came the cheerful call from the kitchen, where his mother, Li Jingku, peeked out to greet him. Upon seeing her familiar face, Chen Fan's eyes reddened, nearly bringing him to tears. His parents were ordinary workers. His father, Chen Jianyi, worked in a ceramics factory, while his mother was employed at a power plant. Perhaps due to their jobs, in his past life, Chen Fan's father had succumbed to a severe illness in his 50s, while his mother, heartbroken by his loss, followed him 3 years later. The two had hardly enjoyed any of their son's blessings. Struggling to contain his emotions, Chen Fan rushed forward and embraced his mother from behind. Mom, I missed you. What is wrong with this child? Li Jingkai chuckled, patting Chen Fan's hands. Let go. Let go. Mom is cooking. Be careful of the hot oil splattering. Hurry and wash your hands. The dish will be ready soon. Okay. Chen Fan turned, discreetly wiping a tear from his eye as he stepped outside to wash his face with cold water, seizing the moment to cleanse away his tears. Mom, where's Dad? He's working overtime at the factory tonight. He should be home soon, came his mother's voice from the kitchen. Chen Fan gazed nostalgically at the house. This old home was not particularly spacious, measuring only around 70 square meters. It consisted of 2 bedrooms and a living room, one room for his parents and another for Chen Fan. The living room contained an old red lacquered cabinet and the only valuable possession in the house, a cumbersome 21-inch color television. There was no sofa, just a few weathered wooden chairs. In the center of the living room stood a square wooden table, covered with a large cracked ceramic tile that his father had brought from the factory. This served as their dining table. Chen Fan entered his bedroom, gazing at the small room of less than 10 square meters. Everything so familiar and nostalgic. The bedroom housed a single bed, a wardrobe, and a desk positioned by the window. The desk was covered with a sheet of transparent glass, filled with photographs, aside from a few family portraits. The rest were pictures of Chen Fan from his childhood to the present. In the corner stood the family's only standing fan. Apart from that, there was nothing else. In this simple little house, Chen Fan had spent over a decade of his life. That evening, when Chen Fan's father returned from work, the family sat together for dinner. As they discussed the successes of other children in the neighborhood, Chen Fan could not help but speak up. Dad, Mom, this year I plan to aim for a top-tier university to make you both proud. Chen Jianyi glanced at his son and replied slowly, a top-tier university? If you can manage to get into a second-tier university, I'll be burning incense in gratitude. Li Jingkaiyu, smiling gently, reassured him, Xiao Fan. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Your father and I don't have such high expectations. Just do your best for the college entrance examination. Regardless of the outcome, we will not blame you. Chen Fan felt deflated. It seemed his parents had little faith in him. Dad, how much money do we have left? Why do you ask that? Casually inquiring, Chen Jianyi took a sip of his drink and remarked, Ask your mother about it. I am not well informed. Li Jingkaiyu pondered for a moment before responding. It seems we still have over 20,000 left, about 27,000, I believe. Business has been sluggish for my parents these past 2 years, and your father's factory still owes him 2 months' wages. Chen Fan boldly suggested, Dad, let's sell our old house and combine that with the 27,000 to purchase an apartment in the city. He recalled that in the year 2000, the property prices in Luokang were merely over 900 per square meter. Acquiring an apartment of 100 square meters would cost less than 100,000. With a down payment of over 20,000, living there for a few years and then selling it would yield substantial profits. Could there be a more lucrative investment than this? Chen Fan was reveling in his plans when he noticed his parents exchanging glances filled with concern. Has this child become foolish from his studies? Buying an apartment? Do you have any idea how exorbitant property prices are now? They lamented. Our factory's deputy manager bought his apartment for over 100,000, and after living there for less than 2 years, he sold it. Chen Fan's curiosity was piqued. Why'd he sell? Why? Chen Jianyi set down his glass and cast a glance at his son. Certainly because property prices are too high. He capitalized on the inflated market to sell his house, opting to rent instead, waiting for prices to drop before buying back at a lower cost, saving tens of thousands. That is the mark of true intelligence. Otherwise, how could he become a deputy manager? Chen Fan interjected, the money we have is earmarked for your future, graduating, finding a job, and marrying. Why would he buy a house now? Have you lost your senses? That night, as Chen Fan lay in bed, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. It seemed that persuading his parents to invest in property was a futile endeavor for the time being. Having been reborn, he was determined to embark on a path of entrepreneurship and wealth. In his previous life, he always felt indebted to Su Ruochu, and thus in this life, he must make ample amends. He envisioned building a new business empire, allowing Su Ruochu to witness and share in all of it. Since the route through his parents was not viable, he realized he had to rely on himself. Chen Fan lay in bed, contemplating how to establish his business and secure his first pot of gold. Frankly, as a reborn individual, his sole advantage lay in his prophetic knowledge of the future. This alone was sufficient. As someone acquainted with the developmental trends of the next 20 years, Chen Fan understood every policy, national development plan, leadership promotions, and entrepreneurial waves. Indeed, for a reborn person seeking quick wealth, it boiled down to a few avenues: purchasing property, acquiring mines, or investing in stocks. He recalled that in 2000, property prices in both Puxi and Shenzhen were merely over 4,000 per square meter. Furthermore, investing in stocks of companies like Maotai, Tencent, Baidu, or Taobao at this time would be the ideal opportunity. Any of these ventures, if Chen Fan strategically positioned himself early on, would yield substantial profits in the future. Of course, there was an even more promising option: cryptocurrency. Chen Fan remembered that Bitcoin was introduced in 2009. When it first emerged, it was valued at less than 1 cent, allowing one to purchase over 1,000 Bitcoins for just $6 or $7. By 2021, the value of Bitcoin peaked at nearly $70,000 apiece. If he were to accumulate several 100,000 Bitcoins and time his sale perfectly at the 2021 zenith, his wealth would become an endless string of figures. However, all these ventures, be it buying property, mines, or stocks, required a substantial initial capital investment. As it stood, he possessed merely a handful of pocket change. Alas, the prospect was tantalizing yet out of reach. It appeared he would need to devise a means to secure his initial startup funds. Chen Fan sighed, shaking his head, deciding to set aside those thoughts for the moment. His immediate focus must be on a more pressing matter: the impending college entrance examination. He had to ensure he and Su Ruochu were accepted into the same university. Recollecting, he recalled that the examination questions that year were particularly challenging, especially in mathematics, physics, and chemistry, which were almost hellish in difficulty, leaving many students lamenting as they exited the examination hall. The score threshold was not high, with the first-tier line set at 535 points, while Yunhai University's cutoff was around 553 points. In his previous life, Su Ruochu had indeed been admitted to Yunhai University. In the dimness, Chen Fan lay in bed, his eyes burning with determination. I must secure that 553. Chapter 5. Is your name really Chen Fan? The following morning, Chen Fan arrived at school brimming with resolve. Upon entering the classroom, he he spotted Su Ruochu seated at her desk. "Good morning, class representative," he greeted with a smile, causing Su Ruochu to blush and quickly lower her gaze. "Ah, my dear wife is perfect in every way except for her shyness." Even in their previous life, despite confirming their relationship, Su Ruochu remained a deeply modest and traditional girl. Chen Fan recalled the first time he had managed to coax Su Ruochu into a hotel. He had foolishly suggested trying something new, which resulted in him being unceremoniously kicked off the bed and enduring a night of no further advances. Fellow comrades, this was a lesson learned through blood and tears. Chen Fan silently vowed to learn from his mistakes and persevere. Pursuing a girl is indeed a strenuous endeavor, and one must not rush. At that moment, Su Ruochu subtly passed him a shopping bag. "What is this?" Chen Fan inquired, opening it to discover his school uniform. Pulling it out, he instantly smiled. "Did you even wash it for me?" He quickly donned it and took a hearty whiff. "It smells wonderful. What brand of detergent did you use?" "My wife is truly skilled." Su Ruochu, blushing, turned her head away. "If you keep saying things like that, I'll ask the teacher to change seats." "Please don't." Chen Fan quickly surrendered. "I promise I won't say another word." The rest of the morning passed with Su Ruochu noticing that Chen Fan indeed refrained from bothering her. During class and breaks, he was engrossed in his textbooks, flipping through pages, occasionally jotting down notes, completely absorbed in his own world, even ignoring the teacher's lecture. Curious, Su Ruochu stole a glance and found that he was marking key points of knowledge. What is he up to? She wondered, puzzled. Is he really trying to study hard from now on? Isn't that a bit late? Finally, on her third covert glance, Chen Fan suddenly looked up and flashed a grin at her. Su Ruochu, startled like a frightened little rabbit, quickly averted her gaze, her heart racing. Chen Fan smiled, but did not disturb her, instead returning to his books. To speak candidly, he was reborn without a system or any advantageous abilities. His sole asset was the experience of having taken a college entrance examination once. He had encountered all those exam questions before. Although many years had passed and most of the questions had nearly slipped from his memory, several pivotal problems remained vividly etched in his mind. After all, those questions had once tormented him thoroughly, leaving him anguished during the examination, with many left unanswered. For instance, Chen Fan distinctly recalled that the final 6 analytical questions in mathematics accounted for 70 points. He knew precisely what those last 3 questions were, which had driven countless candidates to distraction, causing them to weep in despair. He was aware of which article would feature in this year's reading comprehension for the Chinese exam, and he knew the essay prompt revolve around discussing varying perspectives on problem solving through the interpretation of 4 distinct geometric symbols. He was also familiar with this year's English reading comprehension and essay topics, as well as the comprehensive science questions. With this knowledge, combined with his current level of understanding, he was confident that he stood a fair chance of achieving a score of 553. As school let out for lunch, his close friend Guo Shui approached. "Hey, brother Fan, shall we go out for a meal?" Chen Fan shook his head. "You go ahead. I'll eat in the cafeteria." "What's so good about the cafeteria?" "Let me treat you to a feast outside," Guo Shui insisted. Chen Fan decisively stood up. "Let us go." "Wow, are you this genuine?" Chen Fan chuckled. "You, a wealthy patron. Who else would you treat if not me?" Guo Shui laughed heartily, wrapping an arm around Chen Fan's shoulders. "Don't worry. Even if I have to treat you until the college entrance exam, I can afford it." Chen Fan was touched. "What a good brother you are. Can you lend me 20,000 yuan? Dude, why not just sell me for money?" The two bantered as they exited the classroom. With the impending college entrance examination, the school's regulations had noticeably relaxed. Upon leaving the campus, as long as one displayed their student ID, teachers typically turn a blind eye and allowed students to pass. The restaurant across the street was bustling with business, and arriving late could easily result in a long wait. Chen Fan and Guo Shui, holding their trays, looked disheartened as they surveyed the crowded establishment. "How about we just take it back to the classroom?" Chen Fan suggested. "No way. Look over there," Guo Shui exclaimed excitedly, pulling Chen Fan through the throng, and from a distance, Chen Fan spotted Su Ruochu, who was dining. Guo Shui grinned and approached. "Ladies, what a coincidence. Mind if we share a table?" Su Ruochu and a girl named Lina, who was relatively friendly with her, were eating. Upon noticing Chen Fan, Su Ruochu's expression became noticeably awkward. Lina smiled and asked, "Did you not find a seat? Come sit with us." Saying this, she stood up and moved her plate to join Su Ruochu. Thank you, Guo Shui said hurriedly as he pulled Chen Fan down to sit. Chen Fan ate quietly, while Lina secretly scrutinized him. Unable to bear the scrutiny any longer, Chen Fan glanced up. "Is there something on my face?" "Hee. No," Lina replied, grinning at him. "Chen Fan, why did you kiss Su Ruochu yesterday?" The moment the words left her mouth, Guo Shui, who was eating, spluttered rice everywhere. Meanwhile, Su Ruochu's cheeks flushed crimson as she quickly nudged her friend. Chen Fan, however, remained unfazed. It was actually a misunderstanding. I was having a nightmare about getting married. This remark elicited laughter from Lina. So you consider our class monitor as your bride? Chen Fan stole a glance at Su Ruochu and hastily shook his head. That's what you said. I never claimed that. Lina continued to probe. Then tell me, do you like Su Ruochu? Indeed, Chen Fan affirmed without hesitation, causing Lina to freeze in surprise, while Su Ruochu stood up. Her face still flushed. I'm done eating. I'll head back first. Hey Ruochu, don't go. I still have questions. Lina called after her anxiously, then stood up to chase after her. Before leaving, she playfully remarked to Chen Fan for a jar of chocolate candies. I can tell you a secret about Su Ruochu. Remember, it must be chocolate. Watching Lina chase after Su Ruochu with a grin, Chen Fan shook his head. Do I really need you to reveal my girlfriend's secrets? Noticing Guo Shui still gazing intently outside, Chen Fan couldn't help but tap the table. What are you staring at? Guo Shui chuckled sheepishly. Brother Fan, what do you think of Lina's looks? Chen Fan was taken aback. You like Lina? Didn't he see that coming? He mused. In his previous life, he had no recollection of Guo Shui ever pursuing Lina. Guo Shui, looking somewhat shy, chuckled. Lina may not be extraordinarily beautiful, but don't you think she looks lovely when she smiles? Especially her smile. It reminds me of my ex-girlfriend. Chen Fan was astonished. You had an ex-girlfriend? Of course. My ex is Li Bingbing. Damn, why'd I even ask that? Chen Fan lowered his head, continuing to eat in silence. You still haven't told me what you think of Lina. She is nice. I support you in pursuing her. Chen Fan mumbled through his food. Guo Shui was elated. Just for that, I'll treat you to this meal. Chen Fan immediately raised his hand. Boss lady, 2 more chicken legs, please. After finishing lunch, Guo Shui ran to the kitchen to use the restroom. Chen Fan stood alone by the roadside, his mind still racing to recall the exam questions. At that moment, several young men burst through the restaurant's glass door. Who knows Chen Fan from Class 7, Grade 3? Who is looking for me? Chen Fan called out, puzzled. The group of young men turned and stepped outside, one with an outrageous hairstyle fixing his gaze on Chen Fan, sneering coldly. So you're the one called Chen Fan? Chapter 6. Setting sail. Starting from the internet, Chen Fan regarded the group of youths, adorned in non-mainstream attire, and immediately understood that they were not friendly. What do you want? Damn, I'm asking if you're Chen Fan. Chen Fan feigned confusion. What do you want with him? One of them spat a thick gob of phlegm onto the ground. My little brother is Huang Hu. You know him, right? Did you threaten him? Chen Fan promptly shook his head. No, I didn't It wasn't me. At that moment, a younger member of the group pointed. Crow. That's the guy. Huang Hu showed me his photo. Hearing this, the leader of the group chuckled. You're quite clever, huh? But no matter how clever a hunter is, they can't outsmart a cunning fox. A nearby member couldn't help but remind him, Crow, you got it backward. The leader promptly slapped him. Enough of your nonsense. He threatened Chen Fan, extending his hand menacingly. Huang Hu is my subordinate, and this territory is under my protection. Understand? Chen Fan quickly inquired. Who are you? I am Crow, came the reply. Brother Crow, you protect me too, and I shall acknowledge you as my leader. Chen Fan said with a sudden gleam of joy in his expression, raising his hand to beckon to the crowd. Teacher Wang, you're here for a meal as well. The group of young men was startled and turned around, only to see Guo Shui pouring a bucket of slop directly onto Brother Crow's head. Chen Fan followed up with a swift kick, sending him sprawling. Just as Brother Crow was about to speak, Chen Fan and Guo Shui had already darted into an alley. What are you standing there for? After them. Brother Crow, filled with rage, climbed to his feet, vegetables and foul-smelling juice dripping from his hair. Chen Fan and Guo Shui sprinted through several alleys before pausing, breathless. I can't run anymore. Let's rest, Guo Shui gasped, clutching his stomach. Who were those guys? Chen Fan turned to glance back, scoffing. Who else? Huang Hu sent them to teach me a lesson. Huang Hu? Guo Shui chuckled. It must be about the class representative, right? Chen Fan was taken aback. You know he has a crush on Su Ruochu? Guo Shui laughed. Only a fool would notice. That idiot Huang Hu thinks he's disguised his feelings well. I can see the lewd glances he gives the class representative. Damn it. How dare he have designs on my sister-in-law? I'll make him pay. Chen Fan patted Guo Shui on the shoulder. Good brother, that's the spirit. Let's head back. Wait. Guo Shui grabbed Chen Fan's arm. Those guys might be waiting at the school gate. Returning now would be walking into a trap. Chen Fan furrowed his brow. What should we do? Don't rush. Let them wait. Let's go to Birch Grove. Birch Grove? Chen Fan suddenly realized. Birch Grove was the internet cafe near the school. During their school days, he and Guo Shui often snuck in after class to play games. After some contemplation, Chen Fan decided Guoshui had a point and nodded. Let's go. The two stealthily emerged from the alley, ensuring the coast was clear before taking a longer route to Birch Grove. Upon entering the cafe, Guoshui casually greeted the female attendant. Hey, can you open 2 machines for 2 hours? The attendant looked up briefly. Please register your IDs. Guoshui remained unfazed. I didn't bring mine. Can we get a temporary card? Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Come on, you're still in your school uniform. Surprisingly, the attendant produced 2 slips with numbers and tossed them on the table. Let's go. Guoshui pulled Chen Fan into the main area. As they parted the heavy curtain, they were greeted by a dim, smoke-filled room reminiscent of a bomb shelter. Various sounds crashed into Chen Fan's ears like waves. Damn, my mind has been raided. The enemy's infantry is upon us. Where's the tank? Why didn't I buy the apocalypse tank? Quick, unleash the ultimate skill. Review. The chemistry between Xiao Ao and Zhao Linger is just too touching. Listening to the familiar sounds, Chen Fan couldn't help but smile faintly. It felt nostalgic. In this era, students had no short videos or streaming sites. A simple game could keep them excited for an entire day. Guoshui led Chen Fan to a corner. Hurry, boot up. Today, you'll witness my unmatched skills in Red Alert's infinite true production. Chen Fan grinned as he sat down, pressing the power button, and the nostalgic Windows 98 startup tune filled the air. You can play today. I have other matters to attend to. Guoshui shot him a glare. What? Coming to an internet cafe and not playing games? Are you here to watch the news? Enough chatter. I have serious business. Guoshui grumbled as he went to start Red Alert, soon erupting in excitement. Though Microsoft had launched Windows 2000 in February, the internet cafe in their small town had yet to update. Moreover, Chen Fan's generation had first become familiar with the 98 version. Gazing at the classic desktop background of blue skies and green fields, a knowing smile crept across Chen Fan's face. How nostalgic it was. At this time, the first wave of internet pioneers had already emerged in China. Chen Fan recalled that Xinlang had successfully gone public on Nasdaq in April, making waves. However, soon after, Wanji would go public at the end of this month, and the well-known Suhu would follow suit on the 12th of next month. By then, the 3 major portals would stand tall, each vying for dominance. As for the more renowned bat of the future, Tencent was still enduring the internet winter. While Ma Huadeng once contemplated selling QQ for $1,000,000, Alibaba's Ma Yin was struggling to build a sales team, and Baidu had just launched its Chinese search engine, stepping into the realm of Chinese internet technology. Meanwhile, another big player, Kangzi, was still selling CD burners at a small shop called JD Multimedia in Zhongwen, with a complete shift to online retail not happening for another 3 years. Yet, none of this concerned Chen Fan, still a student. Even as a time traveler, he felt unqualified to discuss grand strategies with the titans of industry. Clicking the mouse to open the Xinlang page, Chen Fan casually browsed through the latest news. U.S. stocks in turmoil, Nasdaq index plummeting. Upon reading this headline, he thought to himself that few in China would be aware that soon the wave of the internet bubble would sweep across the nation. Countless companies would perish in this internet winter, and only those who had prepared for the crisis would weather the storm and emerge stronger. However, such distant matters were of little concern to Chen Fan at this moment. He needed to find an opportunity to make his first pot of gold. As he pondered how to begin, his eyes inadvertently glanced at the top of the page, and a thought suddenly struck him, causing his eyes to light up. Domain names. Yes, I can engage in domain trading. In his previous life, Chen Fan had studied computer technology and was a quintessential IT guy. Thus, during his university years, he had specifically researched this field. It was indeed a lucrative business to trade in domain names. As long as one can seize a desirable domain name, the prospect of flipping it for millions, even tens of millions, is not merely a fanciful dream. Chen Fan recalled that the domain name for JD in the future was acquired for a staggering $300 million, while Lei Jun's coarse grains cost over $3 million. However, the most extravagant was undoubtedly the domain name for 360, which was procured from a foreign website for over $1 billion. This illustrates the sheer madness of the domain name trade. Among those who were most renowned in the domain industry back then were Kai Wenzheng and Yao Jinbo. The former, the chairman of Meitu Xiaoxiu and a prominent investor, possessed a vast collection of rare domain names. The latter was even more widely recognized, being the founder of 59.com. This individual had an astute eye for opportunity. Having registered a multitude of domain names early on, it was rumored that he held the largest collection of 2-digit numeric domain names in the country, valued at over $100 million. Chen Fan rubbed his hands together in excitement. This was the advantage of a visionary, acting before others even realized the potential. He sprang up and returned to the internet cafe, requesting paper and pen, then swiftly noted down all the renowned website domain names he could think of. After about half an hour, he had scribbled nearly 50 domain names. Next came the attempt to register them one by one. Since Alibaba Cloud had yet to be established at this time, he could only register through foreign websites. Yet this posed no challenge for Chen Fan, the IT enthusiast. With a simple maneuver, he easily bypassed restrictions. Upon finding a registration site and logging in, he began his attempts. Oh, this site exists so early? Oh, this one has already been registered? No matter, he thought, I still have plenty more. Chen Fan muttered to himself as he tried one after another. After half an hour, his complexion turned pale and his lips quivered in frustration. Damn, must it be this ruthless? Feeling utterly drained, he slumped against the back of his chair, his face clouded with dejection. All the domain names he could conceive had been snatched up before he could secure them. In that moment, Chen Fan felt as though he had underestimated the talents of the world. When it was time to log off, Guo Shui slammed the table in frustration. Damn, I was so close to winning. Turning around, he noticed Chen Fan sitting vacantly beside him, seemingly lost in thought. Guo Shui gave Chen Fan a nudge. What are you thinking? Want to extend for another hour? Extend? No way. I'm going home. Chen Fan replied. His mood soured as he stood up to leave. Guo Shui, with a reluctant expression, implored, just one more hour, please? You have to let me enjoy it just once. Seeing Chen Fan's gaze fixated on a certain direction, Guo Shui followed his line of sight and spotted a familiar figure in a corner of the internet cafe, engrossed in a game. Huang Hu. Guo Shui was somewhat taken aback, exchanging a glance with Chen Fan. What's this rascal up to? In Chen Fan's previous life, he might have chosen to avoid conflict entirely. However, the current Chen Fan harbored the soul of a man in his 40s. Furthermore, Huang Hu's threat was inconsequential. The crux of the matter was that he had developed an interest in Su Ruochu, which was absolutely intolerable for Chen Fan. You head back. This matter does not concern you. Upon hearing this, Guo Shui chuckled. Are you looking down on me? Brothers stick together, you know? Chen Fan regarded Guo Shui with admiration. Now that's loyalty. Guo Shui rolled up his sleeves. I'll handle it. Just stay out of it. After all, I'm the bad student in the teacher's eyes. Worst case, I get a reprimand. I've faced worse. Just as Chen Fan was about to speak, he noticed Huang Hu standing up and heading outside. Damn, he's logging off too. Follow him. The two stealthily trailed Huang Hu, only to discover he hadn't left, but had instead entered the restroom of the internet cafe. Chen Fan exchanged glances with Guo Shui and casually grabbed a trash bin positioned by the door. Guo Shui counted down from 3 and gently pushed open the restroom door. It was indeed unlocked. In the foul-smelling stall, Huang Hu was facing away from them, casually humming a tune as he relieved himself. Chen Fan approached and promptly placed the trash bin over Huang Hu's head. Who the hell is seeking death? Huang Hu shouted, startled, as he raised his hands to grab the bin. Guo Shui swiftly stepped forward and kicked him squarely in the backside. The force sent Huang Hu tumbling to the ground, landing face first into the filthy toilet, which was replete with unflushed remnants. In that moment, Huang Hu pressed his hands against the ground. Guo Shui was about to rush in for another kick when Chen Fan pulled him out of the restroom. Who is it? Who dares seek death? I saw you. Huang Hu's voice echoed behind them, filled with indignation, while Chen Fan and Guo Shui dashed out of the internet cafe, bursting into laughter. I've long found this guy intolerable. He thinks he's so important just because he's class monitor. Chen Fan, however, felt little elation from the act of revenge. Instead, he urged, let us hurry. The next class is with Teacher Wang. If we're late, we'll be in trouble. Right, I almost forgot. Let's go. The two sprinted and managed to enter the classroom just before the second period bell rang. As they watched the homeroom teacher walk in, Chen Fan exchanged a knowing smile with Guo Shui. Classmates, let us begin, Wang Kaiming announced, surveying the room with a frown. Where is class monitor Huang Hu? No one responded. Guo Shui raised his hand. Teacher, could it be that the class monitor is stuck in the restroom? This elicited laughter from the entire class. You're everywhere, aren't you? Sit down. Wang teacher huffed. Class is in session. With a beaming smile, Chen Fan took out his textbook and, turning around, noticed Su Ruochu stealing glances at him. He quickly grinned back. Surprisingly, this time the class beauty did not shy away. You skip class. Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback and quickly whispered, actually I was. Su Ruochu fronith. The college entrance exams are approaching. Chen Fan, don't you care at all? Don't you want to attend a good university? Even if not for yourself, shouldn't you think of your future? Chen Fan was astonished. Su Ruochu had spoken so much in one breath. He scratched his head sheepishly. I get it. I'll listen to you and won't skip class again. Su Ruochu turned away. Why should you listen to me? Your studies are your own responsibility. Yet, Chen Fan could not contain his joyful grin, his heart brimming with excitement. The goddess takes the initiative to show concern for me. she harbors feelings for me. In the afternoon after school, Su Ruochu, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, arrived at the bike shed. To her surprise, she immediately spotted Chen Fan waiting there. What a coincidence. Shall we walk together? Chen Fan suggested, a playful grin on his face. Su Ruochu froneth. Chen Fan, what exactly do you want? I mean no harm. I simply wish to accompany you home after school. He replied earnestly. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ruochu suddenly inquired, was what you said to Lina during lunch true? What did I say? Chen Fan responded, momentarily bewildered. A blush crept onto Su Ruochu's cheeks as she turned her head away. Did you truly say you like me? Chapter 8. The promise with the class beauty. Chen Fan's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously. Absolutely. It is a truth universally acknowledged. I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Su Ruochu was taken aback by his forthrightness, her heart racing and her composure wavering. What nonsense are you spouting? She furtively glanced around, ensuring no classmates were in sight, before finally whispering, her cheeks aflame, I don't care if you're serious or joking. With the college entrance examinations approaching, I have no intention of pursuing a relationship. I hope you understand. After a brief hesitation, she added softly, in these final days, I do not wish to be disturbed. Understood. Rest assured, I will not intrude upon your peace, Chen Fan assured her, nodding fervently, before shifting the topic. May I at least secretly like you? That is not permissible, Su Ruochu replied, her face flushed as she stamped her foot in frustration. Why must you pester me? Don't you have someone you like? Lin Yue, our school beauty. Aren't you fond of girls with ample figures? Who on earth is spreading such baseless gossip? Chen Fan exclaimed, raising his hand in a vow. I swear on my honor, I could never be attracted to girls simply for their physical attributes. My affection lies with you. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Fan realized he had misspoken. Indeed, Su Ruochu, expressionless, began to push her bicycle away. Chen Fan hurried to catch up. I misspoke. Actually, you are not lacking in that regard either. Chen Fan. Su Ruochu halted and glared at him in exasperation. Chen Fan, feeling awkward, offered a sheepish smile. With a quick change of subject, he proposed, if you wish for me not to bother you, I have a condition. Su Ruochu, intrigued, asked what condition. Before the exams, I shall not actively pursue you, but you must allow me to escort you home every day after school. Absolutely not. Su Ruochu shook her head, her face still flushed. People might misunderstand. So, it's not that you dislike me, but rather that you are too shy to admit it. Chen Fan replied with a knowing smile. Fine. Let me propose an alternative condition. From now on, I will write you notes, and you must not ignore them. Furthermore, if I encounter a problem I cannot solve, you must assist me. This request seemed reasonable to Su Ruochu, and after some thought, she nodded in agreement. Chen Fan, seizing the moment, asked with a grin, after the college entrance exams, may I pursue you? Su Ruochu furuet herbro. After the exams, we will all go our separate ways to different universities. What you propose is meaningless. But what if we end up at the same university? Su Ruochu paused, her expression conflicted, seemingly hesitant to say something that might wound Chen Fan's pride. Yet, Chen Fan remained steadfast, his gaze locked onto hers. Su Ruochu, if I manage to get into the same university as you, will you be my girlfriend? Su Ruochu's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes darting away. Let's see if you can get in first. With that, she hurriedly hopped on her bicycle and rode off. I will definitely get in. Chen Fan called out cheerfully from behind. That evening, Li Jingkaiu cautiously opened her son's bedroom door and peeked in, finding Chen Fan diligently studying at his desk. A smile of satisfaction spread across her face as she quietly withdrew. Have you noticed how much our son has changed recently? She remarked to her husband, Chun Jianyi. Well, he returned home. He doesn't watch TV anymore and goes straight to studying after dinner. Chun Jianyi, seated on the balcony smoking, nodded thoughtfully. Even noticed. Alas, there is less than a month until the exams. Li Jingkaiu offered a comforting smile. As long as he is willing to change, it is never too late. True enough. Chun Jianyi sighed. It's just unfortunate that I lack the means to support him effectively. I've heard that children in the city drink milk daily, claiming it helps their brains. Enough. Our children will find their own fortunes. You should worry too much. Now extinguish that cigarette and get some sleep. It's quite pungent, and our son is studying. Chun Jianyi quickly snuffed out his cigarette, waving away the smoke. After turning off the lights and lying down, a silence enveloped them for a moment before Chun Jianyi spoke again. Dear, tomorrow when I finish work, I'll buy our son a case of pure milk. If he is willing to put in the effort, we as parents must provide our utmost support. All right, I'll follow your lead. Guo Shui had recently noticed a change in Chen Fan. He no longer engaged in playful banter with him and instead spent every moment, whether in class or out, poring over his books. Moreover, his interactions with Su Ruochu had significantly diminished. Aren't you supposed to be pursuing her? Have you given up? Guo Shui confided his concerns to Chen Fan. If you don't seize this opportunity, once you enter university and she moves to the big city, your chances will be gone. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. The emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuchs are. You know nothing. Guo Shui, now exasperated, retorted. Although I may not excel in academics, I am a master in romance. Today, I will show you who the real expert in wooing is. At a small cafe during lunch, Guo Shui once again dragged Chen Fan to Su Ruochu and Li Na's table. Chen Fan quickly realized that his friend was using him as a shield to approach Li Na. Isn't there a seat available next to you? Why come to our table? Li Na scoffed. Guo Shui chuckled. Dining together as classmates is more enjoyable. Chen Fan facepalmed, thinking this fool. In fact, Guo Shui has a question he wishes to consult you about. He interjected. A question for me? Li Na expressed her surprise. Guo Shui took the opportunity to set down his tray and sat beside Li Na, while Chen Fan took a seat next to Su Ruochu. With her head bowed, Su Ruochu did not glance at Chen Fan, yet subtly shifted her body to the side. Guo Shui, what question do you wish to ask me? Guo Shui, in a moment of inspiration, promptly replied, I merely wish to inquire which university you're planning to apply to. University? Li Na was taken aback, her brow furrowing as she mused. My academic performance is rather poor, but if I manage to get accepted, I would like to attend an art school in the South. That sounds wonderful. Given your graceful figure, I can only imagine how captivating you must be when you dance. Really? Guo Shui seemed to have an epiphany. Certainly. The dance you performed at the New Year's Eve party left a lasting impression on me. Is that so? Li Na beamed, pleasantly surprised by his discerning taste. Meanwhile, Chen Fan stood by, utterly dumbfounded. Guo Shui was indeed impressive, demonstrating a commendable level of skill that brought him closer to success. Looking over at his own side, he noticed Su Ruochu quietly eating her meal, showing no inclination to engage in conversation with him. Their relationship had not only failed to grow closer, it appeared to have regressed. How embarrassing. Chen Fan felt somewhat disheartened. As they finished their meal and prepared to leave, Guo Shui called out, Boss lady, bring us 4 bottles of cola. The 4 of them walked toward the school, sipping their drinks. Guo Shui enthusiastically proposed. How about we all go out for lunch together, every day? Li Na, unaware of Guo Shui's ulterior motives, believed he was merely creating an opportunity for Chen Fan. Thus, she cheerfully nodded in agreement. I have no objections. What do you think, Ruochu? Huh? Su Ruochu looked up, slightly embarrassed. I'm a class representative. You wouldn't want to eat with us underachievers, would you? Guo Shui teased with a playful smile. Not all. I never said that. Su Ruochu quickly clarified. Guo Shui snapped his fingers. Then I shall take that as your consent. He then deliberately winked at Chen Fan, who, lost in thought, failed to notice the hint. Guo Shui felt a surge of frustration as he nudged Chen Fan. What are you thinking about? Huh? What? Chen Fan abruptly looked up, bewildered by the curious gazes of the 3 others. Before they could react, he suddenly exclaimed with excitement, right? How could I have not thought of this? Cool me. Follow me to the birch forest. Guo Shui, bewildered, was dragged along, leaving Li Na with a puzzled expression as she turned to Su Ruochu. Ruochu, did you have a quarrel with Chen Fan? It seemed like he was intentionally ignoring you just now. Chapter 9. A Path to Profit. Did you have a quarrel with Chen Fan? In response to her friend's inquiry, Su Ruochu shook her head. No. Then why didn't he speak to you during the meal? It appeared as though he was deliberately avoiding you. Su Ruochu riman saident. Her lips pressed together as she gazed at Chen Fan and Guo Shui's retreating figures. A thought flickered in her mind. Could it be that my rejection had bruised his pride? At that moment, Su Ruochu herself was unsure of her feelings. Seeing her silence, Li Na quickly leaned in and linked arms with her. Hey, tell me the truth. Do you like Chen Fan? Su Ruochu's cheeks flashed crimson. What nonsense are you spouting? Well, have I ever liked him? The other day, he kissed you in class out of the blue, and you didn't even get angry. Su Ruochu feedeth. He said it was a dream, not intentional. Really not interested? Li Na pressed on, determined to get to the bottom of it. It's not a matter of liking or disliking. I simply cannot afford to consider such things before the college entrance examination. That is true, Li Na murmured. With less than a month until the exam, even if you 2 were to get together, it would only be a fleeting romance before graduation. Honestly, Chen Fan is rather handsome, especially his eyes. He looks particularly charming when he smiles. I've heard his family isn't well off, otherwise. I might have considered pursuing him myself. Su Ruochu widened her eyes at her friend, suddenly pinching her arm. What are you thinking about all day? Of course, I'm thinking of handsome boys. Don't tell me you've never secretly thought about it. I haven't. I don't believe you. Stop right there. You little rascal. The 2 girls chased each other playfully toward the school. Meanwhile, upon entering the birch forest, Chen Fan swiftly obtained a temporary card and eagerly rushed to log in. I say, do we really have to play games today? Guo Shui grumbled beside him. I've finally made some progress with Lina, and you're ruining our moment. Less chatter. It'll be ready soon. Chen Fan excitedly clicked on a web page and began to input some information for search. Just moments ago, an idea had struck him like a lightning bolt. He had conceived a way to make money. Yesterday, Chen Fan had spent hours researching domain names, only to discover that the appealing names he had in mind had long been snatched up. The domain trading venture was off the table for now. However, he could pivot and create a website specifically for buying and selling domain names. Chen Fan owed this inspiration to Boss Yao from 59 City. In his previous life, Yao Jinbo held a vast portfolio of domain names, and to facilitate trading, he established Easy Domain Network. In just a few months, it became the largest domain trading platform in the country. That same year, Easy Domain Network was acquired by Wan Wang, making Yao Jinbo a millionaire overnight. The online discussions surrounding the sale price of Easy Domain Network were vague, with estimates ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions. However, Chen Fan surmised it was certainly no less than 1 million, a staggering sum for the year 2000. Chen Fan's purpose in visiting the birch forest today was to confirm whether Easy Domain Network had launched. A few minutes later, Chen Fan triumphantly slammed his fist on the table. Wonderful. It hasn't launched yet. The fact that Easy Domain Network was still offline signified that he still had a chance. From this moment forth, he must seize the opportunity and race to establish Easy Domain Network before Boss Yao could react, successfully intercepting the venture. Chen Fan recalled that in his previous life, Easy Domain Network was acquired by Wan Wang in September of that year. This meant he had less than 4 months to act. Time was of the essence, but it was a risk worth taking. Beside him, Guo Shui noticed Chen Fan sitting before the computer, chuckling to himself uncontrollably, and could not resist the urge to lean over for a glance. To his surprise, he discovered that Chen was merely browsing a mundane news website. Hey, have you lost your mind or something? Why are you grinning like a fool? Chen Fan turned his head, grinning back, am I? Is there more to it? If you stretch your mouth any wider, I might just catch a glimpse of your prostate. You dolt. That's your thyroid gland. My dear fellow, you really ought to pay more attention in biology class. Guo Shui, unfazed, chuckled in response. You know how I am. I can't help but doze off in class. Apart from those few sessions on human physiology, I can hardly comprehend the rest. Suddenly, a thought struck Guo Shui, and he exclaimed in exasperation, damn it. Speaking of which, do you know how long I waited for those 2 classes on physiological structures? Yet, our biology teacher just had us skim through the pages without any explanation. Chen Fan, uninterested in this banter, promptly shut down the computer and stood up, preparing to leave. You're leaving already? Guo Shui blinked in disbelief. It hasn't even been an hour yet. How about letting me play a round of Red Alert? I'm off. The next class is with the old teacher. Do you dare skip it? Chen Fan retorted while dragging him towards the door. Just 1 round, come on. We can chip in for it. Wasting time is shameful. In the end, Guo Shui was unable to indulge in his gaming, forcibly pulled back to school by Chen Fan. In the afternoon class, Chen Fan, overwhelmed with excitement, completely disregarded the exam questions. He sat there, head bowed, scribbling notes and sketches. For someone like him, a seasoned programmer reborn, creating a forum or a website was no daunting task. What troubled him was the thought of whether Boss Yao SEI Network would launch before his own. If so, a fierce competition for traffic would inevitably ensue between the 2 websites. To gain an advantage, he would need to promote and advertise extensively, which required substantial funds. Furthermore, to establish a forum, he would need a computer at his disposal. It was impractical to frequent an internet cafe daily, not to mention the time wasted in waiting for a machine. Purchasing a computer outright seemed like a pipe dream, as computers in the year 2000 were far from cheap. A laptop could cost upwards of 10,000 yuan, while even the most basic desktop would set him back at least 5,000, and that would still be of inferior quality. Money. Ultimately, it was indeed money that posed the greatest challenge. Chen Fan furrowed his brow. Gazing at the list he had compiled with a sullen expression, his earlier excitement doused as if cold water had been thrown over him. Is it truly so difficult to find a hero in a penny? Meanwhile, Su Ruochu found herself distracted for the first time during class. Though she sat upright, her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. She pondered whether she had inadvertently upset Chen Fan, given his lack of initiative to converse with her today. Moreover, he had been hunched over, scribbling and muttering to himself throughout the lesson, leaving her curious about his intentions. She longed to inquire, but felt a sense of embarrassment holding her back. As the class drew to a close, she could no longer contain herself. Picking up her pen, she wrote a line in her notebook, subtly nudging it towards Chen Fan with her elbow. Chapter 10. I choose Chen Fan. Chen Fan, still mulling over his frustrations, suddenly noticed the notebook before him. What are you doing? He exclaimed, startled as he looked up to see Su Ruochu intently focused on the podium. albeit with an air of anxiety. Was she really passing me a note? Chen Fan's spirits lifted instantly, dispelling the earlier gloom. Su Ruochu was initiating conversation. With a goofy grin, he quickly penned a note, pushing it toward her. Recently, there have been rumors in class saying I like you. Let me clarify. It's not just a rumor. Su Ruochu glanced down, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. She cast a fleeting glance at Chen Fan. Her expression a delightful mix of playful reproach and resignation. This look struck Chen Fan like a bolt of electricity, sending him into a euphoric reverie. In their past relationship, whenever he had done something to leave her speechless, she would often regard him with this very expression, a charming blend of teasing and a hint of exasperation. Though her demeanor lacked the sultry grace it would possess in years to come, it was still irresistibly cute. Chen Fan felt his heart melting. He hastily continued to write, "All right, to be serious. I'm actually working hard for our future." Rolling her eyes, Su Ruochu chose to ignore his flattery. After a moment's thought, she penned another line. "Pay attention in class. The college entrance exam is approaching." Upon reading her note, Chen Fan's lips curled into a slight smile. "I'll heed your advice. In this lifetime, I will only listen to you." It seems Su Ruochu had been bested by Chen Fan's charm. Blushing, she tucked her notebook away, tearing out the page and stashing it in her pocket, dismissing the audacity of this thick-skinned fellow. Yet, for the remainder of the class, Chen Fan indeed remained focused, listening intently. This behavior left Su Ruochu with an indescribable feeling. It brought her joy to see him so obedient to her wishes. Moreover, it appeared that a peculiar change had transpired in her desk mate over these past few days. Chen Fan had never been this eloquent or audaciously sentimental before. Could it truly be due to the impending exam? Su Ruochu attributed all these changes to the imminent pressures of the college entrance examination. As the school bell rang to signal the end of the day, Guoshu bounded over from the back row, brimming with enthusiasm. "Hey, didn't you say you needed a computer this afternoon? I thought about it, and my family has one that you could use. Why not come over to my place?" Chen Fan shook his head. "Thanks, but no thanks. Your father treats that computer like a treasure, and you're not even allowed to touch it. Besides, I can't just keep running over to your house every day. What is the big deal? We're brothers after all." Guoshu insisted. "Forget it. I appreciate the thought, but I'll think of another way." At that moment, Su Ruochu glanced at Chen Fan, silently shouldering her backpack and heading for the door. Guoshu winked at Chen Fan. "What's the plan? Are you not going after her? Ready to give up?" Chen Fan retorted with a chuckle. "You don't understand a thing. Pursuing a girl takes effort. I need a breather now and aim for a direct hit next time. Give it up. You have no chance with her," Guoshu scoffed. "Enough with the chatter. Don't forget the vow you made that day. You'd better prepare yourself for the inevitable. I'll personally ensure you drink it when the time comes. Now be gone." The two exited the classroom, exchanging laughter as they headed toward the bicycle shed. To their surprise, they encountered the class monitor, Huang Hu, who obstructed Su Ruochu and seemed to be speaking to her. Observing this, Chen Fan hurried over. "Su Ruochu, we're heading home in the same direction. Why don't we walk together?" Huang Hu chimed in cheerfully. "Just so happens I'm still perplexed by a few problems the teacher discussed in class today, and I was hoping to consult you." Just as Su Ruochu was about to respond, her gaze flickered toward Chen Fan, and her expression subtly shifted. Chen Fan quickly stepped in front of her. "You go ahead first." Huang Hu frowned. "Chen Fan, what do you mean by that?" "Nothing much," Chen Fan retorted with a cold smile. "Big class monitor. Don't think for a moment that I'm oblivious to your intentions. If you wish to pursue someone, that's fine. But I warn you to keep your distance from Su Ruochu." Huang Hu's face flushed with anger, glaring fiercely at Chen Fan. "Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to meddle in my affairs with Su Ruochu?" Chen Fan smiled lightly. "I may not be anyone significant, but I can assure you, she is my woman." Those words caused Su Ruochu to shudder slightly, a faint blush creeping on her cheeks, though she remained silent. Huang Hu scoffed. "I think you're dreaming. Do you really believe Su Ruochu would be attracted to someone like you? Ruochu, does he claim you as his girlfriend? Is that true?" Su Ruochu's expression remained indifferent as she pushed her bicycle, determined to leave. "I have no interest in answering such a trivial question. Don't go." Huang Hu rushed forward to block her path. "Ruochu, since we've come this far, I might as well be direct. I like you. I intended to confess after the college entrance examination. Will you be my girlfriend?" "I refuse," Su Ruochu replied without hesitation. "Why?" Huang Hu's eyes widened, visibly taken aback. It seemed he never anticipated being rejected. "Do you truly like Chen Fan?" Su Ruochu glanced at Chen Fan and replied coolly, "That's none of your concern." Huang Hu's pride seemed wounded, struggling to accept the reality of the situation. Why? Why do you reject me? Am I not good enough? In this school, I'm the only one worthy of you. Remember during the last math competition when I had a stomachache, and you bought me water and medicine? You even showed concern for me. Su Ruochu Saif. Huang Hu, you're overthinking it. I only regard you as a classmate. It's not what you imagine. If it had been any other student, I would have done the same. Impossible. I don't believe it. Huang Hu shouted, agitated. You must have feelings for me, right? Is it because they're here that you're too embarrassed to admit it? Observing Huang Hu's childlike defensiveness, Chen Fan struggled to suppress a laugh. What a character. His self-absorption was astonishing. It was evident that he lacked any romantic experience and did not truly understand Su Ruochu. Continuing in this manner would only serve to make her detest him further. Indeed, Su Ruochu's brows knitted together in discontent, while Huang Hu continued to shout excitedly. All right, I'll ask you one last time. If you had to choose between me and Chen Fan to walk with, who would you choose? Think carefully. I choose Chen Fan. Huang Hu's words faltered, his expression one of disbelief as he stared at Su Ruochu. I choose Chen Fan, she reiterated. Huang Hu, with the college entrance examination approaching, it would be wiser to focus your energy on studying. With that, she pushed her bicycle toward the school gate. Chen Fan promptly followed suit, not forgetting to glance back at Huang Hu with a smile. Thank you. He was genuinely grateful to this fellow. Without Huang Hu, how could he have had the opportunity to walk home with Su Ruochu? Behind them, Guo Shui watched Huang Hu with an exaggerated expression, waving his hand playfully. Strange. Is there a foul stench lingering? It wouldn't be that someone fell into the toilet, would it? Upon hearing this, Huang Hu jumped, instinctively looking down at his hands. Once he confirmed they were clean, he realized and shot a furious glare at Guo Shui, who was already cycling away. You bastard. So it was you who caused that incident at the internet cafe. Huang Hu's eyes glinted with malice. Chen Fan, just wait and see. Chapter 11. Is this your boyfriend? With great enthusiasm, Chen Fan pushed his bicycle, trailing closely behind Su Ruochu as they exited the school gate. Noticing that she was walking briskly ahead, he couldn't help but quicken his pace. Suddenly, Su Ruochu halted and turned to face him. Startled, Chen Fan swiftly came to a stop. What's the matter? He asked, forcing a sheepish smile. When he noticed Su Ruochu merely gazing at him in silence, he raised a hand. Understood. I'll be on my way. He turned to leave, but then Su Ruochu called out, Hey, wait a moment. Chen Fan executed a swift 180-degree turn, racing back to her side. What is up? Observing his cautious demeanor, Su Ruochu almost laughed, but managed to suppress it. Let us walk together. Huh? Chen Fan was taken aback, questioning if he had misheard. What did you say? If you didn't hear, then never mind, Su Ruochu huffed, tossing her ponytail as she began to walk away. Chen Fan was instantly overjoyed, calling out, Hey, I'm coming. Fan Go, wait for me. Guo Shui pedaled furiously after them from the school gate. Chen Fan turned to him, mouthing a single word. Gun. Guo Shui's jaw dropped in disbelief. Indignation etched across his face. You traitor. How could you forget your best buddy so easily? After walking a short distance with Su Ruochu, she remained silent, her head lowered. Chen Fan felt a tinge of urgency and offered an awkward smile. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward, so I suggested lightening the mood with a joke. I must say, this joke has always elicited laughter from me. It's been my go-to for half my life. By the way, have you been frequently visiting the birch forest with Guo Shui lately? Suddenly, Su Ruochu spoke up, fixing her gaze intently on Chen Fan. Huh? Chen Fan quickly fell silent, caught off guard. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to come clean. Yes. A fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossed Su Ruochu's eyes. The college entrance examination is just around the corner. Is this what you call studying hard? You said you wanted to get into a prestigious university, but it turns out you're just another boy who talks big. Seeing the goddess's disappointment, Chen Fan was startled and hurried to clarify. You got it all wrong. My visits to the birch forest aren't for gaming. I'm quite different from Guo Shui, who spends all his time playing games. I'm there to study. Internally, he mused, Brother, I'm sorry. For the sake of my future, I must ask for your understanding. Studying in an internet cafe? Su Ruochu seemed skeptical, prompting Chen Fan to raise a hand. I swear, everything I said is true. If I told a single lie just now, may I never catch up to you? What nonsense are you spouting? Su Ruochu's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned her head away. Yet, Chen Fan remained earnest. I genuinely went to study. I've been reading the news, and they say the future may belong to the internet. Thus, I thought I should learn some computer skills in advance. Students from our small town are not like those in big cities. They've been exposed to computers since childhood and know much more than we do. Most students here still struggle with typing, while the city kids probably navigate various software with ease. Chen Fan scratched his head. I'm just trying to get a head start to minimize the gap once I get to university. Su Ruochu was taken aback, gazing at Chen Fan with a hint of surprise, as if she were seeing her deskmate for the first time. Is that really how you think? Of course. I promise that for you, I will definitely get into the same university as you. Not only that, but I also aim to keep pace with you so that I won't embarrass myself when we're in college. Su Ruochu's face turned a shade of crimson, her shyness evident. What embarrassment. We aren't even related. Then she added, however, I do appreciate your positive attitude towards studying. Chen Fan chuckled. Please do not praise me, or I might not sleep well tonight. Su Ruochu rolled her eyes and huffed. Even if you want to learn about computers, it shouldn't interfere with your primary responsibilities. Right now, our most important task is preparing for the college entrance exam. Chen Fan quickly vowed, you can rest assured, for your sake, I will take the college entrance exam seriously. With a blush, Su Ruochu turned away. What I do or don't do has nothing to do with you. After pushing her bicycle a few steps, she asked, did Guo Shuai say you wanted to use a computer after school? Oh, that is true. Chen Fan replied with a smile. I want to learn a few things, but the internet cafe environment is too chaotic. Su Ruochu pondered for a couple of seconds, seemingly weighing her options. If you genuinely want to learn about computers, I can help you. Huh? Chen Fan looked at her, puzzled. Su Ruochu montet herbijijle. Just follow me. Dazed, Chen Fan hopped on his bike, following Su Ruochu through the city for a while. Eventually, they arrived at a commercial street in the southern part of the city. Su Ruochu halted in front of a sign. Hunghai Computer School. Basic computer skills, typing instruction, document handling. Chen Fan was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected there to be a computer school in such a small town. How had he never noticed this before? Su Ruochu secured her bicycle and turned to him. Come with me. Chen Fan quickly followed her inside, where he discovered that the establishment was rather small and somewhat shabby. It was less than 80 square meters, housing 2 rows of a dozen old, basic computers. The room was dimly lit, with curtains drawn, and an old fan overhead creaked as it turned. Standing at the entrance, Su Ruochu explained, this computer school is run by a brother from my neighborhood. If you want to learn about computers, I can ask him for you. Without waiting for Chen Fan to respond, she stepped inside. Reluctantly, Chen Fan followed closely behind. The hall was quite tranquil, with only 3 students tinkering with computers. Out of curiosity, Chen Fan glanced around, noticing one student practicing typing with 2 fingers, while the other 2 were playing a frog-hopping game. At the front desk, a young man and woman, backs turned to Chen Fan, were fiddling with a laptop. Honnaye. Su Ruochu called out. A young man with black-rimmed glasses, engrossed in his work, looked up. Ruochu, what brings you here today? With a smile, Su Ruochu replied. I stopped by on my way home from school to see you. Are you ready for the upcoming college entrance exam? Feeling confident? It was clear that Su Ruochu was quite familiar with this young man. He approached, greeting her, then turned his attention to Chen Fan, a smirk forming on his lips. Oh, is this your boyfriend? Looks like you've moved on since we last met. Su Ruochu's face turned crimson. What are you talking about? Do you want me to report you to Uncle Zhou tonight? Please don't. The young man chuckled, extending his hand toward Chen Fan. Zhou Huangai. Nice to meet you, Chen Fan. I'm a classmate of Su Ruochu. Kid, you got some skills. This girl rarely walks home with boys. Zhou Hunghai. Su Ruochu shot him a fierce glare. All right. I won't joke around anymore. The young man sobered up. So, are you 2 here to play on the computers? Feel free to find a spot to sit. Just remember to wear shoe covers. Today, it's on me. No charge for you 2. As he said this, he bent down and pulled out 2 blue shoe covers from a nearby drawer. Seeing the familiar items, Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle. He recalled the first time he attended computer class in school, when the teacher mandated that every student must wear shoe covers before entering the computer lab. Even now, Chen Fan could not comprehend why those old, worn-out computers warranted such meticulous care. Go ahead and enjoy yourselves. After casually greeting 2 individuals, Zhou Honghai turned his attention to a nearby customer. I'm afraid your computer may have a hardware issue. I'm unable to assist you. So I recommend visiting a service center, he said apologetically. The customer was a young woman, stylishly dressed in a white dress, with long hair cascading over her shoulders. Upon hearing Zhou Honghai's words, the woman furrowed her brow, appearing somewhat disheartened. Is there really no other option? Zhou Honghai offered a bittersweet smile. I'm sorry, but I am not well-versed in computer repairs. The woman, still frowning, inquired, are there any other computer repair shops nearby? Zhou Honghai shook his head. As far as I know, there are none. This is a small place, and computers are quite rare. Many locals may not have even seen a laptop. Noticing her disappointment, he added, moreover, your computer is rather expensive. Most people wouldn't dare to disassemble it for repairs. It's best to visit an authorized service center. The woman sighed. Then I'll have to return to Yunhai for repairs, but I urgently need it now. Zhou Honghai shrugged, indicating his inability to help further. Honghai, brother. Su Ruochu called softly from the side. Zhou Honghai smiled at the woman before turning to leave. With a sigh of resignation, she reluctantly pressed the power button a few times with her slender fingers, but the screen remained unresponsive. Ultimately, she was prepared to accept reality and was about to close her laptop when a voice came from behind her. Why not let me give it a try? The woman turned in surprise to find Chen Fan standing behind her. Who are you? Chen Fan smiled and explained, when a computer 1T start, it typically involves a few common issues. It could be a hardware problem, like improperly seated RAM or an overheating CPU. If those aren't the issues, then the system might be faulty, and you could consider reinstalling the operating system. The woman, intrigued, observed Chen Fan, especially noting his blue and white school uniform. Are you a student? Chen Fan smiled, but did not answer directly, instead suggesting, you might want to check it yourself. He turned to leave, but the woman quickly called out, wait, can you fix computers? Chen Fan nodded, I have a bit of knowledge. Are you sure you can help me? Chen Fan chuckled. There are no guarantees in this world. Besides, I haven't even looked at your computer yet. The woman hesitated, seemingly torn. Could you please check it for me? Noticing Chen Fan's stillness, she continued, don't worry, whether it can be fixed or not, I will be grateful. After receiving her promise, Chen Fan stepped forward, lowering his gaze to scrutinize the laptop before him. Upon a brief inspection, his eyes brightened slightly. This was an IBM A-series high-end model, the ThinkPad A20P. This was indeed a genuine luxury item, remarkably difficult to find even in the domestic market. In this era, the average price for laptops ranged from 15,000 to 25,000 yuan, while the official suggested retail price for this particular model was 46,000 yuan. It's worth noting that in the small city where Chen Fan resided, a typical commercial apartment cost less than 100,000 yuan. This was an unequivocal luxury. Chen Fan couldn't help but glance at the woman before him, muttering inwardly, a little wealthy girl. He pressed the power button, but there was no response. Then, reaching for a screwdriver from the toolbox nearby, Chen Fan was about to proceed when he seemed to recall something and glanced at the woman. Seeing her nod, he began to disassemble the machine. Carefully removing several screws and opening the casing, Chen Fan couldn't help but exclaim, it's quite dusty. How long has it been since it was cleaned? The woman's cheeks flushed slightly with embarrassment. I don't clean it. In fact, I've never cleaned it since I bought it. Chen Fan, oblivious to her discomfort, muttered while examining the components, I'll clean out the dust first, then check the RAM and motherboard to identify the issue. Observing Chen Fan's deft movements, the woman was assured that he was no novice. She instinctively dismissed his student status and said with anticipation, you can check without needing to ask me. Though in this age, this laptop was indeed a luxury item, to Chen Fan, who viewed it through the lens of the future, it resembled more of a toy. Compared to the ultra-thin laptops of later years, this one was bulky, akin to a small briefcase. With 128 megabytes of SDRAM, a 20 gigabytes hard drive, and an integrated 144 megabytes floppy drive along with a DVD drive, its specifications were laughably inferior to contemporary standards. Yet, in this era, it was undeniably a powerhouse. Chen Fan showed no hint of tenderness, swiftly removing the RAM to clean it, then disassembling the fan and CPU with fluid precision. In the lounge, Zhou Honghai scratched his head in confusion. It's not impossible to let your classmate learn about computers here. But aren't you all about to take your college entrance exams? Bruce, my tuition fees aren't exactly cheap. Su Ruochu pouted. Can't you give him a discount? Hey, it seems you care about him quite a bit. You still claim he's not your boyfriend. Zhou Honghai teased. Su Ruochu shot him a glare. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tell Uncle Zhou. All right. I concede. For your sake, I'll give him a 30% discount. That's the best I can do. All right? Su Ruochu nodded in satisfaction. Now that's more like it. I'll go ask if he agrees. As they exited the lounge, they happened upon Chen Fan at the counter, working on the young woman's laptop. Zhou Honghai felt a jolt of panic. What are you doing? Stop right now. He dashed over, fully aware of the laptop's value. If it were damaged, he would bear the consequences. Zhou Honghai was genuinely terrified as he rushed forward. Who told you to touch it? But before he could finish his reprimand, he witnessed Chen Fan press the power button. The familiar boot screen illuminated the display. Zhou Honghai was momentarily stunned, while Su Ruochu looked on in astonishment. Chen Fan stood tall, brushed off his hands, and turned to smile at the beautiful woman beside him. It's fixed now. Please check it. Chapter 13. I must be crazy ignoring the expressions of Zhou Honghai and the others. The woman stepped forward to examine the device closely and then attempted to operate it. Soon, a look of delight illuminated her face. It's truly repaired. I cannot thank you enough. Chen Fan set down the screwdriver and casually dusted off his sleeves. I merely assisted with a simple inspection. It will be best to have a thorough check done at the official service center in the future. Thank you. I will certainly do that. The woman closed her laptop and introduced herself. My name is Fong Ling, and I'm from Luocheng. Chen Fan promptly replied, I'm Chen Fan, also from Luocheng. Fong Ling smiled gently. Who would have thought that Luocheng harbors such hidden talents? What a fortunate encounter today. As she spoke, She pulled out her wallet from her bag and counted out 5 bills. Here, consider this as my payment for the repair. Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback. That isn't necessary. I simply helped out as a good deed. Fong Ling shook her head firmly, her expression earnest. That's not acceptable. There's no such thing as free labor in this world. I believe that effort deserves appropriate compensation. With that, she pressed 500 yuan into Chen Fan's hand. Chen Fan forced a bittersweet smile. But this is rather excessive. Fong Ling placed her notebook in her bag and smiled at Chen Fan. It's not too much, for you've resolved a significant problem for me. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't have known what to do. Thank you. With that, she waved goodbye to the 3 of them. Watching Fong Ling depart, Zhou Honghai and Su Ruochu seemed momentarily stunned. You just fixed her computer? Chen Fan nodded. I happen to know a bit about repairs. Zhou Honghai, unable to contain his disbelief, inquired, You understand computers? Chen Fan scratched his head modestly. Just a little. Zhou Honghai glanced at Su Ruochu. Didn't you say he came to learn about computers? Seeing Su Ruochu's incredulous expression, Chen Fan quickly clarified. She misunderstood. I'm not here to learn. I just needed to use a computer. Zhou Honghai, puzzled, asked, What do you need a computer for? The college entrance exam doesn't seem to require computer skills. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Fan resolved to be honest. I want to build a website. Zhou Honghai was astounded. You can build a website? Without waiting for Chen Fan to respond, Zhou Honghai eagerly pulled him toward a nearby computer. Gome, show me. Without further ado, he placed Chen Fan in front of the computer, his face filled with skepticism. Demonstrate it for me. Chen Fan first glanced at Su Ruochu, then scratched his head. What should I demonstrate? Start with the basics. You can type, right? Just type something. In Zhou Honghai's view, a student's proficiency with computers could be gauged significantly from their typing skills. Chen Fan hesitated briefly before opening a text document. He placed his hands on the keyboard and began to type rapidly, producing the poem Shui Diao Gutu by Su Shi. With the rhythmic sound of his keystrokes, words began to appear on the screen. When will the bright moon appear? Raising a toast to ask the azure sky. Initially using pinyin input, he later switched to Yubi input midway. Zhou Honghai was utterly astonished. This young man not only excelled in pinyin, but also mastered Yubi, typing at a speed that far surpassed his own. Most remarkably, he was touch typing. It was known that in this era, the majority of students still relied on the 2-finger method. Not only Zhou Honghai, but also the 3 students studying in the shop were captivated, their eyes wide with amazement, as if witnessing a miracle. Classmate, how did you practice that? Can you teach me? Could you teach me too? I can never seem to master it. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Honghai immediately perceived a business opportunity. He no longer questioned Chen Fan's computer repair skills, but instead grasped Chen Fan's shoulder excitedly. From today onward, you can come to my shop anytime to use the computer, and I won't charge you a penny. It's free. Chen Fan was somewhat surprised. Is that really all right? Zhou Honghai smiled. It's settled then. However, I do have a small request. If any students come to inquire again, I hope you can demonstrate your touch typing. Chen Fan understood immediately. So, they wanted him to serve as a promotional figure. Nevertheless, this was a fantastic opportunity for him. No problem. It's a deal. Haha, good brother. You can use the computer here for free today. Zhou Honghai was elated, clapping Chen Fan on the shoulder and immediately calling him a brother. Su Ruochu stood aside, her gaze fixed intently on this scene. She remained silent, her expression peculiar as she regarded Chen Fan, as if attempting to re-evaluate her classmate. In her previous impressions, this mischievous and playful classmate was undeniably intelligent, but often prone to distractions and enjoyed teasing her. Yet in recent times, Chen Fan seemed transformed, a figure of concentration, seriousness, and mystery. The way he typed just now left Su Ruochu utterly astounded. She owned a computer at home, yet she could only type using pinyin and was incapable of touch typing at such speed. How did he achieve this? What other secrets did he possess that she was unaware of? As she gazed at Chen Fan's sharply defined profile, an unusual thought flashed through Su Ruochu's mind. When he is serious, Chen Fan is actually quite handsome. As soon as this thought crossed her mind, Su Ruochu hurriedly turned away, her heart racing. Su Ruochu, what are you thinking? How did you do that? After leaving the computer school, Su Ruochu didn't rush off, but instead asked the question she had been holding in for quite some time. What? Chen Fan was puzzled. I mean, when did you learn to type like that? Chen Fan scratched his head sheepishly. Perhaps all those hours spent gaming at the internet cafe helped me become proficient. If you want to say, then I want to ask. Su Ruochu huffed playfully, mounting her bicycle in preparation to leave. Hey, now that I have money, I'll treat you to some delicious food. Chen Fan grinned. Keep it for yourself. Su Ruochu shot him a glance. You know where this place is now. You can come by yourself in the future. But I must remind you, the college entrance exam is approaching. Prioritize your studies. Chen Fan immediately stood up straight. Understood. I shall undoubtedly adhere strictly to my wife's commands. Oomph. This time, Su Ruochu unusually refrained from expressing anger and simply rode away on her bicycle. In the ensuing days, Chen Fan appeared to transform into a clockwork mechanism, fully set into motion. By day, he focused intently on his classes, diligently reinforcing all the content of the exam questions he had noted down. After school, he hastened to Hunghai Computer School with remarkable speed. He was now racing against time, striving to design a web page and launch it in the shortest possible span. He needed to successfully intercept the project before Boss Yao could react. A single moment of delay would render all his efforts futile. Su Ruochu noticed a change in Chen Fan. He had become increasingly occupied and focused. During classes, he would swiftly flip through his textbooks, engrossed in recording something. He no longer disturbed her or passed notes. Yet, during lunchtime, when the four of them dined together, Chen Fan still managed to joke and laugh. However, Su Ruochu could discern that he harbored concerns, his gaze seemingly filled with urgency. It was only at that moment that Su Ruochu realized how little she understood her deskmate. With merely 3 days left until the college entrance examination, Chen Fan's website construction had reached a critical juncture. He felt utterly pressed for time, nearly driven to madness. That evening, Su Ruochu stood outside the Hunghai Computer School, clutching an umbrella. She felt as though she had lost her mind. Chapter 14. The website goes live that night. Su Ruochu sat in her study, reviewing her error notebook while her mother was busy cooking in the kitchen. Suddenly, she heard the thunder rumbling outside, heralding an impending downpour. It struck her that Chen Fan was likely still at the computer school, and he probably hadn't brought an umbrella. Without a moment's hesitation, she hastily retrieved a raincoat and umbrella and dashed out. "Mom, I'm stepping out for a bit. I'll be back shortly," she called, not waiting for her mother's reply before shutting the door behind her. Gasping for breath, she rode her bicycle to the computer school, noticing the lights still on inside. Through the window, she caught sight of that familiar figure. With sweat glistening on her brow, Su Ruochu glanced down at the umbrella in her hand, suddenly filled with doubt. In her initial decision, she had hardly given it any thought, but now, standing at the entrance, she felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her. For the past few days, Chen Fan had immersed himself in building his website right after school, often working late into the night, neglecting even meals. Unbeknownst to him, Su Ruochu had secretly come to observe him twice, though she had never entered. She merely stood outside, peering in through the window. What she witnessed was a Chen Fan starkly different from the one in school. He sat at the computer, his long fingers dancing across the keyboard, manipulating a screen that Su Ruochu could not comprehend. Occasionally, Zhou Hunghai would drop by to observe, and they would engage in animated discussions, with Zhou Hunghai invariably conceding defeat. In that moment, Su Ruochu felt as though Chen Fan was radiating brilliance. On her way home that day, Su Ruochu found her mind continually drifting back to the image of Chen Fan engrossed in his work. Moreover, she harbored a secret she had shared with no one. That night, she dreamt of Chen Fan. In her dream, they both got accepted into college and became lovers, sharing dates, meals, strolls, hand-holding, and even kisses. Upon waking, she shyly pulled the covers over her face. Yet, she could not shake the memory of Chen Fan's focused demeanor from her thoughts. "Su Ruochu, you must be insane," she scolded herself, blushing. Now, standing at the entrance of the computer school, she hesitated once more. "I must be out of my mind." She inwardly chastised herself again. Would he misunderstand her intentions? Should she leave the umbrella by the door? Just as Su Ruochu was lost in her thoughts, a loud exclamation broke her reverie. "Got it!" Chen Fan shouted excitedly from within. "Is it done?" Zhou Hunghai abruptly lifted his head and quickly rushed over. "Finished? Let me see." Zhou Hunghai could hardly contain his excitement as he clicked to open the website Chen Fan had created. Domain network? What kind of website is this? Zhou Hunghai was taken aback, perplexed by Chen Fan's choice of name. However, he was soon astounded by the website's dazzling sophistication. In an era where most websites were still in their nascent stages, lacking aesthetic appeal, Chen Fan's domain network was a complete emulation of successful models from the future. The domain network was essentially a forum website where users could register accounts, post, offer rewards, and trade. Not only was the interface sleek and attractive, but it was also categorized into various distinctive sections: trading market, auction hall, subscription inquiries, collection appraisals, and other engaging segments. "It's simply remarkable," Zhou Hunghai exclaimed after browsing through the site. "I have never seen such a beautiful website. With this skill alone, you could easily apply to major internet companies." Chen Fan smiled. "This is just the beginning. Given the time constraints, this forum is merely a rudimentary structure, quite simplistic. I still need to continuously add new features before it can be considered fully developed. Is this website meant for domain trading? Zhou Honghai inquired, clearly intrigued. Do you think there is potential in domain trading? Chen Fan chuckled softly. Whether it has potential isn't for me to decide. I merely provide a trading platform for those who believe in its promise. Zhou Honghai regarded Chen Fan with a knowing glance. You're not being entirely truthful. Yet, he quickly exclaimed with excitement. When are you planning to launch this website? I can hardly wait to be your first customer. Right now. Zhou Honghai was taken aback. Right now? Shouldn't something this significant be launched on an auspicious date? After proper preparations? Chen Fan rolled his eyes. There is no time for such formalities. With only 3 days until the college entrance examination, I can't afford to waste any time. Saying this, Chen Fan pressed a button to upload and publish the completed domain network. Zhou Honghai stared in astonishment. You truly are unconcerned with the details. Chen Fan stretched lazily. Thanks for your help these past few days, Honghai. That's enough. As everyone is quite familiar with each other, there is no need for formalities. Zhou Honghai could not help but inquire, once the college entrance examination concludes, summer vacation will commence. You promised me that you would definitely come over when you have the time. Chen Fan was well aware of Zhou Honghai's intentions. The summer vacation typically marks a pivotal moment for computer schools to recruit students, and Zhou Honghai was keen on leveraging Chen Fan's reputation for promotion. Chen Fan held no animosity toward this small personal motive. Besides, the other party had graciously allowed him to use the computer for an extended period without charge. No problem, he replied, shouldering his backpack. I'll take my leave now. A strong wind was blowing outside, and rain was imminent. Why don't you take a taxi home? Chen Fan suggested. No, I can ride my bike home quickly, Zhou Honghai replied. Chen Fan waved goodbye and, upon exiting, hopped onto his bicycle and sped off. Thunder rumbled overhead, and suddenly, a barrage of raindrops began to pelt down. Damn, it's really pouring, Chen Fan exclaimed, just as he prepared to accelerate. He caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye, and his expression froze in disbelief. Su Ruochu? He uttered, astonished, quickly guiding his bicycle to the edge of the street to take shelter under an awning. Su Ruochu was huddled there, looking somewhat flustered as she gazed at Chen Fan. She had hesitated for quite a while outside, initially intending to slip away unnoticed, only to find that Chen Fan had just emerged. What are you doing here? Chen Fan asked, somewhat surprised. Su Ruochu was not in her school uniform. Instead, she wore a delicate white dress, complemented by a pair of charming little sandals. Her pale, slender legs were exposed, and as the fierce wind howled, she had to grip the fluttering hem of her dress tightly with both hands. Feeling a bit anxious in front of Chen Fan, she quickly extended her umbrella toward him. I noticed it was raining and thought you might not have an umbrella, so... The remainder of her sentence faltered, her cheeks flushing crimson. Bowing her head in embarrassment, she offered the umbrella to Chen Fan. You can use this to get home. Chen Fan gazed intently at the young woman before him, her hair dancing in the wind and the hem of her dress swirling. The heavy rain had already begun to fall. The raindrops struck the sultry pavement, instantly splashing mud and releasing a damp, earthy scent. The previously humid atmosphere transformed into an unexpectedly refreshing one. Due to the gusty winds, the downpour swept in, drenching Su Ruochu's hair and leaving her dress soaked and clinging to her body. She appeared somewhat fragile, invoking a sense of tenderness. Noticing Chen Fan's gaze fixed on her, Su Ruochu felt her heart race. Do not misunderstand. I just happen to live nearby and thought to bring this for you. Before she could finish, Chen Fan suddenly stepped forward, wrapping his arms around her delicate form and pulling her into an embrace. Chapter 15. Do I have any other choices? Suddenly enveloped in Chen Fan's arms, Su Ruochu experienced a momentary blankness in her mind. Her cheeks burned with heat, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Why you let go of me? She protested gently, pushing against Chen Fan's arm. However, he merely tightened his hold. Let me hold you a little longer, Chen Fan murmured softly in her ear. Ruochu, I miss you so much. Indeed, nearly 20 years had passed since they had been separated in their previous lives. Throughout these years, Chen Fan had constantly yearned for Su Ruochu. I think of you every single minute, every single second. Without you, my life is devoid of meaning. Cocooned in Chen Fan's embrace, Su Ruochu's mind was flooded with questions. What on earth was he talking about? Why couldn't she comprehend? Chen Fan, you should let me go, she insisted. I won't. Su Ruochu repeated. Herr Jakesfusit. You must promise me that after I release you, you won't leave. Fine, I want to go. Chen Fan finally loosened his grip, taking a step back, his gaze still fervent. Under his unwavering stare, Su Ruochu felt a twinge of embarrassment. Her face flushed as she averted her eyes, hesitating before she handed the umbrella back to him. Take the umbrella. You're completely soaked. However, Chen Fan was unfazed. He took the umbrella and held it over Su Ruochu's head, shielding her from the rain. Seeing this, she reluctantly pulled Chen Fan closer to the awning. The rain continued to pour, creating a cacophony of sound as droplets struck the ground. With not a single vehicle in sight, it felt as though the world had been reduced to just the two of them. After a moment of silence, Su Ruochu finally took a deep breath. I mentioned before the college entrance examination. Chen Fan suddenly interrupted. You came specifically to bring me the umbrella, didn't you? Su Ruochu glanced up at him. Yes, but don't misunderstand. Does this mean you don't actually dislike me? Su Ruochu opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Fan, summoning his courage, reached out to grasp her small hand. Su Ruochu jumped in surprise, instinctively attempting to pull away. But Chen Fan refused to let go. A frown creased Su Ruochu's brow as she glared at him. But Chen Fan adopted a pitiful expression. Just for a moment. I'm afraid you might suddenly run away. With a sigh, Su Ruochu seemed to relent. She did not withdraw her hand, allowing Chen Fan to hold it. The rain fell heavier, and they drew closer together. Despite Chen Fan holding the umbrella, Su Ruochu's dress was already soaked through. As for Chen Fan, he was drenched as well. After a moment of silence, Su Ruochu finally spoke. Perhaps I'm not as wonderful as you think. Once you're in university, you'll encounter someone even better, and then that one tea happened. Chen Fan asserted decisively. Trust me, I understand you better than you know yourself. You have already proven your excellence. In this life, the next, and even in the lives to come, I will never love anyone else. My heart belongs only to you. Despite the overt sentimentality of his words, Su Ruochu felt no aversion. Instead, a ripple of emotion stirred deep within her. Faced with Chen Fan's overtures, she found herself at a loss, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Chen Fan unexpectedly removed his school jacket and gently draped it over Su Ruochu's shoulders, pulling up the zipper. However, when he reached the chest area, his movements faltered abruptly. The rain had soaked Su Ruochu's clothing, leaving it clinging to her form. At this moment, she was adorned only in a sheer white dress, through which her pink undergarment was distinctly visible. A flush crept onto Su Ruochu's cheeks as she raised her gaze, only to find Chen Fan's intense eyes fixed upon her. Before she could utter a word, her lips were silenced by his. Startled, Su Ruochu felt as if an electric current coursed through her body, leaving her both exhilarated and powerless. She attempted to push Chen Fan away, yet her limbs felt feeble and unresponsive. Chen Fan, however, did not press further. After a gentle kiss, he enveloped her in his arms, shielding her from the wind and rain. Let me hold you a little longer, just for a moment. I am utterly exhausted, he murmured softly. Leaning against his shoulder, Su Ruochu found herself surprisingly compliant for the first time. Listening to the steady beat of his heart, she sensed his weariness. Nestled in his embrace, the only sound surrounding them was the patter of raindrops. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, Chen Fan broke the silence. Ruochu, will you be my girlfriend? Resting her head against Chen Fan's shoulder, Su Ruochu replied softly, I had promised not to engage in a relationship before the college entrance examinations. But I cannot wait any longer. I fear that if too much time passes, you will vanish from my life once again. Why say again? Su Ruochu guided, slightly passive, blinking in surprise. If I refuse, will you let me go? Absolutely not. Chen Fan replied with unwavering certainty. Then if I decline, will you allow me to find another boyfriend in the future? Never. No matter where you go, I will find you. A deep sigh escaped Su Ruochu's lips. In that case, what choice do I have? Chen Fan suddenly released her, gazing at her with disbelief. You agreed? With her cheeks aflame, Su Ruochu turned her face away shyly. Do I have any other options? Chen Fan's face broke into a radiant smile. No, you belong to me for life. Su Ruochu poteth. Well, that settles it. I can't help but feel pity for you. Consider it an act of kindness. Chen Fan erupted into jubilant laughter. This is fantastic. Ruochu has agreed. She will be my girlfriend. Su Ruochu's face turned crimson as she stamped her foot. Keep your voice down. Don't let others hear. In a sudden flourish, Chen Fan wrapped his arms around her slender waist and spun her around. I want the entire world to know. Chen Fan. I'm the happiest person tonight. Seeing him act like an exuberant child, Su Ruochu could only smile helplessly, sighing inwardly. Alas, she had ultimately softened and yielded. Gently, she patted Chen Fan's shoulder. You can put me down now. Chen Fan complied, setting her down while his eyes remained locked on hers. Brushing aside a damp strand of hair. You look truly beautiful tonight. Su Ruochu's cheeks flushed anew as she replied softly, though I have agreed, I have conditions. You must first accept my 3 conditions for my words to hold true. Chen Fan nodded eagerly. Name your conditions. I would agree to 100. Su Ruochu narrowed her eyes. No flattery, just listen to me. Yes, yes, my dear wife, please proceed. Chen Fan stood attentively, adopting a serious demeanor. The sight amused Su Ruochu, nearly making her laugh. Firstly, although I have agreed, we cannot publicly acknowledge our relationship until after the college entrance examinations. Chen Fan nodded. No problem, I promise. Secondly, she continued, don't forget what you promised me before. You said you would apply to the same university as I. If you don't succeed, then my previous words will not count. Can you manage that? Absolutely. Chen Fan affirmed resolutely. Rest assured, I will succeed. Wherever you go, I will never let you leave my side. Su Ruochu's cheeks were flushed, yet her heart warmed. She was not a heartless woman. She could not remain indifferent to Chen Fan's sweet words. Moreover, she had never truly harbored any disdain for him, and perhaps even a flicker of affection. And the final requirement? Chen Fan asked with a smile. I haven't decided on that yet. I will let you know when I do. Chen Fan chuckled. Understanding that Su Ruochu's 3 stipulations were merely a facade to mask her shyness and awkwardness, a means to give herself an escape route. Very well. Whenever you think of it, feel free to tell me. I shall abide by it. Thus, their relationship finally took a significant step forward. As the rain continued to pour, the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. Su Ruochu nestled against Chen Fan, lost in her thoughts. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Fan slowly wrapped his arm around her shoulders. Drawing her closer, Su Ruochu shivered slightly, yet this time, she did not resist. Instead, she leaned gently against him. Ruochu, I want to remember this day forever. July 5th, today marks our love anniversary. Su Ruochu softly affirmed, even summoning the courage to wrap her arms around Chen Fan's. At that moment, Su Ruochu fully embraced Chen Fan, a year and a half ahead of her previous life's promise to be his girlfriend. They leaned against one another, watching the unending rain fall from the sky, cherishing this rare moment together. After several minutes, the rain finally began to ease. I must return, Su Ruochu said softly. Stay with me a little longer. Seeing Chen Fan's reluctant expression, Su Ruochu shook her head. No, I have been out for too long. If I don't return soon, my family will worry. You wouldn't want my parents to catch us, would you? Upon hearing this, Chen Fan quickly responded, then allow me to escort you home. This time, Su Ruochu did not refuse. All right. They chose not to ride their bicycles, but instead strolled leisurely along the road, pushing their bikes as they made their way back. Regrettably, they had not ventured far when a familiar voice echoed from a distance. Alas, it was my mother. Su Ruochu's expression shifted, and she hurriedly nudged Chen Fan. You should leave at once. Chen Fan hesitated, reluctant to part ways. How about I accompany you? I could just say I'm your classmate. Yet, Su Ruochu blushed and whispered, do you truly believe my mother would buy that? If you wish to be separated, then go ahead. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan swiftly mounted his bicycle. Then I shall take my leave. Oh, take the umbrella. Su Ruochu handed it to him. See you tomorrow. Chen Fan waved with a smile as he pedaled away, the sound of his jubilant singing fading into the distance. Oh, the common folk. What a joyous day. Su Ruochu couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. She promptly waved goodbye and hastened to catch up. Mom, I'm right here. You rascal. Where have you been? You scared your mother to death. Lin Wangziyu rushed towards her, concern etched on her face. Mom, why are you out here? Su Ruochu smiled sweetly, linking her arm with her mother's. You ran out in such heavy rain. How could I not worry? What are you doing out here? Oh, it's nothing. I simply forgot my textbooks at Hong Hai's computer school. Did you really have to come at this moment? Lin Wangziyu was clearly skeptical. Look at you drenched. The college entrance exams are just around the corner. What if you catch a cold? Also, who were you chatting with just now? Su Ruochu's cheeks flushed, and she quickly replied, no one, just a stranger who was sheltering from the rain with me. Really just a stranger? Lin Wangziyu scrutinized her daughter, her expression dubious. Oh, come on, can we please go home first? I am freezing. Noticing her daughter's discomfort, Lin Wangziyu urged her along. Hurry, change into dry clothes. I'll make you a bowl of ginger soup. Before leaving, Lin Wangziyu couldn't help but glance back, feeling that something about her daughter seemed peculiar that evening. Later that night, as Su Ruochu entered the bedroom, he found Lin Wangziyu applying moisturizer. Is our daughter asleep? Yes. Then let us retire early. It's been a long day of socializing, and I'm utterly exhausted. Su Ruochu lay back on the bed, stretching comfortably. Lin Wangziyu turned to him. Old Su, haven't you noticed something off about our daughter lately? What do you mean? I suspect our daughter is in a relationship. Su switching chucketh. What is the big deal? She has grown up. It's perfectly normal for her to date. Lin Wangziyu shot up, glaring at him. How can you be so indifferent? Our daughter is about to take her college entrance exams, and you're not even concerned. Seeing his wife's irritation, Su Ruochu quickly sat up. Try to lighten the mood. Maybe you're mistaken. Perhaps the pressure of the exams has created this illusion. Not a chance. Lin Wangziyu retorted, lowering her voice. Earlier, just before dinner, our daughter dashed out with a raincoat and an umbrella. She didn't return for nearly an hour. When I went out looking for her, she appeared anxious, as if she had just parted ways with someone. So switching Fronith, are you sure? Could it be that you're overthinking it? Do you think I'm foolish enough to be easily deceived? I clearly saw how nervous she was. She returned wearing a school uniform, trying to hide it in her bedroom, thinking I wouldn't notice. That uniform was oversized, clearly belonging to a boy. Moreover, she left with a raincoat and umbrella, but the umbrella was missing upon her return. Listening to her, Su Ruochu furrowed his brow. Even if what you say is true, even if our daughter is in a relationship, what is the harm? She has grown up and deserves her own space. Lin Wangziyu shot him a stern look. I don't oppose her dating, but it must be at the right time. What is happening now? The exams are just 3 days away. What if her performance is affected? Su Ruochu inquired. Have you asked her? Do you think I'm naive? I certainly pretended not to notice. Then that's good. Regardless, let us not bring it up until after the exams. Lin Wangziyu, however, was not satisfied. Let's not talk about our daughter for now. But you must find out who that boy is. So switching Chakil, Vimusith. Is that really necessary? Of course it is. What if he has a bad influence and leads our daughter astray? She is so innocent. What if someone deceives her? You, as her father, will have nowhere to lament. Su Ruochu pondered her words. All right, I will look into it. You can count on me. Lin Wangziyu, still uneasy, declared. I'll take leave from work tomorrow and personally drop her off at school every day until the exams are over. Though Su Ruochu initially considered his wife's reaction overly dramatic, he eventually nodded in agreement. As you wish, but don't forget to find out who that boy is. Understood. Now, let us get some rest. In the adjacent bedroom, Su Ruochu lay on her bed, a neatly folded Chen Fan school uniform placed beside her pillow. She gently caressed it, wearing a somewhat helpless expression. Ultimately, she had acquiesced to him. Yet soon, her lips curled into a slight smile. Su Ruochu, you can do this. Trust your judgment. Everything is falling into place. The following morning, Chen Fan entered the classroom and instantly spotted Su Ruochu seated at her desk. Their eyes met, and Su Ruochu, still a bit bashful, blushed and averted her gaze. As soon as Chen Fan sat down, Su Ruochu handed him the bag containing the school uniform jacket. In return, Chen Fan offered her the umbrella. This time, Su Ruochu held his gaze without flinching, sharing a knowing smile. Everything was spoken without words. Although the website had just launched and there was much to accomplish, Chen Fan found himself devoid of the energy to focus. For the college entrance exams were indeed fast approaching. Perhaps it was due to Su Ruochu agreeing to be his girlfriend. But Chen Fan remained in a state of exhilaration throughout the day. Memory serves as a formidable ally, and I find myself recalling several formidable examination questions from the past. Even during lunch at a modest eatery off campus, Guoshui keenly observed the fluctuations in Chen Fan's emotions. Something was amiss, strikingly so. As they strolled back after their meal, Guoshui murmured to himself while fixating on Chen Fan. What are you mumbling about alone? He seized Chen Fan's arm. Speak honestly with me. Are you concealing something? Chen Fan's expression shifted in surprise. You already know? Know what? Guoshui responded, utterly bewildered. What should I know? Chen Fan replied nonchalantly. I've been secretly observing who has been afflicted with a bout of diarrhea. Didn't you say you were going to drink 3 gin of it? Guoshui retorted. You know, finding someone with diarrhea at this moment is rather challenging. Damn, Guoshui exclaimed, raising his middle finger in frustration. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Wait, have you caught up with Su Ruochu? Did she agree to be your girlfriend? Chen Fan feigned a mysterious smile. Guess. Damn, Guoshui was incensed. You truly lack loyalty. Chen Fan jestingly replied. With the college entrance examination approaching, when do you plan to confess your feelings? Upon hearing this, Guoshui suddenly felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Stealing a glance at Su Ruochu and Li Na, who were chatting ahead, he asked, what do you think my chances of success would be if I confessed to Li Na? Chen Fan furrowed his brow, contemplating seriously. 50-50. From my observations over the past few days, it seems that Li Na doesn't harbor any aversion towards you. Guoshui inhaled deeply. How about if I confess to her after school tomorrow? Chen Fan was taken aback. Tomorrow? The exam is the day after. You're planning to confess tomorrow? Guoshui's expression was earnest. I want to leave a cherished memory of my high school life. Chen Fan initially intended to dissuade him from acting impulsively, but then recalled that he himself had boldly confessed to Su Ruochu without a second thought. Why did he have to advise anyone else? Fine, I will wholeheartedly support you. Guoshui clenched his fist. Rest assured, await my good news. On the eve of the college entrance examination, the 7th of the month, the students in the class were largely disengaged from their studies. The subject teachers took turns entering the classroom to engage in light conversation, ultimately wishing everyone success in the upcoming exams and a promising future. The atmosphere grew somewhat melancholic, with several students prone to tears discreetly wiping their eyes. Having endured the college entrance examination in 2 lifetimes, Chen Fan had long since developed immunity to such sentiments. He now merely hoped for the exams to conclude so that he could embark on a journey to Yunhai with Ruochu, attending the same university. Turning to glance at Su Ruochu, he noticed her eyes were slightly red, clearly affected by the words of their teachers. As if sensing something, Su Ruochu turned to look at Chen Fan, who was smiling at her. She no longer shied away, but instead let out a soft hum. "What are you staring at?" "I was admiring how beautiful my fiancée is." Su Ruochu immediately glanced around nervously before shooting a fierce glare at Chen Fan. "Fiancé? Which university are you planning to apply to?" Su Ruochu's expression faltered, her hesitation palpable, seemingly fearful that naming her prospective school would weigh heavily on Chen Fan. I haven't decided yet." Chen Fan chuckled. "It doesn't matter. Regardless of which university you choose, I will accompany you on the first day." As the final class of the morning commenced, their homeroom teacher, Wang Kaiming, entered the room holding a folder containing the examination admission tickets. The much-discussed college entrance exam had finally arrived. "When I call your name, please come up to collect your admission ticket. Li Shangli. Your examination location is room 6 at high school number 1, seat 3. Yao Chong, room 2 at high school number 7, seat 14. With each name announced, a student rose to approach the front. Su Ruochu, high school number 1, room 3, seat 12. "You can do it," Chen Fan encouraged, making a victory gesture towards Su Ruochu. As the teacher called out names, it finally came to Chen Fan's turn. "Chen Fan, high school number 1, room 13, seat 21. After receiving his admission ticket, Su Ruochu suddenly whispered, "You're in the same examination room as Huang Hu." Chen Fan blinked in surprise. "Really?" "Yes." Chen Fan had not even considered this detail. Moreover, in his previous life, he couldn't recall whether he had shared an examination room with Huang Hu. Turning to glance at Huang Hu's position, he found him looking back at that moment. Their eyes met briefly before both averted their gazes expressionlessly. Su Ruochu added softly, "Yes, in seat 4, you're quite far apart." Chen Fan laughed. "Distance doesn't matter. After all, we can't copy answers during the exam." After distributing the last admission ticket, the homeroom teacher tapped the desk lightly with the blackboard eraser. "Quiet down, please. Students, this is your final class. The last of your high school career. Tomorrow, you will step into the examination hall to engage in the most significant battle of your lives." Upon hearing this, many students in the classroom felt their eyes welling with tears. "We have no classes in the afternoon. School will be dismissed at noon. You may organize your books and take them home. Those living far away can head to the dormitory first. Additionally, in the afternoon, you may visit the examination venue to confirm your classroom and seat in advance. Make sure not to go to the wrong room tomorrow. And remember, before setting off tomorrow, double-check that you have all the necessary examination materials prepared. Do not forget your admission ticket." The homeroom teacher continued to list various precautions, but very few students remained focused on his words. They were engaged in hushed conversations, whispering to one another about who would be in the same examination room. Chen Fan observed this scene quietly, casting a lingering glance at the classroom and his classmates. He understood that while they may not realize it now, in a few years, or even a decade later, when they ventured into society and began their careers, they would come to recognize that these 3 years of high school were the most precious and nostalgic moments of their lives. Chapter 18. Do you still remember me? The final bell of the last class eventually rang. The students, as if they had all conspired, stood up in unison, bowing deeply to their homeroom teacher, Wang Kaiming. "Thank you for your hard work, teacher." The usually stern, middle-aged educator felt a lump in his throat, smiling as he waved goodbye to the students. Class dismissed. Wishing everyone success in the college entrance examination, a future resplendent, and may you return forever youthful. As soon as the homeroom teacher departed, the students in the classroom began to gather their books and exam papers. Some classmates, clutching a long-prepared notebook, roamed about seeking signatures as mementos. Chen Fan cast a glance at Su Ruochu. "There are so many books, it would be cumbersome to carry them all. How about I help you take some back later?" Just as Su Ruochu was about to respond, Li Na approached with a beaming smile, holding a notebook. "Quick, you two sign my book first." Chen Fan chuckled. "You're getting into this too? It's rather pointless. You'll just forget where you tossed it later." Li Na playfully retorted. "Oh, you're such a spoilsport. At such an emotional farewell, must you dampen the mood with your remarks?" She then turned to Su Ruochu. "Aren't you going to rein in your partner?" Su Ruochu's face flushed crimson, and she scoffed. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Chen Fan, with a grin, raised his hands in surrender. All right, I apologize. As compensation, I shall sign your book properly. He then took the pen offered to him and inscribed, "May your future be bright, and may you always find joy," followed by his name in an elegant flourish, Chen Fan. He handed the pen back to Su Ruochu, who wrote her name underneath his and added a few kind words of her own. Chen Fan teased, "You're quite lucky to have my signature. Be sure to keep it safe. When I become successful, it will surely be worth something." As if, Lina tucked away her notebook and reminded Su Ruochu, "Keep an eye on him. He is becoming more and more glib." Turning around, she spotted Guo Shui standing behind them, grinning. "Let me sign one too." Lina passed the notebook to him. "Write neatly. If you dare scribble, I'll wring your neck." Watching the playful interaction between them, Chen Fan turned to Su Ruochu. "I suppose we don't need to exchange signatures, do we?" Su Ruochu posed, her hand hovering over the notebook she was about to retrieve. Chen Fan explained with a smile, "I've saved you a prime spot for your signature. It'll go on our household registration and our marriage certificate in the future." Su Ruochu's cheeks flushed even deeper and embarrassed. She hastily turned to chat with Lina. While the two girls busied themselves finding others to sign their books, Chen Fan and Guo Shui leaned against the corridor railing, gazing down at the bustling students below. "Have you made your decision?" "Yes," Guo Shui replied, a hint of solemnity in his tone. "I'll help Lina move her things back to the dorm, and that's when I'll do it. No more hesitating. It's today." After a few idle exchanges, they turned to see Lina emerge with a stack of books, prompting Guo Shui to shout with enthusiasm, "I'll take that. Let us gentlemen handle the heavy lifting." Chen Fan chuckled as he watched them leave the classroom, giving Guo Shui a discreet thumbs up. "Good luck." At that moment, Su Ruochu stepped outside, scanning the corridor until her eyes landed on Chen Fan. Hesitating for a moment, she seemed to gather her courage and approached him, standing by his side for the first time. "What are you thinking about?" Chen Fan smiled and pointed to the students darting around them. "I'm observing them." With high school coming to an end, many boys were mustering their courage to shout the names of the girls they admired from their classrooms, wishing to leave a final mark on their youth. Meanwhile, those who had already established romantic relationships were no longer shy, boldly leaning against each other, savoring their intimate world. Watching this scene, Su Ruochu felt a stir of emotion. "How many of them do you think will genuinely last?" Chen Fan gently grasped Su Ruochu's small hand. Startled, she instantly turned flustered, glancing nervously at him before attempting to pull away. Yet, Chen Fan held on firmly, his gaze resolute. After a moment of hesitation, Su Ruochu relented, allowing him to hold her hand, justifying it to herself as a cherished memory of youth. Seeing her no longer resist, Chen Fan slowly spoke. "I can't speak for them, but as for us, we shall never part in this lifetime." Upon hearing his words, Su Ruochu's face flushed a deep red, her heart fluttering with a sweet sensation. What girl does not harbor dreams of love? At that moment, a boy from a neighboring class suddenly dashed to the doorway of the classroom, exclaiming, "Su Ruochu, I like you." Without waiting for a response, he fled. Both were taken aback. Chen Fan, quickly regaining his composure, pretended to be furious and rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge out. Su Ruochu, amused, pulled him back. "What are you doing?" Chen Fan grinned. "Compared to them, I consider myself fortunate." Just then, the sound of singing wafted from an upstairs corridor, filling the entire building with melody. The atmosphere ignited instantly, and students from every classroom rushed out, some cheering loudly, while others belted out the song in unison. Many students were swept up in the excitement, with some boys tearing their exam papers and textbooks to toss them down the corridor. A flurry of white paper rained down, resembling a snowstorm. Some boys boldly shouted the names of the girls they liked, while a few girls secretly wiped away tears. Su Ruochu discreetly withdrew her hand. Amidst such a crowd, she felt a bit shy. Chen Fan, not insisting, shifted slightly to shield her in his embrace, preventing her from being jostled by the throng. Su Ruochu leaned against the railing. Watching the cascading papers, her emotions stirred. "Chen Fan, can you sing?" "Yes." "Would you sing a song for me?" "Huh." Chen Fan chuckled wryly. "I don't sing well." Su Ruochu turned to him, her eyes bright. "I want to hear." "All right." Chen Fan nodded. He would go to any lengths for her, even to the stars above, if she wished for them. "What song do you want to hear?" Su Ruochu pondered for a moment. Any song would do. Chen Fan glanced around and noticed a classmate emerging from the classroom with a guitar. "May I borrow that?" Chen Fan reached out and seized the opportunity, slinging the strap over his shoulder as he stood before Su Ruochu, gently plucking a few chords on the guitar. In his previous life, he had dabbled in guitar during his university years, and fortunately, his skills had not dulled. After tuning the instrument, Chen Fan lifted his gaze to Su Ruochu and offered a faint smile, beginning to softly hum a melody. La 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 la. Dime es liebs swiftly. That chatty girl, do you still remember me? I miss you dearly. As time passes, words are unnecessary. My youth has always been you. In distant lands, we remain undisturbed. I will forever cherish your goodness. In my summer, it's you that I love. I cannot forget your retreating figure. I drank a can of beer, picked up my guitar. Please allow me to sing a song for you. Chen Fan's voice was not particularly bright. In fact, it bore a slightly husky timbre. Initially, he felt a tremor of nervousness as he sang the first line, but soon enough, he found his rhythm. Gazing at Su Ruochu, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, transporting him back to the past. Memories flickered in his mind like scenes from a film, recounting the moments spent with Su Ruochu in his former life. The surrounding corridor, once bustling with noise, faded into silence for the two of them, leaving only each other. Gradually, the previously lively classmates quieted, drawn by the enchanting sound. Ignoring the shift around him, Chen Fan continued to sing softly. La 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 la, I do not wish to grow up too quickly. The dreams we once agreed upon. How are you all now? I miss you dearly. Can we return to the past, back to that summer after the rain, shoulder to shoulder? We shared our wishes sitting by the seaside where the gentle breeze blew, cherishing the past while valuing the present, unwilling to bid farewell to youth. With a deep, slightly hoarse voice imbued with emotion, Chen Fan's heartfelt lyrics began to resonate with many classmates, some girls even discreetly wiping away tears. Su Ruochu stood quietly, the sound of falling examination papers echoing behind her. Before her, Chen Fan, clad in jeans and a white t-shirt, strummed his guitar, radiating a clean and unique charm. Listening to him sing about that summer after the rain, where they shared their dreams, Su Ruochu instinctively recalled the rainy night a few days prior when she had accepted Chen Fan's pursuit. As she listened, her eyes began to glisten. I do not wish to grow up too quickly. The dreams we once had have now been realized, yet you're not by my side. I miss you dearly. Chen Fan repeated the final line twice, and after finishing, he returned the guitar to a classmate nearby. Applause erupted around them, but Chen Fan paid little heed to it, instead focusing on Su Ruochu, beaming brightly at her. Did you enjoy it? It was wonderful, Su Ruochu replied, her cheeks flushed as she nodded repeatedly. What is the name of this song? It's called I Miss You. I said the song is called I Miss You. Su Ruochu appeared perplexed. Who composed it? I've never heard it before. Chen Fan chuckled and unabashedly declared, I wrote it specifically for a certain girl. He silently apologized to Xiao Qi. With so many classic songs, he hoped his borrowing wouldn't offend. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Su Ruochu's cheeks flushed again, her heart swelling with joy. It's truly beautiful. I love it. Leaning closer, Chen Fan whispered in her ear, if you like it, I shall sing it for you from now on. Just for you. Would that be all right? Su Ruochu's face burned, her heart racing. After a moment's hesitation, she softly nodded. MHM. The hour-long gathering finally came to a close. Everyone began to pack their belongings in preparation for departure. Chen Fan had little to carry, just a backpack and his textbooks, having sold the rest of his books and exam papers to a lady downstairs for 32 yuan and 60 cents. He bought 2 bottles of cola with that money and rushed back to the classroom, only to find Su Ruochu's seat already vacant. Taken aback, he quickly turned and dashed toward the school gate. Upon reaching it, he spotted Su Ruochu standing by the roadside with her backpack, next to a sleek black Mercedes. A fashionable woman was assisting her in placing the books into the trunk. Chen Fan paused, watching the scene unfold from a distance. As Su Ruochu prepared to enter the car, she seemed to sense his presence and glanced toward the school gate, her expression brightening upon seeing him. Mom, I just remembered I forgot something. Please wait for me. What did you forget? If it's not important, don't worry about it. It's crucial. Su Ruochu exclaimed, rushing back through the school gates, breathless as she reached Chen Fan. Chen Fan smiled. I thought you were leaving without saying goodbye. Stealing a glance over her shoulder to ensure her mother was oblivious, Su Ruochu stepped forward and gently embraced Chen Fan. After a brief moment, she pulled back, taking 2 steps back. Chen Fan, don't forget your promise. Tomorrow is the college entrance examination. You must do well. Regardless of whether you can get into the same school as me, as long as you promise to perform your best, I'll be willing to be your girlfriend. Her face flushed as she spoke, and before Chen Fan could respond, she turned and dashed back outside. I will succeed, he shouted after her retreating figure. Watching Su Ruochu get into the car and drive away, Chen Fan returned to the classroom with a sense of melancholy. To his surprise, he found Guo had returned. Chen Fan approached and handed him a bottle of cola. How did it go? Guo nodded, but then shook his head. What do you mean? Chen Fan inquired, looking puzzled. I told her, but she rejected you? Guo shook his head. She neither agreed nor outright refused. What does that mean? Chen Fan asked, confused. She said she wouldn't give me an answer today and would respond after the exam. Guo Shui scratched his head. Do you think that counts as a rejection? Did Li Na really say that to you? Guo Shui nodded. What do you think she means by that? Chen Fan chuckled and teased. She is clearly worried about affecting your exam performance. That's why she said it. Does this mean she has rejected him? Perhaps not. Regardless, I believe Li Na does not harbor any ill feelings towards you. Otherwise, she wouldn't have spent these days dining with you. Seeing that Guo Shui still wore a gloomy expression, Chen Fan patted him on the shoulder. All right, let's pack up and head out. You should focus on preparing for the college entrance examination. As you mentioned earlier, if she gets accepted and you do not, even if she wishes to agree to you later, the opportunity will have passed. Guo Shui immediately sprang to his feet. You're right. I must perform well. I want to strive to attend the same university as Li Na. Chen Fan smiled. That's the spirit. After this encouragement, Guo Shui seemed to regain his vitality. Let's go. We still need to check the exam venue this afternoon. That evening, Chen Fan sat alone at his desk, meticulously reviewing all the recorded exam topics. Suddenly, a knock echoed from behind him. His mother, Li Jingkaiyu, entered the room. Son, don't stay up too late. You have an exam tomorrow. Chen Fan smiled. I know, Mom. You should get some rest. I'll just study a little longer before heading to bed. Li Jingkaiyu approached and placed a cup of warm milk on the table. Drink this before you sleep. It will aid your slumber. Thank you, Mom. Li Jingkaiyu affectionately ruffled her son's hair. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Your father, while hoping for you to achieve a prestigious degree, secretly told me to let you know that it's perfectly fine if you don't succeed. We can still pursue a vocational diploma and find work afterward. Chen Fan chuckled. Mom, I understand. Now, get some sleep and don't forget to drink the milk. Li Jingkaiyu gently closed the door behind her as she left, and Chen Fan, sitting in his chair, found himself devoid of motivation to continue studying. As he gazed at the warm milk on the table, his resolve began to solidify. Since he had been granted a second chance at life, he must live it meaningfully. For the sake of his parents, and for Ruochu, he was determined to excel. Let the college entrance examination tomorrow mark the first step towards transforming his life. Clenching his fists slightly, Chen Fan murmured, Tomorrow, I will leap through the dragon gate. Chapter 20. A trap set on July 7th, before the alarm even rang. Chen Fan awoke. He dressed quickly and stepped outside to wash his face and brush his teeth. His father was still away from his night shift, and his mother had risen even earlier than he had. She was already in the kitchen preparing breakfast. After finishing his morning routine, he sat on the steps outside, staring blankly at the sky. To be honest, even with preparations made, Chen Fan felt a pang of anxiety. He worried about potential surprises on the exam paper. What if the questions changed? What if he and Ruochu couldn't attend the same university? Son, it's time to eat. His mother's voice pulled him back from his reverie. Chen Fan stood up, brushing off the dust from his pants, and took a deep breath. There was no point in dwelling on these thoughts now. He had to act. Returning inside, his mother brought out a bowl of noodles adorned with 2 poached eggs and a sausage. Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Ever since he was young, his mother had always prepared a bowl of noodles for him before every exam. It had been so many years that he had nearly forgotten her culinary skills. He devoured the noodles hungrily, seemingly in good spirits, but his mother beside him appeared tense and unable to eat. Noticing her worry, Chen Fan couldn't help but offer reassurance. Mom, don't worry. I promise I won't let you down this time. Li Jingkaiyu smiled faintly. I believe in you. Mom, just finish your meal and head to work. There's no need to see me off, Chen Fan insisted. Li Jingkaiyu shot him a stern look. How can that be? I already took a day off yesterday. Yet, Chen Fan persisted. Really, there's no need. You should do what you need to do. If everyone comes to see me off, I'll only be more anxious. Seeing the seriousness in her son's demeanor, Li Jingkaiyu couldn't help but ask, Are you truly sure I don't need to send you? Absolutely not. Quickly finishing his noodles, Chen Fan turned back to his room to grab his exam materials. Mom, I'm off. Li Jingkaiyu instantly grew anxious, urgently reminding him, Don't get too nervous. Read the questions carefully. Skip what you can't answer at first. And make sure to check your work afterward. Listening to his mother's incessant reminders, Chen Fan wheeled his bicycle to the gate. Mom, don't worry. Your son will definitely get into a university this time. With a wave, he departed. Chen Fan's examination venue was at the first high school, a journey that took over half an hour by bike. He set out an hour early to acclimate to the environment. Upon arriving at the school gate, he was surprised to find it crowded with parents and students alike. It seemed that all parents shared the same sentiments regarding the college entrance examination. Chen Fan found a place to park his bicycle and was about to enter the school when a young man suddenly approached him, handing him a note. Someone asked me to give this to you. Chen Fan was taken aback. Before he could inquire further, the young man had already dashed away. Confused, Chen Fan unfolded the note and froze upon reading its contents. It bore a single line. Su Ruochu is in trouble. Come to 14, Niniang Road urgently. Ruochu is in trouble? Panic surged within him, and instinctively, he wanted to rush over. Yet, rationality quickly halted his steps. Who wrote this note? How did they know Su Ruochu was in trouble? And how did they know he was connected to her? A profound sense of conspiracy enveloped him. With more than half an hour remaining before the exam commenced, Chen Fan was tempted to ignore the note and head straight into the school. However, this concerned Ruochu's safety. Even if there was only a minuscule chance of it being true, he could not afford to take that risk. Thus, after a brief hesitation, he turned around and sprinted towards the address indicated on the note. Nanyang Road was not far from the first high school, merely 3 intersections away. Chen Fan, panting heavily, reached Nanyang Road and began searching for the address. After some effort, he finally spotted the sign for number 14, only to discover that it led to a dilapidated alleyway. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. The alley was eerily quiet, devoid of any presence. After walking for a short distance, he found himself at a dead end. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed behind him. Whirling around, Chen Fan saw 7 or 8 young men emerge from the shadows, each wielding clubs and pipes, their intentions clearly menacing. Indeed, I have fallen into a trap. Chen Fan did not display any significant surprise. Instead, he spoke in a low, commanding tone. Who are you? The leader of the group before him, a red-haired man, brandished a baseball bat, deliberately striking it against the wall with rhythmic thuds. Are you Chen Fan? Someone has paid to have your hand severed. Chen Fan suddenly let out a cold laugh. It must be Huang Hu, isn't it? That's none of your concern. We're merely executing the orders of those who paid us. As he conversed and parried with them, Chen Fan discreetly tucked the bag of materials into the waistband of his trousers at the back, shielding it with his clothing. This item was crucial for his college entrance examination, and he needed to protect it at all costs. Do you realize what day it is today? There are patrol cars all around. Should this escalate, none of you will have a favorable outcome. Upon hearing this, the red-haired man showed no fear, instead bursting into laughter. You think the police intimidate me? I am not easily frightened. Listen, kid, I advise you to let me break your arm without resistance. You might still make it to the exam. If you dare to fight back, I'm afraid you won't get the chance to take it. Chen Fan scanned his surroundings, picking up a filthy beer bottle from the corner. Rest assured, I won't scream. As he spoke, he smashed the bottom of the bottle against the wall, shattering it. Then, in plain sight of the gang, he removed his school uniform jacket and began to wrap it around his arm, binding his palm to the broken bottle. Witnessing this, the thugs appeared momentarily stunned. Boss, what are you waiting for? Get moving. The red-haired man, no longer hesitating, commanded his henchmen to charge at Chen Fan. True to his word, Chen Fan did not scream. Instead, he advanced toward the group. Bang! In an instant, Chen Fan's shoulder absorbed a blow from the bat, causing him to lean forward. But almost immediately, he retaliated with a swift motion. The shattered bottle cut a gash across the red-haired man's face. He screamed in agony. Get him! Kill him! The henchman rushed at Chen Fan, who brandished the broken bottle and shouted, Come and try if you are not afraid to die. Strangely enough, his words seemed to intimidate the gang. The red-haired man, clutching his face, rose to his feet, blood pouring from his wounds, and cursed fools. Yes, just one person. What is there to fear? Without waiting for the gang to act, Chen Fan charged forward. Bang! After laboriously injuring 2 of them, he was ambushed from behind, a bat crashing onto his head. Blood gushed forth instantly, and Chen Fan staggered, nearly collapsing, his mind buzzing with disorientation. Chapter 21. Entering the exam hall, wounded, seeing Chen Fan sway, they initially thought he would fall. However, to their surprise, he steadied himself, disregarding the thugs around him, and lunged toward the red-haired man. With a swift motion, he jabbed the beer bottle into the man's thigh. The unfortunate red-haired man had barely regained his footing before being stabbed twice more, emitting a wretched howl akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Chen Fan seized his bright red hair, pressing the broken bottle against the man's neck. Who dares to approach? He threatened. Underage. I can afford to incapacitate one of you. Upon hearing this, the nearby thugs halted in their tracks, clearly intimidated. The red-haired man, equally frightened, hadn't he anticipated such ferocity from a high school student? Bro, it's all a misunderstanding. Less talk. Chen Fan interrupted, landing a punch squarely on his face, shattering the man's nose and splattering blood everywhere. Who sent you? As the red-haired man continued to wail, Chen Fan pressed the broken bottle harder against his throat. Drawing blood. Speak. Don't kill me. It was Huang Hu. He paid me 1,000 yuan to incapacitate you on the day of the exam. So it was indeed him. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, dragging the red-haired man backward a few steps. Suddenly, he delivered a swift kick to the man's backside, turning to flee toward the alley exit. Damn it! Catch him! The red-haired man shouted from the ground. Get him! I want him dead. Just as Chen Fan was about to reach the alley's mouth, the gang caught up. Just then, a figure suddenly emerged from the alley. Guo Shui, wielding a trash can, hurled it at the group. Get in the car. Without hesitation, Chen Fan darted out of the alley and leaped onto the back of Guo Shui's bicycle. Guo Shui pedaled furiously, propelling them away. The gang chased for a short distance, throwing their steel pipes, which clattered against the road, but ultimately they could only watch helplessly as the two escaped. Pedaling desperately toward the school, Guo Shui skidded to a halt near the entrance, quickly turning to Chen Fan. Are you all right? You are bleeding. Chen Fan's condition was dire. He had sustained several blows, his head swollen, and most alarmingly, his left palm bore a deep gash from the broken bottle, blood flowing profusely. Seeing this, Guo Shui immediately decided to turn back. I'll take you to the hospital. Chen Fan grasped his arm firmly. No, the exam is about to start. How can you possibly take the exam in this condition? Are you out of your mind? Chen Fan urgently pleaded with him. Guo Shui, listen to me. 3 years of hard work culminate in today. I cannot give up. My injuries may look severe, but they're not life-threatening. I just need to stop the bleeding. Trust me, Chen Fan asserted, applying slight pressure to Guo Shui's hand. Guo Shui gazed deeply at Chen Fan, and with a determined nod, he replied, there should be an ambulance at the school entrance. Let us get you bandaged up. Otherwise, you won't be allowed in for the exam. This time, Chen Fan did not refuse. All right. Both hurried toward the ambulance park just outside the school gate. Upon seeing Chen Fan's condition, the on-duty nurse was visibly startled. What happened? Did you get into a fight? Chen Fan quickly fabricated a story. I fell off my bike and landed on some broken glass. Before the nurse could respond, a nearby female doctor interjected, don't ask questions now. Let us get him bandaged first. Upon boarding the ambulance, the female doctor furrowed her brow upon inspecting Chen Fan's wound. The injury was severe and required immediate suturing. Otherwise, a trip to the hospital would be necessary. No, that won't do. Chen Fan quickly interjected. Doctor, please just provide me with a simple treatment for the wound. I still have an exam to attend shortly. An exam? Under these circumstances, how can you possibly take it? Are you disregarding your life? The doctor retorted incredulously. Yet, Chen Fan pleaded, this exam is crucial for me. My family's financial situation cannot support another year of study. Hesitating for a moment, the doctor finally conceded. Even if I handle it here, the wound must be sutured, or you risk excessive bleeding. That is acceptable, Chen Fan nodded. However, administering anesthesia for the suturing may affect your upcoming exam, she warned. At this, Chen Fan shook his head vehemently. I do not require anesthesia. Please proceed with the suturing directly. Are you insane? The beautiful doctor frowned, clearly exasperated. Yet, Chen Fan remained resolute. This exam truly means the world to me. I implore you. Beside him, Guo Shui chimed in, Doctor, please lend a hand. This exam is genuinely vital for him. The doctor regarded Chen Fan thoughtfully for a few seconds before rising expressionlessly to fetch supplies. If we forego anesthesia, it will be quite painful. Can you endure it? Chen Fan nodded affirmatively. No problem. Seeing Chen Fan's unwavering determination, the doctor felt a tinge of helplessness. She instructed a nearby nurse to wrap a bandage around Chen Fan's forehead while she personally disinfected the wound with iodine. Subsequently, she grasped the needle and thread for suturing. If it becomes unbearable, let me know immediately. With Chen Fan's nod, the doctor wasted no time and swiftly inserted the needle into the flesh of his palm. Chen Fan winced in pain, his lips twitching slightly, but he uttered not a sound. The doctor glanced at him, her hesitation dissipating as she deftly began the suturing process. 5 minutes later, the wound was stitched, and Chen Fan was drenched in sweat. The doctor regarded him with a newfound respect. Although the wound is now sutured, there remains a risk of infection. After your exam, you must visit a hospital for a thorough disinfection. Understood. How much do I owe you? The doctor tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, saying, we are an emergency service for the college entrance examination. There are no charges. Chen Fan quickly donned his school uniform jacket and exchanged a knowing glance with Guo Shui before they both leapt from the ambulance. Before departing, Chen Fan turned back to the doctor. Thank you. With that, he sprinted towards the school gate. What a madman, the nurse muttered under her breath. Meanwhile, Lin Yue gazed at Chen Fan's retreating figure, murmuring, at such a young age, he possesses such remarkable endurance and conviction. I believe he will succeed in any endeavor he pursues. In examination room 13, Huang, who sat at his desk, glancing back at the empty seat behind him. He then turned his gaze to the wall clock. With only a minute remaining until the exam commenced, it seemed Chen Fan would not arrive. Deservedly so. Huang, who silently cursed, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Daring to vie for my woman. He ought to consider his own worth. Chen Fan, this is the consequence of opposing me. Swinging his legs in excitement, he couldn't help but hum a tune. The two proctors noticed the vacant seat as they glanced at the time. The final bell rang. All right, students, one proctor began, but was interrupted as a gust of wind rushed through the classroom. A figure dashed in, just beating the bell. Reporting in. Instantly, the classroom erupted into a cacophony. A throng of students gawked at Chen Fan, who stood at the doorway, his head bandaged, one hand heavily wrapped in gauze, and his clothes stained with blood, presenting a rather alarming sight. Silence. Everyone quiet down. The proctor banged on the desk. Once the room settled, he turned to Chen Fan. What happened to you? Chen Fan had no choice but to fabricate a story. Reporting in, I fell while coming to school. The proctor frowned. In your condition, can you still take the exam? Chen Fan raised his right hand and moved it slightly. No problem. The two proctors exchanged glances before nodding in unison. Guomin. Thank you, teacher. Chen Fan stepped into the classroom and made his way to his seat, glancing towards a particular spot. There sat Huang Hu, his expression one of shock. From the moment Chen Fan burst in, Huang Hu had been startled. He never anticipated that Chen Fan would return at the last moment. When Chen Fan's gaze met his, Huang Hu's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of discomfort. However, Chen Fan's look was remarkably calm, devoid of anger or hysteria. It was merely a fleeting glance before he turned away, as if Huang Hu were nothing more than air. This scene left Huang Hu feeling quite displeased. What were you pretending for? You were merely lucky this time. I shall see how you fare in the exam. Chen Fan, preoccupied with the bloodstains on his clothes, chose not to engage with Huang Hu. Instead, he simply removed his uniform jacket and stuffed it into his desk. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself. The bell rang. The proctor began to announce the examination rules. After the announcement, both teachers unsealed the packet containing the exam papers. The classroom fell silent, each student displaying a range of emotions, some brimming with confidence, others visibly anxious. As the teachers descended from the podium to distribute the exam papers, Chen Fan swiftly skimmed through the questions. His heart finally eased upon reaching the essay prompt. The topic remained unchanged, discussing different perspectives on problem solving through the interpretation of four graphical symbols. Everything was exactly as it had been in his previous life S exam. The bell rang once more. A proctor announced, "Begin your exams." Instantly, a group of students seized their pens and commenced answering the questions with remarkable speed. Chen Fan took a deep breath, wiped the blood from his palms to avoid staining the answer sheet, and picked up his pen, meticulously inscribing his school, class, examination number, and name on the answer sheet before diving into the questions. His pace was swift. Apart from a few reading comprehension questions lacking definitive answers, he encountered little difficulty. For the rest, idioms correcting misspellings, filling in poetry, applying punctuation, and identifying flawed sentences, he hardly paused, particularly for those questions he had memorized, swiftly recalling the answers he had practiced countless times. Finally, he approached the essay question, rubbing his slightly sore palms. He began transcribing the essay he had prepared in advance onto the exam paper. While other students struggled to formulate their themes and construct their essays, Chen Fan's thoughts flowed effortlessly. He did not need to ponder, but simply transcribed his prepared piece. He was the first to finish. Although he was confident of achieving a high score, he did not allow himself to be complacent. He meticulously reviewed his answers once more. Only when the bell, signaling the end of the exam, rang, did he set down his pen and exhale in relief. The first subject, Chinese, was complete. Huang Hu did not glance at Chen Fan as he swiftly exited the room. Chen Fan, uninterested in confronting him, stretched his arms and departed the examination hall, his soiled attire in tow. In the corridor outside, Guo Shui had been waiting. How'd it go? Not too bad, Chen Fan replied, though internally he was certain that barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would score at least 130 in Chinese. What about you? Guo Shui responded confidently, don't worry. I filled out every question. It's definitely fine. Chen Fan, disinterested in further inquiries, suggested they leave. Hey, is your injury all right? Do you need to go to the hospital? Chen Fan moved his left hand. It's better than I expected. It doesn't hurt anymore. That beautiful doctor seems quite skilled. Hearing this, Guo Shui relaxed slightly. Are you going home for lunch? Chen Fan shook his head. Going home would waste too much time. I'll grab something to eat outside and wait for the math exam this afternoon. He felt grateful he had informed his mother he wouldn't be home for lunch that morning. Otherwise, his injuries would surely alarm her. Then I wouldn't go home either. Let us eat together. The two of them headed downstairs toward the school gate. Suddenly, Guo Shui asked, Are you sure Huang Hu is behind this? Yes. Damn. I remember that guy was in your exam room, right? Chen Fan sneered. He ran away right after the test. Clearly, he was afraid I would beat him up. Guo Shui turned to him. What do you think? Should we deal with him? Chen Fan shook his head. Let us focus on the exams first. We can talk about it afterward. Guo Shui cracked his knuckles. All right, I'll follow your lead. Just then, Guo Shui halted. nudging Chen Fan with his elbow. Look over there. Chen Fan raised his head and spotted Su Ruochu, dressed in a white dress, standing outside the school gate, scanning her surroundings as if searching for someone. Let us go. Chen Fan quickly pulled Guo into the crowd, stealthily slipping away in another direction. Why are we hiding? Aren't you going to greet the school beauty? Guo asked, puzzled. I don't want to make her worry. Come on. It sounds like you're serious. She hasn't agreed to be your girlfriend, so why would she worry about you? Let's talk. Let us hurry. I'm starving. You're treating today. Why should I treat? I'm the injured one. Touche. At the school gate, Lin Wangziyu opened the car door. Ruochu, let us go. What are you still looking at? Coming. Su Ruochu reluctantly glanced back at the campus, still not spotting the familiar figure. Ultimately, she could only turn away in disappointment and get into the car. After a simple lunch at a small restaurant with Guo, they headed to an internet cafe since the math exam wouldn't start until 3 o'clock. Each found a computer. Guo resumed playing Red Alert, while Chen Fan browsed his newly established domain website. The site had been live for 3 or 4 days, accumulating only a couple of hundred views, but it boasted over 50 registered users, indicating a commendable retention rate. This suggested that Chen Fan had successfully created an attractive and practical website. However, he was far from satisfied with such figures. In his previous life, Wan Wang acquired Yayu in September, leaving just over 2 months. He needed to find a way to boost the website's traffic in the coming months. Otherwise, the acquisition would be impossible. As he pondered this, he casually typed in Yayu and clicked search. Instantly, Chen Fan was taken aback. Damn, Yayu has launched. It dawned on him that while he had been busy building his domain website, Boss Yao was simultaneously developing Yayu. The two sites had launched just 3 or 4 days apart. In that moment, Chen Fan felt an unprecedented sense of pressure and urgency. He scrutinized Yayu, and truthfully, from a contemporary perspective, the forum website was incredibly rudimentary. Compared to his own domain site, it paled in comparison, and even among similar sites, it was subpar. Yet, he knew that this very website had attracted investors' attention within just a few months, leading to its acquisition by Wan Wang that same year, allowing Yao Jinbo to earn his first significant capital and secure a high-ranking position at Wan Wang. In this life, however, with Chen Fan as a variable, the domain site and Yayu launched in quick succession, inevitably splitting the traffic between them. What remained to be seen was which site could capture the lion's share of traffic and emerge victoriously. Chen Fan inhaled deeply. His worst fears had come pass. He believed Boss Yao had certainly noticed his domain site. With 2 competing websites, a fierce battle for traffic was imminent. The best way to gain an edge was through promotion, and that required substantial funding, significant amounts of money. In this regard, Chen Fan was utterly incomparable to Boss Yao. Although Boss Yao was also embarking on an entrepreneurial journey at this time, Chen Fan was acutely aware that the financial resources at his disposal were not something he could contend with. Presently, he possessed a mere 520 yuan, of which 500 was earned from repairing computers previously. Should Boss Yao choose to aggressively invest in promotions, Chen Fan would find himself utterly defenseless. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan sought to calm himself. As it stood, his domain's only advantage lay in its aesthetic appeal and practicality. Both the website's interface and the configuration of various sections were undeniably superior to several versions of Yayu Network. There was still hope for him. Chen Fan rapidly regained his composure. With both websites launched simultaneously, his site, boasting an attractive interface and a plethora of convenient features, could maintain a temporary lead. His immediate task was to devise a strategy in anticipation of Boss Yao's impending financial onslaught. On his way back to the examination hall that afternoon, Chen Fan continued to ponder his countermeasures. It was not until he entered the classroom that he shook his head, rousing himself to focus on the exam. Once the college entrance examination concluded, with summer vacation approaching, he would have an entire month to engage in a tactical duel with Boss Yao. The bell rang, and the invigilator began distributing the mathematics examination papers. Chen Fan had no special advantages in mathematics, aside from the few complex problems he had memorized from his past life. He could only rely on his existing knowledge for the earlier questions. After completing the math exam, Chen Fan's spirits were not particularly lifted. With a total of 150 points available, he estimated he could score above 100. Rather than meeting with Su Ruochu afterward, he discreetly left with Guo to avoid raising suspicions with his parents upon returning home. They swapped their school uniforms beforehand and removed the bandages from his head and hand. Yet, even with these precautions, upon arriving home, his mother, Li Jingku, discerned something amiss. After all, a sizable bump on his head was not easily concealed. Chen Fan had no choice but to fabricate a story, claiming he had accidentally fallen. How careless of you. Should we go to the hospital? Li Jingku expressed her concern. Chen Fan smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Mom, it's nothing. Just a little bump. I've already had a doctor check it, and they said it's fine. It will go down in a few days. You really should be more careful, she admonished. At that moment, his father, Chen Jianyi, interrupted. All right, the boy has said he has fine, so stop fretting. Young people can handle a few bumps and bruises. He shot a pointed look at his wife, signaling her not to disturb their son's focus on the examination. During dinner, Li Jingkai's demeanor remained troubled, visibly worried about her son's situation. In contrast, Chen Jianyi engaged Chen Fan in light conversation. Chen Fan cheerfully remarked that he felt he had performed well in the exams, perhaps even securing a spot in a bachelor's program. Seeing their son so relaxed, the couple exchanged glances, their anxieties eased at last. The following day, only the English examination remained. Chen Fan felt no trepidation regarding the subject. Having prepared thoroughly and with years of experience since graduation, English was the one area where he still held an advantage. As his business expanded, interactions with foreigners became inevitable. His proficiency in English had developed gradually over time. Indeed, the English exam posed little difficulty, especially the essay portion, where he effortlessly transcribed his prepared composition. On the morning of July 9th, during the final day of liberal arts examinations, Chen Fan answered the questions with remarkable ease, completing his paper nearly an hour ahead of schedule. After meticulously reviewing his answers, he breathed a sigh of relief, confident that he had navigated the college entrance examination successfully. If all went well, he might attend the same university as Su Ruochu. The bell rang, and Chen Fan was the first to rise and submit his paper. Exiting the classroom and grabbing his backpack, he initially intended to meet Guo Shui. However, upon descending the staircase, he spotted a familiar figure. Su Ruochu stood quietly, seemingly having waited for quite some time. Having not seen Chen Fan for 2 days, she felt a twinge of worry. Consequently, she submitted her exam 10 minutes early to wait for him. Touched by her concern, Chen Fan gently ruffled her hair. Silly girl, I'm perfectly fine. Noticing the large bump on his head, Su Ruochu instinctively grasped Chen Fan's hand, then noticed the scars on his palm. What happened? Are you hurt? Tears welled up in her eyes. Observing the injury on Chen Fan's hand, she felt a pang of anguish. Chen Fan hurriedly raised his hand to wipe away her tears. Don't cry, don't cry. It's just a little scratch. See, I'm all right. Yet, his reassurances only seemed to provoke more tears. Su Ruochu held onto his hand, her voice trembling. What really happened? How did you get hurt? With a wry smile, Chen Fan explained. I accidentally broke a bottle and cut myself. Su Ruochu lowered her gaze, her heart aching as she gently touched the stitched scar on his palm. Does it still hurt? Chen Fan chuckled. It hurt quite a bit before, but your touch makes it feel better. Of course, a kiss from you might just make it heal completely. With tears still glistening in her eyes, Su Ruochu playfully hit him. Even injured, you still have your silver tongue. Were you avoiding me these past few days because of this? Chen Fan sheepishly smiled and gently wiped her tears. Yes, I didn't want to worry you. However, Su Ruochu pouted, appearing slightly annoyed. You must tell me first if anything like this happens again. All right. Chen Fan nodded decisively. I admit my fault. I was too focused on not worrying you and overlooked your feelings. I apologize. Satisfied? Su Ruochu tenderly linked her arm with Chen Fan's, cautiously brushing her fingers over his wound. Is it really not painful anymore? Just then, a figure descended the stairs. It was Huang Hu. The three of them were momentarily taken aback upon encountering each other. Chen Fan maintained a neutral expression, while Su Ruochu hesitated briefly but showed no signs of embarrassment, her arms still firmly entwined with Chen Fan's. After all, the college entrance examination had concluded, and she could now openly be with him. Only Huang Hu cast a complex glance at the two before abruptly shifting his expression to a broad grin. Chen Fan, how'd you fare this time? I truly admire your resilience. Even in such a condition, you managed to sit for the exam. Chen Fan responded with a cheerful smile. Thank you for your concern, class leader. You must have performed quite well, I presume. By the way, be cautious when walking alone in the future. Do not let yourself end up like me. Huang Hu's expression faltered noticeably, sensing an implied threat in Chen Fan's words. Struggling to conceal his awkwardness, he offered a sheepish smile. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. And don't forget to return to school this afternoon. The college entrance exam results will be announced then. After exchanging a few words, Huang Hu could no longer linger and hastily departed. For reasons unknown, Chen Fan's gaze sent shivers down Huang Hu's spine. Did this fellow already suspect that he was the one orchestrating trouble for him? Chen Fan redirected his attention from Huang Hu's retreating figure to Su Ruochu, smiling gently. Are you heading home for lunch? It seems your mother has been picking you up these past few days. Su Ruochu shook her head. I want to be going back. You're not intentionally staying behind to keep me company, are you? A flush crept onto Su Ruochu's cheeks as she lowered her head in silence. Are you hungry? Shall we find a place to eat? She nodded softly. Oh, and let us not forget about Guo Shui. Let us call him and also invite Li Na. We could still go to our usual spot. Chen Fan teased, who knows? We might not have the chance to dine there again in the future. Oldait, Su Ruochu nadie obediente. Since agreeing to be Chen Fan's girlfriend, she had gradually become more demure and accommodating. After waiting a moment at the school gate, Guo Shui rode up on his bicycle. Upon spotting Su Ruochu linking arms with Chen Fan from a distance, he abruptly braked, his expression akin to one who had seen a ghost. No way, you two? Su Ruochu's face turned crimson as she attempted to withdraw her hand, but Chen Fan chuckled and firmly grasped her small hand. You're in for a treat. You're the first to learn this news. Come on, are you showing off on purpose? I remember someone once said they would do a handstand. Guo Shui coughed awkwardly, eager to change the subject. Speaking of which, are you hungry, class representative? Let's go grab a bite. My treat. Guo Shui quickly attempted to lighten the mood. If we were waiting for your treat, we would have left ages ago. He quipped, giving a rude gesture. No wonder you're my good buddy. You never have good intentions. Chen Fan chuckled as he patted the back of his bike, motioning for Su Ruochu to hop on. Hold on tight, let us go. The midday streets blazed under the sun, yet the trio, freshly liberated from their exams, felt no discomfort from the heat, but rather an exhilarating excitement filled with dreams of the future. Upon returning to their usual small eatery, Su Ruochu glanced at Guo Shui, who had gone to buy beer, and quietly inquired, What is up with Guo Shui? He has been a bit moody since that phone call. Chen Fan leaned in closer to Su Ruochu, whispering softly, Here, as a secret for you. Don't share it with anyone. Guo Shui has feelings for Li Na and has confessed to her, but she hasn't given him a definite answer yet. Su Ruochu's lovely eyes widened in surprise. Really? Indeed, Chen Fan smiled. You probably learned that Li Na wouldn't be coming, and that's why he's feeling down. Su Ruochu's expression shifted to one of understanding. No wonder he's been so eager to get everyone together for meals. It was all to pursue Li Na. Chen Fan cleared his throat. To be honest, part of the reason was to create opportunities for the two of us. Su Ruochu huffed softly, clearly already aware of that, suddenly realizing how close they were. With their faces nearly touching while sharing secrets, her cheeks flushed slightly. You should ask Li Na what she thinks this afternoon. As Guo Shui approached with a pack of beer, Su Ruochu quickly shifted aside. No one stopped me. I must have a couple of drinks today. Chen Fan laughed as he accepted a bottle of beer. Given your heartbreak, I'll grant you this indulgence. Guo Shui, momentarily flustered, glanced awkwardly at Su Ruochu before glaring at Chen Fan. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm not heartbroken. All right, Ruochu isn't a stranger. I've already informed her, Chen Fan continued. This afternoon, let her help you find out what Li Na really thinks. Really? Upon hearing this, Guo Shui jumped up, raising his can. Sister-in-law, my lifelong affair depends entirely on you. I want to say any more words of gratitude. It's all in the beer. The term sister-in-law turned Su Ruochu's face a deep shade of crimson. Noticing Chen Fan's triumphant grin, she discreetly pinched him under the table. Though slightly embarrassed, it was evident that her spirits were high, and she held no anger. Pour me a drink too. Chen Fan, taken aback, questioned, You want a drink? We still have to return to school this afternoon. Yet Su Ruochu softly replied, The college entrance exam is over. I want to celebrate with you guys. Guo Shui immediately applauded, giving her a thumbs up. Sister-in-law is generous. Chen Fan smiled as he poured her a drink. Just this one, no more. Cheers. Let us raise our glasses to celebrate the conclusion of the college entrance exam. May our futures be bright and our friendships everlasting. The three laughed as they clinked their glasses together. Chen Fan and Guo Shui downed their drinks in one go, while Su Ruochu took a modest sip. Chen Fan stared at her, feigning exaggerated surprise. Who would have guessed? You can actually drink. Su Ruochu rolled her eyes playfully. There's much you don't know about me. Chen Fan chuckled as he served her a piece of meat. Eat more. My wife is too slender. Chen Fan's affectionate words in front of Guo Shui made Su Ruochu feel a tad shy. After a moment's hesitation, she voiced her concern. How did you both do on the exam? Guo Shui grimaced. Not great. There were many questions I couldn't answer. I'd be lucky to scrape through to a third-tier university. Su Ruochu fixed her gaze on Chen Fan, anxiety etched on her face. Chen Fan, understanding her worries, took her small hand and as reassuringly. I performed admirably. This time, no matter the distance, you shall not escape my grasp. Really? Su Ruochu's eyes sparkled with hope. Truly, Chen Fan confirmed, seeing that he was not lying, which finally eased Su Ruochu's long-held concern. For the past 3 days, she had been more anxious about Chen Fan's performance than her own exams. Now, having heard Chen Fan's words directly, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Feeling utterly relaxed, Su Ruochu gently placed her cup before Chen Fan. Chapter 25, Estimated Scores. 575. The school had issued a notice stating that students were to arrive by 3 in the afternoon. Upon returning to the classroom after their meal, Chen Fan and his companions found that many classmates had already arrived early. Some were taking photos with close friends, while the majority huddled in small groups, discussing the examination answers. The mathematics exam was exceedingly difficult. I barely managed to finish the last 2 analytical questions. You at least saw the questions. I couldn't even comprehend what they were asking. At least you both laid eyes on the questions. I ran out of time entirely and couldn't even attempt the last question. What did you select for the graphical analysis in the multiple choice questions? A. Wasn't it B? Oh no, I've truly flunked this time. Can we refrain from sharing answers? My heart can't take it. Hey, what did you put for the 4th fill-in-the-blank question? Barely settling into her seat, Su Ruochu was summoned to the teacher's office. Guoxue finally awaitedly nah, and the two quietly exited the classroom, engaged in an unknown conversation. Chen Fan, seated alone by the window, chose not to partake in the surrounding discussions. He gazed outside, allowing the sunlight to bathe him, and stretched comfortably. The bell for the first class rang. Su Ruochu entered the classroom alongside their homeroom teacher. All right, everyone, please quiet down, Wang Kaiming said, tapping the lectern with a smile. How did everyone fare on the exam? A chorus of groans filled the classroom. Wang Kaiming tapped the table again. Regardless of how well or poorly you performed, it's already in the past. Let's not dwell on it. I will have the class representative write the answers on the blackboard. You can check and estimate your scores to better gauge the schools you wish to apply to in a few days. Su Ruochu walked to the podium with several sheets of paper and began writing down the answers with chalk. A profound silence enveloped the classroom as all students hastily pulled out paper and pens, filling the air with the rustling sounds of recording answers. Some astute students retrieved the answer sheets they had copied during the exam, while others were scratching their heads in confusion. Oh no! What did I select for the 3rd multiple choice question? I can't recall. Wait, did we select C for the last question? Wasn't everyone choosing A? Ugh, I feel like dying. I only got 7 out of 12 math multiple choice questions right. I only managed 5. It was incredibly challenging. Chen Fan paid no heed to the discussions surrounding him, instead focusing intently on his notebook, where he jotted down notes. BCDADBB fill in the blank. 6413 by 23. He swiftly verified his answers. Mathematics presented the least certainty for him. Aside from the final few analytical questions, all other problems were answered based solely on his lifelong academic abilities. After concluding his calculations, he found his mathematics score to be 112. This was slightly better than he had anticipated, especially considering he had only known a few answers beforehand. Without time for reflection, Chen Fan immediately proceeded to verify his Chinese answers, followed by English and liberal arts papers. Several minutes later, he exhaled deeply, gazing at the numbers on his paper. Softly murmuring 575. Given that some answers were purely subjective, he was unsure, so this 575 was derived from his worst-case estimation. He speculated that his final score would likely vary by around 10 points. At last, Chen Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him, knowing that the cutoff score for first-tier universities this year was 535. His score exceeded that threshold by 40 points. Furthermore, the admission score for Yunhai University, which Su Ruochu intended to apply for, was 553. Even if he deducted 10 points, he would still have 565, certainly sufficient for Yunhai University. Having completed writing the answers, Su Ruochu descended from the podium, her gaze anxiously fixed on Chen Fan. How did you do? She inquired cautiously as she took her seat. Chen Fan pushed his notebook toward her. Su Ruochu's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, and in the next moment, she excitedly covered her mouth with her hand. 575? Really? Chen Fan nodded with a smile. What about you? Su Ruochu eagerly grabbed her pen and wrote down a number. 578. Chen Fan chuckled. I didn't let you down, did I? Now we can attend the same university. Su Ruochu nodded enthusiastically. Yes. Are you sure it's 575? The little girl remained skeptical. Chen Fan nodded reassuringly. I've checked twice. The margin of error should be no more than 10 points. Su Ruochu mentally recalculated, her excitement bubbling over. This is wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Noticing how much happier she seemed than himself, Chen Fan couldn't help but tease. Now you can tell me which university you plan to apply to, right? Su Ruochu smiled shyly. Yunhai University. As expected, Chen Fan finit de surprise. A 985 university. I've heard Yunhai University is quite beautiful. Su Ruochu nervously fixed her gaze on him. Will you apply to Yunhai University? Chen Fan playfully squeezed her small hand. I told you, wherever you go, I shall follow. Not only will I apply to Yunhai University, but I also intend to study the same major as you. Upon hearing this, a sweet smile graced Su Ruochu's face, and the worries of the past few days finally melted away. Yet, amid the joy of some, others were steeped in sorrow. While Su Ruochu reveled in her happiness, the other classmates wore expressions of despair. Clearly, the majority of students had not performed well in this year's examination. Seizing a moment when the teacher was absent, Chen Fan discreetly approached Guo Shui. How'd it go? Guo Shui grimaced. 486 points. Chen Fan calculated in his mind. That should be sufficient for a third-tier university. Guo Shui nodded in agreement. About right. Chen Fan was taken aback. What's wrong? You should be jumping for joy at the prospect of a third-tier university. Guo Shui appeared agitated. Lina rejected me. Chen Fan was momentarily stunned. What happened? Please elaborate. Guo Shui scratched his head, looking somewhat dejected. Just a moment ago, she called me outside, initially rambling on about trivialities, before finally mentioning that the college entrance examination had concluded and everyone would soon disperse across the country to pursue their studies. I suggested that I could attend university in her city, but Lina urged me to wake up and be more realistic. She went on to say that even if I agreed now, we would inevitably face a long-distance relationship, which would lead to our eventual separation. Rather than endure that, it would be wiser for both of us to retain a beautiful memory of one another. Chen Fan could only smile wryly and nod. You are an idealist, while she is a pragmatist. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that she possesses far greater rationality than you. Her reasoning holds merit. Guo Shui glared at Chen Fan. Which side are you on exactly? Chen Fan chuckled softly. I merely speak the truth. Of course, if you remain persistent, once you enter university, you can continue to keep in touch with her. She is not one to sever ties completely. Who knows, perhaps your genuine feelings will eventually touch her heart. Guo Shui, however, shook his head. Forget it. I am not one to impose my will on others. Since she has made her decision, there is no need to linger. Once I enter university, I refuse to believe that I cannot find a girlfriend. Chen Fan was taken aback and gave a thumbs up. Impressive. Go on, go on. By the way, speaking of which, what score do you estimate? Although you and Su Ruochu have confirmed your relationship, it seems you might soon be facing a long-distance romance. Right? Guo Shui looked at Chen Fan with sympathy, offering comfort. I can only imagine that your feelings are as gloomy as mine. If you're feeling down, don't bottle it up. Let it out. How about I accompany you to an internet cafe later for a couple of rounds of Red Alert? Chen Fan casually glanced at him. Apologies, my friend, but I scored 575, and this time I will be attending the same university as my Ruochu. What? Guo Shui slammed the table in astonishment. How much did you say you scored? Chapter 26. Father and son upon returning home in the afternoon. Chen Fan was pleasantly surprised to find his father at home. Dad, you didn't go to work today? His mother, Li Jingkaiyu, glanced at her husband. Your father was concerned about how you performed on the exam and took leave early this afternoon. Chen Fan chuckled, bemused. Was that really necessary? We would find out later tonight when he gets off work. Chen Jianyi shot a glance at his son, feigning nonchalance, yet unease crept into his voice. How did you do? Not too bad. Not too bad. What does that mean? Chen Jianyi exchanged a tense look with his wife before turning back to his son. Did you say you would estimate your score this afternoon? Chen Fan tossed his school uniform jacket into the bedroom. Yes, I've already estimated it. How many points? Can I get into a second-tier university? A third tier would suffice too? The couple's hearts raced as they awaited the answer. Chen approached his father, sat down beside him, poured himself a glass of cool water, and downed it with gusto. Wiping his mouth, he finally spoke. I estimate I scored 575. Oh, that score should be sufficient for application. Chen Jianyi nodded, suddenly struck dumb. He stared at his son in disbelief. How much? Chen Fan grinned. 575 points. I've surpassed the first-tier threshold. In an instant, Chen Jianyi leapt to his feet, his usually composed demeanor giving way to uncharacteristic excitement. 575 points. My goodness. Did I hear that correctly? My son scored 575 points. Li Jingku's eyes glistened with tears of joy as she nodded vigorously. You heard right. Our son scored 575 points. He has surpassed the first-tier threshold. This is wonderful. Simply wonderful. Ha ha ha. My son has secured a place in a first-tier university. Chen Jianyi, elated, spun around in circles, rubbing his hands together. Quick, my dear, go stir-fry a couple of dishes. No, there is no time for that. Go buy some side dishes. And don't forget to get a couple of pounds of pig's head meat and a good bottle of wine. Chen Fan teased, laughing. Surely, this is a bit excessive? Dad, are we not doing well? Enough chatter. Chen Jianyi glared, then burst into laughter. I'm simply too happy today. Let us enjoy a good drink tonight. Li Jingkaiyu chuckled as she untied her apron. I'll go buy the ingredients right away. That evening, the three of them gathered around the table, which was adorned with 6 dishes. The lavish spread was something Chen Fan only saw during the New Year celebrations. Chen Jianyi cheerfully pulled out 2 wine glasses. With the college entrance examination behind you, you have now become an adult. Tonight, let us drink together in celebration. Li Jingkaiyu shot a disapproving glance at her husband. Are you really letting him drink? Chen Jianyi chuckled heartily. It's all right. Our son is grown up now. A little drinking 1 tea hurt. Chen Fan smiled and added, Mom, my dad is happy today, so I'll join him for a drink. The 2 men clinked their glasses, and Chen Jianyi gulped down his drink eagerly, while Chen Fan merely sipped lightly. Come on, eat some dishes. Li Jingkaiyu hurriedly placed a pair of pig ears on her son's plate. That night, the family of 3 enjoyed a harmonious evening filled with conversation, especially Chen Jianyi, who, after just 2 glasses, bore a rosy complexion and spoke far more than usual. During the meal, Li Jingkaiyu curiously inquired which university her son planned to apply to. Yuhei University, majoring in international trade at the School of Economics and Management. Without hesitation, Chen Fan replied. In truth, the program he should be applying for is computer science, as that was his field of expertise in his previous life. However, in order to be in the same major as Su Ruochu, Chen Fan unhesitatingly changed his mind. Moreover, based on his previous experiences, even if he chose computer science, he doubted he would learn much, as the teacher might not even know more than he did. Yuhei University? Is that in the neighboring province of Yuhei? Li Jingkaiyu, unfamiliar with the details, asked with curiosity. Is it well known? With your score, you should be able to attend a university in the capital, right? Being a straightforward rural woman, Li Jingkaiyu had little knowledge of these universities. She instinctively believed that only universities in the capital were truly prestigious. Chen Jinyi slammed his glass onto the table with a snort. What do you know, rural woman? Our son has grown up and has his own opinions. He understands better than we do. Li Jingkaiyu shot her husband a sideways glance, retorting mildly. Yes. I don't know anything. After all, I only have a high school diploma. At her words, Chen Jianyi suddenly fell silent, as he only had a middle school education and had not even graduated. Sensing his father's embarrassment, Chen Fan quickly smiled and explained. Mom, Yuhei University is also one of the top universities in the country, and it is a 985 university, which is quite difficult to get into. Moreover, it's close to home, in the neighboring province. If I miss you too, I can return any time. Chen Jianyi raised his glass and took a sip, looking earnestly at his son. You possess a deeper understanding of such matters than the 2 of us, so feel free to make your own decisions. Remember, regardless of where you choose to pursue your studies in the future, it is imperative to dedicate yourself earnestly to your education and to conduct yourself with integrity. Your mother and I do not harbor grand expectations for your achievements in this life. However, it is essential that you uphold your principles and maintain a clear conscience. As long as you adhere to your moral compass, you shall not lead a life of mediocrity. Chen Fan nodded in acknowledgement. I have taken note of that. Chen Jianyi glanced at his son, hesitated momentarily, and then spoke up. Study diligently, strive to make something of yourself, and venture beyond this small place we call home. Do not, under any circumstances, follow in my footsteps and lead a life of unfulfilled potential. Chen Fan's eyes brimmed with tears. Father, I understand. I will certainly strive to live a meaningful life. With that, he raised his glass, and the father and son clinked their cups together. Perhaps due to the novelty of his recent rebirth, Chen Fan found himself quite intoxicated that evening, to the extent that he could hardly recall how he made it back to his bed. The following morning, he arose to find his mother busy in the kitchen preparing breakfast, while his father tended to the vegetable garden. You're awake? Li Jingkaiyu glanced at her son. Hurry and wash your face. No more drinking from now on. Chen Fan exchanged a knowing look with his father, both sharing a smile. He turned and returned to his room, shortly emerging with a toothbrush in hand, squatting on the steps to brush his teeth. Dad, aren't you going to work today? I swapped shifts with someone. I'll head in this afternoon. Chen Jianyi stood up, brushing the dirt from his hands, and looked at his son. When will the results be out? Chen Fan pondered for a moment. I believe it's on the 23rd. And what about college applications? I'll apply in a couple of days, around the 12th. Chen Jianyi nodded and walked over to wash his hands. Chen Fan hesitated before tentatively asking, Mom, Dad, I'd like to discuss something with you. What is it? Chen Jianyi turned his head to look at him while lathering his hands with soap. Could you lend me 5,000 yuan? Chen Jianyi was taken aback. What do you need that much money for? Chen Fan presented the rationale he had formulated the previous night. Summer vacation is just around the corner. I want to find something to do. I've discussed it with my classmates, and we plan to enroll in a computer class together. If I learn well, I won't fall behind when I get to university. Li Jingkaiyu emerged from the kitchen holding a spoon. 5,000 is a bit excessive, isn't it? That's nearly equivalent to a month's wages for your father and me. What do you know? Chen Jianyi shot a glare at his wife. You have a narrow perspective. Our son has stated this is for his future studies. I will give you the 5,000, but Chen Jianyi looked at his son with utmost seriousness. You must understand. This 5,000 yuan is not a small sum. It is hard-earned money from both your mother and me. You must study diligently and never squander it. Do you understand? Chen Fan's eyes welled with tears. I understand. He felt a pang of guilt towards his parents for having deceived them, as he did not intend to use the money for computer studies. After breakfast, Chen Fan took the 5,000 yuan in cash from his mother and rode his bicycle straight to the city. With the college entrance examination behind him, it was now time to focus on promoting his domain network. On the first day after the exams, Chen Fan did not seek out Guoshui or Su Ruochu. Instead, he ventured alone to Honghai Computer School. Upon entering, Zhou Honghai excitedly waved him over. You arrived just in time. Quickly, come and demonstrate for them. He then explained to the parents inquiring about computer studies, this student, Chen, has just completed his college entrance examination and learned computer skills here. You can observe his proficiency. With that, he led Chen Fan to a nearby computer. Chen Fan wore a puzzled expression. What am I supposed to demonstrate? Zhou Honghai whispered. Just casually showcase your touch typing skills. Thus, Chen Fan powered on the computer, created a new text document, and began to type blindfolded in front of the parents and their children. The sound of rapid keystrokes filled the air as a flurry of text appeared on the screen, flowing seamlessly. In this era, especially in a small place like Luoking, Chen Fan's ability was indeed impressive enough to astonish everyone present. After witnessing Chen Fan's performance, the parents were evidently taken aback, immediately expressing their desire for their children to enroll in the school. Zhou Honghai was nearly beaming with joy as he led the group to his office for further discussions. Meanwhile, Chen Fan sat alone at the computer, first opening his domain network. In recent days, the traffic had increased slightly, surpassing 2,000 views, and the number of registered users had finally exceeded 100. He then opened Wang, but without access to the backend, Chen Fan had no way of knowing the site's data. However, judging by the number of posts, it seemed that Yao Wang was currently inferior to his own network. It appeared that Boss Yao had not yet begun to mobilize his efforts. Nevertheless, Chen Fan was not one to wait passively for the opponent to make a move. He needed to capitalize on his current advantage and find ways to widen the gap between them. Chen Fan closed Yao Wang and then opened Xinlang Wang. In the early 2000s, it was undeniable that the three major portals dominated the traffic landscape. He ultimately chose Xinlang Wang because he believed it possessed a stronger news-oriented attribute among the three. The reason he did not opt to advertise on all three simultaneously was simply due to his lack of funds. At present, his total savings amounted to just over 5,500 yuan, with 5,000 being the cash his mother had given him that day, and the remaining 500 earned from assisting a lady with her computer repair previously. With such limited resources, he could only allocate funds judiciously. Chen Fan sent an email to the business cooperation contact listed on the website, inquiring about advertising rates for promoting on Xinlang Wang. The response came swiftly, providing him with a QQ number. It then dawned on Chen Fan that he had yet to register for a QQ account. He hurriedly created one, surprisingly receiving a 5-digit QQ number. After logging in, he added the provided number as a friend. Once the friend request was accepted, Chen Fan wasted no time in directly inquiring about the promotional costs. The other party asked what product he intended to promote. Chen Fan briefly outlined his plan. Upon learning that he wished to promote a personal website, the other party promptly provided a series of quotes. Damn, this is extortion, Chen Fan muttered under his breath. Although the prices were significantly lower than those in his previous life, they were still beyond what he could currently afford. Thus, Chen Fan commenced the art of negotiation with the other party. After a spirited exchange that lasted over half an hour, they finally reached a consensus on the promotional plan. Chen Fan opted to place 3 advertisements on Xinlang, allocating 1 day for the homepage's first edition and 10 days for the secondary functional pages, culminating in a total expenditure of 400 yuan. Inquisitive, the other party inquired which secondary page Chen Fan preferred, to which he pondered briefly before selecting the Internet and Commerce sections. Please hold on. The counterpart responded, and after approximately 10 minutes, they sent over an electronic contract. Chen Fan completed it swiftly. The contract was prepared in triplicate, instructing him to print, sign, and mail it back after their stamp was affixed. A deposit of 500 yuan was required up front, with the remaining balance to be transferred to the specified account within 3 working days. Otherwise, the deposit would be forfeited. Chen Fan expressed no objections, agreeing that the promotion would commence the day following the receipt of the remittance. In less than an hour, He had expended the entirety of his more than 5,000 yuan. Gazing at the QQ chat messages before him, an epiphany struck Chen Fan. Indeed, QQ in the year 2000 was still grappling with monetization strategies, a far cry from the colossal enterprise it would become over the next decade. In this era, registering a few decent QQ accounts was quite feasible. If you were to hoard several 5 or 6-digit QQ numbers, or collect auspicious ones, preserving them for a few years should yield some profit. With this thought, Chen Fan promptly rose, procuring paper and pen from the front desk. He then fervently began to apply for QQ accounts. By the end of the morning, his notebook was brimming with a plethora of QQ numbers. Fortune smiled upon him as he amassed 15 5-digit QQ accounts and 10 6-digit ones. Among them, a few bore particularly auspicious numbers, likely to fetch a modest sum. Chen Fan carefully tucked the notes into his pocket, bidding farewell to Zhou Honghai before departing the computer school alone. After lunch, rather than indulging in a midday nap at home, he hurried to the post office at the earliest opportunity. Upon the office's opening, he used the provided remittance account to transfer the full amount of 400 yuan, simultaneously mailing the completed contract. Now, he awaited the publication of the advertisements. On July 12th, the day for college applications, Chen Fan encountered Su Ruochu once more. Today, she donned a lovely dress instead of her school uniform. Her ponytail was absent. Instead, her long, dark hair cascaded down like a waterfall, adorned with a light blue headband, rendering her both beautiful and graceful. While filling out her application, Su Ruochu selected the International Trade Program at Yunhai University. After completing her form, she discreetly glanced at Chen Fan, who had yet to finish his own. Her expression turned anxious. Chen Fan smiled gently, sliding his application toward her. Confused, Su Ruochu inquired, "You want me to write it? Your handwriting is beautiful." Chen Fan replied softly. Blushing, Su Ruochu understood the gravity of his words, effectively entrusting her significant future to her own hand. "You really want me to?" she asked. "Yes," Chen Fan affirmed. With a slight smile, she picked up the pen and inscribed Yunhai University, International Trade Program, before shyly handing it back to him. They exchanged smiles. At noon, Chen Fan suggested that the four friends share one last meal at a small restaurant outside the school. At the table, Li Na, usually vibrant and open, appeared somewhat reserved. Conversely, Guo remained unaffected, still carefree as ever. As it was their final meal together, all four raised their glasses filled with beer. Guo initiated a toast, raising his glass towards Li Na. "I wish you a bright future and hope you find a caring boyfriend in college." Li Na hesitated, but eventually lifted her glass. "Thank you. I also wish you find a suitable girlfriend in college." They clinked glasses, Guo downing his drink in one go, while Li Na's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Observing this, Su Ruochu seemed to empathize, instinctively grasping Chen Fan's hand beneath the table. Understanding her sentiment, Chen Fan smiled back, reassuring her, "We will never part ways." The meal, seemingly stiff, saw Li Na recover the quickest, while Guo, appearing carefree, ended up quite inebriated, necessitating Chen Fan's assistance to return home. Chapter 28. The promotion battle must continue 6 days later. Chen Fan's website promotion finally appeared on Xinlang. The advertisement, crafted solely by him, conveyed a simple yet powerful message. You're just one good domain name away from success. DomainNet is the premier platform for domain transactions. It must be noted that, in the year 2000, when the internet was still in its infancy, Xinlang's advertising impact was remarkably potent. Merely one day of exposure led to an explosive surge in traffic for Chen Fan's domain website, with an influx of 50,000 visitors and an astounding user registration rate of 40 to 50%. His website was indeed visually appealing, attracting even those who were unfamiliar with the concept of domain names to register accounts and engage in foreign discussions. By the following day, traffic had surpassed 100,000, with registered users nearing the 50,000 mark. In 2000, the number of internet users in China stood at around 20 million, a surge attributed to the proliferation of internet cafes in recent years, which had significantly boosted user numbers from just a few million 2 years prior. However, Chen Fan was well aware that the glory of internet cafes was fleeting. A series of forthcoming policies, particularly the emergence of expert parental critiques regarding gaming, would soon usher in a winter for internet cafes. Nevertheless, if he could launch a cafe now, he could undoubtedly ride the last wave of prosperity to reap substantial profits. Alas, Chen Fan recognized this golden opportunity, yet lacked the necessary funds. His elation was short-lived, for a few days later, he stumbled upon promotional advertisements for Yahoo Network on both Suhu and Wanji. Not only had they secured a prominent first-page advertisement, but they also dominated several key secondary pages, showcasing their financial might. Realizing this, Chen Fan understood that the true competition had begun. While he could not access Yian Network's data directly, the volume of posts on the website's forum provided a clear indicator of their burgeoning success. Faced with such a predicament, Chen Fan felt a profound sense of frustration. The timing chosen by the opposing party was impeccable. His promotional period with Xinlang.net was on the verge of expiration. To continue competing for users, he had no choice but to invest more money in advertising. However, Chen Fan found himself devoid of funds. At such a juncture, borrowing from his parents was no longer an option. Just as Chen Fan was engulfed in his despondency, his good friend Guo Shui made an appearance. While the two were engrossed in gaming at an internet cafe, Guo Shui discreetly handed him a bag containing 8,000 yuan. Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback. Guo Shui chuckled. "I may not know exactly what you're up to, but I understand that you are in urgent need of money. As I've always said, brotherhood resides in the heart." Chen Fan managed a bitter smile. "No, I cannot accept your money." Guo Shui shot him a glare. "Do you look down on me? Rest assured, this money isn't stolen from my family. It's my reward from my father for surpassing the third-tier exam. I had intended to buy a phone, but seeing your pressing need, I can wait." Noticing Chen Fan's continued hesitation, Guo Shui tossed the money onto the table. "If you still regard me as a brother, take this money. If you disdain me, then our brotherhood ends here." Chen Fan, bemused, reached for the bag of money. "Thank you." Guo Shui grinned. "Don't be too quick to thank me. I have my own ulterior motives. I've never aspired to great things, merely wishing to live a carefree life. I believe you are far more intelligent than I, destined to achieve greater success. Hence, I have resolved to stick with you. Once you make it big, don't forget about me." Chen Fan smiled. "Rest assured, I won't forget you." "Now that's more like it." Guo Shui laughed heartily. "If it chicked, our school is not far from Yunhai University, so we can frequently see each other. On the day of college applications, Guo Shui learned that Chen Fan and Su Ruochu had both applied to Yunhai University. He promptly altered his application to a third-tier institution in Yunhai. In his view, since he was attending a third-tier university regardless, it would be better to be in the same city as his good friend, ensuring mutual support. As Chen Fan gazed at the money in his hands, it was impossible not to feel a swell of gratitude. After all, in this day and age, having someone trustingly hand over 8,000 yuan was akin to a bond closer than that of blood brothers. "Brother, don't worry. Once I make it, I'll have you drive my car." "Dude," Guo Shui raised a middle finger. "When you can afford a Rolls-Royce, then I'll drive for you." Chen Fan chuckled. "Rest assured, there will be bread on the table." With Guo Shui's generous support of 8,000 yuan, Chen Fan once again contacted Xinlang.net and signed a second round of advertising promotion contracts. However, the opposing party, being seasoned capitalists, seemed to have realized that his domain was in direct competition with Yian.net, and they nearly doubled the price. Confronted with such opportunistic behavior, Chen Fan found himself at a loss for words, but he had no choice but to swallow his resentment. After all, Boss Yao's Yian.net firmly occupied the homepage of Wanji and Suhu, and if he wished to continue, he had to sign with Xinlang. After much back-and-forth negotiation, Chen Fan finally settled on a deal. 8,000 yuan for 3 days of homepage advertising and 1 week on 2 secondary pages. Though the promotional contract was signed, Chen Fan dared not relax for even a moment. Until he had thoroughly vanquished Yian.net, the expenditure on advertising would likely persist. Unless his domain triumphed over Yian.net or was acquired by capital, he could not expect further financial assistance from his good friend Guo Shui. Thus, Chen Fan began to brainstorm other avenues for revenue. He summoned Guo Shui, and they scoured every internet cafe and computer studio in Luocheng. The two visited each establishment, actively marketing their services, clearing memory, cleaning computers, reinstalling systems, and troubleshooting. In essence, Chen Fan took on every computer-related issue. In the small town of Luocheng, computer repair specialists were still quite rare, especially since Chen Fan's rates were significantly lower than those of his competitors. Initially, this strategy did yield some income, but it was merely a drop in the ocean. Before the money could even warm in his hands, Chen Fan plunged it all into advertising costs. During this period, both his domain and Yian.net gradually gained recognition, and traffic steadily increased. Moreover, due to superior website optimization and interface, Chen Fan's domain temporarily overshadowed Yian.net. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that he could not afford to relax, for his advantage was fleeting. Should he cease promoting, it was likely that his competitor would swiftly overtake him. Amidst the fierce back and forth of their rivalry, the date of July 23rd arrived, the day the college entrance examination results were to be announced. Chapter 29. College entrance examination rankings within the top 30 districts. In this era, examination results were primarily accessed via landline phones, and Chen Fan's family did not possess one. After a midday meal, The trio set out for his second aunt's home in town, eager to learn of Chen Fan's results. To ensure they received the news promptly, his parents had taken a half-day off work. However, starting at 1 o'clock, their attempts to call were met with a constant message stating that the service was not yet available. While his second aunt chatted with Chen Fan's father, Li Jinkaiyu wore a face of anxiety, dialing a number every 5 minutes. Observing her nervousness, Chen Miyun, Chen Fan's second aunt, couldn't help but chuckle and reassure her. Sister-in-law, there's no need to hover by the phone. The results are already set. Your fretting now won't change a thing. Li Jinkaiyu felt a bit sheepish. I don't know why, but my heart is racing today. Parents are always like this, Chen Miyun remarked, glancing at her older brother. Look at my brother. He is not the least bit anxious. Besides, didn't you say Xiao Fan estimated his score at 575? You should be at ease. It was Chen Jianyi, Chen Fan's father, who spoke next. This boy usually hovers around the lower end of the class rankings. If he performs well, he might just scrape into the second-tier university line. If not, he might not even reach that. With his sudden estimate of 575, to be honest, I'm feeling a bit uncertain. Li Jinkaiyu nodded in agreement. Exactly, we can't fully relax until the scores are confirmed. You can't speak ill of my nephew. Chen Miyun affectionately held Chen Fan's hand, her face radiating warmth. From a young age, I have always believed that Xiao Fan is far more intelligent than that foolish boy of ours, she remarked, encouraging him further. I have faith in you. Your cousin is not cut out for academics. He couldn't even pass the entrance exam for university and is now destined for a vocational school. Xiao Fan, strive earnestly to secure a place at a prestigious university and bring honor to your parents and our Chen family. Chen Fan smiled and replied, Second aunt, I'm hungry. Chen Miyun shot him a stern glance. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'll fetch you some snacks. Li Jinkaiyu cast a wary glance at her son, who was lazily watching television on the sofa. A sense of unease lingered within her, prompting her to pick up the phone and continue dialing the inquiry hotline. The agonizing wait persisted until 6 in the evening. After countless attempts, the hotline finally connected. In a flurry, Chen Jianyi, who had been dining in the living room, was the first to rush in, followed closely by Miyun and her husband. Chen Fan, setting down his chopsticks, was the last to enter the room. Candidate's name, Chen Fan. Examination number, Li Jinyu Froze, Frantijadi Herr Su Ruochu. Where's the admission ticket? I just placed it here. Chen Jianyi shot her an incredulous look. How can you misplace something so trivial? Hurry and find it. The elderly couple began to frantically search every nook and cranny. Don't panic, sister-in-law. Just think about where you last had it, Miyun gently reminded. Li Jinkaiyu murmured, I had on the table earlier, then I checked the candidate number, and... As she reached into her pocket, her expression brightened. Found it. The examination number is XXXXXXXXXXXX. After reciting it, the room fell into an eerie silence, every ear straining to catch sounds from the other end of the line. At last, the voice broke through. Candidate Chen Fan, Chinese. 136 Mathematics, 113 English, 137. Comprehensive Arts, 217, total score, 603. Upon hearing the score, the room was enveloped in silence. Everyone left in stunned disbelief. Chen Jianyi turned his head stiffly towards Miyun. What did you say the score was? A total of 603. Miyun exclaimed excitedly. Big brother, Xiao Fan scored 603. Chen Jianyi, unable to grasp the reality, shifted his gaze to his son, standing in the doorway. Wasn't it supposed to be 575? Chen Fan himself was somewhat surprised. He had been conservative in his estimations, deducting points for subjective questions that lacked definitive answers. It seemed he had performed better than expected. Feeling the eyes of his family upon him, he scratched his head. Perhaps I was just a bit conservative in my estimations. His uncle chuckled. That conservativeness resulted in nearly 30 extra points. It suddenly dawned on Chen Jianyi, and he hurriedly seized the phone from his wife's hand. I need to call again. I must hear the score with my own ears to feel reassured. Following the prompts, he entered the examination number yet again. Soon, the voice on the other end reiterated Chen Fan's score, 603. Indeed, it's still 603. 603, 603. Chen Jianyi murmured in excitement. I didn't mishear. It truly is 603. Without hesitation, he pressed 1 to replay the message. After listening 3 times, all confirming 603, he could hardly contain his joy. 603. My son scored 603. This is simply wonderful. Typically composed and reticent, Chen Jianyi was caught up in an emotional fervor, rubbing his hands together, his dark complexion flushed with exhilaration. Meanwhile, his wife, Li Jinkaiyu, sat quietly beside him, wiping away tears of joy. Thank heavens. The Chen family finally has a university student. Chen Jianyi approached his son, giving his shoulder a hearty pat, causing Chen Fan to grimace in pain. Dad, are you trying to crush me? I'm just so happy today. The second aunt chimed in, Big brother, you must host a celebratory feast. Xiao Fan's score exceeds the first-tier line by a significant margin. I reckon he could easily gain admission to those prestigious universities. Hearing this, Chen Jinyi suddenly turned to his son, only to feel a pang of regret. But the application has already been submitted. Chen Fan smiled, Dad. Even if I could change my choice, I would still select Yunhai University. It's truly excellent. Chen Jinyi chuckled. Very well, it shall be as you wish. Big brother. Miyun interjected, unable to restrain herself. Huh? What did you say? Chen Jinyi appeared momentarily flustered. I was suggesting we ought to celebrate this momentous occasion properly. Yes, indeed. We ought to celebrate. Chen Jinyi exclaimed, rubbing his hands together, glancing at his wife. How about in a couple of days? I'll host a banquet and invite all our friends and family for a grand celebration. Miyun smiled and reminded him, what you mentioned is for the graduation banquet. I'm talking about tonight. It's rare for everyone to be so joyous. Should we not notify Jianzhong and Jianlong to come over for a drink? Right. Chen Jinyi smacked his forehead. How could I forget about that? I'll call them right now. As he was about to dial, Chen Jinyi paused, looking back at Miyun. What if we go to my place tonight? But was promptly interrupted by Chen Fan's second aunt. No, if we go to your place, it'll require cooking all over again. Let us stay here. We already have food prepared. I'll just whip up a few more dishes. You go ahead and invite them over. We should celebrate as a family first, and later, when you throw a graduation banquet for Xiao Fan, we can invite all the relatives for a big gathering. Chen Jinyi pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. You're right. We shall do it your way. As he began dialing his third and fourth uncles, Miyun engaged in an excited conversation with Li Jingkaiyu. The entire family was enveloped in immense surprise and joy. Chen Fan stepped outside, gazing up at the starry sky. He clenched his fist slightly, reflecting, the college entrance examination has finally concluded without incident, and I have emerged successfully. He wondered what Ruochu might be doing at this very moment. How many points did she score? Is she thinking of me? At this thought, Chen Fan felt restless. Mom, I'm stepping out for a bit. Without waiting for his mother to respond, Chen Fan dashed into the courtyard. Where are you going? His mother, Li Jingkaiyu, called after him. I'm going to find my classmates and ask about their scores. Aren't you going to eat? Your uncles are about to arrive. Chen Fan had already hopped on his bicycle and sped out of the yard. I'm full. You don't need to wait for me. I'll return home on my own tonight. With that, he vanished in a flash. This child, Li Jingkaiyu, shook her head. Yet her face was adorned with a smile of pride. Typically, if Chen Fan were to run out alone at night, she would have scolded him thoroughly. But now, she could only feel a sense of satisfaction watching her son. Riding furiously, Chen Fan made his way straight to the town, swiftly arriving in the neighborhood where Su Ruochu resided. Seizing the opportunity while the gatekeeper was distracted, he stealthily slipped inside. In his previous life, Chen Fan had started dating Su Ruochu during their sophomore year in college. During that winter break, he had secretly come to visit her, so he had some recollection of which building she lived in. Navigating by memory, he located her building and began counting the floors. Upon reaching the 5th floor, he noticed the lights were still on inside, indicating that someone was home. But how could he contact Ruochu? Should he simply barge in? It was evident that such an action would lead to being chased away by her parents. In a moment of hesitation, Chen Fan stood at the foot of the building, feeling somewhat forlorn. It seemed as if the heavens had heard his silent plea. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a familiar silhouette appeared on the balcony of his study on the 5th floor. Chen Fan's heart leaped with joy as he excitedly gazed at that figure. Su Ruochu was clad in a fluffy dress, her hands resting on the balcony railing, bathed in the moonlight that cast a sacred glow upon her slender form. With long hair cascading down her shoulders, she quietly gazed at the starry sky, pondering what Chen Fan might be doing at that moment, what his score could be, and whether he was thinking of her. Perhaps by some unspoken connection, her gaze swept downwards, and she froze in disbelief, staring at a familiar figure below. Su Ruochu even doubted her own eyes until the figure below raised a hand and waved. Immediately, she covered her mouth with her small hand to stifle a scream. Why you're here? She whispered softly. Unfortunately, Chen Fan below could not hear her. He gestured with his hands, unsure if she understood. Wait for me. I'll be right down. Su Ruochu pointed to herself and nodded at Chen Fan before rushing back inside. A few minutes later, a graceful figure dashed out from the hallway. As she reached the entrance, Su Ruochu suddenly halted, regaining her composure as she lowered her head, approaching Chen Fan with a hint of shyness. What brings you here? Chen Fan grinned widely. I missed you. Su Ruochu's cheeks flashed a rosy hue. A bit embarrassed. Were you thinking of me on the balcony just now? Chen Fan teased lightly, not truly expecting an answer. To his surprise, after a moment's hesitation, Su Ruochu gently nodded. That barely audible affirmation was the most proactive expression of her feelings. Chen Fan, gazing at Su Ruochu, unabashedly revealed his admiration. It had been a few days since they last met, and he noticed that her hair had been trimmed, with a fringe adding a playful touch to her otherwise demure appearance. Under his scrutinizing gaze, Su Ruochu felt somewhat flustered. What are you staring at? My wife is truly beautiful. What nonsense? Who is your wife? It's true, Chen Fan said with a grin. You look stunning in this outfit. I really like it. You smooth talker. Su Ruochu scoffed playfully, yet the twinkle in her eyes and the slight smile on her lips betrayed her delight. Chen Fan extended an invitation. Shall we take a stroll? Su Ruochu hesitated briefly. I can't be out too long. My mom is at home. Chen Fan nodded with a smile. Don't worry. Just a few minutes, and I'll safely escort you back. If you're really concerned, I can even give you the police officer's phone number, if that helps. Su Ruochu rolled her eyes playfully, but remained silent, leading the way outside the community. Unbeknownst to them, on the balcony of the 5th floor, Su Ruochu's mother, Lin Wangziu, stood with a dark expression, watching the two depart, her demeanor far from pleasant. On the street, the two young people walked side by side. Beneath the streetlight, their shadows slowly merged, resembling a pair of lovers nestled together. Su Ruochu kept her head down, silent, while Chen Fan pushed his bicycle with one hand, the other seemingly swinging casually. Finally, their fingers brushed against each other, only to quickly retract as if they had been electrocuted. Mustering courage, Chen Fan gently grasped Su Ruochu's small hand. Her cheeks flushed once more, but this time she did not resist or pull away. Blushing, she exchanged a glance with Chen Fan, who responded with a goofy grin. Just for a little while, Su Ruochu found herself charmed by his childlike expression, allowing him to hold her hand as they wandered aimlessly together. At last, Chen Fan broke the silence. You checked your college entrance exam results, right? How many points? 584. Su Ruochu replied softly. Chen Fan smiled, his tone tinged with pride. I scored 603. Su Ruochu suddenly smiled, her lips forming a tight line. I already knew. You knew? Chen Fan's eyes widened in surprise. Yes. The homeroom teacher called my house this afternoon, and I asked about your score. The teacher said your score shocked him. You ranked among the top 10 in the school and the top 30 in the district. Su Ruochu's face radiated joy, seemingly proud of Chen Fan. Then, as if struck by a thought, she turned to him. 603 points. You could actually consider applying to those prestigious universities. Do you regret choosing Yunhai University with me? Chen Fan broke into a smile, firmly grasping Su Ruochu's delicate hand. No regrets. No matter how high the scores, they hold little significance for me. My sole aspiration is to attend the same university as you. Upon hearing these words, Su Ruochu felt a delightful warmth in her heart, casting a coy glance at Chen Fan. Under the soft glow of the street lamp, her eyes sparkled with beauty and charm, leaving Chen Fan momentarily entranced. Sensing the intensity of his gaze, Su Ruochu's heart fluttered, and a wave of nervousness washed over her. Could he possibly be leaning in to kiss me? Just as Su Ruochu was engulfed in uncertainty, Chen Fan began to tilt his head closer. In that instant, her body tensed and her mind went blank. What should I do? Should I refuse? Chapter 31. Surpassed by a rival, Su Ruochu was anxious. Chen Fan was equally so. In the presence of this enchanting girl, he believed no one understood her better than he did. In their past life, they had shared over 4 years of love. Their relationship marked by tender intimacy and mutual respect. He thought he knew everything about Su Ruochu. Yet in this lifetime, observing her blushing cheeks and slightly trembling form, he found himself inexplicably nervous. Just as the two of them were trembling in anticipation of their first kiss, a sudden honk from a nearby car startled them. Turning her head, Su Ruochu noticed a black sedan parked across the street. A middle-aged man in a suit stood beside the vehicle, beaming and waving at her. Su Ruochu gasped and quickly released Chen Fan's hand. Dad! Taken aback, Chen Fan realized that the man was Su Ruochu's father, his future father-in-law. Su Ruochu cast an embarrassed glance at Chen Fan before shyly rushing across the road. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Fan followed suit. Dad, what are you doing here? Su Ruochu's voice was soft, tinged with unease. Su Sueshan affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair. He had just finished attending a dinner party and was pleasantly surprised to encounter his daughter on the way home. His gaze naturally fell upon Chen Fan, who had followed her. My dear, who is this? Aren't you going to introduce him to your father? Su Ruochu's face flushed crimson, leaving her at a loss for words. However, Chen Fan stepped forward with confidence. Hello, uncle. I'm Su Ruochu's classmate. My name is Chen Fan. Su Sueshan smiled warmly at Chen Fan. Ah, so you're a classmate. Nice to meet you. Chen Fan took the initiative to clarify. Today was the release of the college entrance exam results, and I came to ask Su Ruochu how she performed. Oh, I see, Su Ruochu said, scrutinizing Chen Fan with a smile. Since you're here, why not come home for a visit? No, I must head back, Chen Fan replied, glancing at Su Ruochu before waving goodbye. Goodbye, uncle. I'll be on my way. Then I want to see you off. Take care on your way home. Su Ruochu called after him, watching as Chen Fan rode away on his bicycle before turning his attention back to his daughter. This boy seems quite decent, open and confident. Even in front of his elders, without a hint of nervousness, he remarked, stealing a glance at Su Ruochu. Could it be that he has feelings for you? Instantly, Su Ruochu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, wrapping her arm around her father's. Dad, what are you talking about? What is so embarrassing about it? My daughter is so beautiful. It would be strange if no boys liked her. However, it seems your attitude towards him is quite different from how you treat other boys. Do you have feelings for him? Su Ruochu's cheeks reddened, and she felt a flutter of anxiety. Dad, you said you wouldn't interfere in my romantic matters. So switching Chucketh. I'm not interfering. I'm merely curious. Can an old man ask a question? After a moment of hesitation, Su Ruochu whispered, I like him. I've agreed to date Chen Fan. Su Ruochu smiled and gently tousled his daughter's hair. Now that the college entrance exams are over, you're a grown woman. I want to oppose you dating. However, as your elder, I must offer you some advice. Ensure that your feelings are not a fleeting impulse. You must truly understand him. Dad, you needn't worry. Chen Fan is truly an excellent student. He performed remarkably well on the exam, scoring 603 points, higher than me. Oh, Su Ruochu said, somewhat surprised. I must have underestimated him. Su Ruochu felt a twinge of anxiety. Dad, could you please not tell Mom about this tonight? So switching Chucketh. She asked her mother, why shouldn't she know? If she finds out, it'll be as if the sky is falling. She always treats me like a child. Su Ruochu pouted, clearly full of grievances. Su Ruochu laughed, ruffling her hair again. You shouldn't speak about your mother that way. It's only natural for her to worry about you. Playfully, Su Ruochu stuck out her tongue and gently shook her father's arm. Will you agree to keep a secret? I never said I would keep it from her. I simply meant that when the time is right, I'll tell her myself. Faced with his daughter's pleading. So switching relentive. All right, I'll keep your secret. Thank you, Dad. Let us get in the car and head home. Sure. So switching, smiling, started the car and glanced at his daughter beside him. I've agreed to keep your secret. But could you tell me more about this classmate Chen Fan? Su Ruochu was clearly still basking in immense happiness. Chen Fan sometimes appears quite quiet, but he's actually a person with strong opinions and ideas. His academic performance in class was not particularly remarkable until just before the exams, when he seemed to suddenly awaken. The domain network evidently sensed the threat posed by Chen Fan's domain network. Recently, they had significantly increased their investment, bombarding the market with advertisements, seemingly intent on obliterating Chen Fan's domain network with brute financial force. Meanwhile, Chen Fan's entrepreneurial endeavors faced setbacks as well. After all, the number of computers needing repair in such a small town was limited. Even if he serviced every computer in the area, the earnings would be modest. Investing all efforts into promotion yielded only minimal results. Before the affluent boss Yao, Chen Fan's modest investment was insignificant, barely causing a ripple. As August unfolded, under the formidable financial onslaught from his competitor, the slight advantage Chen Fan had accumulated with his domain website gradually dissipated. E-domain network surged ahead, surpassing Chen Fan's site in daily traffic. Sitting before his computer, Chen Fan wore a glum expression, pondering whether he had misstepped from the outset. Competing with wealth was a futile endeavor. After all, no amount of grueling labor for money could rival boss Yao's deep pockets. It was only a matter of time before he was overtaken. If he wished to prevail, a shift in strategy was imperative. He needed to explore alternative avenues. With both domain network and e-domain network open on his screen, Chen Fan had devoted nearly all his energy in recent days to monitoring the traffic of these two websites. Alas, was he truly destined to be defeated? A sense of unwillingness welled up within him. Just then, a graceful figure entered the computer school. Su Ruochu had arrived. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhou Honghai, she effortlessly took a seat beside Chen Fan. How did you know I was here? Chen Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Ruochu blinked. I have my sources. A smile broke across Chen Fan's face. It was Guishui who informed you, wasn't it? Su Ruochu remained silent, instead retrieving an envelope from her bag and placing it before Chen Fan. Chen Fan was taken aback. What is this? What is this? He echoed, gazing perplexedly at the envelope as Su Ruochu opened it to reveal a savings book. Guishui told me everything. He mentioned that you build a website and are in need of substantial funds. He also said you've been brainstorming ways to earn money. Chen Fan couldn't help but curse under his breath. That scoundrel had sold him out completely. However, Su Ruochu glared at him. I'm quite upset. Why didn't you tell me something so important? I am your girlfriend. I shouldn't have to hear about your troubles from someone else. Feeling flustered, Chen Fan hurriedly attempted to explain. It wasn't my intention to keep it from you. I just thought you wouldn't be interested in such matters. Su Ruochu, however, looked serious. I'm interested in everything that concerns you. At this, Chen Fan was utterly speechless, unsure of how to respond. Su Ruochu continued. I heard from Guoxue that you are in urgent need of money. I don't know how much you require, but this savings book contains the pocket money I've saved over the years, along with my New Year's gift money. There's a total of 782 yuan. Take it for now, and if it's insufficient, we can think of further solutions together. Chen Fan gazed at Su Ruochu, deeply moved. Yet he did not reach for the money, instead shaking his head with a smile. I cannot accept this. Su Ruochu immediately grew anxious. This is my own savings, not my family's. I understand, but I still cannot accept it. Chen Fan. Su Ruochu's eyes flashed with irritation. If you keep this up, I will be angry. Tell me, am I not your girlfriend? Chen Fan nodded. Of course, and you will become my wife in the future. Su Ruochu blushed and shot him a fierce glare. Then why should there be any division between us? With a wry smile, Chen Fan replied, I did not mean it that way. But you clearly do. Su Ruochu's eyes glistened, hinting at her grievance. You say otherwise, yet your actions tell a different story. Why can you use Guoshue's money, but not mine? Is it because I am a girl? Is it shameful to accept money from a girl? Chen Fan hurriedly shook his head. Ruochu, you are misunderstanding me. Please let me explain. Su Ruochu turned away, clearly annoyed, and Chen Fan could only helplessly offer a soft explanation. I am not intentionally rejecting your money. It is simply that I don't need it at the moment. Seeing her glance back, Chen Fan quickly added, if you had offered this money last week or last month, I would have accepted it without hesitation. But right now, I do not require any funds, which is why I am declining. He gently took her hand. It is not as you think. While I value my pride, I would never let it come between us as a couple. Su Ruochu scrutinized him for a moment. Is that really true? Absolutely. But Guoxue clearly said you were in dire need of money. Chen Fan chuckled. I do need funds, but it is a substantial amount. Far beyond what you are offering. Otherwise, your contribution would be but a drop in the bucket. Suddenly, Su Ruochu asked Chen Fan, what exactly do you need the money for? Chen Fan smiled. Are you curious? Yes, she nodded, revealing her long-standing interest in Chen Fan's endeavors. Though she had hesitated to inquire. Come here. Chen Fan beckoned Su Ruochu to sit beside him, guiding her to the computer screen. This website is one I built personally. Domain network. Su Ruochu looked puzzled, not comprehending its significance. Chen Fan opened another page. This website was created by someone else. Currently, we are both investing heavily in promoting our respective sites. Why are you spending money on promotion? Su Ruochu asked, still bewildered. Chen Fan chuckled, patiently explaining. It's akin to raising piglets. We each have a little pig. We invest in feed, and after nurturing them to a plump size, we can sell them for profit. Realisation dovnet on sununtai rojo. You want to sell this website? Chen Fan nodded. To be precise, I need to outmaneuver the other site before mine can be sold. Why is that? This clearly touched on an area of knowledge beyond Su Ruochu's grasp, and Chen Fan relished the opportunity to enlighten her, feeling a sense of pride in sharing his insights. In any industry, only the leaders hold true value. My website is of the same ilk as his, and if we aspire to attract investment for acquisition in the future, we must surpass one another to garner the highest traffic. Only then will capital take an interest. Chen Fan gestured towards the webpage of Yahoo Network. The stark reality is that the individual opposite us is quite affluent, with ample resources, and their advertising campaigns utterly obliterate ours. Thus, I maintain that I do not require funds at this moment. For even an investment of several thousand would be a fruitless endeavor, unless one is prepared to invest hundreds of thousands to decisively overpower the competition. Such expenditures would be deemed meaningful. Su Ruochu began to comprehend his words. Her gaze sparkled as she fixed her eyes on Chen Fan. To be frank, this was the first time she had heard such unfamiliar concepts from him, especially when Chen Fan articulated terms beyond her understanding. She felt as if he had transformed into a different person. In his eyes, she saw illumination and focus. Indeed, a man dedicated to his work possesses an unparalleled charm. After a moment's hesitation, Su Ruochu softly suggested, why not accept this? We must at least give it a try. We cannot concede defeat before the battle is over. Chen Fan chuckled and shook his head. It's futile. In terms of financial investment and promotion, we are no match for them. Su Ruochu felt a pang of anxiety for Chen Fan. Are you truly going to give up? She was well aware of the tremendous effort Chen Fan had poured into this website since before his college entrance examination, often laboring here until the wee hours. This website encapsulated a significant portion of his dedication. Observing Su Ruochu's anxious expression, Chen Fan smiled and grasped her small hand. I certainly won't give up easily. I'm merely stating that I won't engage in financial competition with them. However, we can explore alternative strategies. Su Ruochu's anticipation grew. Have you devised any other plans? Chen Fan sighed. Not at the moment. After pondering, Su Ruochu suddenly pressed her savings book into Chen Fan's hands. Since you haven't thought of anything else, at least take this. Regardless of whether it's a mere drop in the ocean, it's better than doing nothing. She looked at Chen Fan, her expression earnest. Consider this money as a loan. If you refuse, I will never speak to you again. Chapter 33. Cornered, yet hope arises observing the girl's serious demeanor. Chen Fan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Very well, I shall accept this money. Thank you. Su Ruochu finally broke into a smile. Elated to be of assistance to Chen Fan. What are your plans moving forward? Chen Fan sighed and shook his head. I haven't quite figured it out yet. Su Ruochu suggested, with just over a month until school starts, you can't possibly keep coming here every day to watch over Hung Hai. Since you mentioned not having any other ideas, why not use this money to buy a computer? With a computer, you can maintain a website from home, and even take it to your dormitory when university begins. This suggestion intrigued Chen Fan. After all, lacking a computer was exceedingly inconvenient for him. Starting a business while attending university would undoubtedly require one. However, after some reflection, he dismissed the notion. It had nothing to do with machismo. Rather, Su Ruochu had mentioned that this money was accumulated over several years. He must not squander it frivolously. Let me think it over. Chen Fan smiled gently at Su Ruochu. Perhaps I will soon conceive of another plan. Unexpectedly, an opportunity for inspiration soon presented itself from their adversary. One day, while Chen Fan and Guo Shuai were browsing the internet at Beihua Forest, Chen Fan had the webpage of Xinlang Network open before him. Their promotional contract had expired 3 days prior, and he was unable to afford a renewal. Today, Xinlang Network's advertisement had been replaced by that of Yaya Network. Clearly, their opponent aimed to eradicate him completely. Chen Fan shook his head with a resigned smile. In the face of true financial titans, he felt woefully inadequate. Should he simply concede defeat? This thought left him discontent. He casually clicked on his domain name site. With the conclusion of the promotional contract, his traffic had recently been surpassed by the rival Yaya Network. Fortunately, thanks to earlier promotions, Chen Fan's domain site had also amassed considerable traffic. Many users had grown accustomed to posting and engaging in discussions on the forum, and some had even ventured to try out Yaya Network. The result? Their experience was abysmal, prompting them to return to the domain site, grumbling all the while. It was akin to living in a spacious, well-lit villa only to be thrust into a cramped, drafty dormitory. Inevitably, discomfort would ensue. Chen Fan's domain site was indeed the villa. The style and concept he had crafted far surpassed Yaya Network by at least 2 versions. What a ridiculous entity Yaya Network was. With so much capital, he would rather indulge in a fine meal. On the domain forum, users who had tried Yaya Network returned to vent their frustrations. Everyone, please avoid Yaya Network. It is a complete waste of life. Compared to our domain site, Yaya Network appears to be a hodgepodge imitation. Initially, these outbursts stemmed from users seeking amusement on the forum, but soon, other voices began to emerge. I thought the domain site was formidable. Now it seems rather average. Quick, everyone register at Yaya Network. Their traffic is at least 10 times ours. No matter how visually appealing the site is, without users, it's merely waste. Such slanderous remarks erupted in a concentrated wave within the same day, quickly capturing the attention of Chen Fan, the forum administrator. Observing the accounts making these statements, he noted that most were newly registered accounts from the past couple of days. Chen Fan shook his head in disbelief. He never anticipated that in this era, the practice of creating accounts to engage in slanderous behavior would already exist. Moreover, given the timing and content of these disparaging comments, he couldn't believe that no one was orchestrating this behind the scenes. Truly, a testament to the legacy of Boss Yao in the modern internet landscape. Who would have thought that, even in this era, the concept of utilizing water armies for defamation would be understood? Water armies? Suddenly, an epiphany struck Chen Fan, and his eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. The accounts deployed for this smear campaign numbered no more than 20, clearly indicating a premeditated scheme. Unfortunately, Boss Yao had yet to conceive of the concept of a water army at this time. One can only speculate on the formidable force that the water army will evolve into in the future. Chen Fan harbored neither intense affection nor deep-seated animosity towards this phenomenon. To him, the water army resembled a double-edged sword. Wielded adeptly, it could yield extraordinary results. Faced with the reality that he could not outspend Boss Yao in self-promotion, He resolved to explore an alternative approach, a fresh perspective. In an instant, inspiration struck Chen Fan, his thoughts crystallizing with clarity. Boss Yao, it was you who first dispatched individuals to tarnish my reputation. Thus, I bear no responsibility for the retaliation that follows. Murmuring to himself, Chen Fan reached out and playfully smacked Guo Shui, who was engrossed in a video game. Let's go. Huh? It's not even time yet, Guo Shui exclaimed, bewildered, as he called after Chen Fan. Yet, to his surprise, Chen Fan did not depart, but instead made his way to the front desk of the internet cafe. Guo Shui hesitated for a moment, concerned for Chen Fan's intentions, but ultimately abandoned his game to follow him. I wish to speak with your manager, Chen Fan stated bluntly upon reaching the desk. The attendant, absorbed in a computer game, glanced up at Chen Fan, her expression devoid of warmth. The boss is busy. No time. Witnessing this exchange, Guo Shui was about to erupt in anger, but Chen Fan restrained him. With a congenial smile directed at the young attendant, he continued. No worries, speaking with you will suffice. My friend, would you be interested in earning some extra cash? At this remark, the attendant's gaze finally left her screen. Her interest peaked. What do you mean? Chen Fan chuckled softly, pulling a slip of paper from his pocket. Look here, I've created a new QQ group. Starting today, I want you to invite as many people as possible who come to the cafe into this group. For each person who joins, I will compensate you 50 cents, with no upper limit. What do you say? Is this a deal you would consider? The attendant stared blankly at Chen Fan. Is it really that simple? Indeed, it is that simple. Are you serious? Of course, Chen Fan replied with a smile. What could I possibly gain by deceiving you? You need not invest anything. Merely use your words to earn money, correct? However, should you decline, I could always consult your network administrator, who I imagine will be quite interested. Upon hearing that Chen Fan might contact the network administrator, the attendant grew visibly anxious. She snatched the slip from Chen Fan's hand, scrutinizing it closely before querying. What if you backtrack on your promise and don't pay? Chen Fan chuckled. We frequent this cafe nearly every day, so we are familiar faces. Do you really think I would trick you in such a manner? The truth will reveal itself today. Invite a few people into the group and see for yourself. Each person nets you 50 cents. That's $5 for 10, 50 for 100. If you manage to invite 1,000 people, you could pocket $500 effortlessly. Clearly motivated by Chen Fan's words, the attendant thought, after all, there was no risk involved, so why not give it a try? All right, I'll trust you this once. Chapter 34. Learning to harness the power of the people back at their seats. Guo Shui remained perplexed. Hey, what are you really up to? Why get that kid free money? Chen Fan did not answer the question directly, but instead fixed his gaze on Guo Shui. How much money do you have on you? Huh? Guo Shui rummaged through his pockets, producing a handful of coins. A little over 120. Hand it over. Chen Fan said, taking it without counting and stuffing it into his own pocket. Including what you owe me, I'll return you 10,000 next time. Guo Shui shook his head, insisting, you still haven't answer my question. Chen Fan opened a web page and pointed at comments on a forum. What does this mean? Is this the work of our adversary? Chen Fan nodded. It's highly probable. And what is your plan? Do you intend to hire someone to defame their site? Chen Fan shook his head. It is not merely that. He then elaborated on his strategy to Guo Shui. Competing through financial means was futile. Thus, he sought a different route, pondering alternative methods. Since their opponent felt compelled to resort to discrediting the domain, what did that indicate? Guo Shui promptly replied. It indicates they feel insecure. They recognize that their site pales in comparison to yours, hence their fear that yours could pose a threat. Snapping his fingers, Chen Fan remarked. Since they have taken the offensive, we need not hold back. Guo Shui scratched his head, confused. But can you really defeat them with this group of unfamiliar netizens? What if it backfires? Chen Fan laughed. It seems you have yet to grasp the power of the water army. He proceeded to explain in detail what a water army entailed. Guo Shui listened, somewhat bewildered. Regardless of your reasoning, do we really need to pay them that much? 50 cents per head seems excessive. I think 10 cents would suffice. Chen Fan chuckled in disbelief. We are pressed for time. Moreover, to rapidly assemble a water army, one must initially invest significantly. Trust me, as the front desk attendant, you interact with most people daily, and my offer is quite reasonable. Seeing that Guo Shui still did not fully comprehend, Chen Fan persisted in his explanation. Do not view these individuals as temporary workers. By gathering them through QQ, consider them as allies in your gaming guild. In the future, you can post bounties in the group, allowing them to serve your purposes. Believe me, in this era, possessing a compliant water army can grant you substantial influence online. Guo Shui, though still somewhat unsure, declared, no matter what, I'll follow your lead. If you say to do it, then let us do it. Such is the bond of brotherhood, offering unwavering support even amidst confusion. Subsequently, Chen Fan took Guo to several other internet cafes, employing the same strategy with the managers or attendants, and provided them each with a unique QQ group. To avoid complications, the QQ accounts were selected from previously registered new accounts, ensuring no one would trace them back to him. By the end of the day, Chen Fan had established over 20 QQ groups. Guo accompanied him throughout, still grappling with the understanding of Chen Fan as ultimate objective. And he felt that this approach was rather frivolous, doubting it would attract many participants. If I were the front desk of an internet cafe, I could easily coordinate with classmates and friends to gather dozens of people, then join the group to collect money before promptly exiting and disappearing. What could Chen Fan possibly do about it? Of course, these concerns remained unspoken by Guo. He simply accompanied Chen Fan as they visited one establishment after another. By dusk, as twilight descended, Chen Fan had already sent invitations to 24 QQ groups. That should suffice. Tomorrow, I shall assess the situation. If these internet cafe attendants prove efficient, they might just help me gather 200 individuals within 3 days, which would be barely adequate. This was Chen Fan's line of thought, yet he had significantly underestimated the influence of these attendants and the front desk. Within a mere day, the joining notifications from the 24 QQ groups had been incessant. Furthermore, some front desk staff were quite astute. Having joined numerous QQ groups while gaming, they brazenly disseminated advertisements across various gaming groups, fervently inviting everyone to join the group and partake in the monetary rewards. Some netizens joined purely out of curiosity. Thus, the following day, Chen Fan returned to Baihualan, and upon logging in, he was astonished by the flurry of messages flashing within the QQ groups. Initially, he had anticipated that combining the 24 groups would yield a count of 100 or 200 members at best. However, within just one night, the largest group boasted over 200 members, while the smallest still had more than 80. The front desk of Baihualan approached him mysteriously. "Did you see? I managed to bring in over 150 people for you." Chen Fan smiled, impressive indeed. Noticing the other's hesitation to speak, Chen Fan chuckled and produced 80 yuan from his pocket. "Here, S80 for you." The young attendant's eyes sparkled, seemingly taken aback that Chen Fan would actually pay him. He eagerly accepted the money, and before departing, he couldn't resist asking, "If I bring in even more people later, will there be more money?" Chen Fan smiled, "Of course. As long as you can bring people in until the end of this month, my word stands." The attendant's eyes gleamed with excitement. "All right, it's a promise." Once the front desk staff departed, Chen Fan swiftly set up restrictions on chatting in those groups, much to Guo amazement at his speed. He then sent a message in each group. "In half an hour, this group will announce a money-making task. Before the task begins, please nominate 3 group administrators." With that, he lifted the chat restrictions. Instantly, a torrent of messages flooded in. What is happening? A money-making task? What task? What money? Isn't this a gaming group? Is there really money to be made? Where's the group leader to explain? Chen Fan silently observed the discussions among the participants. Indeed, curiosity drove them to uncover what the mysterious group leader was up to. Each group's members successfully nominated 3 administrators. Chen Fan promptly granted these newly appointed administrators their roles. He noted that nearly every front desk staff member or internet attendant had been selected as a group administrator. Chen Fan was indifferent to whom managed the groups. He simply invited them into an administrator group. Subsequently, Guo bore witness to Chen Fan orchestrating the entire operation. Chen Fan convened a meeting with these dozens of group administrators, succinctly explaining the reward task. The task was, in essence, quite simple: leave comments. If one could navigate the internet and type, participation was a breeze. Chen Fan's requirements were straightforward. He requested that all comments be as positive as possible about the domain name website. To ensure clarity, Chen Fan even provided over 10 template comments as examples, explicitly advising them to copy the templates if they struggled to compose their own. While Guo sat in bewilderment, perceiving Chen Fan's actions as somewhat frivolous, Chen Fan suddenly addressed the administrators in the management group. "Inform all group members that as long as they diligently leave comments, everyone will earn abundantly. Each comment must contain no fewer than 10 characters. Each comment will earn 5 cents, with no upper limit. As for group administrators, your remuneration will increase by a tier. For each comment you post, you will earn 10 cents. All right, you may return to your groups and clarify this with your members. The task is now live." Guo said, "Astounded, gazing at Chen Fan. Isn't this a bit too trivial?" However, Chen Fan merely stretched lazily and patted Guo on the shoulder. "Young man, remember, you must learn to harness the power of the masses." Chapter 35, 5 cents per comment. No upper limit. Guo found Chen Fan's approach overly simplistic. Yet Chen Fan demonstrated through action that Guo Shui was utterly oblivious to the dynamics of the internet. Following the announcement of the reward task, the members in over 20 groups erupted in excitement. In this day and age, the concept of paid commenters was still foreign to many. The only thing that resonated with them was Chen Fan's concluding remark, 5 cents per comment, no upper limit. Who among them had money to burn? The discussions in the groups grew intense, with members questioning which fool had concocted such a scheme. 5 cents per comment? That's 50 cents for 10 comments. $5 for 100. I could probably post dozens of comments in a minute. If I dedicated a day to it, wouldn't I effortlessly pocket $100? The netizens within the groups began fervently debating. I think it's a scam. Everyone should be cautious. Whether it's true or not, let us find out. If each person posts a few hundred comments, with over 100 of us in this group, we could easily make thousands in a single day. I don't really believe it. Hey, why is it suddenly quiet? Damn, these fools must have snuck off to post comments. Wow, that is sneaky. They were just shouting not to fall for it. And now they dashed off to grab the cash. Similar dialogues unfolded across every QQ group. As a direct participant, Guo Shui witnessed it all firsthand. If they really start posting comments, are you genuinely going to pay them? Chen Fan nodded. Of course. They are putting in their effort. It's only fair we compensate them. Guo Shui was puzzled, but everyone is scattered across the country. How will you pay them? You can't possibly transfer money to each one individually. That would be a hassle and not worth the transaction fees. Chen Fan chuckled, seemingly unfazed. It won't be that complicated. We'll simply hand the money over to the front desks of these cafes. Most of the participants were brought in by them, and they're familiar with each other. Moreover, as group administrators, they facilitate communication better than we could. Guo Shui remained unconvinced. Even if you give all the money to those front desk staff, how can they ensure it reaches every individual? Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Come on, big brother. Can you think a little? Why not try a different approach? Just tell them that the change is too little for a transfer and directly send game vouchers, point cards, or other in-game currencies. Guo Shui's eyes suddenly lit up. Indeed, that would perfectly resolve the settlement issue. However, he soon thought a new problem. How do we account for each person's posts? What if someone commits fraud? Chen Fan patiently explained. Have them send screenshots of their IP alongside their comments. Only those with a screenshot of their own IP will be valid, while all others will be considered fraudulent. Furthermore, with so many people, we can't manage them all. You could appoint group administrators as secondary agents, while you take on the role of the mastermind behind the scenes. Over time, you can even support a group of trusted individuals to act as agents. As long as the management system is well established, you will only need to send the money to the secondary agents, and they will handle the rest. Chen Fan further advised Guo Shui that if this method proves effective, they could sustain this group of water armies. They could select a few trustworthy administrators and make them their employees. These employees wouldn't need to work, but would receive a salary based on tasks. Whenever a task arises, they would simply inform the secondary agents and transfer the funds, leaving the rest to them. Once this system is refined, it would be akin to having a hidden force at their disposal on the internet. When the time comes to strike, the boss merely needs to give the order, and the secondary agents would lead a multitude of water armies rushing forth. Guo Shui was taken aback by Chen Fan's vivid description. He gazed at Chen Fan with astonishment, as though he were meeting this friend for the first time. What are you looking at? Guo Shui said, pinching Chen Fan's cheek. Dude, we were taught by the same teacher. Why do you understand so much more? Is there really a difference in genius among people? Chen Fan shook his head in disbelief. It's not that I'm smarter. It's just that you're rather dim-wit. Come on. Must you be so blunt? Chen Fan smiled at Guo Shui. In the future, I won't have the energy to manage this. I'll leave these people in your hands. Guo Shui's eyes widened. You want me to manage them? Chen Fan nodded. Of course, provided you're willing. Of course I am. Guo Shui excitedly agreed. To be honest, he didn't yet fully grasp the implications of the water army's role, as Chen Fan described. His only thought was that with such a group, he could create a guild in the game and compete against other guilds. With just a wave of his hand, countless brothers would rush to join him. The mere thought thrilled him. Seeing Guo Shui sitting there with a foolish grin, Chen Fan knew his friend's mind had drifted far away. He shook his head, choosing to ignore him. Chen Fan held a considerable amount of trust in Guo Shui, although he could sometimes be unreliable. Chen Fan was confident that Guo Shui could successfully manage the financial transactions for each internet cafe. As for the water army, it would depend on Guo Shui's ability to maintain it. If he lost interest in the future, then so be it. Chen Fan himself had no aspirations in that direction. On the first day of task posting, the comments on Yaya Network were still relatively few, as many were still observing. However, by 8 o'clock that evening, someone in the group shared a screenshot. Wow, there really is a salary being distributed. And it's in game vouchers. This is fantastic. If I spend just an hour or two each day posting comments, I could earn back my internet expenses for the next few days. Tomorrow, I'm going to post like there's no tomorrow. Those who had hesitated to post comments in doubt saw this and exclaimed their regret, as if they had missed out on a fortune. Meanwhile, some previously uninterested users began inquiring with group administrators about how to post comments and claim their rewards. Interestingly, a casual suggestion from Chen Fan ignited enthusiasm among many users. It turned out that rather than earning pocket money, many preferred receiving game point cards or vouchers as compensation. After all, the primary reason most young people surf the internet was to play games. Game point cards or vouchers held tremendous allure for them. The notion that they could earn a voucher simply by typing a few comments was too enticing to resist. The next day, an avalanche of comments flooded the Yayan Network forum. Chapter 36. A forceful turnaround with Chen Fan's commitment of 5 cents per comment, unrestricted. This group of water armies finally unleashed their creativity. The comments, varied in nature, all conveyed a singular message. Yayan Network's functionality was utterly inferior and could not compare to Domain Network. Some users defended Yayan Network in the forum, only to be met with a barrage of water army comments that overwhelmed their defenses, leaving them too intimidated to show their faces. The administrators of Yayan Network clearly recognized the issue, but in this era, their understanding of the concept of water armies was murky at best, leading to a failure to respond promptly. Consequently, by the time they realized the gravity of the situation, it was already too late. The forum was inundated with a myriad of water army comments. The Yayan Network administrators began frantically deleting posts, blocking users, and silencing dissent. However, these actions proved to be mere drops in the ocean. Each time they deleted a post, the water armies retaliated with accusations that Yayan Network was suppressing dissent and only accepting praise. When they blocked users, the water armies scoffed at Yayan Network for being unable to handle criticism, claiming that they were blacklisted simply for stating the truth about the site's inferiority to Domain Network. This series of actions yielded little effect, instead causing significant damage to Yayan Network's reputation. The chaos continued until around 9 o'clock in the evening, when Yayan Network could no longer withstand the pressure and decided to disable the forum's posting feature, citing network issues and ongoing repairs. With the forum rendered unable to post, the water armies could no longer earn money. Thus, they instinctively began to extend their reach into other corners of the internet. Some discovered Yayan Network's advertisements on the 3 major portals and swarmed to them, flooding the comment sections with their posts. Even more infuriating, these individuals did not resort to outright insults. Instead, they listed the various shortcomings of Yayan Network. Anyone attempting to refute them found it impossible, as their claims were grounded in truth. Others seized the opportunity to promote Domain Network, urging users to check it out for themselves, asserting that once they visited Domain Network, they would understand the disparity. I truly don't understand where Yayan Network gets the audacity to compete with Domain Network. Investing wealth in marketing here is commendable, yet one cannot help but lament the neglect in enhancing the functionality of the forum, which is plagued by spam. The domain website, on the other hand, is admirable. They shun promotion and allocate all their resources towards refining their site as features. Alas, even the finest wine fears the depths of the alley, and indeed, as users engage, it becomes apparent that a group of internet denizens, self-taught and astute, articulate their thoughts with remarkable coherence. At the very least, a considerable number of unsuspecting users have committed the domain name to memory. Within a mere few days, the advertisements for Yayan Network on the 3 major portals fell into disarray. Opening the comments section reveals that discussions revolve solely around the domain website. What should have been a fruitful advertisement has instead become a garment for another. Tempted by the allure of profit, these hired commenters not only flood the 3 major portals, but also prowl various forums, leaving their marks wherever there is a crowd. In no time, nearly everyone online has become acquainted with the site, known as Domain Network. In less than half a month, the traffic to Domain Network surged dramatically. Countless users flocked to it, resulting in an exponential increase in traffic. The number of registered users in the backend witnessed a steady ascent. Over the past few days, Chen Fan has diligently maintained backend, and as he observed the rising data, he could only describe his feelings as a blend of pain and joy. Having reached this juncture, Yayan Network, if not foolish, must have deduced who was orchestrating this upheaval. They attempted to retaliate by organizing their members to tarnish the reputation of Domain Network. However, due to their insufficient numbers, they were swiftly vanquished by the Legion, led by Guo Shui, proving no match at all. This marked the 3rd occasion within a month that Yayan Network's forum was overwhelmed and shut down. The abysmal user experience prompted even longtime users to express their dissatisfaction and depart, gravitating towards Domain Network instead. In a mere fortnight, the traffic dynamics between the 2 websites had undergone a dramatic reversal. The data for Chen Fan's Domain Network surged far ahead of Yayan Network. Those who experienced domain network found it impossible to return. Thus, the roles of offense and defense had completely shifted. Chen Fan, leveraging this strategy, made a powerful comeback, leaving his competitors in the dust. Remarkably, his expenditures were even less than half of the previous promotional costs. In the realm of the internet, secrets are few. To the discerning eye, Domain Network's marketing turnaround stands as a quintessential example of commercial rivalry. Previously, a business magnate had meticulously analyzed the dynamics between Domain Network and Yahoo Network in a forum. The conclusion drawn was that the owner of Yahoo Network, being affluent, had the upper hand, while the proprietor of Domain Network seemingly lacked the financial means for promotion, despite offering a superior user experience. It was predicted that it would not be long before Domain Network would be left far behind by Yahoo Network. Yet, reality delivered a resounding slap to that assumption. Through the ubiquitous comments from users, Domain Network executed a remarkable reversal, distancing itself significantly from its rival. The traffic pools of the two websites were now no longer on the same level. Within several prominent business forums, future titans of the internet engaged in fervent discussions. Some proclaimed the competition to be over, declaring Yahoo Network beyond redemption. Others analyzed the tactics that could facilitate Yahoo Network's potential resurgence, seeking lessons to be learned. Additionally, inquiries arose about the enigmatic figure behind Domain Network, with some expressing a desire to forge connections. There were even offers made, with one individual willing to pay 10,000 yuan for the opportunity to dine with Domain Network's owner, proposing a position in their company with an annual salary of 200,000. As discussions about the creator of Domain Network intensified, a piece of news ignited the entrepreneurial sphere of the internet. A mysterious figure had purchased Tudo.com for 50,000 yuan, setting a new record for domain transactions. Consequently, Tudo.com and Domain Network garnered renewed attention. How could a mere URL fetch such a price? When did a potato become so valuable? Potatoes are merely a few cents per pound at our local market. The world of the wealthy is perplexing to many. At that moment, the astonishment and confusion regarding the transaction price overshadowed the domain's unique attributes. Only Chen Fan understood that in a few years, this domain would change hands several more times before officially launching in 2005, ultimately becoming one of the earliest video-sharing websites globally. In an instant, throngs of onlookers began to flock to Domain Network to view the transaction announcement, while investors began to quietly take note of the existence of both Domain Network and Yahoo Network. Amidst Domain Network's flourishing success and skyrocketing traffic, Yahoo Network found itself in dire straits, with traffic plummeting and reputation deteriorating. The stark contrast between the two was striking. Initially, Chen Fan believed he could finally take a breather, but before he could exhale, his desperate rival resorted to extreme measures. The opponent audaciously dispatched hackers to compromise Chen Fan's website. Staring at the now inaccessible Domain Network, Chen Fan found himself momentarily dazed before slowly nodding. Very well. So this is how we shall play. Chapter 37. Ceding territory and compensation. The opponent seeks mercy, gazing at the hacked website on the screen. Chen Fan was momentarily amused by the absurdity of it all. To be candid, he had anticipated numerous tactics from his adversary. Yet he had not foreseen that in their desperation, they would resort to such a distasteful method, hiring someone to sabotage his website. Having witnessed countless instances of such underhanded tactics in his previous life, he had long grown accustomed to them. Rather than feeling rage, he was merely reflective. Indeed, the nature of commercial competition in 2000 bears little difference from that of a decade or two later. It remains a life-and-death struggle, devoid of scruples. In their fury, his opponents had resorted to employing hackers. Strangely, this revelation brought Chen Fan a sense of relief, since they had chosen to abandon all pretense. He felt no obligation to hold back. After all, when it comes to spending money on promotion, Chen Fan was not their equal. However, in the realm of computer skills, he believed he could hold his own against those hackers. First, he approached Zhou Honghai to discuss the matter. Upon learning that Chen Fan required a quiet environment and a dedicated computer, Zhou Honghai promptly relinquished his adjacent office. Chen Fan wasted no time on pleasantries. Quickly entering the office and booting up the computer, Zhou Honghai glanced back as he left, observing Chen Fan furiously typing away at the keyboard. Although curiosity stirred within him, he refrained from intruding. Chen Fan's need for privacy implied that his endeavors held a certain confidentiality, which Zhou Honghai respected. Once the door closed behind him, Chen Fan swiftly connected to the internet and opened several forums. In such a moment, the prospect of creating his own dedicated tools had long since passed. Chen Fan, therefore, opted to directly access several hacker forums, downloading various small utilities. He then commenced his infiltration, tracing the network line to the rival's Easy Domain network. Mere minutes later, the official website of Easy Domain was hacked and rendered inaccessible. Moreover, Chen Fan seized the opportunity to breach the administrator's backend, uncovering a portion of the data. It became apparent that, due to the influence of the Water Army over the past few days, the traffic on Easy Domain had plummeted. The daily online user count not only failed to rise, but instead dwindled progressively. Even some of the old fans have been frightened away by the toxic atmosphere of the forum, opting to leave the site for Domain Network. Observing this data, Chen Fan could not suppress a chuckle. It was no wonder the opposition was in a state of panic. Their situation was evidently precarious. At that moment, an alarm sounded from his computer's warning system. The hackers dispatched by the rival had arrived. A smirk curled at the corner of Chen Fan's lips. This was fortuitous. It was an excellent opportunity to test their skills. The ensuing exchange was a back and forth. Initially, the rival attacked while Chen Fan defended. Remarkably, the opponent failed to breach the domain network's firewall even after 10 minutes. Subsequently, the roles reversed, with Chen Fan now on the offensive. He effortlessly dismantled the rival's defenses in a mere 3 minutes, gaining administrative access to the forum. He was tantalizingly close to uncovering the identity of the hacker on the other end. However, at the critical juncture, he chose to halt his advance and withdraw, likely leaving the hacker on the other side drenched in cold sweat. What had begun as a minor lesson for the opposition seemed to have left a significant impression. Unexpectedly, the rival hacker reinitiated contact, providing Chen Fan with a specially encrypted QQ number. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Fan decided to add the individual using a new QQ account he had registered previously. The hacker's QQ nickname was Desolate Northern Swordsman, a 5-digit QQ number. Chen Fan's account was named Drunkenly Pillowed by the Breeze, complete with the most basic avatar provided by QQ. No sooner had they connected than a message arrived from the hacker. Great one? Chen Fan furrowed his brow, sending back a simple question mark. Drunkenly Pillowed by the Breeze. Desolate Northern Swordsman, thank you for sparing my life. Chen Fan understood that the hacker was referring to the opportunity he had to uncover the hacker's identity, but had chosen to pull back. This individual seemed to regard him as a true hacker deity hidden within the depths of the internet. Contemplating this, Chen Fan sensed an opportunity to extract some information. Drunkenly Pillowed by the Breeze. Are you the creator of Easy Domain? Desolate Northern Swordsman. No. I was hired by the owner of Easy Domain to carry out this task. He paid me 10,000 yuan to hack Domain Network. Chen Fan was rendered speechless. Was this all it took to spill the beans? He and T even probed deeply. Evidently, their recent skirmish had left a lasting impression on this hacker. Drunkenly Pillowed by the Breeze. Great one. May I inquire if you are the creator of Domain Network? Desolate Northern Swordsman. No comment. Drunkenly Pillowed by the Breeze. Understood. My apologies for prying. Suddenly curious, Chen Fan asked, if you failed your mission, how will you report back to your employer? The Desolate Northern Swordsman chuckled. I clarified my mission beforehand. It was to hack Domain Network, but not to assist in protecting Easy Domain. Chen Fan couldn't help but find the situation amusing. Desolate Northern Swordsman. Great one. I greatly admire your skills. Would you consider taking me on as your apprentice? Drunkenly Pillowed by the Breeze. Sorry, I'm not interested. Desolate Northern Swordsman. Then perhaps we can continue to converse in the future if the opportunity arises. This time, Chen Fan did not rush to respond. Instead, he gazed at the hacker's avatar for a few seconds, contemplating. Finally, he typed a reply. All right. However, I cannot guarantee a response every time. Desolate Northern Swordsman. Understood. Great ones are always enigmatic. With that, Chen Fan found himself in a position of unexpected elevation, as the hacker had already begun to establish his persona. Just as he prepared to close the chat window, the Desolate Northern Swordsman sent another message. Great one. Do you know the creator of Domain Network? Chen Fan responded with another question mark. Desolate Northern Swordsman. You see, the creator of Easy Domain just contacted me, stating he wishes to seek peace. He has conceded defeat and is hoping to negotiate a truce, asking the hacker to spare him. Chen Fan chuckled. It was he who had initiated the attack, and now he was the one seeking peace. The hacker was clearly underestimating the complexity of the situation. Desolate Northern Swordsman. I believe the opposition is indeed cornered. Great one. If you can get in touch with the creator of Domain Network, please convey that he is willing to negotiate. Furthermore, if he promises not to employ hacker attacks in the future, he is prepared to offer some compensation for this incident. Chen Fan's interest peaked. What kind of compensation? Desolate Northern Swordsman. A cash transfer of 10,000 yuan. As long as he promises not to resort to hacking attacks in the future and opts for fair competition instead. He is willing to transfer the amount immediately. 10,000 yuan. At this moment, it was indeed a substantial sum for Chen Fan. However, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. To avoid revealing his identity, he typed back, I will only pass along the message. I am not responsible for the outcome. Please wait. After sending this, he blacked out his avatar, deliberately delaying for over 10 minutes. Chen Fan finally messaged the desolate northern swordsman again. The hacker agreed, but the compensation amount was inadequate, at least 50,000 yuan as restitution for this incident, while both parties committed to fair competition without further hacker attacks. Desolate northern swordsman, I'll go ask. Moments later, the desolate northern swordsman responded. They agreed. Great one. I believe he is intimidated by your hacking skills and fears you might ally with the owner of Domain Network. Chen Fan remained silent, promptly sending a bank account number to prevent any investigation or tracking of his identity. This account was a foreign bank account he had applied for online, using an identity that was not his own. Desolate northern swordsman. Okay, I will inform him immediately. Without further ado, Chen Fan decisively logged off. The response from the opposition exceeded his expectations. Within less than half an hour of chatting with the desolate northern swordsman, the transfer of 50,000 yuan had already come through. It was clear that the opponent was genuinely anxious, confirming that the 50,000 yuan had been credited to his account. Chen Fan promptly withdrew his attack and meticulously erased all traces of his intrusion. By noon, Easy Domain was back to normal. However, following the turmoil wrought by the Water Army and the hacking incident, all the substantial promotional efforts Easy Domain had previously invested had been rendered futile. Conversely, Domain Network had seized the opportunity to significantly enhance its reputation. The traffic has already left competitors far behind, with formal memberships exceeding 2,000. Following several successful high-value domain transactions disseminated in the news, Yaya Wang has achieved significant milestones, distancing itself considerably from its rivals. Even if both parties ceased their covert sabotage and engaged in fair competition, Chen Fan does not fear that Yaya Wang will become a threat. With only a few days remaining until the university semester begins, the formal memberships of his domain network have finally surpassed 5,000, with daily online users exceeding 10,000 and posts accumulating over 150,000. These figures far exceed those of the comparable Yaya Wang by several multiples. The traffic of both sites is no longer of the same caliber. In recent days, Yaya Wang has invested heavily in promotions, yet the results have been minimal, primarily serving to endorse the domain network, as the latter's reputation has genuinely taken off. At this juncture, Chen Fan finally felt a sense of relief. He understood that his competitor was beyond redemption. What remains to be seen is when capital will come knocking. In his previous life, he vaguely recalled that it was around September when Yaya Wang was acquired by Wan Wei. At that time, Yaya Wang stood unchallenged. In this life, although his domain network boasts considerable traffic, the presence of Yaya Wang remains. With only a few days left until the end of August, if Wan Wang is indeed interested in acquisition, they would surely be evaluating both websites. There can be no complacency. He must persist until the end of September, even preparing for the end of the year. Chen Fan silently set this goal for himself. The domain network represents his first opportunity to earn a substantial income in this lifetime. This is crucial for the foundation and funding of his future entrepreneurial endeavors. He must seize this opportunity and allow for no missteps. Though his days were filled with busyness, in the final 2 days of the impending university break, Chen Fan still made an effort to meet Su Ruochu. The two of them strolled together like a couple in love, enjoying meals and leisure activities. After lunch, Chen Fan accompanied Su Ruochu to the cinema. The theater was quite empty, with few spectators. The film, chosen by Su Ruochu, was titled Asai, directed by Feng Qzi. It featured actors Zhang Kuolai, Liu Bei, and Su Fan. This film would later become quite famous, regarded as one of Feng Qzi's representative works. However, in the year 2000, no one could have guessed that Feng Qzi would emerge as a leading director of comedic New Year films in the Chinese cinema landscape. Chen Fan was already familiar with the plot, which revolves around the character Liang Yazhu, played by Zhang Kuolai, who fails to maintain his relationship with his female assistant, Li Ziodan, while simultaneously trying to fulfill his roles as a husband and father at home. The latter half of the film, depicting the love-hate entanglement of the three characters, leaves a lasting impression, especially Zhang Kuolai's portrayal of a middle-aged man grappling with conflicting desires. The film is a classic, yet Chen Fan felt somewhat disheartened. Watching such a film on a first date seemed rather inauspicious. Including Chen Fan and Su Ruochu, there were only 6 people in the entire cinema. Sitting in the back row, Chen Fan found it hard to concentrate on the film. His gaze kept subtly assessing Su Ruochu beside him. Perhaps it was an illusion. But today she appeared to have made an extra effort with her makeup, looking significantly more beautiful than usual. Su Ruochu was engrossed in the film's narrative. Suddenly, she felt a movement in her hand, glancing down to discover that someone was surreptitiously holding her hand. A wave of shyness washed over Su Ruochu, yet she did not withdraw her hand, allowing him to grasp it. Chen Fan felt a surge of delight at this development. eager to push further. He discreetly moved his hand down to rest on Su Ruochu's thigh. In an instant, she reacted as if shocked, swiftly slapping his hand. Chen Fan felt a wave of frustration. How could they enjoy the movie? Su Ruochu cast a glance at Chen Fan, who wore an innocent expression. What couple goes to the cinema solely to watch a film? This girl was still too naive. It seemed he needed to take the opportunity to give her a proper lesson. Unwilling to concede defeat, Chen Fan attempted once more, only to be met with a fierce glare from Su Ruochu. If you don't behave, I will leave. Chen Fan promptly settled back into a compliant posture, his face clouded with disappointment. Sensing that her earlier words may have been hurtful, Su Ruochu hesitated, her cheeks flushed as she whispered, I'm not a casual person. Please don't be angry. What's yours will eventually be yours. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's body jolted. He felt an urge to slap himself. What was wrong with him? When had he become so reckless? He knew well that Ruochu was different from other women. Why was he so impatient? It seemed that his excitement from being reborn had clouded his judgment. Chen Fan quickly engaged in self-reflection, vowing never to act so hastily again. To him, Su Ruochu was utterly unique, one in a million. He could not afford to make even the slightest mistake with her. As the film concluded, the two exited the theater together. Noticing Chen Fan with his head downcast, Su Ruochu took the initiative to loop her arm through his. You're not angry, are you? Chen Fan was taken aback, then smiled. Why would I be angry? Su Ruochu's face turned crimson. In the cinema, I didn't let you, so you shouldn't be angry. Chen Fan chuckled and took her small hand in his. You were right. I acted rashly. I should have disregarded your feelings. Rest assured, I won't dare again without your permission. Yet Su Ruochu gazed at him with a peculiar expression. Actually, if you had persisted a bit longer, just now, I wouldn't have been able to do anything. After all, I'm just a weak girl, and I can't match your strength. After saying this, Su Ruochu released Chen Fan and quickly walked ahead, her cheeks flushed. Chen Fan stood frozen in place, momentarily stunned. After a while, he finally reacted, Hey, what do you mean by that? No way. I've decided we're going back to watch another movie. Su Ruochu turned and winked at him with a smile. Too late. Who told you not to be brave then? Chen Fan felt like crying without tears. It seemed he had missed something significant. However, Su Ruochu's sudden shift in demeanor, playfully teasing him like a couple, thrilled Chen Fan. This indicated that Su Ruochu had completely accepted him in her heart. Chen Fan laughed heartily and quickly chased after her. Who dare say I lack courage? Allow me to demonstrate my audacity. Su Ruochu chuckled gleefully as she darted ahead. The two frolicked and chased each other along the road, ultimately captured by Chen Fan, who swept her into his embrace. Su Ruochu made no attempt to escape. Instead, gently leaning against him. Let me go, she protested, slightly embarrassed by such affectionate behavior in public. Yet Chen Fan, grinning mischievously, refused to release her. Not unless you give me a kiss. No way. Then I shall hold you like this, and I won't let go. You scoundrel. Su Ruochu's cheeks flushed crimson as she glanced around, only to find Chen Fan gazing at her intently. After a moment's hesitation, she rose onto her tiptoes and quickly pecked his cheek before breaking free, her face ablaze as she sprinted away. Chen Fan stood frozen, dumbfounded. He had merely jested, believing Su Ruochu far too traditional and timid to comply. To his astonishment, she had actually kissed him. Recovering from his shock, he was immediately engulfed by elation. Hey, a peck on the cheek doesn't count. But Su Ruochu had already fled, flustered and embarrassed. Hand in hand, they strolled through the liveliest commercial street in the city. Though she had visited numerous times before, Su Ruochu exhibited newfound curiosity with Chen Fan by her side, exploring this and that, especially intrigued by various trinkets. However, she merely observed, refraining from inquiring about prices or making purchases. Eventually, Chen Fan's masculine pride prevailed, and he bought several of Su Ruochu's favorite trinkets along with an assortment of snacks. Though she feigned annoyance at his lavish spending, a radiant smile illuminated her face upon receiving the treats he offered. With one arm linked through Chen Fan's, they wandered aimlessly for an entire afternoon. At times, Chen Fan found himself genuinely intrigued by the enigma of women. How could Su Ruochu consume a grilled sausage, a serving of takoyaki, half a scallion pancake, and an ice cream cone, yet maintain a perfectly flat stomach? As he scrutinized her abdomen, Su Ruochu suddenly broke the silence. Do you think she Yanzhou is pitiable? What? Chen Fan paused, realizing she referred to the character portrayed by Zhang Kuolai in the film they had just watched. What is there to pity? He has a loving wife and children at home, and he seeks out a younger mistress. In the end, he desires to keep both, unwilling to relinquish either. Such a man exemplified the archetype of wanting it all. Yet Su Ruochu replied thoughtfully, when it comes to matters of the heart, who can truly articulate their complexities? Shi Yanzhou's feelings for his wife were genuine at first, but the mundane realities of married life dulled his passion. Meanwhile, Liu Bei's character, youthful and captivating, embodies temptation that no man can easily resist. Chen Fan promptly raised his hand. Not me. I can resist. I, Chen Fan, will only ever love Su Ruochu. Su Ruochu regarded him with profound intensity. I once read a line in a book. The two most untrustworthy things in this world are a pig climbing a tree and a man's words. Chen Fan frowned. Whoever wrote such nonsense should be disregarded. Avoid such unhealthy literature in the future. Su Ruochu rolled her eyes. I find it rather insightful. Wealth corrupts men, especially the successful ones. Chen Fan chuckled. But I am neither wealthy nor successful. Yet you possess potential, Su Ruochu asserted earnestly. I may not have realized it before, but now I see that you are intelligent and talented. You will undoubtedly succeed in whatever you pursue. At that point, beautiful women will surround you, and you shall never lack for youthful charm. Stop. Chen Fan interjected suddenly, covering her mouth with his hand. He had grasped her concern. I knew watching that film was a mistake. With her mouth covered, Su Ruochu gazed at him with her large, expressive eyes, her long lashes fluttering as if they could speak. Chen Fan looked deeply into her eyes and declared seriously, I, Chen Fan, will only ever love Su Ruochu. For a lifetime, my heart shall remain steadfast. As Su Ruochu removed his hand, she posed a question. What if we, too, become like the protagonists in the film, marrying and having children, only to have life's trivialities extinguish our passion? Chen Fan shook his head vigorously. That won't happen. My feelings for you are eternal. What if I grow old? Su Ruochu continued. Chen Fan suddenly understood. Su Ruochu was a traditional and sentimental girl, experiencing her first love with a blend of innocence and anticipation, making her apprehensive. He raised his hand decisively. If I ever waver in my affections, then let me. Once more, Su Ruochu pressed her hand to his lips, slowly shaking her head, preventing him from completing his thought. Amidst his puzzled expression, she withdrew a vibrant red embroidered pouch from her pocket and opened it before him, revealing a red string bracelet. Upon seeing the bracelet, Chen Fan was momentarily stunned. Su Ruochu lowered her gaze, gently untying the bracelet as she took his hand. A few days ago, I visited my aunt with my parents and made a trip to Puchuo Mountain. I prayed for this at the temple, blessed by a master. There are 2 bracelets. This one I give to you. Carefully, she fastened the bracelet around Chen Fan's wrist and looked up at him. Chen Fan, today I officially agree to be your girlfriend. I hope we can walk through life together, never to part. At this juncture, Su Ruochu paused slightly. Of course, if we ever reach the point of the film's protagonists, I hope you won't hide anything from me. You can share everything, and I won't cling to you. I will leave, carrying my blessings for you. Chen Fan glanced down at the red string bracelet on his wrist, then back up at Su Ruochu, his expression a mix of exhilaration and amusement, particularly in light of her recent sentiments. Chen Fan was taken aback by Su Ruochu's emotional depth. She had woven her feelings into the fabric of a mere film. Gathering her courage, she expressed her heartfelt sentiments with genuine sincerity. His excitement, of course, stemmed from the bracelet adorning his wrist. In his past life, Chen Fan had soared to unimaginable heights, amassing wealth that rivaled nations. Surrounded by a plethora of beautiful women, he treated riches as fleeting shadows. Yet he felt no interest, living as though he were a mere specter. Even at the twilight of his existence, he donated all his wealth, clutching only one cherished item, the red string bracelet gifted to him by Su Ruochu, a symbol of their bond. He held it in the highest regard. In his rebirth, Chen Fan encountered Su Ruochu once more, gradually forgetting the significance of the red string bracelet. However, he was astonished to find that everything mirrored his previous life. Su Ruochu presented him with an identical red string bracelet as a token of their affection, albeit 2 years earlier than before, gently caressing the string on his wrist. Chen Fan im Bolivin embzat Su Ruochu. Rest assured, I shall never part ways with you in this lifetime. Su Ruochu's cheeks flushed as she playfully chided him. Stop it. I have snacks in my hands. You'll stain my clothes. Yet, Chen Fan remained steadfast, nuzzling his head into her silky hair. Let me hold you a little longer, Ruochu. Su Ruochu nestled into his embrace, softly murmuring in agreement. I miss you so much. I understand, she replied. Just as Chen Fan was about to utter something, a chilling voice interrupted. Su Ruochu. The sudden sound startled Su Ruochu, causing her to push Chen Fan away. Her expression fraught with astonishment as she gazed at the private car parked by the roadside and the woman standing beside it. Mom. Panic washed over Su Ruochu's face as she cast a nervous glance at Chen Fan. Chen Fan, too, was taken aback by the unexpected appearance of Lin Wangzhu. In his previous life, he had known Lin Wangziyu, yet they had never formally met. Clad in a professional gray outfit with her hair neatly styled, Lin Wangziyu exuded an air of competence. Her meticulously applied makeup belied her age, making her appear far younger than her 40-plus years. At that moment, Lin Wangziyu glared at Chen Fan and Su Ruochu with a fierce intensity, as though she could devour them with her gaze. Mom, Su Ruochu hurried over, attempting to placate her mother with a touch of charm. What are you doing here? Lin Wangziyu shot a glance at her daughter and scoffed. Did you not tell me you were visiting a classmate's house? Humph, had I not happened to pass by, you would have kept me in the dark. Her tone was accusatory. You've learned to lie and deceive your mother. Su Ruochu's face flushed with embarrassment, her anxiety palpable. Mom, please let me explain. Silence. Lin Wangziyu interjected sharply. Get in the car and wait there. Mom, Lin Wangziyu's glare intensified. Did you not hear me? Or do you choose to disregard my words? Su Ruochu stood her ground, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. At that moment, Chen Fan approached. Auntie, please do not be angry. Lin Wangziyu fixed her gaze on him. What business is it of yours? Stand aside. Chen Fan glanced at Su Ruochu, offering a wry smile as he shrugged and stepped back. Su Ruochu felt a surge of frustration. Mom, why are you lashing out without understanding the situation? Lashing out? Lin Wangziyu retorted. I have eyes, do I not? Did I not see what has transpired? Observing her daughter's awkward silence, Lin Wangziyu pointed to the car. Get in now, or I will lose my temper. Chen Fan subtly signaled to Su Ruochu to comply. With a huff of indignation, she stomped her foot and turned to enter the vehicle. This display only deepened Lin Wangziyu's ire. Her daughter ignored her own mother's words, yet obediently listened to this insolent boy. How can a mother be content? Come with me, Lin Wangziyu commanded. Storming a few steps away, Chen Fan followed, taking the initiative to inquire. Annie, do you wish to discuss something with me? Are you classmates with my daughter? Indeed. Chen Fan nodded. Not only classmates but also desk mates. And who is pursuing whom? Lin Wangziyu's tone was accusatory. I am pursuing her. She scrutinized him with a condescending gaze, as if interrogating a criminal. How long have you two been involved? Chen Fan's brow furrowed, his irritation rising. Annie, you may speak as you wish about me, but addressing your daughter in such a manner is rather inappropriate. I do not require your instruction, Lin Wangziyu retorted coldly. Answer my question. With a sigh, Chen Fan complied. Not long. Ruochu only agreed 3 days before the college entrance exams. Lin Wangziyu fixed her gaze on him, as if attempting to discern any hint of deception. Have you crossed any boundaries with my daughter? Chen Fan hesitated, glancing at the woman before shaking his head. No. Lin Wangziyu visibly exhaled in relief. Stay away from her. Keep her distance from my daughter in the future. Chen Fan looked up intrigued. Why? Lin Wangziyu sneered. Do you believe you are worthy of being with my daughter? She is young and innocent, easily deceived, and I will not allow her to be taken in by you. This is the end. Do not entertain any thoughts of a future together. Chen Fan chuckled softly. I'm afraid that is beyond my capacity. Lin Wangziyu scrutinized him for several seconds before speaking again. I have investigated your background. Your academic performance has always been mediocre, though you excelled in the recent exams. However, in my eyes, that holds little significance. I'm also aware that your parents are from the countryside, and you live in a self-built, modest home with less than favorable living conditions. Do you truly believe your circumstances are suitable for being with my daughter? Chen Fan countered. Must love be tethered to material wealth? Lin Wangziyu burst into laughter. Your words reveal your youth. I shall not waste further breath with you. In a nutshell, remove yourself from my daughter's life, and I can offer you financial compensation. I can cover your tuition for 4 years of university. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan chuckled once more. You are an elder, and I respect you, so I shall reiterate my stance. I shall not part ways with Su Ruochu. In this lifetime, she is the only one I shall marry. Aunt, you may not be well acquainted with my character, but that is of little consequence. We shall have ample time to nurture our relationship in the days to come. Once we graduate from university and wed, you shall become my mother-in-law, and at that juncture, I will personally demonstrate that I am worthy of your daughter. Having said this, Chen Fan inclined his body slightly in respect before turning to leave. As he walked away, Lin Wangziyu squinted, her expression darkening. With a final cold snort, she pivoted and departed. Though young, his audacity was remarkable. Chapter 41. Departure for university enrollment. The lengthy vacation ultimately came to a close. On August 30th, the day for new students to enroll at Yunhai University arrived. Early in the morning, Li Jingkaiyu rose to assist her son in packing his belongings. As the saying goes, dumplings when boarding the bus, noodles upon disembarking. The dumplings had been meticulously prepared by the couple the previous evening, filled with Chen Fan's favorite pork and scallion mixture. In order to facilitate his son's university enrollment, Chen Jianyi had swapped shifts with a colleague. Upon seeing his wife alone in the kitchen, tears began to well up in her eyes as she boiled the dumplings. Chen Jianyi could not help but softly admonish her. "What are you crying for? This is a moment of great joy. Our son is achieving success, and you should be smiling." Li Jinkaiyu wiped her tears. "Our son has never ventured far from home since he was a child. Enough is enough. He is grown now, and we must learn to let go. With a mother as indulgent as you, our son will never reach his full potential." Li Jinkaiyu shot a fierce glare at her husband. "And you are not indulgent? Who was it that worried all night about our son Sal's safety on the road, insisting on accompanying him?" Chen Jianyi felt his face flush at his wife's revelation. Casting her a stern look, "All right, our son is awake now. Quickly wipe your tears before he notices." During breakfast, Li Jinkaiyu sat beside her son, hardly able to eat, relentlessly peppering him with questions. "I've sewn your tuition fees into the lining of your clothes, so make sure to keep it with you at all times. Keep your tuition and living expenses separate. Hold your backpack clothes on the bus, and don't talk to strangers. The weather is about to turn chilly, so remember to wear your long johns. And at school, be sure to get along with your classmates, especially those in your dormitory. Absolutely no fighting." Li Jinkaiyu's incessant chatter was met with Chen Fan's distracted mms as he attempted to eat. To be honest, her nagging would have bored him to tears in his past life. However, after experiencing the heart-wrenching loss of loved ones, he now felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. "Enough already," Chen Jianyi interjected, furrowing his brow. "After all this, our son is probably full just from your words. Can you not speak of anything of substance?" Li Jinkaiyu shot him a glare. "Then you say something important." Chen Jianyi turned to his son, advising, "If your living expenses run low, you must remember to inform us." Li Jinkaiyu quickly added, Yes. If your funds are insufficient, just tell your mother, and I'll go to the post office to send you money. If anything arises, just call your second aunt. Your father has already arranged for a landline to be installed. Once it's set up, I'll have your second aunt provide you with a number. Mom and Dad, I've noted everything." Chen Fan smiled as he looked at his parents. "Rest assured, my living expenses will be more than adequate. Moreover, I have already devised a plan. Once I settle into university, I will balance my studies with a part-time job to further develop myself." Li Jinkaiyu expressed concern. "A part-time job? Just be cautious not to fall prey to scams." Chen Jianyi shot her a disapproving look. "Enough with your worries. Can't you say something positive?" He then turned back to their son. "Consider the part-time job, but know that although we may be modest, we are capable of supporting you through university. Your primary task now is to focus on your studies." Chen Fan found the situation amusing, yet he understood the futility of arguing over such matters. He nodded, indicating his comprehension. The couple continued to impart various pieces of advice. Finally, after finishing 2 plates of dumplings, it was time to depart. Li Jinkaiyu, still anxious, asked Xiao Fan, "Do you truly not need your father to accompany you?" Chen Fan shook his head with a smile. "Not at all. Mom and Dad, look at me. I'm all grown up. If I need parental accompaniment just for university enrollment, how can I expect to achieve anything in life? University is the time for independence and self-reliance. And I have resolved to start preparing myself from this moment onward." Seeing her mother still concerned, Chen Fan smiled reassuringly. "Mom, besides, I want to be alone. Guoshu is also attending university in Yunhai, and we'll be traveling together. Our son speaks wisely," Chen Jianyi said, his expression filled with admiration for his son, feeling a sense of pride in his maturation. Nevertheless, he could not help but covertly remind Chen Fan to be cautious on the journey. Chen Fan's luggage was modest, a large suitcase and a backpack. Apart from a quilt, he had brought little else. As they left, his father, Chen Jianyi, carried the suitcase while his mother, Li Jinkaiyu, held the backpack. Chen Fan followed behind, locking the gate to their courtyard. They walked along the road, eventually arriving at the bus stop on the village road. Along the way, they encountered many familiar neighbors. "Xiao Fan is going to school, a university student now. I hear it's a prestigious one." The villagers greeted them warmly, and Chen Jianyi would engage in friendly conversation, proudly sharing, "I'm taking my son to university. Yes, the school year has begun, and I'm accompanying him." Though he spoke casually, one could sense that this was perhaps one of the proudest moments of his life. When the bus to the county arrived, Chen Jianyi loaded the suitcase onto the vehicle, and Li Jinkaiyu handed the backpack to her son. Chen Fan clutched the backpack and waved goodbye to his parents. "Mom, Dad, you can head back now. I'm off." Li Jinkaiyu's eyes glistened with tears. "Be careful on the road, and call your second aunt when you arrive." "I know," he replied. As the bus pulled away, Chen Fan glanced through the window, watching his parents standing by the roadside, waving goodbye. Tears threatened to spill from his eyes as he observed the signs of aging in his mother's hair and the stoop in his father's posture. Though he had matured, The passage of time had taken its toll on his beloved parents. Watching their figures recede into the distance, Chen Fan silently vowed, "Mom and Dad, do not worry. In this lifetime, I shall ensure that you live the happiest of lives." In his previous life, his parents had departed far too soon, never having enjoyed the fruits of their son's success. And this had always been a lingering regret in Chen Fan's heart. In this lifetime, he would not allow such a regret to recur. With a faint sense of melancholy, I arrived at the bus terminal in the county town. Wishui had been waiting here for quite some time. This fellow had insisted on being driven by his father, resolutely rejecting his parents' offer to take him to Yunhai, all in order to accompany Chen Fan for registration. I remarked, "Brother Fan, you really are taking your sweet time. I've nearly finished a whole pack of cigarettes." This guy, upon entering university, finally had the freedom to smoke openly without fear of reprisal, his face alight with excitement, reminiscent of a bird released from its cage. "Come on, I've already purchased the tickets. Let us hurry and board the bus." Guo Shui rushed over to assist Chen Fan with his suitcase. Chen Fan looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Where's your luggage? Just a backpack?" Guo Shui chuckled. "You wouldn't understand, brother. I've got this." He patted his backpack. "I've brought enough money. Everything I need for university will be bought new." Chen Fan shook his head, bemused. "I hope you like the blankets provided by the school." "What?" "Nothing. Just hurry up and get on the bus." Guo Shui glanced around. "Where's Su Ruochu? Why hasn't she arrived yet?" He turned to Chen Fan. "Didn't we agree to set off together? I even bought her ticket." Chen Fan's expression faltered slightly as he sighed. "Let us go. She must be going to university with her family. She won't be coming with us?" Guo Shui looked bewildered, staring incredulously at Chen Fan. "No, no, no. Your expression is all wrong." Guo Shui suddenly dashed after him. "Hey, what is going on? You need to tell me." Chapter 42. Moving into the girls' dormitory Yunhai is not far from Luoking, located in the neighboring province. Chen Fan and Guo Shui took a long-distance bus, departing at 8:30 in the morning and arriving in Yunhai City before noon. Upon stepping off the bus, they were taken aback by the sea of people before them. In addition to the throngs of travelers, there were numerous buses dispatched by various schools to welcome new students. Guo Shui was fortunate enough to spot the banner for the third-tier university he had enrolled in. Upon noticing that more than half of the staff welcoming new students were young women, many of whom were quite attractive, Guo Shui's excitement surged, instantly dispelling any fatigue from the journey. He turned to Chen Fan with enthusiasm. "Good brother, I realized that choosing this school was absolutely the right decision. No more words. Await my good news. Once I settle in, I'll come find you." With that, Guo Shui waved at a few senior female students across the way. "Hello, I'm a new student here for registration." The senior girls were very welcoming and even offered to help Guo Shui with his luggage, leaving him somewhat flabbergasted. Before boarding, he couldn't resist giving Chen Fan a knowing wink. Indeed, city girls are far more proactive. "I'll head off first. You take care of your registration, brother." Faced with this friend who had forgotten his loyalty in the face of beauty, Chen Fan could only smile and wave goodbye. After parting with Guo Shui, Chen Fan, carrying his backpack and dragging his suitcase, continued onward. His gaze swept across the banners of several universities nearby until he finally located the banner for Yunhai University. There were only 4 students present, 2 boys and 2 girls. The seniors were reasonably friendly, and upon learning that Chen Fan was registering alone, one senior immediately stood up to assist him with his suitcase onto the bus. "Junior, take a seat here and rest for a bit. We'll depart as soon as this bus fills up." Chen Fan nodded eagerly. "Thank you, senior." The boy smiled and asked, "You're from out of town, right?" "Oh, are you buying a phone card?" Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback before shaking his head. "Not at the moment." The boy said nothing further and exited the bus. The phone card referenced was an IC card, typically valued at 30, 50, or 100 yuan. To make a call, one merely needed to insert the card into a landline phone. Chen Fan felt a wave of nostalgia. It seemed that the trade of selling phone cards had endured among the university student populace. In a few years, these students would be selling mobile phone cards to newcomers instead. After waiting for about half an hour, 2/3 of the new students and their parents had boarded. A senior girl wearing a sun hat took a seat at the front. "Driver, we can set off now." As the bus departed, the new students wore expressions filled with excitement and anticipation for their university lives. Although this was Chen Fan's second time attending university, he found himself swept up in the infectious enthusiasm of the newcomers, feeling a thrill of his own. Sitting in the back by the window, Chen Fan gazed out at the swiftly passing scenery. He was intimately familiar with Yunhai. In his previous life, he had spent 4 years studying here, falling in love with Su Ruochu and embarking on the journey of entrepreneurship that laid the foundation for his business empire. All of it began in Yunhai. It could be said that no one understood the city's evolution over the next decade or two better than Chen Fan, perhaps even more than his birthplace, Luoking. As he watched the fleeting landscapes outside, Chen Fan inhaled deeply. His career would commence from the city. The bus drove into Yunhai University, where the campus was already bustling with activity, teeming with students. The main avenue was lined with sunshades, and various departments had set up banners and temporary registration tables. Additionally, numerous student organizations took this opportunity to advertise and recruit new members. From the moment he entered the gate and along the main thoroughfare, the rows of banners and colorful sunshades stretched endlessly, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The streets were already crowded with new students arriving from all corners of the nation to register. Chen Fan, experienced and composed, didn't let himself be distracted. He dragged his suitcase straight to the registration area for the School of Economics and Management. After completing his registration, signing his name, and receiving the freshman enrollment guidelines and procedure sheet, he once again declined the senior's tempting offer to sell him a phone card. Chen Fan quickly maneuvered out of the main thoroughfare, finding a less crowded path toward the dormitory area. Although Chen Fan had not attended Yunhai University in his previous life, he had spent considerable time visiting while dating Su Ruochu. He was thoroughly acquainted with every building on campus: the library, the information building, Sunzi Bridge, Love Slope, and Kiangsi Lake, all familiar landmarks that brought a smile to his lips. Everything felt so warm and inviting. As he passed through the teaching building area, Chen Fan noticed several buildings still under construction. The basketball court and Building 7 were just beginning their construction at this time. A leisurely stroll, interspersed with memories, had caused a slight delay. Chen Fan, relying on his memory, successfully located dormitory, building number 8. He dragged his suitcase up to the 3rd floor. Just as he was about to exhale in relief, 2 upperclassmen, clad in loose-fitting nightgowns and with damp hair, descended the staircase while carrying their basins. Startled, Chen Fan quickly turned away. "Pardon me, have I taken a wrong turn? Is this dormitory building number 8? Upon noticing Chen Fan's bashful demeanor, the 2 upper-class women erupted into a fit of giggles. "How adorable! Which college are you from?" Chen Fan, tilting his head and avoiding eye contact, felt a shy warmth emanating from the faint scent of body wash that lingered in the air, a delightful aroma indeed. "I'm a freshman majoring in marketing at the School of Management." "Hee, then you must be in the right place," one of the long-haired upper-class women explained with a smile. "This year, our university welcomed an influx of new students, and the new dormitory is still under construction. Consequently, the accommodations have been rearranged, with the graduate students from this building relocated. I heard it was designated for the new freshmen in marketing." Chen Fan stood aghast, astonished at the unexpected turn of events. "Is it really like this?" The 2 girls continued to survey him with amused expressions. "The 1st and 2nd floors are entirely allocated to freshmen, while only half of the 3rd floor is for you newcomers." As she spoke, the long-haired beauty pointed. "See that iron door down the hallway? Beyond that lies the female dormitory, and this area is reserved for you freshmen. Make sure not to wander over without permission." Chen Fan appeared utterly bewildered. "Isn't this just a co-ed dorm?" "Just temporarily," she clarified. "Once the new male dormitory is completed, you'll be moved there." Noticing Chen Fan's conflicted expression, the long-haired upper-class woman couldn't help but tease him. "What's the matter? Living with beautiful girls isn't to your liking? Are you afraid we might eat you?" Chen Fan shot her a sidelong glance, pondering who might be the predator and who the prey. Seemingly finding him quite handsome, the upper-class woman playfully inquired, "Do you have a girlfriend? Shall I introduce you to someone? What type of girl do you fancy? One with a good figure, long legs, slender, or curvaceous? Tall or busty? Just set your criteria, and I can find someone who fits." Chen Fan hurriedly waved his hands. "Please, don't say that. I'm not that kind of person." Chapter 43. The advantage of preconception. Seeing Chen Fan's earnest expression, the 2 upper-class women erupted into laughter, their loose nightgowns swaying. Chen Fan was certain they were not wearing anything beneath. Guo was right. Girls from big cities are indeed quite open-minded. This is amusing. Our little freshman is so shy." Chen Fan, scratching his head with an innocent look, replied, "Actually, my standards for a girlfriend aren't that high. A girl as pretty as you 2 would suffice." The 2 girls exchanged surprised glances before bursting into laughter. "You got a sweet tongue," one remarked. "What's your name?" "Chen Fan." "All right, Chen Fan, I'll remember you." The girl nodded and began to ascend the stairs with her companion. Just as they reached the corner, she suddenly turned back, calling out, "By the way, my name is Mo.Cu. If you encounter any difficulties at school, feel free to seek me out." As Chen Fan watched the 2 girls chat and laugh while heading upstairs, he couldn't help but sigh. "How insincere. At least leave a phone number. How else will I find you?" Shaking his head to dispel the thoughts, he continued dragging his suitcase until he reached room 318. The dormitory was eerily quiet, with only one bed near the door occupied by a suitcase, the owner presumably out. The other roommates had yet to arrive. Each bed was marked with a name tag. And Chen Fan found his designated upper bunk by the balcony. The lower bunk was unoccupied, as it was equipped with a bookshelf and study desk, a decent location. He tossed his backpack onto the bed and set his suitcase aside before taking money and the freshman registration guidelines and stepping outside. With a clear objective, Chen Fan meticulously followed the registration guidelines. Eventually, he purchased a mattress, bed linens, pillows, a thermos, and a basin. Upon returning to the dormitory, arms laden with supplies, he found a room bustling with activity. As he stood at the door, a boy near the entrance approached him. "You must be Chen Fan. I saw your photo on the cabinet." The boy took the thermos and basin from Chen Fan's hands. "I'm Wu Di, from Dongshan Province. We're roommates now." "Thank you," Chen Fan replied, arranging his newly acquired items. A parent, busy setting up a bed for their son, turned to Chen Fan. "Excuse me, did you buy those from the school?" Chen Fan nodded. "The bed linens, pillows, and such are distributed by the school logistics department." "Where is the logistics department? Is it far?" "Not far, just to the east of the dormitory building." Chen Fan offered, "If you'd like, I can take you there after I'm done." "What a considerate young man," the parent praised, smiling at Chen Fan. "You're not from Yunhai Province, are you?" Chen Fan shook his head. "I'm from neighboring Luoche. I could tell by your accent you were from Luoche. By the way, what was your score on the college entrance exam?" 603. The moment those words left Chen Fan's mouth, a palpable silence enveloped the room, as everyone turned to stare at him in disbelief. "Wow!" exclaimed a boy at the study desk, unable to contain his astonishment. "Impressive." Wu Di, who had just introduced himself, chuckled. "I scored 586, thinking I was doing well. But clearly you outshine me." The parent's son chimed in with a complaint. "I barely made it in with scores that grazed the acceptance line for Yunhai University." After a round of introductions, Chen Fan finally familiarized himself with the other roommates. The lower bunk near the door belonged to Wu Di, hailing from the academically renowned Dongshan Province. Opposite Wu Di's lower bunk resides Ma Xiao Shui, a stylish young man with a cool demeanor. Just moments ago, it was Ma Xiao Shui's parents who initiated a conversation with Chen Fan. Above Ma Xiao Shui is Han Su, a native from Shaanxi. While sleeping next to him is Sun Hao, a true Sichuan lad. Among the 6 occupants of the dormitory, only Ma Xiao Shui hails from Yunhai. The other 5 are from different provinces. Ma Xiao Shui's parents are exceptionally gracious, taking the initiative to invite all the students to dine with their families. Their reasoning is that as locals of Yunhai, they naturally wish to extend a warm welcome to friends from afar. The other parents, unable to refuse, acquiesced to the invitation. The meal was arranged at an upscale restaurant outside the campus. It was evident that Ma Xiao Shui's father is quite adept at socializing. He drives a luxury Mercedes-Benz and wears a designer watch valued at 50 to 60,000. Despite his wealth, he displayed no airs during the meal, effortlessly creating a pleasant atmosphere and attending to everyone's feelings. The dinner was a delightful affair, fostering a swift camaraderie among Chen Fan and his roommates. Ultimately, it was Ma Xiao Shui's father who settled the bill. After the meal, the parents departed, and Chen Fan, along with his roommates, strolled back. With the absence of their parents, the true selves of several roommates began to emerge. Ma Xiao Shui pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lighting one for himself and savoring a deep drag, as if he had been longing for it. "Who else wants one?" "Hand me a stick," he said, as Han Su and Sun Hao requested a cigarette. Wu Di and Chen Fan, however, shook their heads in refusal. In his previous life, Chen Fan had smoked. However, since his rebirth, he had yet to indulge in a cigarette. As the 3 lit their cigarettes, their bond evidently strengthened. "It seems like there is still one person missing from our dorm, right?" Wu Di inquired. Sun Hao chimed in. I believe his name is Luo Wenjia." "Hey, it's quite a stroke of luck that we all ended up together from different corners of the world. Shouldn't we establish a hierarchy when we return?" "No problem," came the response. Upon entering the campus, Ma Xiao Shui's gaze wandered with curiosity while he cast mysterious glances at his companions. "Have you heard? The dormitory building we are residing in is actually the girls' dorm. Only the boys from our marketing major in the School of Management have this privilege. Brothers, aren't we incredibly fortunate?" As he spoke, the excitement on the faces of the others was palpable. Wu Di chuckled. "About this matter, I did inquire. Apparently, the building designated for us freshmen is already completed, but it hasn't been cleaned yet, which is why the school temporarily assigned us to Building 8. Han Shu, still maintaining his youthful innocence, interjected, "What kind of privilege is that? Wouldn't it be inconvenient for boys and girls to share a dorm?" After he spoke, Han Su suddenly noticed the bewildered expressions on the faces of his roommates. "Are you pretending, or are you genuinely clueless?" Sun Hao asked while playfully embracing Han Su. "What? Did I say something wrong?" he queried, confused. Laughter erupted among the group. Wu Di, adopting the tone of an experienced individual, remarked, "Think about it. Living in the same building as the senior girls puts you at an advantage over other boys. Proximity breeds familiarity. Isn't that a significant edge? What advantage?" The naive Han Su couldn't help but ask. "You fool. It's the advantage of first impressions." Upon hearing this, Han Su and Sun Hao remained perplexed. While Ma Xiao Shui teased, "Dude, how's that sound so sleazy coming from you?" Chen Fan glanced at Wu Di, the tall and handsome fellow from Dongshan province, thinking to himself that this guy is quite the character. Chapter 44. The precious legacy left by the senior sister Han Su did not comprehend Wu Di's notion of first impressions and merely expressed his confusion. "Are you suggesting you want to pursue a senior sister as a girlfriend? So what? Is that a problem?" Han Su pondered aloud after a moment of contemplation. "Isn't she a bit too old? Come on, are you genuinely innocent or just pretending?" Wu Di retorted. "Who says I can't have a senior sister unless she is my girlfriend? What else would you want from a senior sister? Just chatting, sharing feelings, engaging in activities beneficial to body and mind. Is that not acceptable? That is just a casual fling. Isn't it? What's wrong with that? As long as it's consensual, don't you think it's comforting to warm each other as lonely hearts during this desolate autumn?" Yet Han Su shook his head, expressing his disagreement. Any relationship that isn't aimed at marriage is just a form of frivolity. "Were you from the last century?" As the roommates joked and laughed, Chen Fan's gaze wandered around, hoping to catch a glimpse of that familiar figure. Unfortunately, the vastness of Yunhai University's campus made the prospect of encountering Su Ruochu on the first day of school akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Such a coincidence, Junior. Just as Chen Fan was lost in thought, he heard a melodious laughter from behind. Turning around, he spotted a beautiful girl in a short, strappy dress waving cheerfully from across the street. After a moment of recollection, he recognized her as the senior he had bumped into in the dormitory corridor, seemingly named MOCU. Chen Fan smiled and waved back, "Hello, senior." Before he could utter another word, his roommates had already rushed over, their eyes scanning the beauty with rapid enthusiasm. Unbothered by their scrutiny, MOCU greeted them graciously. "Are you classmates?" she asked. "Hello, senior." "Hi, beautiful sister." They all exclaimed in unison, eager to introduce themselves. MOCU's gaze turned to Chen Fan. "I bet you've forgotten my name." "MOCU," he replied, relieved she hadn't held it against him. She spoke with a charming smile, her every expression exuding allure, complemented by her slender figure, making her quite appealing to the boys. "Are you heading out, senior?" she asked playfully. "I'm off to the swimming pool. Would you like to join me?" A sudden cough erupted from Ma Xiao Shui, Sun Hao, and Han Su, who were caught off guard, choking on the smoke they had been inhaling. Particularly innocent Han Su turned beet red. Chen Fan awkwardly shook his head. "I'll pass." MOCU waved cheerfully. "Then I'll see you next time." She smiled at Chen Fan's roommates before departing. As they watched her graceful figure sway away, Wu Di couldn't help but exclaim, "The physique, the posterior, undoubtedly destined to bear a son." Upon uttering these words, he immediately exchanged a knowing glance with the other three, encircling Chen Fan. "Goodness, my brother. How could you be so ungracious? Just starting college and already acquainted with such a beautiful senior. Yet you failed to introduce her to us." Chen Fan found himself in a state of amusement. "In truth, I am not well acquainted either. We merely crossed paths during the registration process in the dormitory building." Wu Di shot him a piercing look. "Are you suggesting she resides in our building 8? Upon Chen Fan's nod, Wu Di promptly seized his arm. "Do you have her contact information? You must introduce her to me." Meanwhile, Ma Xiaozhuai interjected with a smirk. "Goodness, are you that desperate? It's only the first day of college." Wu Di regarded the group with the wisdom of experience. "You lot have no idea. The beauties in college are a rare commodity. If one is not cautious, they could easily be snatched away by others. Do you comprehend the urgency? Not a clue. This is futile." On the way back, the group continued to reminisce about the senior, particularly the self-proclaimed veteran, Sun Hao, and Wu Di, who debated passionately the entire way, from the senior's height to her figure. Their argument eventually descended into a dispute over her cup size. One firmly asserted it was AB, while the other staunchly insisted it was AC, and it seemed a quarrel was about to ensue. Unable to contain himself, Chen Fan interjected, declaring it must be a B cup with a padded bra. His assertion silenced the debate, earning him the admiration of his roommates. However, before Chen Fan could bask in the glory of his newfound reputation, he entered the dormitory only to be astounded. There, seated on Ma Zai-Shui's bed, was a tall, handsome young man, flanked by two beautiful girls. The young man was demonstrating something on one of their fingers. "Look, this is the love line. Senior, your love line is quite active today. You are destined to encounter a handsome fellow." The two girls giggled, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. The five friends standing in the doorway were left dumbfounded. What on earth? Have we entered the wrong room? At that moment, the handsome young man rose. Ladies, my roommates have returned. Only then did the two girls stand up, smiling. Well, we shall take our leave. Thank you, senior. Do keep in touch. The young man cheerfully escorted the two beautiful girls out, leaving the remaining occupants of the room in a state of shock. What has happened? Ifilaterli bewildered, murmurde Maxiao Shuai. Did that guy just enter college and charm two seniors? Just as he was speaking, the handsome young man dashed back in. Hello, everyone. I apologize for my tardiness. I am your new roommate. Allow me to introduce myself. Luo Wenjia, hailing from a southern city of Yangcheng. Wu Di was the first to speak. Iame Wu Di. And these are Chen Fan, Ma Xiaozhuai, Sun Hao, and Han Su. After introducing everyone, Wu Di could not restrain his laughter. Impressive, my friend. To win over two seniors on your first day. Sun Hao chimed in with admiration. I have seen seniors helping juniors with luggage, but this is my first time witnessing a senior assist a junior with their belongings. Luo Wenjia rolled his eyes. I acknowledge my charm, but the primary reason is that I just promised them I would purchase a phone card from each of them. The group exclaimed in unison. Wow. You truly spare no expense in your pursuits. Ma Xiaozhuai tossed him a cigarette, which Luo Wenjia accepted without hesitation, lighting it with the other's lighter. Chen Fan sat nearby, observing his new roommates with a smile. He noted that Luo Wenjia was remarkably sociable. Despite being the last to arrive in the dormitory, he was the most vibrant, capable of engaging anyone in conversation and effortlessly steering topics. A true character. In the afternoon, the school finally convened the inaugural freshman assembly. Following this, the counselor made an appearance to introduce themselves. A few class committee members were temporarily designated to assist in distributing uniforms and shoes needed for military training. The students were informed to gather on the playground the following day, as military training would commence in earnest. That evening, the dormitory held its first lesson of the semester, a thorough cleaning. The six of them took on their respective duties, ensuring the beds, balcony, and under the beds were spotless. Suddenly, Luo Wenjia exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. Look at what I have discovered. He dragged a box from the cupboard, filled to the brim with sanitary napkins. Curiosity piqued. The dormitory members gathered around. This must have been left by the female graduate students who resided here previously. Surely, they cannot be used once? Hanshu sugestet. Luo Wenjia shot him a glare. Are you foolish? Can't you see the packaging? It hasn't even been opened, of course. They are new. Ma Xiaozhuai picked up a sanitary napkin, examining it. How does one even use this? In this sweltering heat, how can one possibly wear something so bulky? Chapter 45. One must have a sense of urgency. Are you daft? Didn't you ever use diapers as child? Udiretorted ati Maxiao Shuai. Diapers cannot be compared to this. Maxiao Shuai countered. What's the difference? They both stick to the buttocks, don't they? One absorbs urine, the other blood. Wu Di was momentarily speechless, ultimately giving Ma Xiaozhuai a thumbs up in acknowledgement of defeat. Luo Wenjia held a sanitary napkin, scrutinizing it. It appears to be the largest size. It seems the senior is quite ample in this regard. Accomendable figure, Wu Di chided playfully. You could discern that? Quite impressive. Luo Wenjia shook his head in disappointment. Alas, I had hoped to discover some lingerie or stockings left behind by the senior. What a letdown. Goodness, this guy is such a rogue. Everyone, keep your distance from him. Very well. In just half a day, Luo Wenjia had completely tarnished the charming, sunny image he had presented upon their first meeting. There's a note, Han Su exclaimed, pulling a piece of paper from the box. It bore a delicate script. Dear juniors, welcome to our dormitory. The seniors have prepared this gift for you, hoping it serves you well. Upon reading the note, Luo Wenjia gritted his teeth. This is intentional. It must be deliberate. They clearly know we are juniors and still wish us to use it comfortably. This is nothing but a blatant mockery. Oh, please. You have misinterpreted their intentions. Chen Fan could no longer contain himself. He stood up, gently pushing Ma Xiaozhuai aside. Reaching into the box, he retrieved several sanitary napkins. What are you doing? Chen Fan remained silent as he retrieved the military boots issued to him that evening, stuffing a sanitary pad inside. Witnessing the scene, several boys' eyes gleamed with sudden realization. It dawned on them. This was a clever tactic. Wu Di was the first to react, lunging towards the box. Hey, don't try to snatch it from me. How shameless. I discovered it first. After a spirited debate, they managed to divide the sanitary pads among themselves. As Luo Wenjia stuffed a share into his shoes, he sighed wistfully. What a wonderful senior. If only I could have her contact information. Beside him, Ma Xiaozhuai deliberately mocked him. Don't forget, she's a graduate student, at least 4 years your senior. And who knows how many boyfriends she might have had during her 4 years in college. Can your 01 pen core satisfy her 10 pen tube? Luo Wenjia was momentarily taken aback, before retorting angrily at Ma Xiao's why. Damn, you're ruthless. Finally, they tidied up, turned off the lights, and lay on their beds. On the first night of college life, excitement coursed through everyone, making sleep elusive. Wu Di suggested initiating a traditional freshman activity, ranking themselves by birth date. After a lively discussion, Wu Di emerged as the eldest, followed by Luo Wenjia. Then Sun Hao. Chen Fan secured the fourth spot, while the naive Han Su claimed the fifth place, leaving Ma Xiao's Y as the youngest. The following day marked the beginning of military training. All freshmen assembled in the playground by their respective colleges. Chen Fan chatted with his dorm mates in line, yet his gaze continuously searched through the crowd of students from his class. By the time the formation entered the playground, he had scanned every face in his class 3 times. His mood plummeted. Su Ruochu was absent. They had not been placed in the same class. Chen Fan's eyes began to roam through the throngs of other classes. However, the School of Economics and Management, being a large institution within Yunhai University, had an overwhelming number of students, dressed in identical military training uniforms. Spotting Su Ruochu among the 1,000 or 2,000 students became a formidable challenge. Even as they lined up on the playground, Chen Fan failed to find her, reluctantly deciding to search during the lunch break. The instructors entered in an orderly formation. Soon, a short instructor, standing at about 1.7 meters, dashed towards Chen Fan's class, eliciting gasps of surprise from the girls. Luo Wenjia, standing beside Chen Fan, scowled in discontent. What else with these gazes? Is this guy really considered handsome? They practiced standing at attention, familiarizing themselves with military commands. The first day of military training consisted solely of practicing this stance. When the instructor finally announced the end of training, groans of relief echoed from the ranks. My back feels like it's about to snap. Old 4, quick! Support me, my back is breaking. Luo Wenjia exclaimed, clutching Chen Fan's shoulder and wailing dramatically. Chen Fan, along with Wu Di, helped their friend while joining forces with Ma Xiao's Y as they made their way to the cafeteria. Typically, such scenes of all 6 dorm mates engaging in activities together occur only during the initial days of college. Once military training concluded, and everyone gradually adapted to the university's rhythm, the camaraderie would often diminish due to habits, relationships, or personal connections, making it rare to see all 6 of them dining together again. Noticing Luo Wenjia limping while clutching his waist, Ma Xiao's Y couldn't resist teasing. Hey, second brother, is it really that serious? We all practice the same drills. How come you're the only one like this? It's just the first day. Luo Wenjia waved his hand, his face contorted in pain. Poor planning. Brothers, yesterday was the last day of college registration, and I had a final rendezvous with my high school girlfriend. Damn it, I got carried away and went overboard. Now my back can't take it. Wu Di swiftly dismissed him. Come on, are you showing off? Is this a deliberate attempt to brag? Luo Wenjia wore a wry smile. I swear it wasn't bragging. I thought since we were breaking up, I should make it unforgettable for her. Get lost. Only a fool would believe you. Last night, during the dorm meeting, Chen Fan learned quite a bit about his 5 roommates. Among them, only Luo Wenjia and Sun Hao had girlfriends. However, Chen Fan remained skeptical of Luo Wenjia's claims. In contrast, Sun Hao's girlfriend was indeed genuine. They were in a long-distance relationship and had just completed their first long-distance call before bedtime. After finishing their meal in the cafeteria, Chen Fan bid farewell to the others. You guys head back to the dorm. I need to step out for a bit. What are you up to? Wu Di inquired curiously. It's best not to wander around during military training. You might get points deducted if the student council catches you. I'm heading to the girls' dormitory, Chen Fan replied briskly, already darting off, leaving his 5 roommates in stunned silence. Wait, where did Old 4 say he was going? To the girls' dormitory? Luo Wenjia asked, his curiosity piqued. Does Old 4 have a girlfriend now? This statement left them all bewildered. During the dorm meeting, Old 4 hadn't mentioned anything about that. Wu Di speculated. Could it be that Old 4 has his sights set on someone? Suddenly, Luo Wenjia's face lit up with excitement as he clenched his fist. Hey, I remember. During military training, Old 4 was acting strangely. His gaze kept darting towards the girls' formation. His eyes were practically popping out. Now everyone was even more intrigued. Could it be that Old 4 really has a crush? He seemed so low-key yesterday, hardly speaking. I thought he was the most honest one. Wu Di expressed admiration, comrades. Even a seemingly most honest Old 4 has found target. There's a sense of urgency, a pressing need. Chapter 46. What is going on? It's been a few days, and there's already arrival. Since Chen Fan resided in Dormitory 8, which was part of the girls' dormitory area, he made his way through Building 8 and arrived at Building 7, where the freshman majoring in marketing resided. However, as he knew no one in that area, Chen Fan had no means of inquiring about anyone. He stood at the entrance of the dormitory, opting for a stakeout, hoping to encounter Su Ruochu. After waiting for quite some time, without any sign of her, he noticed other freshmen passing by, all casting curious glances at him. Here was a boy on his first day of college, loitering at the girls' dormitory, eyeing every girl who walked past. Was he not being a bit too impatient? Soon, a scandal began to circulate within Building 7. A male voyeur was spotted lurking at the entrance, fixating his gaze on the young women exiting. This resulted in several girls instinctively covering their necklines or shielding their skirts as they passed by Chen Fan. An hour later, the dormitory supervisor emerged, reprimanding Chen Fan to leave immediately, threatening to call security if he did not comply. Chen Fan offered a wry smile, explaining, "Auntie, I'm merely here to find someone. My girlfriend is inside." However, the supervisor remained unconvinced. "Spare me your excuses. I've been working here for years, and I've seen many students like you. I warn you, if you wish to pursue a girl, do so openly and bravely. Do not resort to underhanded tactics. Leave at once, or I will truly summon security." Reluctant to engage in an argument, Chen Fan sighed, shook his head, and turned to depart. Yet, just a few steps away, he spotted Su Ruochu in the distance. However, his initial excitement waned as he noticed that she was accompanied by another individual, a tall young man. Judging by his attire, he was clearly not a freshman, and he was holding a bag of fruit, evidently intended for Su Ruochu. Observing their animated conversation, Chen Fan was taken aback. What was happening? It was only the second day of school, and already he had a rival? Had someone undermined him? Su Ruochu and her companion turned a corner, oblivious to Chen Fan across the street. He could see them chatting merrily, suggesting a familiarity that unsettled him. Chen Fan contemplated greeting her, but hesitated. In that fleeting moment, Su Ruochu waved goodbye, taking the fruit and heading into the dormitory. Chen Fan stood frozen, watching as the young man triumphantly clenched his fist and hummed a tune while passing by him. To be honest, he trusted Su Ruochu completely. He knew her character well enough to be certain she would never engage in such behavior. Yet, concern clouded his judgment, as he felt a surge of anxiety whenever matters concerning her arose. One could never be too cautious. After a moment's deliberation, he glanced at the young man and decided to follow. He trailed him to Building 10 before finally turning back. Once inside his dormitory, Chen Fan pulid wu diazide. Which college do the students in Building 10 belong to? Wu Di pondered for a moment. That's likely the second and third years from our college. Chen Fan was taken aback. From our college? The School of Management and Economics? Yes. Do you know someone there? Wu Di asked curiously. By the way, who is the lucky girl you've got your eye on? Any pictures to share? Chen Fan did not respond, his expression one of confusion. How could Ruochu know a senior from the second year? The afternoon's military training involved practicing formations and standing in military posture. During breaks, the instructor organized singing games, filling the expansive playground with a cacophony of chants. Red flags flying, green flags waving, boys who don't sing are fools. Southeast winds blow, war drums beat, who in the 7th company fears whom? The students were caught up in the excitement, yet Chen Fan remained somewhat distracted. After observing for the entire afternoon, he finally identified Su Ruochu's group. His class was in the 3rd company, while she was in the 7th, quite a distance apart. He noticed her glancing around several times, perhaps searching for him. At long last, as the afternoon session concluded and the ranks dispersed, Chen Fan intended to rush over and find Su Ruochu. However, Wu Di pulled him back. "Don't run off. We need to eat quickly. The counselor and instructor will be checking the dorms tonight." Chen Fan reconsidered. Meeting Su Ruochu was not an urgent matter. Besides, collective actions in the dormitory meant his absence would be conspicuous. Thus, he abandoned the idea and joined his roommates for dinner. Later that evening, around 8, the counselor and instructor arrived at Building 8. Chen Fan's class counselor was a young man, reportedly a recent graduate from teaching college, standing alongside the students. It was hard to distinguish who was the teacher. The advantages of a young instructor included being approachable and easy to communicate with. He began by outlining the hygiene regulations and precautions during military training. Following this, the instructor instructed everyone on how to organize their personal belongings. First, they headed to the restroom to demonstrate the proper arrangement of towels, cups, toothbrushes, and toothpaste. Back in the dormitory, the instructor surveyed the room and commanded, "Bring me a mat." Ma Xiaozuai promptly pulled his mat from his bed. "Now, find a blanket." This time, Chen Fan, quick on his feet, swiftly snatched his blanket and handed it over before anyone else could react. As the instructor squatted down, explaining while folding the blanket into a neat square, he asked, "Did everyone remember the key points I just mentioned?" Seeing several nods, the instructor pondered for a moment before preparing to mess up the blanket. Chen Fan, however, stepped forward swiftly, discreetly slipping a box of cigarettes into the instructor's pocket. "Hey, instructor, thanks for your hard work. I'll manage the blanket myself. No need to trouble you. The instructor glanced at Chen Fan and suddenly flashed a knowing smile before turning to leave with the counselor for the next dormitory. Once the instructor was gone, Chen Fan carefully cradled the blanket in his arms and lifted it above his head, placing it reverently on his bed. Witnessing this, Ma Xiao's Y was the first to react. Dude, you're being way too uncouth. The instructor clearly used my mat. No way. From now on, we'll alternate days for the blanket arrangement. Chen Fan retrieved a blanket from his wardrobe. No sharing blankets with girls. Ma Xiao Shuai Jokid. Do you believe I'll mess up your blanket when you're not around? Chen Fan quickly changed his tone. Xiao's why we're good kids. Let us not follow the bad example of the second brother. Just then Luo Wenjia, standing on the balcony with a cigarette in his mouth, excitedly shouted, Hey, come look. In the 5th floor room of the opposite dormitory, there's a beauty changing clothes. I'll believe it when I see it. The others teased. Yet, Luo Wenjia continued to beckon excitedly. It's real. Come see. She's undressing. In less than a second, all 5 dorm mates had gathered, crowding behind Luo Wenjia. Where? I don't see anything. Sun Hao stretched his neck, anxiously scanning his surroundings. What are you doing here, causing a ruckus, when you already have a girlfriend? After saying this, he swiftly snatched the binoculars from Luo Wenjia's hands. Damn it. Why didn't you bring out this high-tech gadget sooner? In the future, remember to share good things with the brothers. I'll let this one slide, but next time, you'll be at my mercy. With that, he eagerly aimed the binoculars at the opposite dormitory building. How many floors up? Let me critique the view. Chapter 47. I don't like childhood sweethearts. I only like you. A rather imprecise pair of binoculars made the rounds among a few guys, ultimately failing to locate the beauty Luo Wenjia had mentioned. The group was left thoroughly disappointed. From now on, don't believe anything Luo Wenjia says. This guy clearly suffers from a severe case of beauty deprivation, mistaking every girl for a goddess. Wu Di then pointed at the binoculars in Ma Xiao's Y's hands. However, this gadget isn't bad. It's been confiscated and will henceforth be communal property in the dorm. Luo Wenjia attempted to defend himself. There really was a beauty earlier. I swear on my little brother. Oh, spare us. If your little brother had any strength, you wouldn't still be single, Chen Fan interjected. Having refrained from the banter among the group, he casually took the binoculars from Ma Xiao's Y and stood on the balcony, curiously peering at the opposite dormitory. Most of the windows were drawn, making it impossible to discern the happenings inside. It was quite a feat for Luo Wenjia to have accurately pinpointed a beauty amidst so many curtains. Chen Fan put down the binoculars. Just as he was about to turn back to the dorm, his gaze suddenly froze. A familiar figure caught his eye. He quickly raised the binoculars again. In his line of sight, on the road beside the girls' dormitory, a graceful silhouette was walking toward him. It was Ruochu. Indeed, it was Ruochu. Chen Fan's heart raced with excitement. What was Ruochu doing here at the boys' dormitory? Was she looking for him? Without a moment to spare for speculation, he hastily shoved the binoculars into Ma Xiaoshui's arms. I'll be right back. Where are you going? The lights will go out soon. I'll be back in a flash. Chen Fan called over his shoulder as he dashed out of the dormitory. From a distance, he spotted Su Ruochu standing under a streetlight, scanning the area. Chen Fan's expression brightened. He was just about to rush over when someone emerged from the nearby dormitory. Upon seeing the person, Su Ruochu broke into a smile and waved. Chen Fan's steps halted abruptly, his smile fading as he watched Su Ruochu chat happily with a senior from the second year. The calm confidence he had felt moments ago began to waver. As Chen Fan stood there, anxious and uneasy, Su Ruochu inadvertently glanced his way and caught sight of him. Her expression momentarily registered surprise, followed by sheer delight as she excitedly waved at him. Now that he had been spotted, Chen Fan no longer hesitated and strode toward her. Before he could say a word, Su Ruochu enthusiastically approached and casually linked her arm through his, beaming at the senior beside her. Tian Yuan, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Chen Fan. He is also from the School of Management, studying the same major as I am. Chen Fan noticed that after Su Ruochu's introduction, the senior, Tian Yuan, appeared momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly masked his surprise with a faint smile. So you really have a boyfriend? Of course. Why would I lie to you? Su Ruochu replied with a smile. Tian Yuan appraised Chen Fan and extended his hand. Tian Yuan, a second year in international trade. Nice to meet you, senior. Chen Fan responded politely. Haha, you're quite lucky, catching her right as you entered college. Even I'm a bit envious. Chen Fan chuckled. I merely took advantage of being in close proximity. Tian Yuan scrutinized Chen Fan. I recall that you freshmen reside in the 8th dormitory, right? That place used to be full of beauties. You must keep your wits about you. Chen Fan glanced at Su Ruochu and shook his head with a smile. Not a chance. She's the only one in my eyes. Tian Yuan chuckled. All right then. I want to intrude on your time. I live in the 10th dormitory. Feel free to reach out if you need anything. For Ruochu's sake. I'll be happy to assist. Thank you, senior, but there's really no need. I can handle it myself. Tian Yuan cast a meaningful glance at Chen Fan before nodding at Su Ruochu. I'll take my leave now. As Chen Fan watched him depart, he turned his attention back to Su Ruochu. The girl was smiling brightly, clearly still brimming with excitement. What are you grinning about? Nothing much. Really nothing at all? Su Ruochu then linked her arm through Chen Fan's, playfully asking, "Don't you have anything you want to ask?" Feigning ignorance, Chen Fan replied, "What should I ask?" Su Ruochu shifted the topic. "Why didn't you come looking for me?" Chen Fan felt a pang of embarrassment for having searched for her earlier in the day, but decided to fabricate an excuse. "There was too much going on with starting school. I intended to find you tomorrow." Unable to contain herself any longer, Su Ruochu directly asked, "You seem a bit off when looking at Tian Yuan just now." Chen Fan replied nonchalantly, "I am wary of any boy who deliberately approaches you." "So you don't trust me?" Su Ruochu pressed further. "Not exactly." Chen Fan shook his head. "I just sense he is different." "In what way?" Seeing Su Ruochu's determined inquiry, Chen Fan decided to be forthright. "Your attitude toward him is different. Watching you chat so amiably, I thought you two were longtime friends." Su Ruochu couldn't help but laugh. "So you're jealous?" "Yes, I'm jealous," Chen Fan admitted with a nod, seemingly pleased with this response. Su Ruochu explained while still smiling, "You're spot on. I've known him since we were children. Our parents are old friends. We used to live in the same neighborhood, but his family moved away later. So, I've known him longer than I've known you." Feigning a sour expression, Chen Fan quipped, "Childhood sweethearts, huh?" Su Ruochu then dropped another bombshell. "Our families are closely connected. You could say my parents watched him grow up." Tian Yuan was an exemplary student from a young age, well-mannered, tall, and handsome, often regarded by elders as the ideal child of someone else's family. Upon hearing Su Ruochu lavish praise on another young man, Chen Fan could not help but interject, "Your parents don't actually consider him a potential son-in-law, do they?" To Chen Fan's surprise, Su Ruochu nodded earnestly and replied, "You guessed correctly. My mother is genuinely trying to set me up with him." Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback. A look of disbelief etched across his face. "I can see that he doesn't wish to remain merely childhood friends. He has feelings for you." Noticing Su Ruochu's silence, Chen Fan pressed further, "Do you have feelings for him?" Seemingly perceiving Chen Fan's unease and tension, Su Ruochu allowed a slight smile to play at the corners of her mouth. With a sigh, she remarked, "Tian Yuan is indeed quite exceptional, perfectly suited to be a boyfriend. However, who could resist the relentless pursuit of someone else, succumbing to their persistent charms?" As a smile gradually spread across Chen Fan's face, Su Ruochu added, "I do not favor childhood sweethearts. My affections lie solely with you. Is that satisfactory?" Chen Fan gently grasped her delicate chin and lifted it, saying, "My dear, your taste is truly remarkable." Chapter 48. The first interested buyer emerges. "My dear, your taste is truly remarkable." Su Ruochu's cheeks flushed crimson as she hastily pushed Chen Fan away. "Oh, what are you doing? Aren't you afraid of being seen?" Chen Fan chuckled. "Am I to fear being seen while being affectionate with my wife?" "Who is your wife? Are you not my wife?" "You heard me just now. I currently reside in dormitory number 8, which happens to be the girls' dormitory. There are many beautiful senior sisters living there, and I should go seek them out." "Go ahead. With you gone, I shall conveniently be rid of a burden and can chat with other boys." Chen Fan decisively stepped back, firmly seizing Su Ruochu's petite hand. "You win." Instantly, Su Ruochu beamed with a victorious smile. Chen Fan held her hand as they strolled together. "Shall we take a walk?" "Yes." This time, Su Ruochu did not refuse. The two meandered along the campus road, leisurely walking beneath the streetlights. It seemed that after several days of absence, Su Ruochu had become noticeably more talkative in Chen Fan's presence. She recounted how, following the day her mother unexpectedly found them together, she had been grounded at home. When university commenced, her parents personally escorted her to register. "I wanted to inform you, but my mother wouldn't allow me to go out," Su Ruochu explained softly. Chen Fan, smiling, held her hand. "It's all right. I came to school that day with Guo. Now that we are at the same university, studying the same major, no one can obstruct our relationship anymore." Su Ruochu's face turned a deeper shade of crimson as she lowered her head and softly replied, Chen Fan whispered, "In fact, I sought you out on the very first day of school, but I had no idea which class you had been assigned to." Meto, Su Ruochu murmured chaidi. Her cheeks still flushed. For the past few days, she had been secretly searching for Chen Fan on the playground, but the crowd was too vast, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Chen Fan glanced at her. "I didn't see you looking for me. I only saw you chatting animatedly with a handsome guy. Just a moment ago, I spotted you walking this way and thought you were coming to find me, only to see you happily conversing with him. My heart nearly shattered. This time, Su Ruochu did not laugh, but instead quietly explained on the day of my enrollment. My mother contacted Tian Yuan, hoping he would look after me. In fact, I was coming over to find you, but since I didn't know which building you lived in, I thought to ask Tian Yuan for assistance. At this point, Su Ruochu discreetly glanced at Chen Fan. I harbor no romantic feelings for Tian Yuan. I've always regarded him as an older brother. Chen Fan chuckled. I believe you. But you must also understand my perspective. Your position in my heart is far too significant. When it comes to you, I find myself easily losing my composure. Su Ruochu playfully grazed Chen Fan's wrist. Then I shall stay by your side. And if you ever lose your composure, I will be responsible for reining you back in. Are you suggesting I'm a stubborn mule? Her words elicited a delightful peal of laughter from Su Ruochu. As military training progressed day by day, they initially practiced standing at attention, shouting slogans, and executing simple maneuvers such as left and right turns. After 4 or 5 days, the instructor began teaching the more challenging task of marching in place. Having experienced college life once before, Chen Fan looked back on it all with nostalgia and was particularly diligent in his practice. Ultimately, he was selected by the instructor to be one of the 2 exemplary leaders at the front of the formation. Although the days of military training were monotonous, they were not devoid of enjoyment. He spent his days with his dormitory companions and his evenings walking around the campus with Su Ruochu before escorting her back to her dormitory. This secret was maintained for several days before it was finally revealed. When confronted by his dormitory brothers, Chen Fan did not hide the truth and candidly admitted to having a girlfriend. Wow, who would have thought that the 4th brother would be the first to find a partner in our dorm? Luo Wenjia exclaimed, his tone filled with indignation. Is there no justice? I am far more handsome than you. Wu Di, chuckling, patted Chen Fan on the shoulder. Next time, find an opportunity to bring your girlfriend over so we can give her our approval. Chen Fan nodded with a smile. No problem. Though life was simple yet fulfilling, Chen Fan's mind remained preoccupied with another matter. It was now September. He remembered clearly that in his previous life, Yaya Network was acquired by Wan Wang in September. In this lifetime, his domain network was far surpassing Yaya Network, leaving it in the dust. Even if Wan Wang sought to acquire a domain, he would undoubtedly be their first choice. However, due to the daily military training, Chen Fan had yet to ascertain the current situation. Finally, as military training neared its conclusion, Chen Fan could no longer contain himself. Stealing away during the midday break, he slipped out of the school and into an internet cafe directly across from the school's east gate. The cafe bore a rather unique name, Earth Village, which was indicative of the internet's ability to transform the world into a village. It seemed the owner possessed an interesting perspective. Having received his identification card before the end of summer vacation, Chen Fan was now able to approach the front desk to obtain a legitimate internet card without any need for subterfuge. Once logged in, he swiftly navigated to the back end of his domain network, the familiar Windows 2000 operating system loading smoothly, offering far greater convenience than the internet cafes back in his hometown. Chen Fan had no time to peruse other sites, diving straight into the domain network's management interface. What a surprise! During this period of absence, Chen Fan was utterly astonished by the data from the backend, which had soared in just under half a month. The traffic on domain network had more than doubled, far surpassing its competitor, Easy Domain, and even exceeding Chen Fan's expectations. This remarkable outcome can be attributed to several factors. Firstly, Chen Fan was a pioneer in employing the concept of paid promotions in this era. Secondly, the completeness and convenience of domain network utterly eclipsed Easy Domain, outpacing them by several versions. Thirdly, the extravagant marketing expenditures of Easy Domain inadvertently promoted domain network, thanks to the presence of paid promotions. The convergence of these various factors led to the explosive growth in traffic for domain network, surpassing even Easy Domain's performance during the same period in Chen Fan's previous life. After a brief perusal, Chen Fan opened the backend email. Aside from a few dozen spam messages, no one had reached out to him. A sense of disappointment washed over him. It shouldn't be this way. With September nearing its end, he expected that someone would have already set their sights on domain network. Why had they yet to take action? The very reason Chen Fan established domain network was to secure a lucrative sale. He had no particular interest in this type of website. In his eyes, domain network was merely a commodity, a stepping stone to his first pot of gold, and a gateway to greater opportunities. If domain network remained unsold, wouldn't all his previous plans be rendered futile? Just as Chen Fan was consumed by frustration, uncertain of where things had gone awry, a new message popped up on his computer screen. A new email had arrived. He clicked it open, his gaze momentarily frozen. Leaning closer, he scrutinized the contents of the email. At last, A smile broke across Chen Fan's face as he exhaled with relief. Finally, the first potential buyer had emerged. The email from the prospective buyer was succinct, merely stating a desire for business collaboration and inquiring if he could provide a personal phone number. Lacking a mobile phone or SIM card, Chen Fan promptly replied, clarifying that he was the creator of Domain Network and that any inquiries could be addressed via email. Swiftly, the buyer's second email arrived. This time, the sender identified himself as a representative from a technology company, expressing interest in whether Chen Fan was open to selling Domain Network. To Chen Fan's surprise, it wasn't Wan Wang. Without beating around the bush, he asked directly, "What is your offer?" 300,000 came the reply. Chen Fan nearly burst into laughter at this ludicrous offer, although he was unaware of the exact figure for which Easy Domain had sold in his previous life. He estimated it to be well over $1 million. Was this buyer attempting to treat him like a naive novice? Without hesitation, Chen Fan responded, "I apologize, but I do not engage with insincere offers." In no time, the buyer replied again, "What price do you have in mind?" "At least $5 million, Chen Fan stated, providing a rough estimate of his expectations. This response seemed to infuriate the buyer. $5 million? Why don't you just go rob a bank? Do you really think making money on the internet is that easy? I was merely considering helping you because I saw potential in your website. Do you even comprehend how significant 300,000 is? If you let this opportunity slip away, you'll surely regret it." Chen Fan chuckled. "I appreciate your concern, but rest assured, I will not have any regrets." After sending the email, he promptly blocked the buyer. He had no interest in continuing negotiations with such a presumptuous company. Upon leaving the internet cafe, Chen Fan purchased two 50-yuan SIM cards from a nearby store. After returning, he called Su Ruochu's dormitory, and during their first phone conversation, it felt as if they had an endless array of topics to discuss. In the end, a frantic Sun Hao paced back and forth before Chen Fan, practically begging for the phone call he was eagerly anticipating from his girlfriend. Seeing Sun Hao's pleading expression, Chen Fan smiled and shared a few final words with Su Ruochu before ending the call. However, when he checked his balance, he found that it had decreased to half. Chen Fan shook his head in disbelief. Dating and phone calls were indeed quite costly. At that moment, Ma Xiao's Wai emerged from the restroom, laughingly teasing, "Fourth brother? I just overheard your conversation with your girlfriend. You two are so formal with each other. There's nothing intense at all. Look at third brother. Every time he talks to his girlfriend, it's all darling this and sweetheart that." Just then, the phone rang, and Sun Hao immediately lunged for it. "Hello, darling. Oh, please don't be angry. It was just my dorm mate calling." All right, I apologize." Chen Fan chuckled at Sun Hao and then remarked to Ma Xiao's Wai, "We are different from third brother and his girlfriend. We pursue a platonic love." Ma Xiao Shuai scolded. "When the day comes that you and your girlfriend check into a hotel, you better remember what you just said today." Luo Wenjia, lounging on his bed and listening to music, joined in the banter. Who knows? Fourth brother might be reciting CET4 vocabulary with his girlfriend in the hotel room. CET4 vocabulary? I could do that too. Ma Xiao Shuai, Gaimding. Oh yeah, F me baby. Get lost. Chen Fan retorted with a laugh, while Sun Hao, still on the line, looked utterly distraught. "Darling, listen to me. I really wasn't watching any movies in the dorm." As military training progressed into its later stages, the intensity of the training increased noticeably. In preparation for the final military training performance, everyone had to repeatedly practice marching, executing precise steps, and chanting slogans. As the standard bearer in the front row, Chen Fan was held to higher expectations, and after 2 days of shouting slogans, his voice had grown hoarse. He wasn't fond of this and sought to privately discuss a change with the instructor, only to be firmly denied. The instructor insisted that Chen Fan was performing the best and encouraged him to deliver a spirited performance on the final day. With no other option, Chen Fan resigned himself to diligent practice. Over the next few days, he made a habit of visiting the internet cafe to check his email. 3 more companies expressed interest in purchasing Domain Network. These 3 were evidently more reliable than the first. However, the prices they offered left Chen Fan feeling dissatisfied. After several discussions, they ultimately parted ways on less than amicable terms. One company even offered 880,000, but Chen Fan still turned them down. To be honest, Chen Fan found himself in a bit of quandary. Was he truly asking for too much? In a previous life, there was no detailed report on the amount spent on the acquisition of Yaya Network. However, Chen Fan inferred from his own experience that it must have been no less than 1 million. Otherwise, Boss Yao would have suffered significant losses. Chen Fan was still waiting, as Wan Jun, the company that purchased Yaya Network in his past life, had yet to contact him. With September drawing to a close, he had little faith that the other party could continue to delay. On September 16th, under a clear blue sky, the much-loved yet loathed military training finally came to an end. The morning's military training performance saw all formations marching in unison, chanting slogans as they passed the platform where school leaders and instructors were seated. When it was the turn of the marketing students from the School of Economics and Management, Chen Fan and another male classmate marched at the forefront as standard bearers, stepping with a resolute cadence. March in step, a line to the right, the valiant third company, daring to lead, exuding elegance, charging forward. As the formation paraded past the platform, the students, with voices raised and veins bulging, shouted their slogans. Even those who typically detested military training felt a surge of collective pride at that moment. Eyes forward, march in step. As the procession passed the platform, all students collectively sighed in relief. Ultimately, Chen Fan's company secured second place in the competition. The morning military performance was followed by an afternoon singing contest. Their formation had chosen to perform Unity is Strength and the Yellow River Cantata. During rehearsals, the instructor had one simple requirement. The melody could be off-key, but each individual had to project their voice with vigor. As their formation took the stage, the first line of Unity is Strength resonated so powerfully that the entire playground seemed to tremble. After belting out the two songs, they lined up to exit the stage. To everyone's astonishment, their company managed to seize third place from a group of Music Academy students. This unexpected joy left everyone even more satisfied. By 5 in the afternoon, the singing contest concluded, signaling the end of military training. The counselor announced that after dinner, everyone was welcome to the playground for the welcoming party. Chen Fan, however, felt no interest in the event and slipped out of the school gates after dinner, heading straight to an internet cafe. Yet, throughout the night, he received not a single email. Feeling somewhat dejected, he returned to campus, where the distant sounds of singing and cheers from the welcoming party echoed. While the festivities delighted others, Chen Fan could not share in their joy. He pondered whether he would have to wait indefinitely if the domain name did not sell. Time waits for no one. He needed to devise alternative means to earn money. One cannot depend solely on a single tree for sustenance. Presently, he had 50,000 yuan, acquired from Boss Yao of Yao Network. In this era, 50,000 yuan was neither too little nor too much. If he intended to use it as startup capital for a venture, he would need to plan meticulously. Just as Chen Fan was deep in thought, heading back to the dormitory, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure at the dorm entrance. Senior Tian Yuan? Chen Fan greeted with a smile. Are you here looking for someone? Tian Yuan returned the smile. I came to find you. Looking for me? Chen Fan was taken aback. Do you have something to discuss? Chapter 50. The schemes of small man Chen Fan had only met Tian Yuan briefly before and did not understand why he would seek him out. Tian Yuan, grinning, said, I wanted to discuss something with you. First, I'd like to know if you're interested in joining the student council. The student council? Chen Fan was puzzled. Was this fellow coming all the way here at night just to invite him to join the student council? Their relationship hardly seemed close enough for such a proposition. As a new university student, you might not be aware. Joining the student council has numerous benefits. Once you're in, you can check dorms, rate fellow students, and enjoy priority consideration for end-of-term evaluations, scholarship awards, or party membership selection. When you graduate, you'll also be prioritized for the best job placements. Tian Yuan observed Chen Fan, ensuring he comprehended the advantages. Then, he shifted the conversation. If you're interested and genuinely wish to join the student council, I can assist you. I'm currently the vice president of the student council. Tian Yuan was confident, believing that no sensible person would refuse such an enticing offer. Chen Fan looked at Tian Yuan and asked, why are you being so kind to me? There must be other conditions. Talking to a smart person is indeed effortless. Tian Yuan chuckled. Since that's the case, I 1T beat around the bush. I have feelings for Su Ruochu, and I hope you will voluntarily withdraw. As Chen Fan opened his mouth to respond, Tian Yuan raised a hand. Don't rush, let me finish. Su Ruochu and I grew up together, so we are childhood sweethearts. Our families know each other and are pleased with the match. Furthermore, my family is well off, and we are a good match socially. These are facts you cannot compete with. I know you like Su Ruochu, but you're simply not suited for each other. If you can step aside, I can guarantee you a place in the student council, along with all the rewards that come with it, including preferential treatment for evaluations and scholarships. Additionally, once you join the student council, you'll have access to more clubs and beautiful women. If you're willing, you can easily find a more attractive girlfriend. Chen Fan listened to Tian Yuan's confident discourse, feeling little surprise. He had sensed Tian Yuan's interest in Su Ruochu during their last meeting. However, he hadn't expected Tian Yuan to be so impatient just a few days later, directly confronting him about stepping aside. Chen Fan smiled, unsure whether to view Tian Yuan as naive or overly self-assured. I'm sorry, but I am not interested in joining the student council. Moreover, I will not withdraw from Su Ruochu. Tian Yuan's smile faltered slightly. Have you thought it over carefully? There is nothing to consider. If there is nothing else, I'll head back to my dorm now. Wait. Tian Yuan suddenly spoke coldly, his gaze towards Chen Fan growing less friendly. Are you certain you've made your decision? I advise you to think carefully. The student council holds considerable power. Chen Fan chuckled. Are you threatening me? Tian Yuan shook his head. I never said such a thing. As a freshman, it is prudent to maintain a low profile. You've worked hard to gain admission. If you were to make a minor mistake, receive a significant demerit, or face probation, it could irrevocably ruin your life. Chen Fan shook his head in response. Quite an effective method of intimidation, but you've chosen the wrong person. Without further ado, he turned and strode into the dormitory building. To be honest, gaining admission to university meant two things for Chen Fan. First, it was to provide his parents with a sense of accomplishment, and second, it allowed him to spend 4 more years in the company of Su Ruochu. As for the so-called university diploma, he had never really cared about it. In his view, Tian Yuan's threats were rather ludicrous. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found that the other 5 occupants had yet to arrive. After washing up, Chen Fan lay on his bed, contemplating how to wisely utilize the 50,000 he had on hand. He could easily purchase a computer, but doing so right after starting university seemed rather ostentatious. Moreover, he had no desire to delve into entrepreneurial matters within the confines of the dormitory. If he did buy a computer, he would likely need to rent an apartment. Lost in these chaotic thoughts, the dormitory door swung open, and Wu Di, along with a few others, burst in with a raucous energy. Hey, why aren't you out watching a show? Wu Di inquired with concern. Chen Fan shook his head and smiled. I had to step out for a bit. Wu Di immediately wurde a knowing gesmide. Oh, I see. Off enjoying a little private time, were we? Seeing Wu Di's cheeky expression, Chen Fan felt an overwhelming urge to retort. What do you even know? At that moment, Luo Wenjia suddenly stood up on the lower bunk. Hey, you really missed out by not going to the show tonight. Let me tell you, it was quite the spectacle. Those dance students from the arts department. Wow. The skirts were so short, and the tights, and their figures. Absolutely stunning. At this point, the third roommate, Sun Hao, shouted, Hey, you need to rein in second, brother. He.S. hogging the telescope, and 1T let anyone else look. Luo Wenjia defended himself. I'm just looking out for you guys. If I let you see too much, how will you sleep tonight? He then shifted the topic, but, guys, after a night of observation, I discovered that out of the 8 dancing beauties, 7 were wearing safety shorts, with only 1 in a white thong. What a delightful revelation. Ugh, how lewd. I can't take it anymore. Let's take him down. Several brothers surrounded Luo Wenjia and pushed him onto the bed. Yamit. Luo Wenjia's screams echoed through the hallway. Watching the scene unfold, the anxiety that had plagued Chen Fan all night finally dissipated. Having such loyal brothers was truly wonderful. Just then, the dormitory door was forcefully kicked open. A group of boys entered briskly, some clutching notebooks, looking quite official. What time is it? Still making noise? Don't you know the lights will be out soon? Wu Di and the others quickly rose from their beds, casting bewildered glances at the intruders. They're from the student council, Wu Di whispered. Hearing this, Luo Wenjia, who had been manhandled on the bed, hurriedly stood up, adjusting his pants. Upon entering the dormitory, the student council members wrinkled their noses in disapproval. What does that smell? This place is filthy, like a dog kennel. Didn't you learn anything about military training and room organization? Did you think you could slack off just because military training is over? A senior from a student council reprimanded them sternly. Spotting Chen Fan on the upper bunk, he suddenly frowned and pointed, Who told you to be up there? Get down. As Chen Fan descended from his bed, the senior scoffed, Your bed is a mess, like a pigsty. Points deducted. Chen Fan frowned. It's nighttime, and the lights are about to be turned off. Is it a problem for me to sleep in my own bed? Oh, you dare talk back? Let me tell you, in the School of Economics and Management, what we say is law. Just as Chen Fan was about to argue, he was pulled back by Ma Xiao's. The student council members pretended to inspect the dormitory before leaving with a parting remark. Your dormitory loses 5 points collectively. He pointed at Chen Fan. You violated dormitory regulations and talked back to a senior. That has 10 points off. Expect to see the announcement tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Wu Di hurriedly chased after them. Hey, wait a moment. Watching Wu Di chase after them with a sheepish smile, the remaining roommates exchanged glances, perplexed. What else with these student council members? Why are they so aggressive today? Luo Wenjia complained. Ma Xiao's turned to Chen Fan. Fourth brother. Why do I feel like those 3 were specifically targeting you? Chen Fan, maintaining a stoic expression, had already pieced together the situation. Just after his conversation with Tian Yuan, the student council members showed up for an inspection. It seemed that Tian Yuan was indeed eager to act. Just then, Wu Di entered with a sigh. How'd it go? He asked. Did he give us any face? They're clearly intent on deducting points. It seems our civilized dormitory during military training is a thing of the past. He then looked at Chen Fan. I discreetly asked one of the seniors, Fourth brother? Did you offend someone? Luo Wenja leaned in. What do you mean? Are they truly targeting fourth brother? Chen Fan then spoke up. I've dragged everyone down with me. Sorry. Woody could help but inquire what happened exactly. Chen Fan briefly explained the situation. Upon hearing that the individual was the vice president of the student council in his second year and had the audacity to his brother's girlfriend, the other roommates were incensed. Luo Wenja rolled up his sleeves. How dare he target my brother's girlfriend? Let us deal with him. Ma Xiaozhuai looked at Chen Fan. What are you planning to do? If you need anything, just say the word. We'll have your back. Chen Fan glanced at his roommates and then smiled faintly. Let go. There's no need to stoop to their level. I'll just treat it as being bitten by a dog. Hearing this, Wu Di visibly relaxed. Luo Wenja excitedly asked, so just like that? You can swallow your pride? I know this type well. He wouldn't dare confront you directly, but will certainly find ways to irritate you. If you choose to compromise, do you believe that he will immediately escalate the situation? At this moment, Wu Di hurriedly interjected. I think we should all refrain from acting impulsively. It is not worth jeopardizing our hard-earned admission to university over a fight that could result in severe disciplinary action or even expulsion. We cannot allow ourselves to be expelled for the actions of a petty individual. Wu Di patted his chest reassuringly. Rest assured, I will find a way to ensure that Lao Si does not suffer any injustice. Wu Di indeed had a plan. During military training, he exhibited a sociable and charming personality. Everyone in the dormitory was aware of his aspirations to run for class committee, and he had even fostered connections with some senior members of the student council. Wu Di was proactive, and the very next day, he managed to resolve the issue. Don't worry. The president of the student council has guaranteed that you will no longer be targeted intentionally, he reassured Chen Fan upon his return. Chen Fan smiled and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, boss. Although he was indifferent to the matter, Wu Di's efforts were certainly commendable. Hey, if you want to thank someone, thank Xiao Shui. He contributed a pack of soft Zonghua cigarettes. Without that, it would have been much harder to handle this. Ma Xiao Shui turned to Chen Fan with a grin. It's just a cigarette, no big deal. Wu Di then slung an arm around Chen Fan's shoulder. Now that military training is over, shouldn't we celebrate as a dormitory? Ma Xiao Shui immediately chimed in. I have no objections. By the way, it seems we haven't gone out for drinks as a dormitory yet. Chen Fan initially intended to head to the internet cafe that evening to check his emails. But seeing everyone so enthusiastic, he felt it would be impolite to decline. Thus, the six of them ventured out for a meal off campus that evening. The dining venue was not an upscale restaurant, but rather a humble street-side eatery. As it was their first group outing, everyone was brimming with excitement. Upon being seated, Wu Di enthusiastically called out, Boss, let us order. After receiving the menu from the waiter, he promptly ordered 6 dishes, catering to everyone's tastes. How about some barbecue too? Ma Xiao Shui laughed. What's the point of coming to a street eatery in summer without having barbecue? Wu Di grinned and told the waiter, let us add 20 skewers of lamb, 20 of pork belly, 20 of garlic, 5 of tofu, 5 of beef tripe, and 5 of cabbage. After handing the menu to the waiter, he added, let us start with this, and we can order more if needed. What on earth did you order? This isn't even barbecue. Luo Wenja snatched the menu and, after glancing through it, instructed the waiter 10 skewers of grilled chives, 6 of lamb kebabs, 6 of meatballs, 6 of milk boxes, and 6 of bulletproof vests, and 4 of beef, happiness, and beef kidneys. The dormitory's 5th member, Han Su, curiously whispered to Chen Fan, what are milk boxes and bulletproof vests? What beef happiness? Before Chen Fan could respond, Wu Di interrupted, come on, do you really have to be so extravagant? You've ordered all the low-quality stuff. Are you planning to survive after dinner? Ma Xiao Shui chimed in, you better eat all of that yourself, and if you leave any, you're not allowed back into the dorm tonight. I'm worried about Lao C's well-being. Chen Fan laughed and retorted, why worry about me? Shouldn't you be concerned about the boss? Ma Xiao Shui chuckled, because he sleeps right next to you, you two are the closest. Chen Fan glanced at Luo Wenja and teased, with your order, you don't sound like a southerner at all. You're more like a northerner. Luo Wenja chuckled. You're right, I'm originally from the northeast. My parents are both from there, but they moved south for work. Ma Xiao Shui retorted, I knew it. You don't have a trace of southern influence, and your speech has a distinct northern twang. At that moment, the waiter approached to ask if they wanted beer. Wu Di waved his hand grandly, bring us 4 cases of beer. Upon hearing this, Han Su gasped inwardly. Isn't that a bit much? Wu Di dismissed the concern. Not at all, it's our first gathering. Let me gauge everyone's tolerance. Luo Wenja, chewing on edamame, quipped, come on, I'm not a woman. Why should you gauge my tolerance? Why don't you try measuring my length instead? Wu Di looked both amused and exasperated. With that mouth of yours, I think we should just call you Luo Lair from now on. Ma Xiao Shui clapped in approval. That nickname is great, simple, direct, and easy to remember. Luo Wenjia beamed with pride. Why announce my only virtue? Chapter 52. Unintentionally causing trouble as the dishes arrived, Wu Di, taking the lead as the dormitory head, spoke first. Come on, everyone, fill your glasses. Today marks our dormitory's first collective event, and no one is allowed to be shy. For our shared fate, cheers. To be honest, Chen Fan had intended to claim that he did not drink before coming here. However, witnessing his roommate's enthusiasm and recalling how Ma Xiaoshui and Wu Di had gone out of their way for him, he realized that refusing to drink might lead to immediate discord. Thus, he raised his glass and drank along with everyone else. Let us eat, Wu Di exclaimed, wiping his mouth with satisfaction. This is how summer dining should feel. Lao air, make sure you eat everything you ordered. If you leave any, I'll force feed you. Luo Wenjia shook his head in disbelief. You guys really don't know what's good for you. Such great food, and you don't appreciate it. Meanwhile, the earnest Han Su leaned in and quietly asked, Wenjia, does eating this really enhance stamina? Luo Wenjia leaned in with a mysterious air. Let me tell you, last time before he could finish, Wu Di interrupted, get lost. You don't even have a girlfriend. Why are you asking about this? Han Shu hooked. Can't I do some research for Sango? Sun Hao chimed in, thanks, but my girlfriend is in the south. Even if I eat it, it won't help me. You should consult Lao Si instead. Chen Fan smiled, but did not engage further. Ma Xiaoshui, excited, continued, Lao Si. When will you bring your girlfriend out to meet us? Chen Fan was open to the idea. I'll ask her next time, and if she has the time, I'll definitely bring her to meet everyone. Luo Wenjia raised his glass, looking enviously at Chen Fan. Lao Si already has a girlfriend. Don't you guys feel a sense of urgency? University has already started for nearly a month. Shouldn't we find girlfriends too? Han Su expressed his frustration, stating, I would like to, but the girls in our class either disdain us if they are attractive or have exceedingly high expectations if they are of average looks. It's truly difficult to please them. Luo Wenjia turned to Wu Di. Boss, as the dorm leader, shouldn't you devise a plan? Wu Di opened another bottle of beer. No problem. I shall contemplate a solution. Perhaps we can arrange a social gathering for everyone. Hey, that's a splendid idea. Luo Wenjia eagerly seized the bottle, filling it for Wu Di. The meal was thoroughly enjoyable for the six of them, as they traversed a myriad of topics from across the globe. Their camaraderie evidently deepened yet another notch. It became apparent that Wu Di's audacity in ordering 4 cases of beer was well justified. By the end of the meal, Ma Xiaozhuai and Sun Hao were the first to succumb to inebriation, each having consumed merely 4 bottles. Surprisingly, the usually reserved Han Su quietly polished off 7 bottles before becoming somewhat dazed. Chen Fan also managed 6 or 7 bottles, but retained a semblance of clarity, at least not resembling Ma Xiaozhuai, who was found squatting by the roadside, clutching a trash can and retching violently. Wu Di and Luo Wenjia demonstrated remarkable alcohol tolerance, each consuming no less than 12 bottles. Upon reaching the 14th bottle, Luo Wenjia finally reached his limit, releasing a sudden retch. In stark contrast, Wu Di remained unfazed, leisurely finishing the remaining 4 bottles of beer alongside the leftover dishes. As the meal neared its conclusion, Chen Fan stood to settle the bill. However, Wu Di waved him off. Go check on Xiaozhuai. This one is on me. Is that really appropriate? What is inappropriate about it? As the dorm leader, it's only reasonable for me to treat everyone for our first gathering. Wu Di chuckled, adding, of course, next time it will be your turn to treat me. Chen Fan nodded in agreement. No problem. I shall treat for the next meal. He then walked over to Ma Xiaozhuai, who was squatting at the curb, pouring out his heart to the trash can. Chen Fan approached and gently kicked him. Are you all right? Just a moment, Ma Xiaozhuai replied, inserting a finger into his mouth and soon retching again. After a brief moment, he stood up, his eyes noticeably clearer. I'm fine now. Chen Fan waved his hand, fanning away the pungent odor. Goodness, it was just a meal. Was it really necessary to go to such lengths? Ma Xiaoshuai chuckled ruefully. I was tricked by the boss and Luo Wenjia. I never expected them to drink this much. If I challenged them to a drinking contest again, I must be a fool. Chen Fan shook his head. You already look quite foolish right now. Ma Xiaozhuai fished out a cigarette from his pocket, lit one, and took a deep inhale, seemingly regaining his composure. Turning his gaze aside, he noticed Sun Hao squatting on the ground, violently vomiting, with Han Su patting his back. Ma Xiaozhuai couldn't help but chuckle. It seems I'm not the most embarrassing one here. As the evening breeze blew, Chen Fan felt a bit tipsy as well. Spotting Ma Xiaozhuai with a cigarette, he reached out. Give me one. You smoke? Ma Xiaozhuai was surprised, handing over a cigarette and lighter. Chen Fan lit one, the familiar taste filling his lungs, slightly clearing his mind. Beside them, Ma Xiaozhuai exclaimed, damn, I didn't see that coming. You're quite the seasoned smoker, aren't you? Chen Fan smiled, but chose not to respond. Wu Di returned after paying the bill. Go wake up Wenja. It's time to head back. Chen Fan raised his hand. I'll take care of it. He approached and patted Luo Wenja. Time to go. We're heading back. Luo Wenja, dazed, wiped the drool from his mouth. Back home. Let us go. After a struggle to help Luo Wenja take a few steps, he suddenly turned and bent over, expelling the contents of his stomach. Two girls passing by were startled and quickly retreated, inadvertently bumping into a nearby table filled with diners. I'm so sorry, my friend drank too much. Chen Fan apologized while patting Luo Wenja's back. Chen Fan, hearing a familiar voice, Chen Fan looked up in surprise. Senior, what brings you here? The person before him was none other than Mocu, the first individual he met on the day of his enrollment. Standing next to her was another girl, presumably a friend or roommate, who appeared strikingly beautiful at a glance. However, Chen Fan had no time to admire her, as he needed to tend to the embarrassing situation with Luo Wenja. Mocu observed Luo Wenja, whose state resembled a fountain, and couldn't help but inquire. What's going on here? Chen Fan forced a smile. It's just that we finished military training and decided to celebrate with our first meal together. But we got a bit carried away. Mocu shook her head in disbelief. Just as she was about to say something, a nearby patron suddenly slammed his hand on the table, rising angrily. Are you blind? Can't you see I'm talking? You just spilled my drink. Did you not notice? Chen Fan then realized that in her attempt to dodge Luo Wenja's vomit, Mocu's friend had instinctively stepped back and collided with the adjacent table, knocking over a drink. The girl immediately spoke up, her voice sweet and melodious. I'm so sorry. Shall I buy you another bottle? The man, however, laughed derisively. Who do you think you are? Do I need you to buy me a bottle of wine? Do you take me for a fool? The girl's expression remained unchanged, her brow furrowing as she asked. Then what do you want? Chapter 53. Old 4, you are quite the enigma. What a coincidence, senior. Upon seeing Mocu, Ma Xiaozhuai and the others, now somewhat sober, eagerly gathered around, Wu Di looked at Chen Fan and inquired, what is happening here? Chen Fan briefly explained the situation. Upon grasping the context, Wu Di stepped forward with a smile. Gentlemen, judging by your attire, you are students of Yunhai University, correct? We are all classmates. There is no need to escalate matters over a trivial incident. Allow me to apologize on their behalf. I'll also buy you an extra case of beer as a gesture of goodwill. How does that sound? As he spoke, Wu Di gestured to a waiter. Hey, bring us another case of beer over here. Who the hell are you? The irate man from earlier shoved Wu Di, causing him to stumble. Who the hell left their zipper down, exposing themselves? You think a case of beer will appease me? Do you take me for a fool? With that, Luo Wenja and Ma Xiaozhuai stepped forward, ready to confront him. However, Wu Di raised his hand to stop them, maintaining a cheerful demeanor as he regarded the group at the table. My friend, one should exercise restraint and compassion. Is it truly necessary for us to let a trivial matter sour the mood for everyone? The young man across from us scoffed derisively. Who do you think you are? This issue has nothing to do with you. Just step aside. Wu Di pointed at the two girls beside him. They are our friends. Their affairs naturally concern us as well. Now, my friend, how do you intend to resolve this situation today? The young man's gaze swept over Chen Fan and the others behind Wu Di, and he suddenly chuckled. A bunch of freshmen. Since you wish to meddle, I am curious to see how you plan to resolve this. Will you approach it verbally or physically? Wu Di furrowed his brow. What difference does it make, whether it be verbal or physical? The young man replied nonchalantly. It's quite simple. If it's to be verbal, he glanced down at his t-shirt. See this? It's designer. It just got stained when she knocked over my drink. Compensation of 1,000 yuan will suffice to settle this matter. Upon hearing this, Sun Hao immediately bristled with anger. Are you extorting us? Extorting? No, this is a designer brand. Do you even understand what that is? Ma Xiaozhuai scolded. It's just an Adidas shirt. Do you think I haven't worn one before? Wu Di, however, raised a hand to stop Ma Xiaozhuai and continued to question the young man. And what if it were physical? The young man replied, that would be even simpler. He grabbed a bottle of liquor from the side and poured a full glass into a beer cup with a thud, placing it on the table. He then pointed to Mocu's friend. Have her down this in one go and apologize to me personally, and we can consider the matter resolved. Wu Di's expression darkened, but he clenched his teeth. I will drink on her behalf. Just as he finished speaking, the young man suddenly laughed. Oh, so you wish to be the hero? Fine. I will indulge you. He then brought over 2 more cups, filling them to the brim. Drink up. If you finish these 3 cups, we can put this matter to rest. Wu Di froze momentarily. He was not adept at drinking liquor, and he had already consumed quite a bit that night. Damn, this guy is deliberately looking for trouble. Before he could utter a word, seeing that the inebriated Luo Wenja was about to act, Chen Fan hastily restrained Luo Wenja and stepped forward to stand in front of Wu Di. I will drink on her behalf. Wu Di was taken aback. seemingly surprised that Chen Fan would take the initiative. Chen Fan offered no explanation. Instead, he called over a waiter. He instructed the waiter to bring 2 large bowls. In front of the young man's table, Chen Fan poured all 3 cups of liquor into the bowls and then emptied a bottle of liquor into them, doing so expressionlessly as he spoke. Don't say I'm bullying you. If you have the guts, choose someone to stand up today. If he can finish before me, not only will I apologize, but I will also compensate for the damage to your clothing. If you lose, then you must sincerely apologize to the lady. With a thud, Chen Fan placed the empty liquor bottle on the table and looked up at the group across from him, his eyes filled with derision. What is the matter? Are you all cowards? Does this count as manhood? Damn, who are you insulting? Ming Yi exclaimed. Let us see how he fares. Provoked by Chen Fan, several of the young men instantly became enraged. The Adidas youth, spurred on by his friends, gritted his teeth and stood up. Damn it. Today I will make you understand clearly. If you dare not pay up, I will make you regret it. He then opened a bottle of liquor and poured it into his bowl. Wu Di, Ma Xiaozuai, and the others had sobered up and stood beside Chen Fan, their expressions filled with concern. They were well aware that Chen Fan had already consumed at least 6 bottles of beer. They truly did not know how much more he could handle. Begin. At the signal, both Chen Fan and the Adidas youth lifted their bowls. The latter drank rapidly, but after several gulps, his expression changed to one of discomfort. This was 42-degree liquor, and consuming such a volume all at once was too much for his stomach to bear. After just 2 sips, he felt his stomach lurch. In contrast, Chen Fan's drinking pace was steady and rhythmic, without a single pause, as he finished an entire bottle of liquor as though it were water. If it weren't for the fact that they had purchased the liquor themselves, his companions might have suspected that Chen Fan was drinking plain water. Chen Fan flipped his bowl upside down, indicating that he had finished. Seeing this, the Adidas youth felt a surge of anger. PFF. He could no longer control himself and vomited. He then squatted down, retching violently. Mingo, are you all right? Realizing he had embarrassed himself, the Adidas youth fought against the urge to continue retching and signaled his friends to help him leave. You'll pay for this. If you have the guts, leave your contact information. I want to let you off easily. Upon hearing this, Wu Di stepped forward and put his arm around Chen Fan's shoulder. Listen well. My name is Wu Di, a freshman majoring in marketing at the School of Management, residing in Dormitory 8. Feel free to find me anytime. Luo Wenjia pointed to himself. I'm Luo Wenjia, and you're welcome to reach out as well. The Adidas youth, covering his mouth, gestured at the group. Very well, we shall see. Before he could finish his sentence, he turned and ran, only to spew vomit as he fled. What a spectacle. Too bad I didn't bring my camera. Wu Di mocked with a click of his tongue before turning around, excitedly patting Chen Fan on the shoulder. Wow, I didn't see this coming. You really are the hidden gem. It seems you were just concealing your drinking capacity earlier. At that moment, Chen Fan felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach, and his head was spinning. When Wu Di patted him, he nearly vomited on spot. MOCU approached, beaming with excitement. Chen Fan, I never expected you to be so formidable. That was truly impressive. Chen Fan forced a smile and shook his head, struggling to maintain his composure. Just then, a friend of MOCU stepped forward, her beautiful eyes fixed on Chen Fan with curiosity. Thank you. I apologize for the trouble caused because of me. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively. This was primarily our fault. Had my friend not just vomited, you would not have collided with their table. MOCU giggled as she linked arms with her friend. Oh, how polite. Could it be that my friend is being so courteous simply because she is beautiful? Chen Fan chuckled wryly, shaking his head. He was already reluctant to speak, fearing that uttering another word might lead to an outpouring of his stomach's contents. MOCU continued to speak cheerfully. By the way, you two haven't met yet, have you? Let me introduce you. This is my dear friend, Su Ruochu, a sophomore from the Foreign Language Institute. Upon hearing this introduction, Chen Fan remained unfazed, while beside him, Wu Di's eyes widened in surprise. So, the senior is Su Ruochu. I've heard your name numerous times. Su Ruochu looked puzzled. You've heard of me? Wu Di grinned and replied. I heard your name from an elder brother in the student council. They said the beauty of the Foreign Language Institute, Su Ruochu, is incredibly stunning and also the president of the student council. The number of boys pursuing her could stretch from the school playground to the city center. Noticing Su Ruochu's lack of response, Wu Di quickly shifted the conversation. Hello, senor, I'm Wu Di. Meanwhile, Luo Wenjia swiftly introduced himself. I'm Luo Wenjia. Sukusi politili note that. You all live in the 8th dormitory building, right? Wu Di smiled. That's right, we're in the same dormitory. At that moment, MOCU playfully pointed at Chen Fan and introduced him to Su Ruochu. This is the interesting junior I mentioned to you last time, named Chen Fan. Su Ruochu looked at Chen Fan, feeling slightly embarrassed. Are you alright? Should I accompany you to the hospital for a checkup? Perhaps buy some hangover medicine? Upon hearing this, Wu Di regretted his earlier hesitations. Had he known he would have the chance to be alone with the campus beauty, he would have downed that drink without a second thought. Who knows, perhaps he could have received her care and even obtained her contact information. However, Chen Fan shook his head. I'm fine. A good sleep will suffice. Wu Di exclaimed, Fool, how can you refuse such a splendid opportunity? Luo Wenja was nearly frantic. You idiot. How can you say that? Chen Fan, oblivious to the hint from his friends, casually inquired, Senior, are you out for a meal? Mocu chuckled and shook her head. No, we just returned from shopping in the city. I see you all have finished eating. How about heading back together? Sure. Without waiting for Chen Fan's agreement, Wu Di and Luo Wenja excitedly moved closer. On the way back, Mocu casually asked, So how's it going? School has nearly been in session for a month. Have you encountered any girls that catch your fancy? Luo Wenja chuckled. Well, we've been too busy with military training to have any opportunities. Wu Di then seized the moment. Senior, why don't you introduce us to someone? Mocu smiled. The only people I know around here are all sophomores. We're practically old maids now. Are you willing to look for someone older than yourselves? Wu Di chuckled. Senior, you really know how to joke. If you two had mentioned being sophomores, I would have thought you were high school students. Her comment elicited a series of giggles from Mocu. Chen Fan, Ma Xiao's and Luo Wenja follow behind, quietly commenting. The boss handled that remark well. He's quite adept. Luo Wenja was indignant, thinking that this reserved fellow had stolen the chance that should have been his to shine. Ma Xiao's teased. Who would have thought that our usually low-key boss could step up and hold his own when it counts? At that juncture, Wu Di humorously suggested, Senior, you can't just watch as your dorm mates remain single. You must lend a helping hand. Mocu laughed playfully. So what do you want? Want me to date you? I already have a boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Wu Di promptly changed the subject. How about you help us arrange a social gathering? Oh, that's a splendid idea. Mocu giggled, pointing to Su Ruochu beside her. See Su, the great beauty from the Foreign Language Institute, is from our school's most renowned department for stunning girls. Shouldn't you hurry and cling to her? When a student council president speaks a word, she can immediately connect you with 10 or 8 social gatherings. Wu Di's eyes sparkled. Senior, is that true? Su Ruochu pinched Mocu hard, reproaching her for speaking nonsense again. Don't listen to her. She's just a madwoman. However, I have indeed heard that the Foreign Language Institute produces many beauties. I didn't believe it before, but now that I've seen you, I do. Chen Fan nodded slightly, realizing that the boss had some skill in the art of courtship, albeit his flattery was somewhat clumsy. Su Ruochu, slightly embarrassed after being rescued, hesitated before saying, I can't make any promises, but I'll try to ask around for you. Instantly, the group became excited. Senior, I have no other demands, as long as she's beautiful. I am satisfied. Senior, as long as she's half as pretty as you, I'll be content. Senior, my future depends on you. Seeing Luo Wenja and Ma Xiao's joining in the ruckus, Chen Fan quietly shifted to the side, unwilling to associate with this gaggle of lecherous fools. However, Su Ruochu's efficiency was indeed impressive. Perhaps it was due to her role as student council president, but the very next day at noon, Mocu contacted Chen Fan. I've arranged a social gathering for you. Freshmen from the Foreign Language Institute. Thank you, Senior. Chen Fan hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Mocu waved her hand dismissively. If you want to thank someone, thank Su Ruochu. She put in considerable effort to help you with this. It wasn't easy for her to select a decent girls' dormitory for you. Noticing Chen Fan merely grinning in silence, Mocu couldn't help but speak up. Aren't you curious about how the girls in that dormitory look? Chen Fan took the bait and asked, How do they look? Montag Ziyu smiled mysteriously. For words, beauties in abundance. Su Ruochu has already spoken with them. They are willing to have a social gathering with your dormitory. Meet at the Sichuan Hot Pot restaurant outside the school on Friday afternoon after class. Remember, do not be late. Chen Fan nodded. I'll remember. After saying goodbye to Mocu, he returned to his dormitory and shared the news, causing the entire dormitory to erupt with excitement. Though 3 days remained until Friday, none of them wished to wait a moment longer, and each began preparing eagerly. Luo Wenja was busy styling his flamboyant hair with a comb, while Wu Di rummaged through his wardrobe for suitable clothes. The other 3 were equally enthusiastic, discussing how to approach the girls on that day. How about this outfit? With determination, I prepare to venture out for a haircut. Is anyone inclined to accompany me? I shall join as well. Sun Hao and Han Su made plans to visit the barbershop. Meanwhile, Chen Fan sat alone on a chair, as tranquil as a still lake, evidently uninterested in this social gathering. At that moment, the dormitory phone rang. Chen Fan glanced at the others, all preoccupied with their own activities. He then rose to answer the call. Hello. It was the dormitory matron from the first floor. Room 318? There's someone looking for you. Who are they looking for? Chen Fan inquired. They said anyone will do. Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback. Is a visitor male or female? Male, a sophomore student, the matron replied. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan quickly understood the situation. All right, I will head down immediately. After hanging up, he turned to relay the news. Wu Di, Mak Xiao Shui, and Luo Wenjia immediately gathered around him. Is it those guys from last night? Ma Xiaozhuai asked. Who would have thought they would dare to show up? Wu Di remarked with a hint of surprise. What should we do? Should we call Sun Hao and Han Su back? Ma Xiaozhuai asked solemnly. Wu Di shook his head. There is no time. Besides, they are too naive. Their presence may not be of much help. Let's descend first and ascertain what these individuals intend to do. Move out. Just before they exited, Luo Wenjia discreetly grabbed a beer bottle from the balcony and tucked it into his clothing. Downstairs in the dormitory, as Chen Fan and his companions arrived, they stumbled upon the group from the barbecue stall, engaging in conversation with Tian Yuan. They were acquainted? Chen Fan furrowed his brow, wondering if this group had been deliberately summoned by Tian Yuan. Hey, Wu Gang, the people you're looking for couldn't possibly be them, could they? Tian Yuan, clearly having noticed Chen Fan, asked with a grin, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Wu Gang, the one who had instigated trouble at the barbecue stall, turned to Tian Yuan. You know them? Of course. They're freshmen from our college, Wu Gang replied. Tian Yuan interjected. You're not thinking of standing up for them, are you? Tian Yuan quickly waved his hands. Rest assured, my relationship with them isn't so close as to intervene. I'm merely passing by to observe, not to meddle. Wu Gang nodded, his gaze shifting to Chen Fan and his friends. Well, why didn't he expect them to actually come down? Wu Di spoke first. I'm surprised you actually dared to show up. Luo Wenjia added sarcastically. Only now do you have the courage to come. Where were you before? Surely you weren't busy getting your stomach pumped all night? His words struck a nerve, and Wu Gang's face flushed with embarrassment. You're quite audacious, aren't you? He sneered, as his companions snickered behind him. Ah, today's youth are remarkable, thinking they could defy the world just after starting university. It seems necessary to teach them a lesson about the rules, he mused as tension escalated between the two groups, poised for conflict. Enough. A booming voice suddenly echoed from a distance. Everyone turned toward the sound. Damn, it was the security personnel. Wu Gang's face darkened as he glanced over. You're lucky today, kid. If you have the guts, let us settle our scores tonight at the Little Snowman ice rink. With that, he turned to his companions and said in a low voice, let us go. Taking advantage of the moment before security arrived, the group discreetly slipped away, leaving Tian Yuan standing in place, visibly disappointed. Why didn't they fight? I was hoping for a brawl. Then I could easily deduct points from Chen Fan. If I report it, perhaps he could face serious consequences. At that moment, two security guards approached, scanning the crowd. What are you doing here? No gathering or causing trouble. Wu Di shrugged with a smile. We're merely freshmen. How could we cause a disturbance? One guard pointed at the empty beer bottle in Luo Wenjia's hand. What is that for? We just finished drinking at noon. Bringing it back isn't against school rules, is it? Luo Wenjia replied with a cheeky grin. Just behave and don't cause any trouble. Without any evidence to act upon, the guards left with a warning. Tian Yuan shot a glance at Chen Fan, remaining silent before turning to leave. Just then, Sun Hao and Han Su rushed over, panting. Han Su clutched a brick in his hand, evidently obtained from a nearby floor beat. Were they? Did they leave? There was a fight, was there? Ma Xiaozhuai shook his head. The security happened to be patrolling, so they ran off. Luo Wenjia approached and draped an arm around Han Su's shoulder. Good buddy, you did well. How did you know? Don't mention it. We were just in line at the barber shop. Sun Hao recognized that guy outside immediately. When we saw them approaching, we hurried back, he explained. Wu Di gave a thumbs up to the two. True brothers. Ma Xiaozhuai then asked, what about the ice rink they mentioned? Are we going tonight? Why should we go? Luo Wenjia retorted. He said we should, but we're not fools. Why would we heed his call? Ma Xiaozhuai looked worried. But if we don't go, won't it seem like we're backing down? Let them think what they will. It's better than falling into their trap, Wu Di advised quietly. For the next few days, let's avoid going out alone. Chen Fan, too, was reluctant to accept the invitation. Why should he adhere to their whims simply because they suggested a location? That wasn't bravery, it was madness. In the afternoon, classes for the major finally commenced. Seated at the back of the classroom, Chen Fan found little interest in the lecture. In truth, he was hardly captivated by any of the university courses. At this moment, he was sketching and jotting down notes, outlining his future business plans. In his past life, Chen Fan had built a commercial empire primarily through industrial ventures. However, in this lifetime, he harbored an even bolder ambition. He intended to operate simultaneously in both the internet and real estate sectors, striving to create a genuine commercial legend. Since the domain name market had yet to attract serious buyers, he could not afford to linger idly, wasting precious time. Thus, he contemplated transitioning to a more lucrative business venture. With only over 50,000 yuan at his disposal, the scope for operation remained limited. Therefore, the first business opportunity had to be meticulously planned. After classes, Chen Fan opted not to join his roommates for a meal at the cafeteria, instead expressing his desire to visit an internet cafe. "I shall accompany you," Ma Xiaohui unexpectedly offered, eager to follow. Chen Fan surmised that the lad was likely concerned for his safety when alone, and he felt a warmth in his heart. Following the midday incident, the camaraderie among the 6 roommates had withstood the trial and had evidently deepened once more. In the internet cafe, Ma Xiaohui played a round of a game, only to turn and discover that Chen Fan was engrossed in coding. "You can do this too?" Chen Fan chuckled. "I enrolled in a computer class during the summer vacation and picked up a bit of knowledge." Ma Xiaohui, curious, peered at Chen Fan's screen. "What are you working on?" Chen Fan was forthcoming. "I've created a website, and I need to perform some maintenance online." Ma Xiaohui suddenly understood. "No wonder you frequent the internet cafe so often. I thought you were a gaming addict, but it seems you come here for this purpose." Ma Xiaohui watched Chen Fan code for a while, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Running to the internet cafe all the time isn't practical. Why not just by computer? Without lifting his head, Chen Fan replied, "Do you know how much a computer costs? It's not something an average person can afford." Ma Xiaohui mumbled, "I believe it's several thousand yuan. If you're short, I could lend you some." He added, "By the way, I have a computer at home, but it's a bit sluggish. If you don't mind, I could bring it back to the dorm in a couple of days." Noticing Chen Fan's silence, Ma Xiaohui stretched and scanned the hall. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "How much do you think it would cost to open a cafe like this?" Chen Fan, still focused on his screen, teased, "What? Are you considering opening an internet cafe?" Ma Xiaohui shook his head. "I'm not interested. I just noticed that the owner is planning to sell this cafe, so I was curious." Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. "The owner intends to sell the cafe?" Chapter 56. Interest in the internet cafe. Ma Xiaohui pointed. "Look, there's even a notice posted." Chen Fan turned to see that, indeed, a notification was affixed to a nearby pillar. Curiously, he approached to read it. The content was quite straightforward. Due to urgent financial needs, the owner had decided to transfer the internet cafe at a low price. Interested parties were encouraged to contact the owner with a contact number provided below. Chen Fan found it perplexing. Given the current market trends, owning an internet cafe was akin to possessing a money tree, particularly in the coming 2 years. With the launch of games like Miracle MU, Legend, and World of Warcraft, internet cafes would experience a genuine boom. Those who opened cafes during that period would undoubtedly reap substantial profits. To choose to sell an internet cafe at this juncture seemed an ill-advised decision. Was the owner truly facing financial difficulties? On the way back to school, Chen Fan pondered this question. He contemplated what it would be like if he were to take over the cafe. Originally, this option hadn't been part of his business plan. However, with no suitable buyers for the domain name, he couldn't afford to wait indefinitely. He needed to find a lucrative venture. Opening an internet cafe seemed like a promising choice, provided he had sufficient funds to purchase it. Currently, his total assets amounted to just over 50,000 yuan, which was certainly inadequate. Yet, Chen Fan was curious about how much the owner intended to sell it for. The more he thought about it, the more intrigued he became. Even as he lay in bed that night, the thought lingered in his mind. The next day, Chen Fan surreptitiously visited the Earth Village Internet Cafe. Approaching the front desk, he stated, "I would like to speak with your owner." The young woman at the front desk glanced up at him. "What do you need to see our owner for?" Chen Fan pointed at the notice by the door. "Isn't your owner looking to transfer this cafe? I wanted to inquire about it." The receptionist appeared taken aback. Sizing Chen Fan up, "You're a student, aren't you?" Chen Fan smiled. "Who says students can't make purchases?" After a moment of hesitation, she said, "Please hold on." She picked up the desk phone and dialed a number, speaking for a few moments. "The owner isn't in the shop. They're out on business. However, she mentioned that if you're genuinely interested, you can meet her in an hour at Sun Yanjin Sure. She will discuss it with you there." Chen Fan asked, "Sun Yanjin Sure, is that coffee shop on West 2nd Road, right?" "Yes." "All right, I understand. Thank you." Upon leaving the internet cafe, Chen Fan cast one last glance at the notice before stepping onto the street, surveying the row of storefronts before him. He had contemplated this matter throughout the night and was increasingly convinced that it was a viable opportunity. Drawing from his memories of the past, he recalled that this row of shops will be demolished in 2 years due to urban development. A bustling commercial cultural street would rise in its place. Given its proximity to Yunhai University, the value of the shops on this street would only increase year by year. He had an advantage of foresight. If he could purchase this cafe, his true aim was not merely the internet cafe itself, but the shop it occupied. After acquiring it, he could continue operating the cafe for 2 years and then profit from the demolition compensation. The potential earnings would far exceed his initial investment. This was undeniably a lucrative endeavor. His only current concern was how much the Earth Village owner intended to sell it for, and whether the cafe's location was indeed his. He had 2 specialized classes in the morning, but Chen Fan had decided to forego them, opting instead to stroll towards Su Ruochu on West 2nd Road. The cafe was not far from Yunhai University. It would take approximately half an hour to walk there. As he walked, he observed his surroundings, comparing them with the changes he envisioned for the future. He realized that if he had sufficient funds, it would be wise to purchase some commercial properties or land in advance. For instance, selecting several old buildings in the city center or acquiring a property along planned subway routes would yield significant profits once demolition commenced. He would hardly need to lift a finger, merely waiting to collect the money. Was there any easier way to earn money? Chen Fan mused as he walked. Regrettably, he was still short of funds. However, time was on his side, and he had ample opportunity to prepare. Arriving 20 minutes early at Su Ruochu, Chen Fan entered and casually chose a seat by the window. A lovely waitress approached to inquire about his order. Chen Fan glanced at the menu, noting the high prices. "Just a glass of water, please. I'm waiting for someone." "Certainly, please hold on." As he took his 3rd sip of water, a middle-aged woman in her 40s entered. Scanning the hall, Chen Fan rose to approach her. "Excuse me, are you the owner of Earth Village? Are you here to see me?" The woman looked at Chen Fan with surprise, examining him from head to toe, her brow furrowing in discontent. She felt as though she had been deceived. Chen Fan extended his hand in an inviting gesture. The woman hesitated for a moment, yet maintaining her composure, she walked over and took a seat opposite Chen Fan, her gaze once again scrutinizing him. "You seem to be a student from Yunhai University, am I correct?" Chen Fan found this amusing. It was no wonder that the owner and the staff of the same establishment would pose similar inquiries. "Yes, I am a freshman at Yunhai University." Upon hearing this response, the flicker of anticipation on the woman's face extinguished, leaving her profoundly disappointed. Seemingly oblivious to her change in expression, Chen Fan continued to smile and said, "However, who says students cannot purchase an internet cafe?" The woman cast a sidelong glance at Chen Fan. "Are you truly considering buying my internet cafe?" "Of course. Otherwise, why would I come here?" "I have no interest in coffee," Chen Fan chuckled, "but I would like to inquire about your asking price for the business." The woman remained skeptical of Chen Fan, but thinking that she was already there, she summoned a server and ordered a cup of coffee. Once the coffee arrived, she leisurely took a sip. Chen Fan, seated across from her, was also observing the woman, from her attire and demeanor to the graceful manner in which she sipped her coffee. It was evident that she possessed a refined upbringing and likely hailed from a well-to-do family. Yet, whether she was currently facing financial difficulties remained uncertain. After a couple of sips of coffee, the woman finally spoke. "My cafe has been in operation for 3 years, covering an area of over 200 square meters, with approximately 80 computers. The initial cost of purchasing the computers alone exceeded $500,000, not including rent, renovation, and various electrical equipment expenses. The total cost is nearing $600,000 to $700,000. Chen Fan smiled. "You mentioned earlier that this establishment opened 3 years ago. Surely, the depreciation of both the computers and equipment must be considered. Furthermore, your renovation and equipment costs are irrelevant to me. If I were to take over, I would need to invest in renovations myself, incurring additional costs for waste disposal." The woman looked at Chen Fan in surprise, seemingly taken aback that a college freshman could engage in business discussions so astutely. At that moment, she could not help but retract her initial condescension towards him. "Do you genuinely wish to buy?" Chen Fan smiled. "What else would I be doing here if not to discuss a purchase?" The woman hesitated for 2 seconds before resolutely stating, "All right, if you are truly interested, I will sell it to you for $550,000. "That's excessive." Upon hearing the figure of $550,000, Chen Fan's expression remained inscrutable, leaving the woman unable to discern his thoughts. First and foremost, computers are consumables, with rapid obsolescence. Particularly for an internet cafe, the demands for computer performance are even more stringent. If your computers fail to keep up, competitors will swiftly outpace you. Thus, from my perspective, the computers in your cafe hold little value. I might need to replace them all within a year. The most valuable asset of an internet cafe is, in fact, its computers. At this point, Chen Fan paused, fixing his gaze on the woman across from him. "Therefore, your asking price seems somewhat exploitative, considering my lack of industry experience." The woman stared at Chen Fan in astonishment. Within less than 10 minutes of their meeting, he had already surprised her multiple times. Seemingly feeling embarrassed, she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. "If you're sincere about taking over, I can lower the price a bit." After contemplating, she proposed a new figure, $370,000. Chen Fan shook his head with a smile, indicating that this price was still unreasonable. To be frank, if I had 370,000, I could simply rent a small storefront and open my own internet cafe, equipped with the latest computers and top-tier configurations. My business would undoubtedly rival yours. Suddenly confronted with this critical issue, a hint of panic flickered in the woman's eyes. She had not anticipated that a freshman would possess such keen insight into the matter. A few pointed words had struck at the heart of the issue, leaving her at a loss. The woman glanced at Chen Fan, hesitated momentarily, and then, gritting her teeth, said, "If you can pay in full, I will sell it to you for 300,000. Chen Fan continued, "I'm unaware of how long your transfer advertisement has been posted, but I believe that if you were to ask for 300,000, barring a fool, no one would be willing to take over. After all, why would someone with that kind of money choose to take over an existing cafe rather than start a new one on the same street?" Chen Fan proceeded to analyze. Transferring ownership of an internet cafe is particularly troublesome, as the most valuable assets are the computers, which, ironically, depreciate the fastest. Additionally, computers are subject to rapid upgrades, so the transfer fees for internet cafes are often quite low. The only advantage your cafe holds for transfer is its location, being adjacent to Yunhai University, which, if managed well, guarantees a steady stream of customers. The woman nodded in agreement. Indeed, customer traffic is not a concern. Isn't that worth 300,000? Chen Fan smiled slightly. If I were a customer, why would I choose your outdated cafe over one equipped with superior configurations? My intention in taking over your cafe is to turn a profit. If, after a year, the computers become obsolete, would I not be compelled to replace them, or risk going bankrupt? What, then, will be the purpose of my acquisition? Would you not agree? The woman listened in a daze, ultimately leaning back against her chair, as if all her energy had been siphoned away. Clearly, she had been rendered speechless by Chen Fan's arguments. This young man bore little resemblance to a naive freshman. Rather, he appeared more like a seasoned business elite. Suddenly, a thought seemed to dawn on her, and her eyes slightly glistened with unshed tears. After a prolonged silence of several seconds, she finally spoke weakly, 20,000. This is my lowest price. If you find it unsuitable, then there is no need for further discussion. You have articulated numerous drawbacks. In truth, you know that my cafe is still profitable at present. A simple calculation reveals that even if the computers become outdated in a year, the profits you earn within that year would already cover your transfer fee. You would not be incurring any losses. Chen Fan was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that this woman would respond so quickly. To be honest, if it were 20 years later, given the current state of her cafe, he would still find 20,000 exorbitant. However, her earlier statement struck a chord. It was indeed the year 2000, and internet cafes were consistently profitable. Chen Fan was acutely aware that in 1 or 2 years, internet cafes would experience a genuine peak period. At that juncture, opening an internet cafe would be akin to cultivating a money tree. By this calculation, a transfer fee of 200,000 would undoubtedly be a lucrative investment. Nevertheless, in negotiations, one must always steer the conversation in a favorable direction. Chen Fan gazed at the woman before him, smiling amiably as he spoke. Stealing a furtive glance at the woman, Chen Fan noted her willingness to concede to a price reduction despite his aggressive bargaining. It appeared that she was indeed in urgent need of funds. However, from the outset, Chen Fan's objective was never solely this internet cafe. "May I inquire if you're the owner of the premises housing this cafe?" he asked. The woman looked at him with mild surprise. "Rest assured, the property belongs to me. If you take over, I can offer you a discounted rent and promise not to raise it for 3 years. You misunderstand me," Chen Fan replied with a smile, attempting to clarify. "I was inquiring about your willingness to sell the property itself." The woman was visibly taken aback. "Are you interested in purchasing the cafe or the property?" With a smile, Chen Fan responded, "If possible, I would like to buy both the cafe and the property together." For the first time, the woman regarded him with a look of profound interest. "Young man, you are quite ambitious," she remarked. "Do you have any intention of selling?" Chen Fan inquired. The woman shook her head. "I'm afraid not. The property was left to me by my parents, and I have no plans to sell it this time." Chen Fan felt a twinge of disappointment. His primary goal had always been the property. Now, without the possibility of acquiring it, taking over the cafe for 200,000, while unlikely to result in a loss, still felt somewhat unsatisfactory. "How are you considering it? Do you still wish to proceed with the purchase?" the woman asked, her gaze expectant. Chen Fan hesitated for a moment before asking, "May I take some time to think before providing you with an answer?" The light in the woman's eyes dimmed momentarily, though she managed a strained smile. "Of course, but I can only give you 1 week. If not an issue," Chen Fan interjected, nodding in agreement. "During this week, you may continue to advertise. If someone is willing to buy or offers a higher price, you are free to sell to them." Hearing this, the woman appeared satisfied. She reached in her pocket and pulled out a notebook. Please leave me your phone number for convenience in contacting you. Chen Fan chuckled awkwardly. I apologize, but I do not have a phone. However, rest assured, as soon as I have made my decision, I will come to the cafe to find you. The woman regarded him with a hint of surprise, beginning to find him rather puzzling. Engaging in a conversation about a business deal worth hundreds of thousands while lacking even a phone seemed rather bizarre. Was this fellow genuinely not trying to toy with her? Chapter 58. An unexpected encounter at the ice rink. The woman stood and waved to summon a waiter. I don't frequent internet cafes, but if you need to reach me, you can have the front desk call me. As she spoke, she took out her bank card to make the payment. I have other matters to attend to, so I must be off. I'll see you out. The two exited the cafe together, and the woman approached her red Mazda. Just as she was about to enter the vehicle, she turned back to Chen Fan. I forgot to ask, what is your name? Chen Fan. Chen from the East, and Fan as an immortal, he replied with a smile. The woman nodded, seemingly amused. With your age and insight, you certainly do not resemble an ordinary person. I am surnamed Tang. Greetings, Sister Tang. Chen Fan's casual address seemed to amuse her, and for the first time, she smiled genuinely. No need for such formality. You may call me Aunt Tang from now on. I shall take my leave, and I look forward to your good news. As he watched her drive away, Chen Fan's smile faded, replaced by contemplation. Should he truly take over? He needed to gather 200,000 in just 1 week. Moreover, that amount only covered the cafe's transfer fee upon taking over. He would need to renovate the entire layout and style of the cafe. Additionally, there were expenses for electricity, equipment maintenance, and rent. By the time he calculated all these costs, he realized that he would need at least 300,000 to fully acquire the cafe. However, he currently possessed only 50,000. The thought of raising 250,000 within a week weighed heavily on him, and even as a reborn individual, the pressure was considerable. Chen Fan even contemplated selling his domain name for a quick profit, but quickly dismissed the idea. The money from the domain name was his foundational capital. He could not afford to part with it cheaply. With funds insufficient, he resolved to explore alternative methods. Chen Fan racked his brain, searching for profitable ideas from his memories. What significant events had occurred this year? In January, the sequel to Journey to the West was released. Humanity successfully cloned monkeys. Mobile communications were established, and the 3 major portals were listed on NASDAQ. The Emperor became the new president of the Northern Territories. Gladiator won the Oscar for Best Actor, while Zhang Yimou received the Golden Rooster and 100 Flowers Award for Best Director for My Father and Mother. Jay Cho debuted with his self-titled album. Yet, none of these seemed particularly relevant to Chen Fan. Wait a minute, suddenly halting in his tracks. He turned his gaze toward a nearby store, faintly hearing music emanating from within. An epiphany struck him. Jay Cho had made his debut as a singer. How could he have overlooked such an opportunity? As a reborn individual, what could be easier and more profitable than writing songs? This endeavor required nothing more than recalling the lyrics and involved no investment whatsoever. A truly lucrative venture. Excited by this thought, Chen Fan raised his head to scrutinize the establishment before him. Little snowman? He mused, realizing that this was the very ice rink the Adidas-clad man had provocatively mentioned to his dorm mates. Peering through the iron fence at the sidewalk, he saw that the rink was outdoors, revealing a spacious area where numerous customers glided about on roller skates. Adjacent to it was an indoor area, presumably for ice skating. No wonder those individuals had chosen this location for their rendezvous. With such an expansive space, even a fierce brawl would likely go unnoticed at night. Chen Fan could not help but step inside. He had little interest in roller skating. What captivated Chen Fan was the song emanating from the loudspeaker at the roller skating rink. He sought inspiration, eager to discern which songs were trending this year, so he could ultimately decide which one to emulate. I would rather you remain utterly indifferent, allowing me to wholeheartedly forget, he recalled, recognizing it as a piece by Yuquan. At that moment, they were indeed basking in immense popularity, yet a few years hence, this duo would confront their greatest crisis. To love is to love. Emotions need not be extravagant, he noted, identifying it as a song by Nicholas Tse. This star, heralded by the media as the last successor to the king of Cantonese pop, who could have predicted that 2 decades later he would prefer to don a chef's apron? Men crying is not a crime, he recalled, this time a line by the illustrious King Lu. I fear time may slip away. I must hold you close. Echoed in his mind, a line from Shao Qi's Tianya. A sudden realization struck Chen Fan. He remembered singing Shao Qi's song Xiang Jian and I before the JKO, right in front of Su Ruochu. Although that song was not particularly famous among Shao Qi's repertoire, if he did not hasten to register and publish it. And years later Shao Qi released a strikingly similar Xiang and Ila. How could he explain it to Su Ruochu? While many classmates had heard him sing at the time, it was likely that years would render them forgetful. Nevertheless, Chen Fan was unwilling to gamble on such possibilities. To conceal his identity as a reborn individual, he had to be meticulous, sealing every potential leak that could expose him. With this thought, he clenched his fist in excitement. Then I shall publish this song first. Having made his decision, Chen Fan exhaled with relief and turned to leave the skating rink. However, after taking only a few steps, a startled voice rang out behind him. "I'll step aside." Chen Fan turned, puzzled, to see a girl in roller skates wobbling toward him. "Move aside," she cried, panic evident on her face. Yet he instantly recognized her. Su Ruochu. Instinctively, he attempted to sidestep, only to find that in her fright, she moved in the same direction. The next moment, they collided with a resounding thud. Su Ruochu crashed into Chen Fan's embrace, their bodies losing balance as they toppled to the side. Thud! Chen Fan's back hit the hard ground, while Su Ruochu landed atop him, her petite face pressed closely against his head. Their lips nearly brushed against each other's faces, and they found themselves momentarily stunned. Su Ruochu was bewildered, unsure of how to respond, while Chen Fan was dazed, feeling a dull ache at the back of his head. Crucially, in his attempt to protect her, his hands remained in an upward position. A quick glance upward froze Chen Fan's expression, for his hands were positioned in an entirely inappropriate manner, supporting her at a most scandalous location. In his dazed state, Chen Fan unconsciously squeezed. So soft. Chapter 59. Have feelings for the junior? So soft. Chen Fan swore he was not intentional. It was merely a reflexive response from a young man. He could clearly see Su Ruochu's face transition from alarm to embarrassment. "I'm sorry, Chen Fan began to explain, but Su Ruochu had already rolled off him. She attempted to rise, but, with a pained ow, she squatted down again. "Are you okay?" Ignoring his own discomfort, Chen Fan hurriedly got up and extended a hand to help Su Ruochu. "You over there!" A furious shout interrupted Chen Fan, causing him to look up at the opposite side of the rink. To his surprise, he spotted two individuals emerging from the entrance. "Damn, isn't that Adidas guy?" Chen Fan was momentarily stunned, not expecting to encounter him here. "What are you dawdling for? Run!" Su Ruochu urged anxiously, and Chen Fan finally grasped the situation. So, Su Ruochu had been fleeing from Adidas guy, which led to her colliding with him. Just a few steps into their escape, Su Ruochu suddenly halted in pain, her brows furrowing. Her beautiful eyes glimmered with unshed tears. Chen Fan quickly crouched down and lifted her pant leg. "It's so swollen," he exclaimed, realizing that her foot must have twisted during their collision. "I'll take you to the hospital. Can you manage?" As he spoke, he helped her to her feet. Yet, Su Ruochu forcefully pushed him away. "You go on, don't worry about me." "That's out of the question," Chen Fan insisted, swiftly moving in front of her and crouching down. "Come on, get on." Su Ruochu hesitated, taken aback. "What are you waiting for? Get on." Chen Fan's tone suddenly intensified. "Styling Su Ruochu." This time, she did not hesitate and promptly clambered onto his back. "Hold on tight," Chen Fan advised, then took off sprinting with Su Ruochu on his back, leaving Adidas guy and his companion shouting profanities behind them. However, still clad in roller skates, they found themselves delayed as they bent down to remove their footwear, while Chen Fan had already vanished from sight. At the campus clinic, Chen Fan carried Su Ruochu into the emergency room. "Doctor, could you please take a look?" It seemed she sprained her ankle. The attending physician was a young female doctor. "All right, gently place her on the bed. Remove her shoes," she instructed. Chen Fan complied, though he felt a bit awkward while taking off her shoes. Su Ruochu's cheeks flushed, and she shyly turned her head away. Once the roller skates were off, he carefully removed her socks, revealing a pair of delicate, jade-like feet, smooth and tender. Her petite feet lay side by side on the bed, resembling perfect pieces of jade, utterly flawless. Her fair little feet were smaller than Chen Fan's palm, with slender toes aligned side by side, making one long to cradle them and admire their beauty. Just then, the female doctor approached with antiseptic supplies, glancing at the injury before scolding, "How careless. This is quite serious. Moreover, how does one become a boyfriend who cannot even ensure the safety of his girlfriend?" Chen Fan stood by, an expression of innocence plastered on his face, too timid to offer an explanation. Su Ruochu, on the other hand, blushed and kept her gaze cast downward. "This is a balm for reducing swelling and alleviating pain, as well as promoting blood circulation and resolving bruises. Please apply it for her," the female doctor jested, noticing Chen Fan's dazed demeanor. "What? Do I really need to teach you how to apply ointment?" Chen Fan hastily reached out to take the balm, glancing at Su Ruochu, who remained with her head down. Offering no objection, he twisted off the cap, his hand trembling as he grasped her ankle, while with his other hand, he carefully scooped out a portion of the ointment and applied it delicately. The doctor nearby reminded him Use a bit more pressure to spread the bomb evenly. It will absorb better that way. Embarrassed, Chen Fan had no choice but to hold onto her petite foot with both hands, applying a slight force as he gently massaged. Su Ruochu was tense all over, akin to a frightened little rabbit. Being the obedient girl she was, it was her first experience being touched by a male in such a manner. The sensation was a mix of panic, awkwardness, and an inexplicable shyness. Fortunately, Chen Fan maintained a composed expression throughout, which eased Su Ruochu's anxiety somewhat. Upon exiting the campus clinic, Chen Fan glanced at her and asked, "How will you get home like this? Which dormitory do you reside in? Perhaps I could escort you back?" "No need. I just call my dorm mates. They will be here shortly to pick me up," Su Ruochu replied, stealing a glance at Chen Fan. "Thank you for today. You can go ahead and attend to your matters." Chen Fan chose not to leave immediately, instead waiting until she was reunited with her roommates before waving farewell and departing. Wow, he's quite the handsome fellow. As soon as Chen Fan left, several of Su Ruochu's roommates surrounded her. "Ruochu, do come clean. What is your relationship with him?" Su Ruochu rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Could you all please refrain from spreading baseless gossip? He is merely a freshman who happened to accompany me." "Oh." Her roommates erupted in a chorus of teasing. "A freshman? A classic case of an old bull with a tender grass. Freshmen are youthful and full of vigor. Most importantly, they have great stamina. Ruochu, tell us the truth. Are you smitten with him? Get lost." Su Ruochu felt overwhelmed by the playful onslaught of her friends. How could I possibly have feelings for a freshman I just met? Yet for some inexplicable reason, the image of Chen Fan massaging her foot flashed in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as she quickly turned away, fearing discovery. In pursuit of gathering 200,000 yuan within a week, Chen Fan resolutely embarked on the endeavor of song composition. The first song he prepared was "I Miss You" by Xiao Qi. Having previously sung this song in front of his classmates, he felt compelled to release it first to avoid exposure. On Friday evening, the dormitory was abuzz with a social gathering. Chen Fan, however, feigned having a girlfriend and declined the invitation, opting instead to remain alone in the dormitory, jotting down notes. After 2 days of diligent effort, he had composed 6 songs. If he could sell them at a good price, amassing 200,000 would not pose a challenge. Later that evening, when his dorm mates returned from their meal, the first thing they exclaimed was, "Old four, you really missed out by not attending tonight's gathering." Luo Wenjia excitedly approached him. "Let me tell you, the opposite dorm is filled with beauties. I fell for one girl at first sight. I was even contemplating what to name our future children." Chen Fan was rendered speechless and turned to Sun Hao, asking, "Has this guy lost it?" Sun Hao chuckled, "Tonight? You missed the drama. Ergu and Xiao Shui nearly got into a fight." Chen Fan's expression shifted to one of confusion. "What do you mean? They actually fought?" Chapter 60. Your grandmother is quite forward. When Wu Di returned to the dormitory, Chen Fan finally grasped the situation. It turned out that during the gathering, both Ma Xiaoshua and Luo Wenjia had taken a liking to a girl from the opposite dormitory. They were subtly competing, each vying to outdo the other. Chen Fan, intrigued, inquired, "Is the girl they both fancy particularly beautiful?" Wu Di smiled. "How should I describe her? Some girls may not be conventionally stunning, yet they possess a certain unique charm that evokes a strong protective instinct in men." Although Wu Di did not directly answer Chen Fan's question, he understood the implication. "In that case, I'm rather interested in this young lady." Wu Di chuckled. "Trust me, the quality of the girls in that dormitory is exceptional. It seems Senior Su Ruochu is genuinely invested in our affairs." Just then, Ma Xiaoshua returned, and Chen Fan approached him with a smile, asking, "Are we really doing this?" Ma Xiaoshua nodded emphatically. "It was love at first sight. I shall marry her in this lifetime." "Don't speak too hastily," Chen Fan retorted. However, Ma Xiaoshua shook his head earnestly, indicating he was serious. He then glanced at Luo Wenjia, who was lying on the bed. "May the best man win." Luo Wenjia, while listening to music, gave an approving thumbs up. After lights out, a phone rang in the dormitory. Ma Xiaoshua, nearest the door, got up to answer it. "Hello? Yes. It's me." "Really? That's wonderful. I'll be sure to inform them." "All right, you take care and good night." After hanging up, Ma Xiaoshua excitedly announced, "That was a call from the opposite dormitory. They said they have a favorable impression of us. Before us, they interacted with 2 other male dorms but were not satisfied. Our dormitory is the first to receive a unanimous approval." Ma Xiaoshua was quite exhilarated. "Oh, and they mentioned that next week they would like to invite us for a second social gathering, this time as a return invitation from the girls." "Yay!" Han Su cheered in the darkness. "Looks like our dormitory is very popular. Hee hee. Let's all keep up the good work and strive to secure our target soon." At this moment, Wu Di poked his head from the lower bunk. "Old four, will you join us for next week's gathering? It's best if our dormitory is fully represented." With his friends urging him on, Chen Fan found himself increasingly intrigued by this so-called girls' social gathering. After some contemplation, he nodded, all right. Life in college began to settle into a routine, with Chen Fan navigating the trifecta of dormitory, classroom, and cafeteria. Initially, he held no interest in the university's curriculum. According to his prior intentions, apart from English classes, he planned to skip the rest, as Chen Fan had no intention of pursuing further studies for a master's or doctoral degree. However, he was taken aback when, just a few days ago, after the specialization grouping, he discovered that 3 classes from his schedule coincided with those of Su Ruochu, all held in the large lecture hall. Consequently, he could no longer evade attending classes. Not only was he unable to skip them, but he also had to accompany Su Ruochu and attentively participate in the lectures. What have you been busy with lately? You seem to be perpetually occupied, Su Ruochu inquired as they exited the teaching building together. Compared to their high school days, there was a noticeable shift in Su Ruochu's demeanor. At the very least, she now confidently linked her arm with Chen Fan's without any signs of shyness. Chen Fan replied with a smile, not much, just contemplating how to earn some money to support a wife. Su Ruochu scoffed, daydreaming in broad daylight, are we? Chen Fan chuckled, dreams are essential. What if they come true? After accompanying Su Ruochu for lunch in the cafeteria, Chen Fan escorted her back to her dormitory before heading out of campus alone to hail a taxi towards the city center. Today was the day he planned to sell his song. In this endeavor, Chen Fan had no connections and could only attempt to reach out to one place after another. Yunhai was unlike Liking. As a first-tier city, even during the 2000s, its entertainment industry was quite developed. After strolling around the city center, Chen Fan quickly located a professional recording studio. Stepping inside, he proactively informed the owner of his intention to release a song. After listening to Chen Fan's rendition, the owner remarked that the lyrics were mundane and the melody lacked the potential for widespread success, suggesting that, for a newcomer, it was just passable. After a lengthy critique, the owner raised his hand and said, 500 yuan, I'll take this song. Chen Fan stood up to grab his documents and left. Goodness, 500 just like that, he thought. It seemed the owner mistook him for an inexperienced university student. The second establishment he visited was the largest music company in Yunhai. However, he did not even meet the owner or a client manager. Upon approaching the company entrance, the security guard waved him away. I'm here to sell a song. Upon hearing this, the guard chuckled, brother, save your breath. It won't work, you know. There are at least 50 to 100 young people coming here daily, all claiming to have written a great song, yet none have found fame. The guard waved him off with disdain. Get out of here. This isn't a place for someone like you. Chen Fan did not linger and turned away, disinterested in collaborating with such a condescending company. After wandering around the city center, he finally stumbled upon a third establishment around 2 in the afternoon. To be precise, it was a small music studio. The shop was modest, cluttered with various instruments. Inside, a young man with long hair, exuding an artistic vibe, was engrossed in tuning his guitar. Interested in learning an instrument, he greeted Chen Fan casually. We can teach you any instrument you like, and the prices are fair and reasonable. Chen Fan smiled. I'm not here to learn an instrument. I want to ask if you can help me record a song. The long-haired youth paused his strumming and looked up. Whose song? Mine. You wrote it yourself? Yes. Do you have the sheet music? No, I don't know what that is, Chen Fan admitted, shaking his head. The long-haired youth, instead of mocking him, stood up and retrieved a recorder from nearby. Changing his position, he strummed a few chords on his guitar. Go ahead and sing. Clearing his throat, Chen Fan began to sing I Miss You. After finishing, the long-haired youth smiled broadly at him. Dude, is this song really yours? You don't even know how to read music, yet you can write such an incredible song? Chen Fan glanced at him and confessed, actually, I didn't compose it. My grandmother taught me this song. You miss here. The long-haired youth stared at Chen Fan, astonished, and after a moment, remarked, your grandmother is quite avant-garde. What do you plan to do with this song? Sell it, or publish it yourself? Chen Fan pondered for a moment before responding, I'll publish it myself. He had sung this song in front of many people before. Even to cover a minuscule risk, he could not sell it. The long-haired youth considered and quoted a price. Chen Fan shook his head. That's too expensive. The youth offered another price, but Chen Fan continued to decline. Finally, the long-haired youth couldn't contain himself. Then you tell me a price. Chen Fan stated a figure that nearly caused the youth to choke. Are you trying to haggle like you learned from your grandmother? Cutting it in half is rather ruthless. The long-haired youth sighed. It's already a small amount. There's no need to be this harsh. I have to eat. You know, Chen Fan remained steadfast. You can see that I'm just a college student. Once I become famous, I promise I won't bargain with you then. The long-haired youth still felt he was at a loss and was quite displeased. He stared at Chen Fan for a couple of seconds before speaking up. In what manner do you intend to publish your song? Huh? Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback and instinctively replied, I'll just record an audio file and upload it online. The long-haired youth suddenly had a look of anticipation and suggested, how about this? We'll go with your price, but let us publish the song as an MV. I'll help you make the MV for free. But I require my studio's name to be included at the beginning. Chen Fan understood. The youth was clearly trying to find a way to make a name for himself since he saw that the monetary gain was out of reach. However, Chen Fan had no reason to oppose this request. It was merely a matter of recognition, and he would be receiving a free MV in return. All right, it's a deal. Upon hearing Chen Fan's agreement, the long-haired youth's face lit up with joy. He had a premonition that this song might gain a bit of traction, and his studio could benefit from the MV's popularity. They quickly printed the contract, signed it, and processed the payment. Observing the funds transfer, the long-haired youth's attitude towards Chen Fan noticeably warmed. When do we start recording the song? Wait a moment. I need to get the sheet music first. The young man picked up the guitar and glanced at Chen Fan. You sing line by line, and I'll look for the score. I must say, this fellow truly embodies the essence of a literary youth with his flowing locks, possessing some skill in his hands. Chen Fan hummed a tune while the long-haired youth continually attempted to strum the score, occasionally rewinding to revise and refine. After nearly half an hour of this, they finally managed to produce a complete score. The long-haired youth stood up and stretched lazily. Do you have time, buddy? If possible, we could head to the recording studio right now. After recording, I'll adjust the sound and polish it this afternoon, aiming to upload it online by tonight. Chen Fan nodded. No problem, the sooner the better. Thus, the two entered the recording studio. Given that it was a lyrical ballad, singing it posed no difficulty. Chen Fan performed admirably, completing it flawlessly in just 3 takes. The long-haired youth gave Chen Fan an okay gesture. Removing his headphones, Chen Fan stepped out of the studio. You performed even better than before. I have a feeling this song might just become a hit. Chen Fan asked directly, Boss, when is the earliest it can be published? Hey, don't call me boss, just call me Wang Su. The long-haired youth replied with a smile. Looks like you're quite eager. I'll pull a double shift this afternoon and aim to upload it before 8 tonight. Great. I'll take my leave then. Brother, if you have any good songs in the future, feel free to come find me. Chen Fan paused, feigning curiosity. Do you still buy songs here? Of course. But I can't afford the expensive ones. However, I have a partner who isn't here today. He has connections with many musicians nationwide. If you truly have good works, he can help facilitate the sale. Chen Fan's interest was piqued. How do the fees work? Do you really have good songs? Wang Su's curiosity was aroused. If you have other works, we can indeed recommend you to various musicians. As for the price, let's agree on a mid-range one. How does 800 per song sound? Unsure whether 800 was a steep price, Chen Fan felt the pressing need for such an intermediary. After a brief hesitation, he nodded in agreement. All right, Wang Su, brimming with anticipation, extended his hand. Show me what you've got. What? The new works? None. Huh? Wang Su looked at him incredulously, as if thinking, are you joking? You asked so many questions for nothing. Chen Fan chuckled. Just because I don't have any now doesn't mean I won't in the future. Who knows? One day, I might be struck with inspiration and write a hit song. Wang Su was amused by Chen Fan's wit. Good brother, that's the spirit. You're always welcome here. After exiting the music room, Chen Fan took a bus back to school. As he passed the entrance, he glanced at the Earth Village Internet Cafe. The notice for transfer was still posted, indicating it hadn't sold yet. Upon returning to his dormitory, he heard a cacophony of foreign voices before even stepping inside. Upon opening the door, he found all 5 roommates gathered around Ma Zishui's desk, where a desktop computer was displaying the great teacher Song Jing valiantly battling 2 formidable opponents. In terms of expression, acting, and enthusiastic shouting, teacher Song Jing truly exemplified a dedicated and talented actor. As the screen reached an exhilarating moment, the naive Han Su, watching this type of film for the first time, was utterly captivated, his face flushed and breath quickening. One hand instinctively reached towards Sun Hao beside him. Whoa! Sun Hao, engrossed in the scene, was startled by the sudden touch, leaping up like a frightened rabbit. He bumped into Luo Wenjia in front of him, causing the latter to spill his drink all over Ma Xiao's and Wu Di's pants. Dude, who did that? Can't we finish watching in peace? Wu Di complained, looking at his damp trousers with a frown. I've told you countless times not to fidget while watching. Control your urges? Okay? Luo Wenjia found this amusing. Your statement raises a question. If that thing could be controlled, why are there so many people with such dysfunctions in the world? Han Shu, feeling embarrassed, bent over and rushed to the restroom. Sun Hao, laughing heartily, teased, everyone should understand. It's normal for Lao Wu to be overwhelmed. It's his first time watching. At this moment, Luo Wenjia had changed into a new t-shirt and couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Do you think they're the real deal, or just acting? Definitely real, came the reply. Girls from that island are really open-minded. But do you think those actors get aroused during the passionate scenes? Wu Di snapped his fingers. That's a good question. I believe they do. After all, they are all men, and men understand men best. Sun Hao nodded in agreement. Those actresses are so beautiful. If they didn't T-react, would they even be considered men? Chen Fan chose not to join this male discussion. Instead, he squeezed past Ma Xiao's Why. When did you bring it back? Ma Xiao's Why, wiping the tea from his face, replied with a smile, just this afternoon. You wanted to use a computer, right? You can use this one for now. Thank you so much. You're like a brother to me. Hold on. My mother doesn't want another son. Chen Fan smiled and skillfully logged into his email. You have 11 unread messages. Upon seeing this, Chen Fan immediately sat up straight. Chapter 62. Let us call it an ordinary life. Spam, spam, spam. Chen Fan quickly skimmed through the first page of emails, only to find them all filled with junk advertisements. He clicked to the next page. This time, he finally found a legitimate email. The sender claimed to work for a major company and inquired whether Chen Fan was the founder of Domain Network and if he had any intention of selling it. If so, they proposed meeting in person. After reading the email thoroughly, Chen Fan felt a surge of excitement. For some reason, he had a premonition that the sender was from Wanwang. This was because, in his previous life, it was around this time that Wanwang unexpectedly announced its acquisition of Yaya Network. Chen Fan was thrilled and immediately began typing a response. In the email, he acknowledged that he was indeed the founder of Domain Network and clearly stated his intention to sell. Moreover, Chen Fan declined a request for an in-person meeting, instead asking the other party to provide a more detailed identification. After sending the message, Chen Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, the discussion in the dormitory had transitioned from actors to the topic of which genre of films was the most enjoyable. The earnest Han Su firmly advocated for infantry films, claiming they were the most thrilling to watch. Wu Di, patting his shoulder, took on the role of the seasoned mentor, stating, "It seems you are still unaware. The truly classic films are cavalry films. As an aficionado with an extensive repertoire of films, I had long since evolved to a state where I discerned quality without the need for explicit ratings." Luo Wenjia, having seemingly faltered in the previous discussion, continued to make recommendations with a look of stubborn determination. "I tell you, I am thoroughly tired of these Asian and Western films. If you, like me, have watched countless films, then you can remain unperturbed. Spending nearly half a day downloading a 2-hour movie only to fast forward through in 5 minutes is utterly unappetizing." Luo Wenjia regarded his dorm mates with an air of superiority, asserting that to find good films, one must pursue a differentiated approach. "Recently, I've been delving into the works of a woman from Northeast China. Oh my, her banter is simply delightful." Ma Xiao's Wai stared, wide-eyed. "A Northeasterner? How do they even banter? I can hardly imagine." Wu Di gave Luo Wenjia a thumbs up, exclaiming, "I now believe you are truly of pure Northeastern heritage. By the way, old for this morning, Sister Mo came by to express her gratitude on behalf of someone. She even brought a box of milk and a bag of bananas. When you weren't in the dorm, she left the items on your desk and departed." Chen Fan realized that MOC must have come on behalf of Su Kaisai for such a minor favor. The other party had even gone so far as to bring gifts of thanks. How overly polite. This also indicated that Su Kaisai had a keen sense of propriety in her dealings with others. Chen Fan found himself at a loss, caught between amusement and exasperation. He had initially intended to return the gifts, but upon approaching his desk, he was dismayed to find that the bananas had already been devoured to a considerable extent, and 3 boxes of milk had been opened and consumed. Luo Wenjia chuckled, explaining, "We were all so engrossed in our discussion of films that no one wanted to go buy food, so we had to nibble on the bananas to tide us over." Chen Fan sighed in resignation. "Go ahead, eat up. I concede defeat to you all." At 6 o'clock in the evening, Chen Fan received a call from Wang Su. "It's all set, but there's one last question. Should we credit the composer and performer as yourself or under a stage name?" Chen Fan shook his head decisively. "No real name. Then you should come up with a stage name." Chen Fan pondered for a moment, casually scanning the faces of his dorm mates. "How about Common Man?" "What?" Common Man Wang Su sounded somewhat anxious. "Boss, such a good song. Don't ruin it with a name like that. It could be detrimental to your future." Chen Fan smiled. "It's fine. Let's go with that name. After all, I have no intention of pursuing a career in the entertainment industry. It's just a name, and I couldn't care less." To Chen Fan, living a second life did not come with grandiose ideals or beliefs. His aspirations were quite ordinary: to earn money. A great deal of it. His dream was simple: to marry Su Ruochu and provide her with the best of everything in life, while also ensuring his family lived well. Chen Fan regarded himself as an ordinary person, a common man. "Well, since you've made your decision, I want to interfere. If you end up regretting this name later, Don't blame me. Rest assured, I won't hold you responsible. Chen Fan smiled and inquired, when can we upload it? In about half an hour. It should be searchable online by then. Sure enough, half an hour later, Chen Fan found a song on Ma Zhaishui's computer. He clicked play, and upon seeing the video, he couldn't help but chuckle. No wonder it was completed so quickly. The music video was entirely in animated form, saving on production costs. La la la, la la la. Time rushes by. That girl who loved to smile. Do you still remember me? As the first verse began, Wu Di, who had been flipping through a book on his bed, curiously looked over. What song is this? I've never heard it before. A new song? Who's singing? Luo Wenjia also leaned in, intrigued. This is good. It sounds nice. In an instant, everyone in the dormitory had gathered around Chen Fan. Common man? What kind of name is that? Luo Wenjia remarked without mercy upon seeing the artist's name. Listening from the beginning again, the more they heard, the more enthralled they became. Damn, why does that voice sound so familiar? Old 4, it couldn't possibly be you singing, could it? Chen Fan chuckled. Do you think that's likely? It just sounds a bit similar. I think so too, Hansu nodded. If Old 4 had that kind of talent, he should apply to a music academy. Only Wu Di and Ma Xiaozhuai remained silent, observing Chen Fan with thoughtful expressions. After listening to it 3 times in a row, Luo Wenjia could no longer contain himself and pulled out his MP3, ready to download it. Hey, I plan to practice this song and sing it downstairs at the girls' dormitory. Who knows, I might astonish everyone. With that terrible voice of yours, you'd better not ruin the song. Ma Xiaozhuai retorted mercilessly. You're just jealous of me. Son Hao, chuckling, patted Luo Wenjia on the back. Second brother, I support you. Who knows, you might just become a sensation. Whether Luo Wenjia would achieve fame remained uncertain. But the song Common Man had undoubtedly become a hit. In just 2 days, its play count surpassed 50,000, and the download numbers on Qianxian Jingting were skyrocketing. The song managed to squeeze into the newcomer rankings, albeit at the tail end. Nevertheless, this was enough for Wang Su to call and celebrate with Chen Fan excitedly. However, Wang Su still underestimated the song's potential. By the 3rd day, I Miss You began to steadily climb the newcomer charts. On the 4th day, it had entered the top 20. By the 5th day, it reached 6th on the weekly download charts. On the 6th day, I Miss You finally broke into the top 10 of the newcomer rankings, landing at 4th. Most crucially, this song had received no promotional push whatsoever, thriving solely on the strength of the piece itself. Upon seeing the results on the 6th day, Chen Fan knew the time had come. He gathered a few songs he had prepared earlier and headed directly to Wang Su's music studio. Chapter 63. This song will undoubtedly be a hit upon arriving at the music studio. Wang Su had long been waiting in anticipation for Chen Fan's arrival. The transformation in his demeanor towards Chen Fan was strikingly evident. Previously, he had a vague inkling that the song Miss You might garner some attention. Yet no one could have anticipated its overwhelming success. Ultimately, even his music studio gained a fleeting moment of fame online, thanks to the title associated with the music video. Consequently, numerous industry contacts, with whom he rarely communicated, began to reach out, inquiring about the identity of this unassuming individual. They wanted to know if he had signed an artist contract, and some even brazenly offered a clandestine 2,000 yuan as a reward for any information Wang Su could provide about Chen Fan. Faced with these enticing propositions, Wang Su the soliti decolin, it was not that he lacked interest in money, but rather, as a man devoted to the pursuit of art, he harbored dreams. He had a premonition that the realization of his lifelong aspirations hinged on Chen Fan. Indeed, Chen Fan continued to surprise him. Just 6 days later, he received a call announcing the arrival of a new piece. Wang Su was genuinely exhilarated and even summoned his partner to join them. Ah, you finally made it, Wang Su exclaimed, rising to greet Chen Fan and ushering him to a seat. On another sofa in the living room sat a disheveled young man. Judging by his disheartened appearance, Chen Fan surmised that this individual's artistic prowess likely surpassed that of Wang Su. Allow me to introduce you, Wang Su said enthusiastically, taking the initiative to bridge the two. This is Li Changjun, my partner and also my university alumnus. Chen Fan offered a slight nod in acknowledgement, while Li Changjun merely cast a dismissive glance at him, his expression dripping with contempt. Old Wang, are you sure you haven't made a mistake? Is this kid really the author of that song? Wang Su chuckled. Rest assured there's no mistake. Just be patient. Chen Fan may very well surprise you. Li Shanjun skufa. Let's hope it doesn't turn into a fright. Ignoring his partner's jibe, Wang Su turned to Chen Fan with an apologetic smile. He could be a bit abrasive. Don't mind him. Let us talk. Here, savor my exquisite tea, authentic to Hong Pao. After Chen Fan took a leisurely sip, Wang Su could no longer contain his eagerness. Brother Chen Fan, you mentioned over the phone that you have penned a new song? Chen Fan nodded. I've had a bit of inspiration these past few days and decided to give it a try. Quickly, show me. Wan Su Uget? And Chen Fan retrieved a scrap of paper from his pocket, handing it over. Upon examining it, Wang Su's expression morphed into one of incredulity. It was scrawled on a piece of discarded paper. He even began to question whether Chen Fan had torn it from some tattered notebook. Disregarding the urge to critique, Wang Su eagerly perused the lyrics. Obsessive heart? He read aloud. I want to intoxicate you with a latte, so you may love me a little more. You don't understand the flavor of unrequited love. You who are always accompanied will never comprehend. After casually reciting a few lines, Wang Su exclaimed, the lyrics are quite well crafted, but this melody. Chen Fan shrugged. Same old rule. I sing, you play. Wang Su grinned. All right, I'll fetch the guitar. Li Chang-jun, who had been observing, widened his eyes. No way, old Wang. You're not telling me this kid can't compose music? There are certainly those who can write songs without being composers, Wang Su retorted, casting a warning glare at his partner, hoping to remind him that the studio's success relied on Chen Fan. With the guitar in hand, Wang Su took a seat across from Chen Fan and began to strum a few notes. He looked up, signaling Chen Fan that they could start. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan sought his rhythm. I want to intoxicate you with a latte, so you may love me a little more. To Chen Fan's surprise, after only 2 lines, Li Chang-jun, who had appeared disinterested, sat up straight, his expression transforming to one of astonishment. As Chen Fan continued, the heartache I endure for you will forever be beyond your comprehension. Why must I force myself to love everything about you, when you so ruthlessly dismantle my defenses? Quietly closing the door while counting my tears, Li Chang-jun could no longer remain seated. He sprang up and rushed to the piano, his fingers flying across the keys. No, it should go like this, he declared, accurately translating the melody for the lyrics after just 2 attempts. Seeing Li Chang-jun's enthusiasm, Wang Su put down the guitar and gave Chen Fan a look that urged him to continue. Thus, they harmonized seamlessly, and the entire song was composed in nearly half the time it had taken previously. Bang! Li Chang-jun leapt to his feet, too exuberant to notice as he collided with the piano. Ignoring the pain, he rushed in front of Chen Fan. What was the title of this song? Without waiting for Chen Fan's response, Wang Su eagerly interjected, Obsessive heart, obsessive heart, obsessive heart. Li Chang-jun exclaimed, his previous arrogance evaporating as he fervently shook Chen Fan's hand. Brother, I have a premonition that this song will undoubtedly be a hit, and a massive one at that. Chen Fan maintained a stoic expression, thinking to himself, of course. I know this song will be a hit. After all, in my past life, it was a bona fide classic, remaining a steadfast presence atop KTV song request charts throughout the 2000s. Li Chang-jun, still brimming with excitement, gazed at Chen Fan. Brother, did you truly write this song yourself? No, came Chen Fan's earnest reply. Huh. Li Chang-jun was momentarily stunned. Chen Fan continued with a straight face. My grandmother taught me. Witnessing Li Chang-jun's bewildered expression, Wang Su struggled to contain his laughter. Brother Chen Fan, didn't you say that Miss You was the song your grandmother taught you? Chen Fan replied seriously. I never said my grandmother only taught me one song. Are you serious? Li Chang-jun stared at Chen Fan for a long moment before finally managing to utter. Your grandmother has quite the rock spirit. Not wishing to engage in banter with his character, Chen Fan turned directly to Wang Su and asked, So, what do you think? Can this song be sold? Wang Su exchanged glances with Li Chang-jun, who cleared his throat and began to speak slowly. To be frank, good songs have never had trouble finding buyers. This song of yours is truly a remarkable piece. If you were to market it, it would undoubtedly sell. However, there are numerous intricacies involved. If you're not in a hurry, I could help you garner some buzz in the industry. Then release the news to create some hype for a while before finding a few suitable bidders, enabling you to sell the song at the highest possible price. Chen Fan, curious, inquired, how long would that take? A month? He shook his head decisively. No, that's too long. Wang Su, intrigued, asked, Are you in urgent need of money? Indeed, Chen Fan felt no need to conceal this. Then you should definitely create more hype to sell this song at a premium. Otherwise, you risk incurring losses. Chen Fan pondered for a moment before asking, What do you think this song could fetch? Wang Su gestured towards Li Chang-jun. You ought to ask him. He has more experience. Li Chang-jun contemplated deeply before providing an estimate. I believe it could sell for between 15,000 to 30,000. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's brows immediately furrowed. So low? Is that low? Li Chang-jun retorted, his eyes wide. It seems you are entirely unaware of the market dynamics. Allow me to enlighten you. Li Chang-jun, shedding his earlier aloofness, invited Chen Fan to sit down. Generally speaking, when an average musician composes a song, if they are fortunate enough to sell it, the price ranges from hundreds to thousands. With good luck, one might sell for 6,000 or 7,000. But if luck is scarce, it could merely fetch a few hundred to 1,000 for subsistence. Of course, if a producer has gained some renown, their pricing is significantly different. Professional lyricists and composers can sell a song for hundreds of thousands, while those established musicians calculate their fees based on word count. This industry is such that only a select few reside at the pinnacle of the pyramid, while the majority struggle at the base. My friend, he continued, the price I mentioned was already generous, considering your new song has gained some notoriety. Without its popularity, you might have only managed a few thousand. Wang Su chimed in. This phenomenon is quite normal. Although you have one-hit song, in the industry, you are still merely a fledgling. People may take a second look at you due to your first song's success, but when it comes to purchasing, most will hesitate. After all, they cannot guarantee that your second song will be even more successful than the first. At this point, Li Changjun added, in truth, once this song becomes a hit and you compose new songs, I suspect selling them for a high price will not be a concern. By then, everyone will already know about Fan Fu Su. Chen Fan nodded in understanding. Very well, please assist me in selling this song as quickly as possible. The sooner, the better. Wang Su couldn't help but remind him, aren't you worried about not fetching a high price? Chen Fan smiled. It's merely a song. As you said, if worst comes to worst, I can sell the next one for a higher price. Li Changjun shook his head, full of regret. Do you truly believe writing songs is as easy as drinking water? Just opening your mouth to let flow? It's not that simple. He suddenly coughed, choking slightly, but his gaze remained fixed on Chen Fan. To his surprise, Chen Fan produced 2 more sheets of paper. I have 2 more songs. Could you help me sell these as well? Li Changjun and Wang Su exclaimed in unison. You wrote 3 songs in 6 days? To avoid provoking them, Chen Fan shook his head. No, these 2 were written a long time ago. Wang Su eagerly took the sheets, running and uncontrollably fond. After they finished reading the lyrics, they no longer doubted Chen Fan's talent, and they began to sing the songs aloud, adhering to their usual practice of composing as they sang. Once they finally completed both songs, Li Changjun let out a deep breath, standing up from the piano, his face alight with excitement. Brother, you're going to be famous. I know you will. Chen Fan shook his head. That does not concern me. I intend to sell these songs. Li Shanjun siga wistfully. I can guarantee that all 3 of these songs possess explosive potential, especially uncontrollably fond and running, which could very well ascend the charts. As for running, its melody is rather simplistic, so I'm a bit uncertain. Most individuals are proud if they can write a single hit song in their lifetime. Yet you, my friend, have created 3 in one breath. Are you sure you're not a music academy student? Chen Fan shook his head. I majored in international trade at Yunhai University. Wang Su chuckled wryly. Is it now a prerequisite to write songs before learning business? Chen Fan deftly steered the conversation back. So can all 3 songs be sold? Li Changjun scrutinized Chen Fan for a moment. Given your urgent need for money, I suggest we sell 1 song first. We can accept a slightly lower price, but insist that the buyer must publish it promptly. Once the song is released and gains traction, the name Fan Fu Su will once again capture public attention. By then, with some fame under your belt, we can promote the remaining 2 songs without worry. Chen Fan ragarda Li Shangjun apreciatively. That is an excellent idea. Li Shangjun grinat. To be honest, I adore all 3 songs. Why not short on funds? I will be tempted to buy one for myself. It would surely be a hit. Wang Su excitedly urged Chen Fan, brother, how about this? Yesterday we agreed to charge an intermediary fee of 800 for a song. Let's waive that fee and help you sell your songs for free, with the hope that you will come to us for future projects. Wang Su, displaying great foresight, chose to relinquish a small profit in hopes of establishing a long-term collaboration with Chen Fan, as he didn't know other musicians. Chen Fan found no reason to refuse this request. That sounds good. Wang Su and Li Changjun were so thrilled they nearly leapt from their seats. They even insisted that if Chen Fan produced a new song and shot a music video, they could help for free by playing instruments. Chen Fan suspected that they merely sought to gain exposure. Acknowledging their intentions, he readily agreed. It must be said, Li Changjun possessed considerable connections within the music industry. That very night, he called Chen Fan to inform him that he had already contacted several music agents. At the scene, there were 4 or 5 individuals expressing interest in absolute devotion. Everyone agreed to return and deliberate further. Li Changjun reassured Chen Fan not to panic and to remain composed. Indeed, Chen Fan was quite capable of maintaining his calm, for he promptly put the matter out of his mind upon returning home. At this moment, he was seated before Ma Ziashui's computer, corresponding via email with a contact across the screen. The individual finally responded, confirming his affiliation with Wan Wang. They expressed a desire to discuss a potential acquisition with Chen Fan. Rather disinterested in idle chatter, Chen Fan bluntly inquired, "What price does your company intend to offer for my website?" The person on the other end seemed taken aback, encountering a negotiation partner who was so forthright about the price from the outset. After a pause of several seconds, a reply came through. I am not privy to the specific amount, but my authority extends to a budget of 100,000. Chen Fan chuckled, remarking, "It appears you are not in a position to make decisions regarding this matter. Thus, our discussion seems unnecessary. I hope your company sends someone with the authority to negotiate next time." The individual did not take offense. Instead, he quickly responded, "May we meet in person? Our company will send someone with decision-making power to discuss further." Chen Fan pondered for a moment, concluding that discussing such a substantial deal solely online felt rather trivial. He replied, "That would be acceptable. I am in Yunhai. Please have your representative contact me at XXXXXXX once they arrive." The following 2 days passed without a call from Wang Wang, but Chen Fan did receive an excited message from Wang Su. "Brother Chen, you must see this. It has exploded." The song shot to the top the moment it was released. Chapter 65. 3 songs. 200,000 secured. The truth has shown that a good song endures the test of time. Absolute Devotion launched with an immediate explosion in popularity, soaring to the #1 spot on the new song charts within a single day. By the time Wang Su called Chen Fan, it had already climbed into the top 20 of the hot songs list, and its ascent continued unabated. The reasons for such fervent acclaim were manifold. Firstly, the artist who purchased the song had already garnered a degree of fame, and secondly, the management company was willing to invest significantly in promotion. However, the most crucial factor remained the quality of the work itself. Under the influence of various elements, Absolute Devotion became a sensation. Accompanying the song's rise was another name, fanfictionaudiobook. Some astute netizens quickly discerned an intriguing pattern on the music charts. They realized that the 2 recently popular songs shared the same author, this enigmatic fanfictionaudiobook. Prior to this individual had never made an online appearance, adding an air of mystery to the persona. Consequently, speculation ran rampant across the internet. Some suggested that fanfictionaudiobook was actually a professor from a music academy, adopting a pseudonym due to professional obligations. Others posited that he was a long-forgotten pop star. There were even more far-fetched theories, claiming fanfictionaudiobook was an underground musician or a primary school music teacher. Regardless, the intrigue surrounding fanfictionaudiobook flourished. While netizens indulged in gossip, industry insiders had already begun their own investigations. Everyone discreetly leveraged their connections to uncover the true identity of fanfictionaudiobook. However, after much inquiry, they found themselves without a single lead. Ultimately, all trails led back to Wang Su's studio. This development allowed Wang Su and Li Changjun to realize their dreams, suddenly gaining significant recognition in the industry. Even some musicians and artist managers who usually held themselves in high regard began to approach them with friendly overtures, all seeking to discern the true nature of fanfictionaudiobook. Some even hinted to Wang Su and Li Changjun that should they provide exclusive information about fanfictionaudiobook, they would be rewarded with a handsome fee or the opportunity to perform as guest artists at concerts. The prospect of a concert appearance was particularly alluring, as every aspiring musician dreams of someday gracing a grand stage. However, as their dreams seemed within reach, Wang Su and Li Changjun conferred and ultimately declined the offers. They were neither foolish nor naive. They understood that revealing Chen Fan's identity would sever their bond with him. Once they did so, they could forget about any future connection with Chen Fan. If he were to compose another song, he would certainly not reach out to them again. Thus, after weighing the pros and cons, they resolutely chose to cling to Chen Fan's coattails, convinced that their fortunes lay with him. After rejecting all invitations, Wang Su retrieved a statement from his pocket, in line with their earlier discussions with Chen Fan. What we can share is that fanfictionaudiobook is a current university student. He wishes to complete his studies in peace without being disturbed. Therefore, we kindly request that everyone afford him some personal space. Additionally, we would like to inform you that fanfictionaudiobook has composed 3 songs in total. The success of the first is evident, and we still have 2 remaining. If anyone is interested, please contact me. First come, first served. In the ensuing days, Chen Fan's 3 songs garnered substantial interest. Absolute Devotion sold for 30,000. The second song, Unavoidable Love, benefited from the fame of Absolute Devotion, fetching a price of 60,000. By the time it came to the third song, several buyers expressed interest. However, after listening to the demo, they hesitated. This song featured a simpler melody that diverged from the prevailing trends of contemporary music. Most importantly, it was not a love song. Given the several tens of thousands of dollars at stake, buyers were understandably cautious. Wang Su reached out to Chen Fan to explain, the buyers have their reservations, which is quite normal. As they put it, if they could be assured that this song would achieve the same level of success as the previous 2, they would be more than willing to pay several tens of thousands. However, if they spend that amount only to find it falls flat upon release, It would be truly disheartening. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Fan proposed to Wang Su, inform the buyers that they can pay a deposit of 10,000. Should the song fail to reach the popularity or ranking of the first two upon release, I will consider it sold for 10,000. However, if it also becomes a hit, they will need to compensate me with an additional 100,000. That sounds like a solid plan. Wang Su conveyed the message to Li Changjun, who then promoted the song. After hearing Chen Fan's proposal, the buyers hardly hesitated before agreeing. In an effort to capitalize on the current trend, the acquisition of the agency behind running necessitated a flurry of recording sessions and promotional activities. Unbeknownst to this, Chen Fan had relinquished the song to Wang Su and his companion, subsequently immersing himself in other endeavors. After a few days of contemplation, a representative from Wanwang finally arrived in Yunhai. The two parties had arranged a time and place for their inaugural meeting over the phone. Chen Fan chose a quaint breakfast diner near the university town as their meeting spot. Arriving a few minutes early, he had just ordered his breakfast when a sleek black Audi A6 glided to a halt at the entrance. A middle-aged man, dressed in a tailored suit and exhibiting a portly figure, stepped out of the car, appearing to be in his 40s. He sported a slightly receding hairline and surveyed his surroundings with a look of puzzlement. Noticing the man's furtive glances outside, Chen Fan couldn't resist waving his hand. The middle-aged gentleman paused momentarily before striding inside. "Are you manager Ma?" Chen Fan inquired. "I'm the founder of Domain Network." Ma Ming de blinked in surprise. "It's truly you. This is quite unexpected." Chen Fan chuckled. "Is it not quite different from what you imagined?" Ma Ming offered a wry smile and shook his head. "To be honest, this does not align at all with the impression I had in mind. Before coming here, I had envisioned meeting a 30-something IT engineer." Chen Fan nodded with a smile. "Indeed, I created Domain Network during my summer break after the college entrance examination." Upon hearing this, Ma Ming initially thought to ridicule Chen Fan for his audacity, yet he quickly reconsidered. The fact that such a young individual could single-handedly establish Domain Network was indeed impressive. His interest in Chen Fan was piqued. "Hello, Mr. Chen. Here is my business card," Ma Ming said, handing over a card that identified him as the business department manager at Wanwang. The fact that a person of such authority had been dispatched signified the seriousness of their interest in acquiring Domain Network. "Apologies, but I do not possess a business card." Chen Fan replied. "No matter. Are you hungry, Manager Ma? The soup dumplings here are exquisite." Ma Ming contemplated mentioning that he had already eaten prior to arriving, but upon observing Chen Fan devouring his meal with enthusiasm, he decided to indulge. "Very well. As this is my first visit to Yunhai, I shall sample its culinary delights." Chen Fan raised his hand with a smile. "Madam Boss, another basket of soup dumplings, please." The dumplings arrived promptly, and Ma Ming, feeling no hesitation, picked one up with his chopsticks and took a bite. The taste is indeed delightful." Chen Fan laughed. "If they are good, then do eat more. Today, I shall treat you." Ma Ming nodded with a grin, effortlessly engaging in conversation with Chen Fan as if they were long-lost friends, despite this being their first encounter. Their dialogue flowed smoothly, with Ma Ming adeptly steering the conversation, creating a relaxed atmosphere. Once Chen Fan finished his meal, Ma Ming quickly consumed his last dumpling and dabbed his mouth with a napkin before Chen Fan finally spoke. "What price does your company intend to offer?" Ma Ming nearly choked, finding Chen Fan's directness somewhat startling. The young man exhibited no pretense or niceties, diving straight into the core of the matter. Such bluntness was uncommon in business discussions, revealing a certain naivete. Instead of answering immediately, Ma Ming leisurely set down his napkin, smiled, and looked at Chen Fan. "Actually, our company conducted an evaluation prior to this meeting and even held a discussion. The acquisition price we proposed is 150,000. 150,000. Chen Fan echoed, recognizing that this sum was indeed the highest among the companies seeking acquisitions during this period. Yet, he remained unsatisfied with the offer. "Too low," he remarked curtly. Ma Ming, while not surprised by Chen Fan's reaction, continued with a smile. "Please be patient and allow me to finish. Our company proposes a full acquisition of Domain Network for 150,000, and you would be welcome to join Wanwang, potentially as the deputy manager of the cybersecurity department." At this, Chen Fan found amusement in the suggestion. "I'm not Yao Jimbo. I have no intention of working at Wanwang." He decisively shook his head. "I apologize. As you can see, I am still a university student, and it is impossible for me to take a position at Wanwang." Ma Ming immediately reassured him, "That is not a problem. Should you agree, I can guarantee that your position will be reserved for 4 years until your graduation. Furthermore, as a gesture of goodwill, I can arrange for the company to cover all your university expenses." Ma Ming, skilled in emotional intelligence, expressed these sentiments in a manner that was devoid of discomfort. However, Chen Fan remained uninterested. I'm sorry, but I prefer not to join any other company. I wish to seize my youth and explore various endeavors. Ma Ming nodded in understanding, recognizing the youthful spirit in Chen Fan. Ah, the tenacity of youth. It is natural to seek to prove oneself. Yet, many find themselves humbled shortly after entering the workforce, often within 6 months to 2 years. This young man was different from the rest. Having founded a website valued in the millions at such a tender age, should the acquisition proceed smoothly, Chen Fan would indeed be a bona fide millionaire. In the year 2000, millionaires were scarce, and, in this city, Chen Fan would undoubtedly be among the notable few. Mr. Chen, what is your ideal psychological price? Ma Ming inquired with a smile, keenly observing Chen Fan, hoping to glean insights into his character through subtle cues. In Ma Ming's view, individuals like Chen Fan often encountered several potential futures. The first scenario involved selling the website and swiftly losing oneself in the allure of extravagant spending, luxurious cars, and beautiful women, ultimately squandering the wealth amassed. The second scenario, in contrast, entails utilizing that million-dollar fortune as seed capital to embark on a personal entrepreneurial journey. The latter often reflects true genius, individuals endowed with both intellect and capability, whose only shortcoming is the absence of initial funding. Before Chen Fan, it was difficult to ascertain to which category he truly belonged. Further observation was necessary. However, Chen Fan didn't afford him that opportunity. He promptly extended 5 fingers. The acquisition price I demand is no less than 5 million. Ma Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you serious? Chen Fan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I have chosen to forego a position at Wanwang. I only require the acquisition funds. 5 million should not be an excessive amount for your company. Ma Ming let out a wry smile. Even if we could muster 5 million, what makes you think the domain name is worth that much? Chen Fan replied coolly. The worth of the domain is not for me to determine. It rests with you. Ma Ming shot him a slightly surprised glance. The price was undeniably exorbitant. Do you have any other conditions or requests? Chen Fan added, I would prefer the payment to be made in a single sum. Beyond that, I have no further conditions. Sighing, Ma Ming felt a wave of frustration. If that is the case, this matter is beyond negotiation. From their initial meeting to the crux of the discussion, scarcely 15 minutes had passed, and Chen Fan had decisively concluded the conversation. Ma Ming felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Mr. Chen, I feel it necessary to remind you that 5 million is indeed a considerable sum, and moreover, Wanwang has other acquisition targets to consider. Chen Fan confidently nodded. I am aware, there is also Yaya Network. Correct, Ma Ming acknowledged. In fact, both Domain Network and Yaya Network are our potential targets. It's not as though we are compelled to choose one over the other. Chen Fan suddenly smiled. Manager Ma, your statement suggests a lack of professionalism. Your presence here today indicates that your company has meticulously compared the 2 websites. I trust you understand that Yaya Network cannot possibly compare to Domain Network. If you wish to make a selection, your company can only choose Domain Network. Otherwise, I would truly question the discernment of your leadership. His words left Ma Ming feeling awkward and a bit sheepish. He had intended to instill a sense of urgency in Chen Fan, but ended up stepping on his own toes. Clearing his throat, Chen Fan decided to exert some pressure. Manager Ma, let me remind you, there are indeed others besides Wanwang interested in acquiring Domain Network. Chapter 67. Acquiring Earth Village before coming to Yunhai. Ma Ming had anticipated a rather straightforward negotiation. After all, as an ordinary individual, encountering a sudden windfall of $1 million could easily lead one to lose rational thought in excitement. However, upon meeting Chen Fan, he realized the young man was far more formidable than he had imagined. Chen Fan was resolute and opinionated. As he observed the young man across from him, Ma Ming found that all the preparatory rhetoric he had crafted was rendered ineffective. Chen Fan's demands were straightforward, no less than 5 million and nothing else. How could they negotiate under such terms? 5 million was indeed an exorbitant figure, exceeding my authority, and furthermore, our company could hardly agree to such a sum. Yet, Chen Fan merely smiled. Mr. Ma, if I may be so bold, I believe you should attempt to escalate my request to your superiors. I trust your leadership possesses the vision to recognize the value of my website. Upon hearing this, Ma Ming could only respond with a bitter smile. At that moment, a sudden burst of song emanated from a nearby audiovisual store. Running freely with the wind is the direction, chasing the power of tears and lightning. Hearing this, Chen Fan's face lit up with a smile. It seems running has finally sold well. Mr. Ma, what do you think of this song? Huh? Ma Ming, lost in thought, was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected question. Chen Fan pointed towards the store, and Ma Ming finally grasped the context. After listening closely for a few moments, he chuckled and shook his head. I'm not particularly fond of music, but the melody of this song is quite pleasant. Chen Fan inquired with a smile. Do you believe this song has the potential to become a hit? Eager to shift the conversation, Ma Ming couldn't help but ask. What, in your view, constitutes a hit, Mr. Chen? Without hesitation, Chen Fan replied, widespread popularity across the internet, ascending the charts of popular songs, ubiquitous in streets and alleys. Upon hearing this, Ma Ming chuckled and shook his head. While the melody is indeed nice, I don't believe it possesses the qualities necessary to achieve widespread acclaim. What song has not sold hundreds of thousands or even millions of copies to become a household name? Chen Fan, however, shook his head. Manager Ma, it seems you're still viewing this through a traditional lens, unaware that the wave of the internet has already arrived. With the advent of the internet, tapes, discs, and records are bound to face extinction. Why don't I make a bet with you? Chen Fan proposed with a cheerful demeanor. I dare say this song will definitely become a hit and will climb into the top 10 of the charts within a matter of days. Ma Ming grinned. All right, if I win, will you sell me the website for 100,000? Chen Fan followed up with a question. And if I win, will you agree to 5 million for the acquisition? They exchanged amused glances and shared a hearty laugh. Finally, Chen Fan suggested, let us do this, regardless of who wins. The loser treats the winner to a meal. That seems fair enough, doesn't it? Deal. In the past, Ma Ming would have had no interest in such banter with Chen Fan. However, at this moment, he found himself intrigued by the young man. Chen Fan's demeanor and conversation were far beyond that of a typical freshman. Ma Ming hoped that through further interaction, he could uncover the true essence of Chen Fan. Their first meeting did not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. As they emerged from a breakfast shop, they shook hands to bid farewell. Sitting in his car, Ma Ming watched as Chen Fan hailed a taxi and departed, before pulling out his phone to prepare a report for the higher-ups. It was imperative to suggest a re-evaluation of the negotiations' difficulty, for Ma Ming had a hunch that Chen Fan would not be easily swayed. Though the talks regarding domain network had not progressed favorably, the sale of the song was advancing at an astonishing pace. A week later, both Obsessive Heart and Inevitably surged into the top 5 of the charts. Most surprising of all was the unexpected success of Running. This song is not a love ballad, and its melody is rather simplistic, initially met with skepticism within the industry. However, upon its release, it unexpectedly ignited a fervor across campuses, swiftly captivating the student demographic. The ubiquitous sounds of students humming the tune could be heard from portable music players, MP3 devices, and campus broadcasts alike. With its uplifting lyrics and vibrant melody, the song quickly gained immense popularity among the youth. In less than 5 days, Run surged into the new song chart and the hot song chart. Consequently, 3 songs penned by an ordinary individual firmly occupied the top 3 positions on the hot song chart, leaving the industry in a state of astonishment. Some declared that a true anomaly had emerged in the music scene. The 3 songs, Heartfelt Absolute, sold 30,000 copies, Love Like Tides, 6 million, and Run, due to its explosive success, exceeded everyone's expectations, prompting the purchasing company to promptly transfer an additional 100,000 yuan as final payment. Thus, the trio of songs collectively earned a remarkable 200,000. Wang Su and Li Changjun were quite pleased, opting not to take any commission, leaving the entire sum to Chen Fan. Chen Fan, in turn, wasted no time reaching out to the owner of Earth Village. Despite the agreed timeline already having lapsed, the internet cafe had yet to be sold, validating Chen Fan's earlier analysis. Half an hour later, Ms. Tang, the female owner of Earth Village Internet Cafe, entered. She was taken aback upon seeing Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, I thought you had given up. Chen Fan smiled. I apologize. Preparing the funds took a bit longer than anticipated. Ms. Tang's expression grew peculiar. Are you truly intending to buy? Chen Fan nodded. Has the cafe been sold? Not yet. Then I'll make the purchase. Chen Fan produced his bank card. We can sign the contract right now. The woman appeared momentarily stunned. Aren't you going to reconsider? Shouldn't you at least check the condition of my cafe? Chen Fan chuckled and shook his head. No need. I've been here almost every day. If one were to assess, he likely knew the cafe better than its owner. Recognizing Chen Fan's genuine intent to purchase, she hesitated no longer, promptly retrieving the contract and signing the transfer agreement with him. Accompanying her to the bank lobby across the street, Chen Fan completed the transfer. Only after witnessing the 200,000 yuan successfully transferred did Ms. Tang's doubts dissipate entirely, allowing her to exhale in relief. Exiting the bank, she appeared considerably more relaxed. Mr. Chen, congratulations. Chen Fan smiled and took her delicate hand. Thank you. Ms. Tang, I have one small favor to ask. You may speak. With 200,000 in hand and being addressed as sister, Ms. Tang's mood was notably buoyant. Chen Fan whispered a request. Ms. Tang paused, visibly surprised. Is it really necessary? Chen Fan offered a wry smile. I still need to attend school here, so I'd like to keep a low profile. Miss Tang beamed at him. Understood. Since you call me sister, I shall assist you. Back in the office on the second floor of a cafe, Ms. Tang summoned the cafe's only 3 employees in Chen Fan's presence. Let me introduce you. This is my brother, Chen Yang. I have entrusted this cafe to him to manage. He will be your boss from now on, and you shall heed his instructions. On the first day of taking over Earth Village, Chen Fan issued his first command. The cafe would temporarily cease operations for renovations. All computers were moved to the storage area in the backyard, and the 3 employees were granted paid leave, awaiting further notice regarding the reopening. The following day, Chen Fan began contacting renovation teams, and trucks laden with materials flooded into the cafe. The extensive renovations progressed vigorously, leaving the other internet cafes on the same street bewildered. They could not fathom what had overtaken the owner of Earth Village. Why would a perfectly operational cafe undergo renovations? Had the new owner initiated this? Some attempted to investigate the situation, but all they encountered were construction workers. Over the past few days, Chen Fan had been exceptionally busy, attending classes selectively at first and subsequently skipping them whenever possible. Most of his time was devoted to overseeing the renovations, which he envisioned in a style reminiscent of modern internet cafes. To achieve this effect, he invested all but 5,000 of his remaining funds into the project. Cash flowed out rapidly, and time was of the essence. If he did not expedite the renovations, he would soon struggle to cover even the workers' wages. Consequently, Chen Fan found himself breaching agreements for the second time, canceling a previously promised dinner with the social group. This decision sparked considerable dissatisfaction among his dormitory peers, especially from the president, Wu Di, who was notably irritated. Previously, he had boasted in front of the girls that he would bring everyone along, only for Chen Fan to leave him in an embarrassing predicament. Naturally, the girls from the social group also took note of this individual named Chen Fan. However, none of this concerned Chen Fan anymore. In a bid to save time, he even reduced the frequency of dates with his girlfriend, Su Ruochu. He had little regard for anyone else's opinions. During this period, he also managed to meet with Ma Ming 3 times, engaging in detailed negotiations regarding the acquisition of the domain name website. However, Chen Fan's sole condition was that the purchase price could not be less than 5 million. This stipulation led to each session being somewhat contentious. Ma Ming attempted several times to persuade Chen Fan to relent, but all efforts proved futile. Despite diligently controlling costs, expenses for the renovations still exceeded the budget. With only half of the renovations completed, Chen Fan's remaining funds had dwindled to nothing. According to the renovation company's recalculation, to realize Chen Fan's vision, an additional 80,000 would be required. Chen Fan wore a grim expression. The amount spent on renovations was nearly sufficient to purchase the entire building. Yet, having chosen this path, there was no turning back. He had to forge ahead. The pressing issue, however, was the absence of funds, making even basic necessities like meals a challenge. Where could he procure more money? Would he have to resort to selling songs again? Just as Chen Fan was at a loss, Ma Xiao's Wai approached him. Tonight, our dormitory is having a dinner with the girls' social group. You cannot miss it again. Chen Fan was taken aback. Another dinner? Didn't we just have one a few days ago? Ma Xiao's Wai shot a glare. Brother, you truly embody the ignorance of a well-fed man regarding the hunger of the starving. We are here to pursue romantic interests, and, aside from you and Sun Hao, the other 4 of us, including myself, are all vying for the attention of the girls in the opposite dormitory. We would relish the chance to meet them daily. Chen Fan chuckled awkwardly, momentarily forgetting the situation. But why must you insist on my presence during your dates? Ma Xiao's Wai rolled his eyes. Of course, it's because none of us have yet captured our targets. We can only gather as a group for meals. Once I successfully win over my crush, I assure you, you won't be welcome as a third wheel. Chen Fan sighed in resignation. But I truly am quite busy. Busy my foot. Ma Xiao Shuai Treten. If you dare to skip out, I'll share your embarrassing photos in the girls' dorm tonight. Damn, you're ruthless. Ma Xiao's Wai chuckled, patting Chen Fan on the shoulder. Go on, this is for your own good. We share a dorm. You can't keep missing group activities without raising eyebrows. Chen Fan pondered for a moment, realizing he had no pressing matters to attend to since the renovations had halted due to lack of funds. Fine, I'll go tonight and keep an eye on things for you. But I must declare, if your girl becomes smitten with my good looks, you mustn't shed any tears. Ma Xiao's Wai retorted playfully, get lost. At 6:30 in the evening, Chen Fan accompanied Ma Xiao's Wai to the reserved restaurant. Finally, you've decided to grace us with your presence. Luo Wenjia remarked, his tone teasing. For days, you've been elusive. We thought you were preparing for postgraduate entrance exams. Chen Fan smiled and said nothing as he took a seat. Fourth brother, what have you been busy with these days? Han Su inquired with a grin. Wu Di added with a light chuckle. Clearly, he has been caught up in romance. Just look how thin Fourth has become. This prompted laughter from the group. Take care. Fourth, Wu Di Kaoshund. You need to watch your moderation. The jesting elicited hearty laughter from everyone. Chen Fan scolded playfully and then turned to Luo Wenja. Wenja, while I can understand Han Su's excitement, you, of all people, have had your share of relationships. Why the enthusiasm? Luo Wenja shook his head. You just don't get it. As a man, one should never cease the pursuit of beauty. Tell me, how does one determine if a girl genuinely likes you? Han Su was the first to respond. By washing your clothes and cooking for you, showing concern for your well-being. Sun Hao chimed in, or by saving money for you, being willing to buy you things. Luo Wenja shook his head in disagreement. No. The true measure of a girl's affection lies in whether she welcomes you with open arms. The group erupted in exclamations of disbelief. Wu Di, with an admiring expression, declared, truly, the renowned Casanova of Yunhai, Luo Wenja. Luo Wenja proudly sipped from his teacup. Don't deny it. What second brother says is wisdom. One day, you will understand. Every goddess you yearn for has a man behind her that makes you want to retch. Perhaps the shaded paths you long for will be blanketed in frost each morning. Chen Fan tapped the table. Let us halt this conversation. If it continues, we may find ourselves in trouble. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. The 6 girls from the social dorm had arrived. Instantly, Chen Fan noticed the eagerness of his companions as they sprang to their feet. However, upon seeing the 6 girls enter, he finally comprehended what Ma Xiaozhuai and the others meant by high quality. The beauty of the girls from the social dorm was indeed astonishing. A veritable assembly of stunning women. Once seated, the boys on one side and girls on the other, the distinction was clear, with the only exception being Chen Fan. The girls across from him were quietly assessing this new face. One girl scoffed. Oh, your dorm finally has all its members present. We thought he was deliberately avoiding us. Not at all. Wu Di laughed heartily, suddenly standing up. Ladies, allow me to formally introduce our 4th brother, the handsome Chen Fan. He could attend the previous gatherings due to other commitments, but he is here now to apologize. 4th brother, you must make sure to drink a bit more tonight. Chapter 69. You've made her blush faced with Wu Di's efforts to smooth things over. Chen Fan could not refuse, nodding with a smile. No problem. Excellent. 4th brother is agreeable. Ma Xiaozhuai quickly changed the subject. Waiter, please serve the food. We are all famished. Having already gathered twice before, the atmosphere was relatively relaxed, and conversation flowed easily. After some observation, Chen Fan finally managed to remember the names of the 6 girls across from him. The girl seated next to Wu Di was the most beautiful of the group, named Su Qing. She was tall, exuding an air of elegance and poise. Precisely the type Wu Di fancied. Beside Su Qing sat Lu Qianqian, a lively and cheerful girl who had just teased Chen Fan. Lu Qianqian was the object of Han Su's affections. The remaining 4 girls included Sun Min with short hair, Lu Wei wearing glasses, and the only one heavily made up and meticulously dressed was Li Jiao. Li Jiao was also a beauty, scoring above 85. Yet she and Su Qing radiated entirely different styles. Finally, the last girl, who was of average height and slightly chubby, was Song Linlin. Observing Ma Xiaozhuai and Luo Wenja's actions, one could easily deduce that they were both pursuing Song Linlin. This revelation took Chen Fan by surprise. Logically, Li Jiao should have been more appealing, yet both had opted for Song Linlin. Did they both prefer the charming and adorable lowly style? During dinner, Wu Di subtly signaled to Chen Fan. For the happiness of his friends, Chen Fan complied and raised his glass. Ladies, I was absent from previous gatherings due to other commitments, so I will drink to that. He downed his drink in one go. Already, Wu Di led the applause. 4th brother is straightforward. Ladies, now you see that our 4th brother did not intentionally stand you up. The girls exchanged glances, remaining silent. As the dinner progressed, the atmosphere grew livelier. Wu Di suggested that to foster familiarity, everyone should switch seats. The girls exchanged glances and showed no objections. Thus, they switched seats once more and commenced a new round of drinking. However, this time, everyone was intent on finding ways to ply each other with alcohol. Wu Di wished to drink with Su Qing, yet alas, this young woman possessed a strong personality and declared her abstinence from alcohol the moment she took her seat. Luo Wenja and Ma Xiaozhuai, on the other hand, lavished attention upon Song Linlin. As for the honest and earnest Han Su, he was regaling Lu Qianqian with poorly delivered jokes. Upon the conclusion of one such joke, which elicited no laughter, it was Han Su's endearing demeanor that brought a smile to Lu Qianqian's face. Moreover, this girl was indeed quite playful, promptly responding with an off-color joke of her own, leaving Han Su utterly flustered. Seeing this unfold, Chen Fan could no longer remain a passive observer and rushed to rescue Han Su from his embarrassment. Han Shu, I've already told you not to tell jokes to beautiful women. This approach is rather outdated, yet you refuse to heed my advice. And now look at you, being teased. Lu Qianqian fixed her gaze on Chen Fan, chuckling mischievously. So you seem to be quite knowledgeable. Pray tell, what is currently in vogue for pursuing women? Oh, are you attempting to quiz me? Chen Fan responded with a faint smile. At present, it is quite trendy to challenge girls with riddles. Lu Qianqian burst into laughter. Then do share one with me. Chen Fan leisurely began. There was a boy who met a girl, and they shook hands. A few days later, the girl found herself pregnant. Can you guess why? Lu Qianqian scoffed. They must have gotten together. Chen Fan shook his head. They have only met that once, and merely shook hands. Initially taken aback, Lu Qianqian quickly grasped the implication. Her face flushing crimson in an instant as she shot an indignant gaze at Chen Fan. You rogue. Feigning innocence. Chen Fan replied, my dear lady. How am I rogue? I merely stated that the girl is pregnant with her husband's child. I never claimed it was the boy's. Lu Qianqian's eyes widened in realization. Chen Fan gazed at her with an endearing expression. Pray tell, what answer were you contemplating? Instantly, Lu Qianqian's cheeks turned the shade of a ripe tomato as she glared at Chen Fan, pouting playfully. You did that on purpose. You clearly stated it was a riddle. At this moment, Luo Wenjia happened to glance over and exclaimed with surprise, Hey, old four has made Lu Qianqian blush. The choice of words sent everyone into fits of laughter. No matter how bold and carefree Lu Qianqian might be, she found herself unable to withstand the embarrassment, wishing she could simply vanish into the ground. Curiously, Li Jiao inquired, what did he say to you? Lu Qianqian, her face still flushed, huffed lightly, I want to tell. Meanwhile, Chen Fan maintained a facade of innocence, as if entirely disconnected from the unfolding drama. At that moment, Chen Fan noticed Su Qing across the room, stealing glances in his direction. Their eyes met, and for reasons unknown, Chen Fan felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him, hastily pretending to drink water to mask his discomfort. Su Qing, however, wore a slight smile, having overheard the joke he had told, thinking to herself that this fellow possessed a certain charm. After the meal, Wu Di proposed a karaoke session. The young women conferred briefly before nodding in agreement. Thus, everyone settled the bill and made their way to a nearby KTV. Upon entering the lobby, Chen Fan encountered a familiar face, Ms. Tang, the owner of the internet cafe. She hurriedly descended the stairs, her expression indicating some urgency. As she passed by the group, her gaze fell upon Chen Fan, and she appeared momentarily taken aback. Mr. Chen, what brings you here? The title Mr. Chen left his classmates momentarily speechless. Chen Fan quickly gestured to Ms. Tang to keep her voice down and explained to Wu Di and Ma Xiao's why. I ran into an acquaintance. You all go ahead. Wu Di glanced at Ms. Tang and then winked at Chen Fan. Hurry up. We are waiting for you to sing. Once everyone had ascended, Chen Fan finally spoke. Sister Tang, what brings you here? Ms. Tang looked somewhat embarrassed, having forgotten Chen Fan's preference for discretion. I hope I didn't disrupt anything for you. Chen Fan shook his head, indicating it was of no concern. With a sigh, Ms. Tang continued, I came to find my husband, but he isn't here. If you call me sister, I want to lie to you. I run the internet cafe to pay off my husband's gambling debts. I have already repaid around 6 or 70,000. 6 or 70,000. Chen Fan was rendered speechless. Such matters warranted urgent intervention. He thought it best for her to encourage her husband to turn his life around, lest he continue down this path of destruction. I understand, Ms. Tang nodded. I want to keep you any longer. I need to continue searching for my husband. You must give me a promise tonight. All right, goodbye, Chen Fan replied, watching her leave in a hurry, shaking his head in disbelief. This couple once epitomized the affluent of their generation, only to have their lives shattered by the vice of gambling. Upon returning to the private room upstairs, Chen Fan noticed that everyone was regarding him with peculiar expressions. Luo Wenjia was the first to break the silence. Old four, confess. Who was that woman? Chen Fan, disinterested, settled onto the sofa. Yet Lu Qianqian and Li Jiao were also gazing at him with amused smiles. She is quite an intriguing woman, aside from being a bit older. Chen Fan glanced at the two girls. I think she is not as appealing as you. Lu Qianqian teased playfully. Chen Fan replied earnestly, do not be disheartened. Even petite frames can be charming. Though you may be younger, you are still quite well endowed. Chapter 70. Meh, I have a word with your boss? Puffed. Li Jiao couldn't contain her laughter. Lu Qianqian shot an indignant glare at Chen Fan and moved to sit on the other side, occasionally glancing down at her chest, growing increasingly disheartened. Clearly, Chen Fan's previous remarks had struck a nerve. Han Su, oblivious to the tension, attempted to approach but was met with a frosty reception. Li Jiao looked at Chen Fan with a grin, Your words were rather harsh. Chen Fan shrugged. When you return, please extend my apologies to her. Just say it was all in jest. Li Jiao gazed at him with a smile. Why don't you apologize yourself? Chen Fan shook his head. How could a gentleman offer apologies so casually? Moreover, I have not spoken any falsehoods. Li Jiao, unable to contain herself, laughed exuberantly. You are quite amusing. After Wu Di took the stage and sang Fairy Tale, he finally descended. Ma Xiaozhuai then chose to perform Dusk. As soon as he opened his mouth, a collective gasp of astonishment erupted from the crowd. It was unexpected to discover that Ma Xiaozhuai possessed such a melodious voice, clearly honed through practice, infusing the song with a profound richness. Observing this scene, Chen Fan sighed, realizing that in this round of pursuit for Song Linlin, Ma Xiaozhuai had gained an advantage. It seemed that Luo Wenjia, the second contender, had little hope left. Glimpsing at the others, he noticed Wu Di and Su Qing engaged in conversation in a corner. Their situation still somewhat unclear. Han Su was the embodiment of unreciprocated affection, as he and Lu Qianqian appeared entirely incompatible. As for Sun Hao, the knowledge of his long-distance relationship provided a sense of reassurance, causing Sun Min and Lu Wei to encircle him in conversation. Unexpectedly, he became the quiet victor of the gathering. As the evening progressed, each person took their turn at the microphone. When it was Chen Fan's turn, he feigned a sore throat, hoping to avoid the spotlight. However, the crowd was insistent. Ultimately, unable to evade the inevitable, he reluctantly grasped the microphone and stood up. What will you sing? I can help you choose, Lu Wei cheerfully inquired. Chen Fan glanced at the screen and was pleasantly surprised to find Absolute Devotion listed. I'll go with this one, he replied, and after a moment of contemplation, he began to sing. As he launched into the song, several girls gasped in delight. In contrast to Ma Xiaoshui's airy clarity, Chen Fan's voice was deeper and more gravelly. Compared to the original artist, his rendition imbued the song with a narrative depth. Upon finishing, the girls erupted into applause, eager for another round. However, Chen Fan simply smiled and returned to his seat. Who would have thought your singing was so delightful? Li Jiao remarked with a twinkle in her eye. It was merely average, Chen Fan replied nonchalantly. I believe your performance surpassed the original, she countered. Thank you. Later that night, back in the dormitory, the girls lounged on their beds, chatting. Su Qing, what is the status with Wu Di? Have you decided to accept his advances? Su Qing hesitated before softly replying, I need to think it over. And our youngest, Linlin? You must be the luckiest, pursued by two boys, remarked Lu Qianqian, teasingly. Song Linlin blushed, while Lu Wei, who lay beside her, chuckled playfully. I know Linlin has a soft spot for Ma Xiaozhuai. At this moment, Lu Qianqian interjected. I also find Ma Xiaozhuai quite charming. Luo Wenjia, on the other hand, comes across as too frivolous. Speaking of others, what about you, Qianqian? Me? Lu Qianqian shook her head with a smile. Han Su is definitely not my type. Sun Min chimed in. Teasingly, I noticed you sparring verbally with that Chen Fan. Surely you must have some feelings for him? Chen Fan? Lu Qianqian hesitated. He is rather handsome, but his attitude is off-putting. Yet he sings beautifully, Sun Min pointed out. What good is that? Wealth is what truly matters, she retorted. Li Jiao laughed. Your standards are quite high. If you're not interested, I might just have to make my move. What? Jiao, you fancy Chen Fan? Suddenly, everyone was intrigued. Li Jiao, not shying away, responded he is handsome, has a lovely voice, and possesses quite the character. I wouldn't mind trying to get to know him better. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianqian suddenly appeared reluctant. Who said I wasn't interested? I'm still undecided. This exchange had the entire dormitory in fits of laughter. Perhaps you two should settle this with a duel. By the way, I heard Chen Fan has a girlfriend. She is a freshman in his major. All right, I almost forgot about that. Lu Qianqian joked. What if he has a girlfriend? They aren't married. Everyone must rely on their own merit, she added. Oh dear, you truly have no shame, someone teased. I foresee you might have a future as a mistress. Meanwhile, the renovations of the internet cafe had stalled, leaving Chen Fan in a state of anxiety. If the work didn't tee resume soon, he might struggle to pay his workers. Would he have to resort to selling songs again? At this pace, he would need to sell at least 2 more. Just as he was contemplating this dilemma, a phone call from Mom Ming interrupted his thoughts. They agreed on a meeting place, and Chen Fan took a taxi to the rendezvous. The chosen venue was a tea house. Upon arrival, they shook hands and sat down. Both parties aware that this might be their final discussion. Over the past 2 weeks, they had met 4 times, yet substantial progress had eluded them, primarily due to Chen Fan's stringent conditions, leaving Mom Ming feeling somewhat powerless. As they sat down, Mom Ming wasted no time. Mr. Chen, we are well acquainted by now, so I will be straightforward. Our company convened another meeting, and I can now disclose our decision. 3 million. If you agree, We can sign the contract immediately. Upon hearing the offer, Chen Fan hesitated. To be frank, 3 million was not an insignificant sum. Yet, deep down, he felt a sense of dissatisfaction. He was unaware of the amount for which Yaya Network had sold in his previous life, but he speculated it was no less than 1 million. Moreover, that was for a newly established website, just a month or two old. In this life, Yaya Network had been dismantled by him, and his domain network, in every regard, was not comparable to the Yaya Network of the past. Selling at the same price as before would indeed feel like a loss. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chen Fan turned to Ma Mingde and inquired, "Is there no possibility for an increase?" Ma Mingde shook his head. "This is the company's bottom line. If you decline, I must express my apologies. I have already purchased my ticket and will be leaving Yunhai shortly." Chen Fan pondered for a moment before speaking up. "Could you possibly place a call to your superior? I wish to converse with him briefly." Ma Mingde was taken aback, clearly surprised by Chen Fan's request. Chen Fan, with a smile, replied, "It is merely a matter of exchanging a few words. It shouldn't interfere with your judgment, would it?" Ma Mingde gazed intently at Chen Fan for a moment before rising to step into the adjacent room to make the call. After a while, he returned with the phone in hand. "Our boss has consented." Chen Fan stood up, accepted the phone, and proceeded into the neighboring room.